Chapter 1. The Imperial Capital of Humanity, Chaoge City. As dawn broke, the shops lining the streets swung open their doors, and the mingling sounds of vendors' calls and the crisp clatter of horses' hooves echoed through the thoroughfare. The once tranquil Chaoge City transformed into a bustling hub in mere moments, teeming with life and activity. Just as the populace busied themselves with their daily toils, a throng of men and women converged at the entrance of a particular establishment. Brother Yang, you truly have risen early today. Indeed, that young brother Yi spoke of the tale of the Fengshan Bang, and it was so captivating that I tossed and turned all night, my heart aflame with anticipation. Hence, I woke up at the crack of dawn. Thank goodness we arrived promptly, otherwise we might not have secured a good spot. Why hasn't Brother Yi opened the door yet? I can hardly contain my eagerness. Patience, patience. It should be opening soon. Hundreds of men and women, garbed in a myriad of colors, awaited before the storefront, exchanging laughter and banter, blissfully unaware that 3 celestial maidens were observing from the heavens above. The 3 maidens stood upon a cloud, adorned in flowing gowns of red, white, and azure, their figures tall and their visages breathtaking, as if they might take flight on the wind at any moment. These 3 were the illustrious disciples of the Jie sect, Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao. Sister, shall we also attend the storytelling? Bi Xiao inquired, her azure gown flowing gracefully, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. As celestial beings, they were acutely aware of every movement within Chaoge City. Hearing the multitude rave about the storyteller named Yi and the brilliance of his tales, even the youngest, Bi Xiao, felt a compelling urge to investigate. Upon hearing her words, Yin Xiao furrowed her brow slightly. Mortals live but a fleeting century. Akin to frogs at the bottom of a well, their stories are surely mere rustic fables, unworthy of our time. We should visit our esteemed nephew in Zhong and then return to Jian Island. As a senior disciple of the Jie sect, Yin Xiao had long surpassed the mortal realm, her lifespan boundless. She had witnessed countless grand events and thus held a lofty perspective, naturally dismissing the notion that an ordinary mortal could weave any truly captivating tales. Oh, that may not be the case. With so many people praising the storytelling, it wouldn't hurt for us to listen as well. Perhaps it could be a unique experience, one that might elevate our spirits. Wouldn't you agree, second sister? Bi Xiao, now animated, pressed on with enthusiasm. Qiong Xiao chuckled softly, covering her mouth. I shall heed elder sister's counsel. Seeing this, Bi Xiao gleefully linked arms with Yin Xiao and gently swayed. Sister, just accompany me for a moment. It's not every day we venture out. You're the best. Yin Xiao shot Bi Xiao a playful glare, her expression a mix of exasperation and fondness. Very well, I shall indulge you this once, but if it proves dull, we shall depart swiftly. Bixio's face lit up with joy. Thank you, elder sister. Let's go listen to the storytelling. In an instant, Bi Xiao transformed, concealing her celestial aura and blending in as an ordinary woman among the crowd. Yin Xiao and Qiong Xiao, seeing this, followed suit, disguising themselves as 2 charming mortal women. As Yin Xiao gazed at the sign of the Shini Pavilion and the grand couplet proclaiming the universe's secrets unveiled, all matters under heaven known, she couldn't help but scoff internally. Such arrogance from a mere mortal. I shall see what wonders you can conjure. If you merely regale us with nonsense to garner applause, I shall ensure you face consequences. Upon noticing the sign and couplet, Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao were equally taken aback, reflecting silently. Meanwhile, the ordinary folk eagerly awaited the doors to open. With a creak, the doors of the Shini Pavilion swung open, and the 3 maidens peered inside to find a tall young man clad in an inkwash robe, holding a folding fan, seated at a table. His face bore a subtle smile, emanating an air of refined elegance that enveloped those present in a refreshing embrace. Elder sister, second sister, this mortal is extraordinarily handsome, far more so than Brother Gongming, Bi Xiao exclaimed, her excitement palpable. While Yin Xiao internally acknowledged Bixio's observation, she maintained her aloof demeanor, snorting dismissively. A mere mortal, all fought in but a century, he shall turn to dust. As the doors opened, the eager audience rushed inside, filling the once spacious establishment to capacity. Those arriving later were relegated to standing at the entrance, craning their necks to listen. The three maidens employed a touch of divine power to secure a favorable position. Ahem. At the table, Yi Feng cleared his throat, eschewing pleasantries, and declared, "Last time, we discussed the grand peach banquet held by the heavenly court, which invited the deities and disciples of the three teachings. However, the disciples of the three teachings, emboldened by their status as saintly students, disregarded the dignity of the heavenly emperor and caused a ruckus at the banquet. The heavenly emperor intervened, only to be further oppressed by the primordial saint of Kunlun Mountain." As Yi Feng's narration unfolded, all listeners felt as though they were transported to the celestial realm, immersed in the scene. The Yaoqi shimmered, ethereal mists swirling, a cascade of luminous raindrops descending, painting an exquisite panorama. Yet the banquet was chaotic, with jade tables overturned, celestial liquors and divine fruits strewn across the ground. Even the solemn-faced jade emperor seated upon his throne, along with the mocking disciples of the three teachings, appeared vividly alive. The audience was entranced, captivated by the tale, while the three maidens were stirred to their very cores. They had not anticipated that this storyteller possessed such formidable mental prowess, capable of influencing their own spiritual energies. It was noteworthy that Yun Xiao was a powerful being of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Renowned throughout the vast primordial world, she now found herself utterly defenseless. Yin Xiao now realized that the seemingly unremarkable scholar before her must be concealing profound abilities, likely surpassing her own. Moreover, it was quite possible that he was one of the formidable beings present at the peach banquet. Although the banquet had stirred considerable commotion, with even the primordial saint nearly intervening, the primordial heavenly master had deliberately obscured the event from the eyes of mortals, ensuring that no one else could be privy to the happenings at the peach banquet. Having pieced together what she believed to be the truth, Yin Xiao internally scoffed. Even if this young man had attended the peach banquet, to openly discuss matters that the saints wished to keep hidden was undoubtedly a perilous path. The wrath of the saints was such that even the exalted Jade Emperor could hardly bear it, let alone mere mortals. At the peach banquet, there are only a handful of powerful beings beyond the great Luo golden immortal realm. Who could this storyteller be? Xiao pondered inwardly. How bizarre. Why would he risk offending the three teachings, the Jade Emperor, and the saints by recounting tales here? Xiao furrowed her brow in concern. As the three maidens contemplated, Yi Feng continued. In the aftermath, the heavenly emperor gazed upon the ruins of the heavenly court, reflecting on the unchecked audacity of the three teachings' disciples and the humiliation of being oppressed by the saints in the presence of the civil and military officials. After much contemplation, he finally directed his gaze beyond the heavens. He intended to seek out the Hongjun Daozu in the Zixiao Palace to lodge a complaint. At this pronouncement, the audience erupted in astonishment. Even the faces of the three maidens paled in shock. They had not anticipated that Yi Feng would possess such audacity. Not only did he speak of the Jade Emperor and the primordial heavenly master, but now he dared to weave tales of the Hongjun Daozu. Even if his powers surpassed those of the great Luo golden immortal, did he not fear the deus's wrath, which could result in divine retribution and obliterate his very soul? Shot points gained, 45. Shot points gained, 78. Sitting at the table, Yi Feng, fan in hand, surveyed the astonished expressions around him, the system's voice resonating in his ears. Indeed, he was a transmigrator. Having traveled from a modern era to the Chaoge of the Shang dynasty, he awakened a divine-level storytelling system, wherein each tale recounted would earn him shock points, enabling him to draw rewards through a lottery system. The more shock points he accrued, the more lavish the rewards he could claim. Thus, he began to narrate the tale of the Fengshen Bang within this Chaoge city, adhering to the system's guidelines. Upon his arrival, he had not accessed the memories of the original host, initially concerned that he might have entered the Shang dynasty of the primordial world. However, the system assured him that it was indeed the ancient, ordinary Shang dynasty, setting his mind at ease. Moreover, The geographical names and character names within the mythological tale of the Fengshan Bang coincided with those of the Shang dynasty, providing the audience with a heightened sense of immersion, thereby generating even more shock points of fortuitous circumstance indeed. After completing the narrative of the Fengshan Bang, Yi Feng intended to share the 4 great classic novels and other tales he had read in his previous life. Upon witnessing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Yi Feng seized the moment and continued. The Jade Emperor traversed the void, arriving at the Taoist sanctuary of Hongjun Daozu in the chaotic realm, the Purple Cloud Palace. The Purple Cloud Palace towers to an astounding height of countless fathoms, adorned with resplendent golden light and vibrant rainbow hues, exuding auspicious colors that spray forth purple mist. Everywhere are intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, radiating brilliance and suffused with profound Taoist essence. As Yi Feng narrated, an image of an extraordinarily magnificent palace, brimming with Taoist resonance, materialized in the minds of all present, as if they were witnessing the splendor of the Purple Cloud Palace from above. Each individual felt as though they were immersed in the scene. Even the 3 clouds were not exempt. Yin Xiao felt a renewed shock within, increasingly perceiving the seemingly unremarkable man before her as enigmatic and steeped in mystery. To think his spiritual prowess is so formidable, his cultivation likely exceeds our expectations. Yin Xiao conveyed this to Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao through thought. From his description, it appears he has indeed visited the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the Tao. Perhaps he was once one of the 3,000 worldly guests of the Purple Cloud Palace. Qiong Xiao speculated. If that is the case, how does he dare to fabricate tales about the Taoist ancestor? Is he not courting his own demise? Bi Xiao inquired, perplexed. The peculiarity lies in this very place. Yin Xiao furrowed her brow, her beautiful gaze fixed intently upon Yi Feng. At that moment, Yi Feng spoke again. With a resounding rumble, the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace swung open of their own accord. The Taoist ancestor, who is he? The spokesperson of the heavenly Tao. He had long foreseen that the Jade Emperor would arrive. As the Jade Emperor entered the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun Daozu awaited him upon the cloud bed, holding a floating dust in hand. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao could not suppress a dismissive chuckle from within. Her gaze towards Yi Feng shifted from one of seriousness to one of disdain. Now he begins to weave fanciful tales. The Taoist ancestor merged with the Tao after the ancient calamity of the Wu and Yao. He does not appear unless for matters of great significance. It has been countless eons since he last manifested to guide the Saint NWA. Now that the 3 realms are at peace, how could the Taoist ancestor possibly reappear simply because the Jade Emperor, a former acolyte, seeks to lodge a complaint? Yin Xiao silently conveyed her thoughts. Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao, upon hearing this, also deemed it implausible. The Taoist ancestor hardly regards the Jade Emperor otherwise. The 3 teachings would not dare to oppress the heavenly court so blatantly. The Jade Emperor, stuck at the pinnacle of quasi-saint for eons, would have long since attained sainthood. The 3 clouds truly could not fathom why this worldly guest of the Purple Cloud Palace would choose to transform into an ordinary mortal, fabricating nonsensical tales in Chaoge City to attract attention. Moreover, given his level of cultivation, he might even have sensed their arrival. Such reckless and absurd utterances, offending the saints and the might of the Taoist ancestor, did he not fear their retribution? The Jade Emperor recounted in detail the events of the Peach Banquet to the Taoist ancestor. Thereafter, the Jade Emperor said, "My lord, the disciples of the 3 teachings are audacious, showing no regard for my heavenly court. And now, my heavenly court is short of troops, and generals. Many matters require my direct involvement, making it arduous to manage the 3 realms. I humbly ask for your mercy." Hongjun Daozu, seated upon the cloud bed, but his voice resonated within the minds of the 6 saints. The Taoist ancestor replied, "You shall watch from the sidelines. I shall take it upon myself to administer justice for you." Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor was filled with elation, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao felt even more disdain upon hearing this. This pale-faced scholar is truly spouting nonsense. The Jade Emperor is merely a doorkeeper to the Taoist ancestor. How could the ancestor possibly punish his disciple for the sake of an acolyte? Had it not been for Yunxiao's inability to fathom the strength of her opponent, she would have eagerly launched an assault to overturn the god-said pavilion and vehemently chastise the one who uttered such nonsensical words, seeking attention while offending the sacred authority. Meanwhile, the other listeners present found themselves utterly engrossed in the discontent brewing within the hearts of the Sanxiao, fully captivated by the unfolding drama. Not long after, the 6 saints of the primordial era were summoned by the Tao ancestor and arrived at the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace. They included the leader of the human teaching, the Taiqing saint, the leader of the Chan teaching, the Yuanshi Tianzun, the leader of the Jie teaching, Tongtian, as well as the leaders of the Western teaching, Zhun Ti and Jian, along with the human race's holy mother, Nuwa. The 6 saints exchanged pleasantries before entering the Purple Cloud Palace together, paying their respects to the Tao ancestor. The Tao ancestor, seated upon a cloud bed, fixed his gaze upon the 6 saints and proclaimed, "Do you all know that a great calamity is about to befall the primordial era?" At this juncture, the audience, having completely immersed themselves in the tale, felt an immediate tension wash over them. Was the primordial era truly on the brink of disaster? How could the Tao ancestors' words be anything but true? What calamity loomed over the primordial era? Should they not prepare in advance? What calamity? This was evidently a fabrication conjured by Yi Feng, who surely could not possess such extensive knowledge about the affairs of the saints, being merely a mortal like them. Yet it must be acknowledged that Yi Feng was remarkably audacious, daring to speak such words not only about the saints, but even the Tao ancestor, unafraid of divine retribution. Nonetheless, such occurrences involving the saints certainly sounded thrilling. What was there to fear? After all, it was merely a source of amusement. Those exalted immortals would hardly concern themselves with an ordinary mortal. If that were the case, Yi Feng would have met his demise the moment he began his tale and would not have been able to narrate it to this point. The Sanxiao, witnessing the palpable anxiety exhibited by the ignorant mortals before them, were left speechless. Indeed, mortals were mortals, blissfully unaware. Yunxiao scoffed inwardly. How dare this person slander my master, my second uncle, and my grandmaster? Upon our return to Jian Island, I will certainly report this matter to my master. Even if this individual is one of the 3,000 worldly guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, they must pay a heavy price for their absurdity. Xiao was equally filled with discontent. Even Bi Xiao, who was known for her aesthetic preferences, found her impression of Yi Feng deteriorating as she failed to comprehend why he would risk so much to speak such reckless words. Upon hearing the audience's worried murmurs, Yi Feng could only feel exasperated. It seemed these individuals were too engrossed, perhaps having consumed too many mythological tales, to truly believe they resided within the primordial era. If that were the case, he would have long since revealed heavenly secrets. How could the Tao ancestor let him off the hook? Yi Feng chose not to dwell on the matter further, and continued. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, upon hearing these words, the 6 saints were taken aback, and the Taiqing saint hastily inquired, "May I ask, Master, what calamity befalls the primordial era?" The Tao ancestor replied, "This calamity is indeed a calamity for the primordial era. Yet it primarily stems from the 4 teachings." He continued, "Your disciples have all committed acts of slaughter during the last great calamity, accumulating a significant amount of karmic retribution. This karmic retribution has now reached a critical point. It is about to culminate in a great calamity. This calamity will not only affect the 3 realms, but may also lead to the annihilation of your disciples from the 4 teachings." Upon hearing this, the Sanxiao nearly rolled their eyes to the heavens. This person was exceedingly arrogant, daring to speak of a great calamity. Indeed, under a great calamity, heavenly secrets do not manifest. Even saints cannot deduce heavenly secrets, let alone predict a great calamity. This individual would say anything for the sake of sensationalism. Once the storytelling concludes, I shall certainly inform my master of today's events, and let him decide how to deal with this matter. A flicker of barely contained fury graced the exquisite faces of the Sanxiao. Tongtian, startled by the words, realized the gravity of the situation. After all, he had gathered countless disciples under the Jie teaching, making their numbers the largest. Thus, he asked the Tao ancestor, "May I inquire, Master, is there a solution?" The Tao ancestor nodded, waved his hand, and produced an object resembling a scroll. This object emanated the dual energies of Xian and Huang. Intertwined with chaotic essence that it appeared like gold, jade, brocade, or paper, entirely translucent, with countless intricate Tao patterns concealed within. This object was the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the heavenly book of the three records within the canon of deification. Yi Feng continued his tale. The audience remained enraptured, yet the Sanxiao exchanged glances filled with disdain. What was this heavenly book of deification? I have never even heard of it. It must be yet another fabrication to garner attention. As high-ranking disciples of Tongtian, the Sanxiao were well-versed in the innate spiritual treasures of the primordial era and were certain that this so-called deification list was merely a product of Yi Feng's imagination. The Tao ancestor held the deification list and stated, "What I previously mentioned is merely one aspect. The second is that your disciples have shown disdain for the heavenly court, rendering it incapable of managing the primordial era, necessitating intervention from the heavens." With a wave of his hand, the deification list flew before the six saints. "Your disciples have committed acts of slaughter. Now, as the great calamity approaches, with the heavenly court lacking personnel, you shall inscribe your disciples' names upon the deification list, bestowing them the title of gods and granting them positions within the heavenly court to serve the high heavens, govern the three realms, and simultaneously resolve the karmic retribution of slaughter, thus achieving a mutually beneficial outcome." Upon hearing these words from Yi Feng, the audience collectively gasped in astonishment. The High Heaven Emperor was merely a servant of the Tao ancestor. Yet the six saints were disciples of the Tao ancestor. In terms of status and cultivation, they far surpassed the High Heaven Emperor. Could the Tao ancestor truly expect the six saints to send the disciples they had painstakingly nurtured into the heavenly court to serve the high heaven? Some listeners speculated with confusion. However, it was a foregone conclusion. How could the six saints dare defy the Tao ancestor's orders? Moreover, if they did not comply, their disciples would become tainted by karmic retribution and could very well perish. Rather than facing such dire consequences, it would be better to inscribe their names on the deification list and enter the heavenly court for official positions, thus preserving their lives, another listener remarked. That makes sense. The remaining audience members nodded in agreement. Yet, one cannot say for certain. The six saints are so proud, they likely will not agree. Another listener countered. What is there to argue about? Just remain quiet and let Yi Feng continue. And we shall find out. Indeed, the audience eagerly awaited Yi Feng's continuation. What will happen next? Did the six saints agree to the Tao ancestor's proposal? Observing the audience's keen interest and anticipation, Yi Feng smiled slightly and struck the gavel. To know what transpires next, please await the next installment. Hush! Upon hearing this, a chorus of discontent erupted. Master, how could you be so inconsiderate? Yes, to stop at such a crucial moment is truly exasperating. If this continues, I shall find it impossible to sleep tonight. My family might even suspect I've been visiting brothels during the day. You only spend 3 seconds in a brothel. How could you possibly earn money so easily? How do you know? Don't slander me here. Be careful, or I shall report you to the authorities. The listeners protested vehemently, lamenting their plight, hoping Yi Feng would continue. Everyone, as the saying goes, leave some room for mystery. Next time you come to listen, all your questions shall be answered. Yi Feng said with a gentle smile, to accumulate enough shocking points. He naturally needed to leave some suspense, enticing the audience to return for the next session. Alas, what can I do? I have boarded this ship of thievery. Though the crowd felt somewhat dissatisfied, they could only disperse as Yi Feng refused to continue. Upon exiting, they realized that several hours had passed, and they had been so engrossed that they had lost track of time. Humph, this little rogue has quite the talent for spinning tales, keeping us on edge. That it is a pity that such cleverness is misapplied. I shall return to Jian Island and inform my master of this matter. Once a saint arrives, we shall see how he handles it. Yuanxiao let out a cold laugh in her heart, casting a glance at Yi Feng, and departed from the Shenyugu along with Xiao and Bai Xiao, blending into the crowd. Having heard enough of Yi Feng's nonsensical chatter, the three heavens, even momentarily abandoning their intention to visit their nephew Hongjun, traversed the void directly back to the Golden Ao Island. Upon returning to Golden Ao Island, the three heavens made their way to Bayou Palace, only to be greeted by a middle-aged man in a black robe, exuding an aura of coldness. It was none other than the Tongtian. The eyes of the three heavens brightened, and they hurriedly approached. "Disciple pays respects to master," the three sisters said in unison, bowing respectfully. Yun Xiao, eager to recount the various transgressions of Yifeng, was taken aback to find Master Tongtian's expression grim, leading the sisters to exchange confused glances. Even during the previous turmoil in the heavenly court, their master had remained calm, yet now his countenance suggested that a grave matter was at hand. The three heavens were filled with uncertainty. Momentarily setting aside thoughts of Yifeng, "May I inquire, Master, is there a significant event impending?" Yun Xiao asked cautiously. At that moment, Tongtian was indeed in a state of agitation. He shook his head in resignation, replying, "It cannot be spoken of." The three heavens were further astonished. A sage, exalted above all, held the myriad beings of the primordial world in disdain, yet their master, one of the six saints, seemed to harbor considerable trepidation. What could be the reason? Bai Xiao, spurred by a sudden impulse, asked, "Master, is it because the calamity is approaching?" At her words, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao paused, casting an incredulous glance at their younger sister. The calamity was merely a figment of a storyteller's imagination. How could it possibly pertain to their master? However, Tongtian was taken aback by Zhao's inquiry, gazing deeply at her. How could she be aware of this matter? Aside from Hongjun Daozu, the six saints, and Hao Yan, there should be no one else in the know. Despite his confusion, seeing that his disciples had revealed the matter, Tongtian had no intention of concealment. He nodded expressionlessly, tacitly acknowledging Bai Zhao's question. Bai Xiao swallowed hard, realizing she had perhaps posed an extraordinary question and received an extraordinary answer. Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao were equally astonished. Could it be that the storyteller had hit upon the truth? No, it must be a coincidence. That mortal had merely stumbled upon the truth. Furthermore, even if a calamity were to occur, it could not possibly be as dire as he had claimed, reflecting on Yifeng's earlier words. Bai Xiao, almost on instinct, continued to inquire, "Master, were you summoned to Zixiao Palace for a discussion with the other uncles? Did Daozu mention that the calamity is approaching, that the disciples of the four teachings are fated to encounter a killing calamity, and that the six great saints must inscribe their disciples onto the list of deities to serve the Jade Emperor Haoqian?" What? Tongtian's pupils constricted in shock, and as his mind reeled, a ripple of powerful sage's aura enveloped him, instantly imposing an immense pressure upon the three heavens. "How do you know of the events that transpired in Zixiao Palace?" Tongtian quickly reined in his aura, addressing the equally stunned three heavens. In Shenyu Gu, once the audience had departed, Yifeng activated the system panel, momentarily taken aback by the astonishing points displayed in the upper right corner. Shock points. 5212. How curious. Typically, the shock point from storytelling hovered just above 1,000. Yet today there were over 5,000? Unaware that the more exceptional the audience, the stronger their cultivation, and thus the greater the shock points accrued, Yifeng pondered but could not discern the reason. Ultimately deciding to dismiss it. 5,000 shock points in a day meant he had not suffered a loss. Gazing at the prominent lottery inscription on the system panel, Yifeng focused his thoughts and invested all the shock points he had earned that day. Shock points. 5212. The lottery begins. The system's notification chimed as the shock points reached 0. A flurry of prize names flashed across the panel. Too swift to discern why Yifeng thought to himself, having invested over 5,000 shock points, surely he would obtain something worthwhile. Soon, the panel ceased its rapid display, illuminating with a resplendent cascade of 7-colored light. Peering through the brilliance, Yifeng beheld 3 golden characters appear. Ming Hai Ju. Congratulations to the host for drawing a scroll of Ming Hai Jiao. Why Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. Had he just won a cultivation technique? Alas, this was merely an ordinary world, not the primordial realm. Otherwise, mastering such a technique might enable him to rival saints and challenge Daozu in the future. However, contemplating further, he realized that a cultivation technique for strengthening the body, extending life, or even transcending mortality was indeed a tremendous boon. there was no loss in this endeavor. At that moment, a seven-colored light enveloped Yi Feng, instantly transforming into a vast stream of information that flooded his mind. The previously cryptic and profound text of the Ming Haiju became effortlessly comprehensible to him. And as if by instinct, he began to circulate the technique, gathering innate vital energy within his Dantian's Qi Si. But on Golden Ao Island, Tongtian opened the doors to Baiyu Palace, inviting the three heavens to follow him inside while deliberately employing divine powers to temporarily obscure the heavenly secrets of the location. Ensuring that nothing would go awry and that no one would learn of their discussion, Tongtian finally turned to the three heavens with solemnity, inquiring how they had come to know the secrets of the discussion at Xixiao Palace. The three heavens, recognizing the gravity of Tongtian's demeanor, promptly recounted their visit to Chaoge City to seek their nephew Wenzhong, during which they inadvertently entered Shenyugu and listened to the storyteller, providing a detailed account without any embellishment. After hearing their narrative, Tongtian's heart was stirred by a tempest of astonishment. This was precisely what he had experienced 500 years prior in Xixiao Palace. He compared the content recounted by the storyteller with his own experiences, discovering that they aligned perfectly, with some details even exceeding his own knowledge. This matter was of utmost significance and involved Daozu. Those present at the time could not possibly have leaked the information, suggesting that the storyteller had deduced it independently. Tongtian mused that if he were in the storyteller's position, discerning the actions of other saints would be an exceedingly arduous task, let alone predicting the movements of Daozu, who transcended even the saints. Yet this storyteller seemed to have grasped every detail of the events in Xixiao Palace without fear of the karmic entanglements involved. Truly remarkable. The more Tongtian contemplated, the more astonished and incredulous he became, and his curiosity regarding the storyteller's identity grew. In the past, the rebellious Luo Ho had not hesitated to challenge Daozu, casually fabricating tales about the saints and Daozu. However, Luo Ho had long since fallen, slain by Daozu himself. Thus, the storyteller could not be Luo Ho. Among the remaining great powers in the primordial world, the strongest could barely reach the level of quasi-saint. Far inferior to the saints, and could not possibly possess such capabilities. Could it be that this individual hailed from beyond the primordial realm, from the chaos, before the Pangu god opened the heavens? There existed 3,000 innate demon gods within the chaos, each inherently grasping the laws of the great Tao, and each was immensely powerful. Pangu was but one of them. Was this storyteller perhaps of the same caliber as those innate demon gods? Tongtian remained silent for a long time, increasingly wary, ultimately casting a complex gaze upon the three heavens, gravely stating, "To encounter this gentleman is indeed your fortune." Upon hearing this, the three heavens shuddered, their faces a vivid tapestry of emotions, fear, anxiety, confusion, all vividly displayed upon their charming visages. That it was evident that the individual they had deemed ignorant, audacious, and absurdly talkative was, in fact, an extraordinary figure. Even their master, Tongtian, one of the six saints of heaven's Tao, was compelled to address him as gentleman, underscoring the depths of his inscrutability, and they had not only listened to his tales, but had even contemplated reporting him to their master for punishment. Had they proceeded with such an action, they could scarcely fathom the consequences. Contemplating this, the three heavens felt a wave of trepidation. "Master, do you know the origins of this gentleman whom you address with such respect?" Yin Xiao inquired, her throat dry and her tone cautious. Had she not sensed Yi Feng's mysterious aura in Shenyugu, coupled with the suspicion that he might be one of the 3,000 mortals? She would have likely taken it upon herself to confront him directly. Qiong Xiao and Yin Xiao racked their brains, recalling the myriad great powers throughout the history of the primordial world. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, they could find no being resembling the name Yi Feng. Tongtian shook his head, speaking solemnly. "The origins of this individual, even I, your master, do not know." Bi Xiao, astonished, exclaimed, "It is impossible. Master, you are a sage, capable of comprehending all matters of the primordial world with but a thought. This individual is in the Shanyue pavilion of Chaoge City, sharing tales. Surely with a little calculation, you must know everything clearly. Every being with a modicum of perception in the primordial realm is aware of the saying, beneath the sage, All are but ants. This illustrates the extraordinary prowess and divine powers of a sage. Thus, it is no wonder that Bi Xiao was so taken aback when Tongtian claimed ignorance. Tongtian's expression was complex as he gazed skyward, or perhaps beyond the heavens, into deeper realms, and he slowly articulated, "This person can effortlessly recount all that has transpired in the Zixiao Palace. He is undoubtedly extraordinary, at least a being of sage caliber. He may even be comparable to, or potentially surpass, the Tao ancestor. You three possess too shallow an understanding of this world. When I achieve enlightenment, I traverse the chaos and am well aware that beyond the primordial realm, in the depths of chaos, exist many unfathomable entities. Perhaps this storyteller is one of them." What? The three Xian sisters recoiled in disbelief, their faces a picture of incredulity, an existence surpassing the Tao ancestor. Is that even possible? For the three of them, a sage already stood as a lofty figure, with the Tao ancestor towering at the pinnacle of the primordial realm, only to be gazed upon in awe. Now, their master was suggesting that there existed a power greater than the Tao ancestor. Moreover, this being was merely a humble storyteller in a mortal city, and they had once mockingly jested amongst themselves. If this were true, could their thoughts have escaped his notice? The words of Tongtian struck Bi Xiao as infinitely more fantastical than the tales recounted by Yefeng. Yet, if they did not entertain such thoughts, they could hardly explain his actions. But if it were true, had they unwittingly offended a figure of immense consequence? Tongtian, aware that his speculation was far-fetched, declared, "Regardless of whether my conjecture holds, I must meet this storyteller in person." After confirming Yefeng's location with the three Xian sisters, Tongtian prepared for his visit. That Tongtian journey had two purposes. Firstly, to ascertain whether the storyteller, Yefeng, was indeed a being surpassing the Tao ancestor. Secondly, if it were true, to see if he could forge a benevolent connection and discover a means for the disciples of Jie Jiao to completely transcend their calamities. Just as the storyteller had narrated, Tongtian's previous grim demeanor was due to the overwhelming number of Jie Jiao disciples. Ensuring their survival amidst the impending tribulation was exceedingly difficult, even for him as a sage. If Yefeng were indeed a being surpassing the Tao ancestor, Tongtian believed he must surely know the way to break the cycle. In the Shenhua pavilion of Chaoge City, after a night had passed, Yefeng concluded his meditation, opening his eyes that were as dark and profound as the depths of a newborn's gaze, devoid of any impurities. As he felt the surging power within him, Yefeng could not help but marvel at the profound nature of the Minghai Ju, a treasure drawn from the shimmering light, the four realms of the bitter sea. Life Spring, Other Shore, and Golden Bridge complemented one another, steeped in unfathomable mysteries and containing supreme truths. Were he to continue his cultivation, he could hardly fathom where the limits might lie. Yet, what left Yefeng even more astounded was the marvel of the system. Such a divine secret like the Minghai Ju was obtained merely by a flick of his fingers in a lottery, truly exhilarating. Observing the astonishment points on the system panel revert to zero, Yefeng felt invigorated and swiftly pushed open the doors of the Shenhua pavilion. Thanks to the curiosity piqued by the previous day's events, a greater number of listeners gathered to hear the tales today. "Master Yi, you must share more this time." "Indeed, I brought my friends along today. If you speak too little, they'll surely blame me. Did the 6 saints agree to sign the God-sealing list or not?" "Master Yi, please begin." The audience, packed into the establishment, eagerly exchanged words, filled with curiosity about the story Yefeng was about to unfold. Yefeng merely smiled and nodded, choosing to remain silent before commencing, tantalizing the crowd. His heart already brimming with joy. Today's audience was twice the number of yesterday's. If all went well, would it be too much to expect a shock point of 10,000 at that moment? A middle-aged man clad in splendid robes entered the Shenhua pavilion, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Upon noticing the storyteller at the front was unperturbed, he sighed in relief. This middle-aged man in splendid robes was none other than Tongta. He was meticulous, pondering why one as exceptional as Yefeng would choose to be a storyteller in a mortal city. Perhaps he harbored some peculiar inclinations. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the primordial cultivation world. As a sage, Tongtian, experienced and knowledgeable, understood that the more unique an individual, the more one should not disturb their interests, lest it lead to irrevocable enmity. To avoid alarming the storyteller, Tongtian donned a disguise. Presenting himself as an ordinary mortal to listen to the tales, in the Xinhua pavilion. There were not fewer than 8 ordinary listeners disguised like Tongtian, ensuring that none would pay him any heed. However, due to the overwhelming crowd today, Tongtian arrived a tad late and could only squeeze onto the wide bench at the back with other latecomers. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Tongtian discreetly assessed Yefeng on the stage. Just as Bixiao had described, Yefeng was handsome, exuding an extraordinary presence, embodying a blend of elegance and composure. As for his identity and cultivation, Tongtian cautiously released his sage consciousness, only to find that in his perception, this storyteller appeared to be an ordinary mortal, lacking any distinctive traits or formidable backing, his cultivation unfathomable. Yet, Tongtian was acutely aware that a being capable of deducing the discussions among the 6 saints of the Zixiao Palace could not simply be a mortal. It was highly likely that the individual had employed an inscrutable secret method to conceal their true abilities. It was even possible that the disparity in cultivation was so great that it created an absolute suppression, rendering his probing ineffective. The more Tongtian pondered, the more alarmed he became, reflecting that even the Tao ancestor could not reach such a level. This storyteller was most likely a being surpassing the Tao ancestor. With this in mind, Tongtian resolved to listen attentively, ensuring he did not offend this remarkable figure, for to do so would be unwise. Whether he could seek assistance from such a powerful entity remained to be seen. Such a being was not easily approached. Just as Tongtian was lost in thought about how formidable Yefeng might be, the storyteller finally began to speak, with a sharp clap of the wooden block. The audience was instantly roused, their focus entirely on Yefeng. Tongtian also returned to his senses, adopting a demeanor of earnest curiosity. Should he not reveal his identity, he would appear no different from the mortal listeners. Yefeng's voice rang out. In our last tale, we spoke of the 6 saints convening in the Zixiao Palace, where the Tao ancestor wished to seal the gods and establish order with the heavenly book. Let us continue. The 6 saints gazed upon the heavenly book of the god sealing list entwined with the primal energies of Xian and Huang. All fell silent, unwilling to inscribe their disciples' names upon it. The audience nodded in understanding, realizing that even sages would not easily relinquish their disciples. When the Tao ancestor observed their silence, he proclaimed, "I grant you 500 years to consider this matter before returning to sign the god-sealing list. This is a grand plan for the primordial realm, and you must not allow personal interests to override public duty." Listening to Yefeng's words, Tongtian vividly recalled the atmosphere in the Zixiao Palace at that time. The solemn silence of the saints etched in his memory, exactly as Yefeng described. "I knew it. Even the Tao ancestor cannot force the sages to sign under duress." This was merely a stalling tactic, aligning with his earlier conjectures. However, what would transpire 500 years hence? If the sages still refused to sign the god-sealing list, what would the Tao ancestor do? Among the mortal listeners, some lamented, while others eagerly awaited the unfolding of the tale. Tongtian found himself among the latter. Yefeng's words thus far recounted past events, but he yearned to witness whether Yefeng could accurately foresee the future. Yefeng, not one to withhold, continued, 500 years is but a fleeting moment for a sage. After this period, the 6 saints gathered once more at the Zixiao Palace, each filling in the names of some outer disciples. However, they were still far from completing the god-sealing list. The 6 saints, being astute, recruited a few loose immortals as outer disciples during those 5 centuries, intending to elevate these inconsequential beings to the god-sealing list, thus preserving the foundations of the 4 teachings. Yet, Hongjun the Tao ancestor was no fool. How could he allow the 6 saints to exploit such a loophole? He declared, "The calamity approaches, since you are unwilling to act. Let your disciples face the impending tribulation. Only by filling every vacancy on the god-sealing list will the calamity cease." As Hongjun's words reverberated through the air, the heavens trembled, and the 6 great saints felt an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloping the world. While the fortunes of the 4 teachings subtly shifted in the unseen realm, the 6 saints have now come to realize that they have foolishly jeopardized their own standing. The Tao ancestor, unyielding and unreasonable, has flipped the table, leaving no room for dissent among the gathered saints. Experience speaks volumes. Despite the countless years of cultivation the six saints have amassed, they cannot compare to the Tao ancestor, who personally guided their growth, effortlessly discerning their trivial schemes. In essence, it has always been a case of the father teaching the son. How could the son ever hope to outmaneuver the father? As Yifeng reached this point in his narrative, the audience erupted in laughter, thoroughly entertained. Only Tongtian remained in a state of shock. As a saint, he held the heavenly positions in contempt, and his disciples, devoted to their pursuit of the Tao, would never willingly shackle themselves. Yet for the majority of scattered immortals in the primordial world, the heavenly positions are coveted, akin to an iron rice bowl. Thus, Tongtian had indeed hastily accepted a few scattered immortals as outer disciples, preparing to sign them onto the list of deities. However, this was a secret unknown to others. Yet Yifeng revealed it in its entirety. Such an ability to perceive the thoughts and intentions of saints was something even Hongjun Daozu could not achieve. At this moment, Tongtian felt both alarmed and embarrassed, as if he had been stripped bare, standing before Yifeng with no secrets left to conceal. Nevertheless, Yifeng's words made Tongtian acutely aware that his previous strategies to deal with the deification process were utterly futile. Moreover, upon deeper reflection, Tongtian felt a chill. The Tao ancestor had granted the six saints 500 years to contemplate, perhaps already foreseeing this very outcome. Thus, the stage was set in advance, leaving the six saints with no retreat. Compelled to confront the calamity and the matter of the deification head-on, Tongtian could hardly fathom that this storyteller was so audacious, so openly mocking the saints and the Tao ancestor, as if addressing both father and son. Was he not also a saint? Could this powerful being not afford to grant them a modicum of dignity in the presence of mortals? Tongtian bitterly chuckled within, feeling the sting of being openly ridiculed, yet daring to do nothing. After all, this formidable figure was unfathomable, and he still had matters to request of him. Thus, he resigned himself to the jest, deciding it best to listen attentively to the tale. Tongtian, feeling quite helpless, could only comfort himself inwardly while outwardly playing the part of the dutiful listener, even joining the other audience members in jesting about the saint's embarrassing predicaments to avoid drawing too much attention to himself. As Yifeng observed the audience's hearty laughter, his own spirits lifted. Shock points surged to 9953. He had only shared a brief segment today, yet had garnered nearly 10,000 shock points, double the previous amount. How could Yifeng not be pleased? In his elation, he could not help but elaborate further that why Yifeng mused that since there were no saints or Tao ancestors in this world, he could jest freely without fear of retribution. And the atmosphere had certainly been invigorated. With a sharp clap of the wooden block, the audience's laughter abruptly subsided, and they once again focused intently on why Yifeng continued. When the primordial supreme being realized he could not evade this dilemma, he inquired of Hongjun Daozu, "Who shall be entrusted with the deification list?" Hongjun Daozu replied, "The one with the form of the flying bear shall wield the deification list and the god-slaying whip, presiding over the deification process." Upon hearing this, the audience was rife with curiosity about the identity of the flying bear and the unfolding story, unable to resist chattering amongst themselves. The flying bear, it was said, possessed the fated essence to become a prime minister, yet the true nature of this individual remained a mystery. Surely, they must be a polymath, well-versed in both celestial and terrestrial matters. For how else could they govern the two great spiritual treasures and control the deification? Yet, with the calamity and deification intertwined, what further events might transpire? Tongtian, seated among the crowd, found himself momentarily lost in thought. The 500 years granted by Hongjun Daozu for their consideration were drawing to a close, and they were soon to report back to the Xiao Palace. Therefore, the content Yifeng had just recounted pertained to events yet to unfold. Extrapolated from his calculations, Tongtian had initially yearned to witness Yifeng's prophetic abilities, yet he was unprepared for the speed and accuracy with which Yifeng had deciphered the Tao ancestors' every word and deed. Such prowess filled Tongtian with trepidation that in the vast primordial realm, what secrets could possibly remain hidden from Yifeng? However, Yifeng's words serve as a timely reminder for Tongtian. if this flying bear indeed possessed the qualifications to preside over the deification. Then should he manage to locate this individual beforehand and have them join the Jie sect, he could seize the initiative and gain a distinct advantage. While Tongtian was deep in contemplation, Yifeng clapped the wooden block again, that if you wish to know what happens next, please stay tuned for the next installment. Yifeng, disregarding the audience's discontent, smiled and gestured for them to leave. The audience, caught up in the excitement of the narrative, began to voice their complaints. Alas, just as we reached a critical juncture, you stop. My heart is itching with anticipation. Yi Zhanggue, how could you be so inconsiderate? Next time, I shall bring more people to support you. So you must speak a little longer. Wei Feng merely smiled and saw them off. He had already accumulated sufficient shock points for the day and wished to reserve more time for cultivation. Once the mortal listeners had departed, Tongtian remained behind. The Divine Say Pavilion is closed for today. If you wish to hear the story, please return next time. Yifeng remarked, having noticed Tongtian to him. Tongtian was merely an ordinary listener. Nothing more. Tongtian had initially intended to inquire about the subsequent developments concerning the deification. Although Yifeng's predictions were likely to be accurate, he felt a twinge of anxiety as Yifeng began to usher everyone out. If he continued to press for answers, would he not be disrespecting his senior? Should his senior take offense, the consequences would be beyond his capacity to bear. Tongtian felt deeply that Yifeng was unfathomable, possessing an uncanny ability to predict outcomes. Even as one of the 6 saints of the primordial world, he had long relegated himself to the status of a junior in his heart, thus feeling apprehensive and cautious in Yifeng's presence. However, the matter of deification was of paramount importance to the Jie sect, and Tongtian was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. This formidable senior, with unfathomable depth, would likely not hold a grudge against him, he reasoned. After a moment's hesitation, Tongtian decided to approach Yifeng with some familiarity. I am Lu Tong, that I could not help but admire your remarkable presence and extraordinary demeanor. May I ask from whence you hail? Tongtian thought that if this esteemed figure were reluctant to speak further, he would refrain from mentioning the deification to avoid inciting displeasure. I am Yifeng, merely an inconspicuous ordinary person among the multitude. Any attributes of remarkable presence and demeanor are truly undeserved. Yifeng replied with a carefree smile that he genuinely believed this, for despite possessing a system, he was indeed just an ordinary person at present. Tongtian, upon hearing Yifeng's words, paused slightly, his heart filled with myriad sentiments. What a splendid sentiment to consider oneself inconsequential among the masses. This senior's mindset truly was elevated. The 3 purities are the true lineage of Pangu, and Tongtian had always felt a profound disparity between himself and the myriad beings of the primordial world, especially after achieving sainthood and being revered by all living beings. He believed himself to have transcended the ordinary, looking down upon the world. Yet before such a senior, he could not help but question whether he too was not just another ordinary person among the masses. In that moment, Tongtian felt a clarity of mind. Having stood atop the pinnacle of the primordial world as a sword cultivator, he had long since lost the initial fervor and tenacity in his pursuit of the sword path, even harboring some complacency. Yet now, he had rediscovered his goals and motivations. This shift in mindset left Tongtian deeply contemplative. Those embroiled in the situation often lack clarity, while the observer sees clearly. Had he not encountered this senior today, it might have taken him eons to recognize this truth. Wait a moment. As Tongtian gazed at the smiling and silent Yifeng, an epiphany struck him. Could it be that this senior was already aware of his identity and was intentionally offering him guidance? It must be so. After all, Yifeng could accurately deduce Hongjun Daozu's every action, so uncovering his identity would be a trivial matter, likely a mere thought away. Tongtian felt a surge of joy at this possibility. If the senior was indeed willing to offer him guidance, he might very well divulge a few details regarding the deification. Of course, Tongtian also understood that since Yifeng had chosen not to reveal his identity, he too must remain discreet. Continuing to regard himself as an ordinary listener, Tongtian smiled and bowed to Yifeng, saying, Sir, I was utterly captivated by your tale earlier, and now I find myself unable to quell my eagerness to learn how the deification will unfold. Will the 3 teachings, Renjiao, Changjiao, and Jie Jiao, be willing to allow their disciples to ascend the deification list. There are numerous disciples under the, so could it be that occupies a significant portion of the? During the time Yifeng was narrating, he encountered a listener who deliberately stayed behind to inquire about the subsequent plot for the very first time. That he mused inwardly. Could this be what is often referred to in my past life as a die-hard fan? An unwavering supporter? Although Yifeng had no intention of revealing spoilers, as spreading the plot beforehand would undoubtedly diminish the element of surprise when he recounted the story later. Furthermore, the so-called next time will be explained is a promise to the audience. Revealing spoilers to one listener would be exceedingly unfair to others. Nonetheless, encountering such fervent fans was a first for Yifeng, and he ultimately decided to divulge a slight hint, though he was not supposed to provide any spoilers. Seeing your eagerness, I shall make an exception this once. In the future, they will turn against each other. After a moment's contemplation, Yifeng spoke. While this might be considered a spoiler, it would undoubtedly pique the listener's curiosity, likely having no adverse effects on his future storytelling and perhaps even proving beneficial. What? The at odds with each other. Upon hearing Yifeng's revelation, Tongtian was struck with an inexplicable shock. He felt he should not doubt Yifeng's words. After all, he and his two elder brothers, shared the same origin and were the closest of siblings, having studied under Hongjun together and spent countless eons in each other's company, developing an unbreakable bond. How could such a profound brotherly connection, forged over eons, possibly unravel overnight? If anyone else had uttered such words before Tongtian, he would not only have disbelieved them, but would have also imposed strict punishment. To slander thee in such a manner was utterly unforgivable. Yet now, the one making this assertion was Yifeng, an enigmatic being whose cultivation surpassed even that of the Tao ancestor. Tongtian found himself torn. Uncertain whether to believe or disbelieve, his saintly state of mind began to waver. I can only say so much. Any further revelations would be excessive if you wish to hear the continuation of the tale. Dear guest, please return next time, for I must close the door now. Yifeng was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the mind of the middle-aged man who introduced himself as Lu Tong. His thoughts were solely focused on the matters of the lottery and cultivation. Regaining his composure, Tongtian had initially intended to inquire about the specific reasons for this impending conflict. However, upon seeing Yifeng's dismissal, he dared not overstep and hurriedly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for clarifying. I shall take my leave now." With that, Tongtian exited the standing in a daze for a considerable time before finally realizing that the elder must have discerned his true identity, which was why he had specifically hinted at this future discord. Otherwise, with so many intriguing details about the to divulge, why single out this particular revelation? This thought weighed heavily on Tongtian's heart, bringing with it an ominous premonition. Yet he remained steadfast in his belief that nothing could shake the brotherly bond among the. Perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding among the three. After all, the elder only mentioned their discord without specifying the cause or whether they would reconcile afterward. After closing the Yifeng eagerly opened the system panel upon viewing the shock points. A broad smile spread across his face. Shock points, 22937, more than 3 times the previous amount. Yifeng attributed this surge to the day's particularly captivating story and did not dwell on it further. Deciding to proceed with the lottery, the lottery commenced. It deducted 20,000 shock points. The cold, mechanical system notification resounded, and the visuals on the system panel became hazy. Yifeng focused intently, eager to discover what treasure he might draw this time. Soon, the system panel illuminated with a burst of colorful light, displaying 4 prominent characters along with a line of smaller explanatory text. Star body. Possessing this physique allows one to manipulate the sun, moon, and stars, harnessing the power of countless celestial bodies for personal use, and accelerating progress in cultivation at an astonishing pace. Congratulations to the host for drawing the star body. Fusion commencing. Upon reading the description, Yifeng was overjoyed. Within the star body, he would soon transcend the realm of mortals, and ascending to a higher plane would no longer be a daunting endeavor. In the next moment, the colorful light from the system panel transformed into a silvery orb, which unceremoniously entered Yifeng's body to begin the fusion process. Before departing from Chaoge City, Tongtian left a strand of divine thought at a tea house opposite the. This divine thought was undetectable by mortals, serving solely to notify Tongtian to arrive punctually when he opened for storytelling. He chose the tea house across the street, fearing that placing the divine thought too close might displease the elder Yifeng. Afterward, Tongtian made his way to the Zixiao Palace, located beyond the 33 heavens. Previously, the 6 great saints had been reluctant to fill the, and Dao Ancestor had granted them 500 years to deliberate. Now the time limit had expired, but by the time Tongtian arrived at Zixiao Palace, the other 5 saints had already been waiting there. They greeted each other with mutual respect, their interactions flowing naturally, as they had always done. However, for reasons unknown, Tongtian sensed a subtle estrangement when conversing with, "Brother, do you have any disciples willing to ascend the?" Tongtian cautiously inquired, recalling the elder's narrative that nodded nonchalantly. Stating, "Indeed, there are a few." The heaviness settled in Tongtian's heart as he further inquired of the Western 2 saints, only to receive a similar response. From their demeanor, Tongtian could discern that they had come to believe that this method could reliably satisfy Dao Ancestor. Yet the more certain they appeared, the stronger Tongtian's sense of foreboding became. Everything mirrored what the elder had foretold. The 6 saints were attempting to brush aside the undertaking, for the elder's assertion that the would turn against each other. Would that truly come to pass? No, not necessarily. Our share a profound bond. How could we possibly fall into discord so easily? At that moment, Tongtian clung to hope for the brotherly connection among the. Maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor as he awaited the unfolding developments. Suddenly, within the grand hall of Zixiao Palace, a radiant light flowed, and an old Taoist with white hair and eyebrows materialized at the upper seat. His pupils appeared pale, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, and he emanated an overwhelming aura, as though standing before the very Tao itself, rendering even the saints feeling diminutive. This elder was none other than Hongjun, the Dao Ancestor, universally acknowledged as the strongest and the master of the 6 great saints. Salutations, Master. The 6 saints bowed in unison, their attitudes respectful, yet each held their own thoughts. Hongjun's countenance remained placid as he produced the, imbued with the essence of, along with a wooden whip. The whip measured 3 feet, 6 inches, and 5/10, consisting of 21 segments, each adorned with 4 symbols, totaling 84 inscriptions. It was indeed the what followed unfolded precisely as Yifeng had described. The 6 saints each inscribed names of inconsequential outer disciples on a significant portion being newly recruited scattered immortals. Even if these names were placed on they would not undermine the foundation of their respective sections. However, as soon as they completed writing these names, the heavens trembled violently, and an extremely ominous aura surged forth from the void, akin to a spring gushing forth. The beings have felt a profound sense of oppression, as if a storm were brewing overhead. A few among the more powerful sensed the abnormality, their expressions changing drastically, filled with fear and unease. Even the 6 saints, residing in the Zixiao Palace beyond the 33 heavens, felt the tremors, their hearts shaken. The ominous aura of enveloped the skies, signaling that the had officially commenced. Moreover, within the awareness of the 6 saints, the aura of seemed concentrated around the territories of the 4 teachings, with even a causal connection to each disciple of the 4 teachings. There was a web where pulling at one thread could affect the whole. Now that it had officially begun, even the saints could not afford to be careless. As the 6 saints expressed their astonishment, Hongjun, without glancing at the partially signed, addressed them, saying, "Only when the empty slots on the are filled and the divine positions in the heavenly court are complete can the order of heaven and earth be restored, allowing the deceased at that time. A fated individual will preside over the conducting the, thereby establishing the foundation of the heavenly court for eternity." Upon hearing this, the 6 saints understood that they would indeed need to send disciples to the, for there was no other way, whose thoughts remained inscrutable, stepped forward respectfully to inquire, "May I ask, Master, who is it that can preside over the?" As this question lingered, the other saints too could not help but feel curiosity. Hongjun replied, "The one bearing the form of a flying bear may preside over thee and wield the. Whosoever among you takes him as a disciple shall be permitted to retrieve these two treasures from Zixiao Palace. Upon hearing this, the 6 saints were immediately consumed by their thoughts. Now that the entangled all of, they had to secure this chosen individual to avoid repeating the disastrous outcome of the former, thus seizing the initiative. They resolved that upon returning to, they would certainly seek out this individual and bring him under their wing. As Tongtian gazed upon the scene before him, he found it strikingly reminiscent of the elder's words, a wave of regret washing over him for failing to inquire about the identity of the one who bore the form of the flying bear. Simultaneously, his concern for the rift among the Sanxiao deepened. With the Fengshen Bang and the Dashan Whip left in this place, he urged them to consider their own fates. Once Hongjun Daozu had concluded his instructions, he vanished without a trace. We bid farewell to our esteemed master. The 6 saints, each harboring their own thoughts, collectively bowed in farewell to Hongjun. Thus, only the 6 great saints remained within the Zixiao Palace. Esteemed colleagues, what course of action shall we pursue next? Are we truly to send our disciples to the Fengshen Bang? The Western Church's Jian saint, sensing the silence in the atmosphere, spoke up that in truth. Jian was unwilling in his heart, though he found it difficult to voice his discontent. The Western Church was already impoverished, its disciples nowhere near the caliber of those from the Chan and Jie sections. They had expended considerable effort alongside Zhun Ti to cultivate their fortunes. Now, to relinquish their disciples was akin to flaying their own flesh. Not only Jian, but the Sanxiao saints shared similar sentiments. Yuanshi, in particular, was preoccupied with the 12 golden immortals under his tutelage, who had previously incurred the wrath of the Jade Emperor. If he were to send forth his painstakingly nurtured 12 golden immortals to the Fengshen Bang for the Jade Emperor's command, he would be left utterly humiliated, a subject of scorn among the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness. Yuanshi, known for his pride, could not abide such a scenario. Moreover, the act of abandoning one's disciples would undoubtedly impact the fortunes of Saint. Among the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao, 5 had attained their status by founding their own teachings, and the fortune of their sects was inextricably linked to their own. A thriving sect brought forth greater fortunes for its leader, and vice versa. Thus, from every conceivable angle, Yuanshi was disinclined to see his disciples ascend the Fengshen Bang. Suddenly, Yuanshi's gaze fell upon the silent Tongtian, and a thought struck him. He immediately addressed his brother. Third brother, your Jie sect boasts numerous disciples. Simply fill the Fengshen Bang with their names, and thus we may avert this calamity. Tongtian furrowed his brow, secretly displeased with Yuanshi's suggestion. Though the Jie sect had many disciples, each had been painstakingly nurtured under his guidance. Yet, despite his discontent and visible frustration, Tongtian suppressed his anger and replied, "Brother, surely you jest." However, Yuanshi paid no heed to Tongtian's feelings, scoffing as he retorted, "The majority of your Jie sect's disciples are mere beasts, born of moisture and egg. To grant them positions in the heavenly court is a stroke of fortune for them, and it would benefit the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness. What could possibly be amiss?" Yuanshi's tone dripped with disdain, his arrogance unmasked as he exhibited his contempt for Tongtian's disciples. Tongtian had initially thought Yuanshi's remarks were casual, but he found the latter's audacity increasingly intolerable, igniting a fierce anger within him. While it was true that the disciples of the Jie sect were not as gifted as those of the Chan or Jie sects, they were still the fruit of his labor over countless years. Moreover, since they called him their master, he could never cast his disciples into the flames of doom. Yuanshi's words had struck a chord deep within Tongtian, even though he still held onto the bond of brotherhood. He could no longer contain his fury and confronted Yuanshi. If you truly seek to benefit the beings of the primordial wilderness, why not allow the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect to ascend the list? Yuanshi's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, "My disciples of the Chan sect are all blessed true immortals. How can they possibly be compared to your Jie sect's mere beasts? I fear you fail to grasp reality. The heavenly positions are only destined for your Jie sect's disciples. I advise you to abandon your selfishness and fill the Fengshen Bang. It would be beneficial for all." The 2 saints from the west and Niuwa watched the unfolding dispute in silence, somewhat astonished but otherwise remaining aloof, as if spectators to a play. especially the two from the west, who were secretly delighted, should the Fengshan Bang be completed by the disciples of the Sanqing. The Western Church could preserve its strength. Indeed, there lay potential for the Western Church to rise amid the chaos, as Tongtian heard Yuanshi not only insult his disciples, but also accuse him of selfishness. His rage surged to new heights. Though he had previously doubted the possibility of a rift among the Sanqing, it was now clear that Yuanshi had effectively severed their bond, forcing him to confront the reality. Tongtian turned his gaze toward Taiqing Laojun, hoping that his elder brother would step forward to mediate. But Taiping remained composed and silent, showing no inclination to intervene. Tongtian, feeling compelled, finally spoke. Elder brother, Yuanshi has repeatedly insulted my disciples. I beseech you to uphold justice. In Tongtian's eyes, Taiping, as the foremost of the Sanqing, was the most stable and reliable, and his strength among the six saints was unparalleled. Surely, with Taiping's intervention, Yuanshi would temper his demeanor and cease his reckless behavior. Yet, what came next from Taiping was a chilling response. I believe Yuanshi's words hold some merit. Tongtian, you ought to consider this carefully. Tongtian stared at Taiping in disbelief, never anticipating such an attitude from his elder brother. Not only had Taiping failed to advocate for him, but he had now sided with Yuanshi. Tongtian was no fool. He understood that Yuanshi would not so brazenly insult his disciples without reason. Nor would Taiping suddenly shift his allegiance. The only explanation was that both Taiping and Yuanshi sought to see their own disciples ascend the Fengshan Bang, thus ensuring their own survival. Upon this realization, Tongtian felt a profound chill in his heart. After countless eons of brotherly affection among the Sanqing, it seemed a rift had emerged due to self-interest. Tongtian recalled the elder's previous words. Was the rift among the Sanqing truly inevitable? Seeing Tongtian silent, Yuanshi's impatience grew, and he commanded, Tongtian, if you still harbor any regard for your two elder brothers, now is the time to place the names of the Jie sect's disciples upon the Fengshan Bang, and the calamity shall dissipate, leaving the primordial wilderness unscathed. Both the heavenly court and the beings of the primordial wilderness will remember your Jie sect's contributions. In Yuanshi's view, as the eldest brother, it was only natural for Tongtian to comply with his directive, especially now that Taiping had aligned himself with Yuanshi. The two saints from the west and Niuhua were left astounded by the situation's escalation. Yet they remained curious about Tongtian's ultimate choice. Would he comply with Yuanshi's command or not? Enough. Just as the saints awaited Tongtian's response, he issued a sharp rebuke that a fierce aura of sword energy erupted around him, compelling the observing western saints and Niuhua to retreat. Unwilling to be embroiled in the conflict among the Sanqing, Tongtian's cold gaze bore into Yuanshi and Taiping, and he could no longer contain the fury that had built within him. Yuanshi, your disciples are disciples, yet my disciples are not. The notion of sending Jie sect disciples to the Fengshan Bang is utterly inconceivable. The talk of benefiting the beings of the primordial wilderness and discussions of qualifications are merely your hypocritical excuses. I am ashamed to be associated with you. Tongtian's stance was resolute, flatly rejecting Yuanshi's selfish and disrespectful demands, leaving him deeply disillusioned with Yuanshi and Taiping. The two saints from the west and Niuhua maintained a dispassionate demeanor, resolute in their decision to observe from a distance. Taiping shook his head slightly, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Yuanshi, witnessing Tongtian's outright rejection of his command in front of Niuhua, Zhun Ti, and Jian, felt his authority as an elder brother crumble, his anger boiling within. Yuanshi coldly stated, Tongtian, those beasts you call disciples will inevitably find their way to the Fengshan Bang. I have only allowed you this leeway out of brotherly affection, yet you seem wholly ungrateful. I advise you to fill the Fengshan Bang now. Otherwise I, Yuanshi, shall no longer recognize you as my selfish brother. Enough, Tongtian interjected forcefully. His eyes locked onto Yuanshi, aflame with righteous indignation and dissatisfaction. Yuanshi, your hypocritical facade has been worn long enough. I see your true face now. You are selfish and self-serving while proclaiming such lofty ideals. It is a disgrace to call you my brother. If you lack compassion, do not blame me for my lack of loyalty. At worst, I shall confront you. At this moment, Tongtian recalled the approachable demeanor of the storyteller Yi Feng, who espoused simplicity in the grand scheme of things. In contrast, Yuanshi appeared to him as a petty figure. Consumed by the lust for power, Tongtian, the trembling of Yuanshi Qi was palpable. However, before he could finish his words, Tongtian let out a cold snort and departed with a flick of his sleeves, leaving the saints with nothing but his retreating figure. The two saints of the West, Niwa and others, were each lost in their own thoughts upon witnessing this scene. The matters surrounding the impending tribulation had already caused considerable distress. And now it seemed that the Sanxiao were once again at odds, making the situation in the primordial chaos increasingly precarious. Tongtian left the Zixiao palace ahead of time, returning to the primordial world in solitude. His expression was grim, unable to fathom that the friendship among the Sanxiao would fracture on this day. Yuanshi and Taiqing were excessively cold-hearted. While he endeavored to preserve this bond, they disregarded the lives of his disciples for their own selfish interests, which was truly disheartening. After regaining a semblance of composure, Tongtian was compelled to contemplate his next course of action. The rift among the Sanxiao had solidified into animosity, and judging by the attitudes of the two saints of the West and Yuhua, they were equally unreliable, but he must devise a strategy to navigate through this dire predicament. Although Yuanshi's words had ignited Tongtian's ire, he could not help but acknowledge a stark reality. The disciples under his tutelage exhibited a wide range of talents. And despite their numbers, their cultivation levels were generally inferior to those of the disciples from the Chan and Ren sects. As the tribulation swept through the primordial world, it seemed to target the four major sects, leaving him to ponder how he could safeguard his disciples. Should he seek out the one with the aspect of the flying bear and bring him into the Jie sect, thereby obtaining the list of deities and the divine whip to protect his disciples? While contemplating various strategies on his return journey, a sudden thought struck him. Although he traversed the heavens, his consciousness had already linked with the distant Chaoge city. Through this connection, Tongtian saw the doors of the Xinyue pavilion swing open. A strikingly handsome young man, exuding an extraordinary aura, emerged from the entrance, evidently prepared to regale listeners with tales. With a flicker of intention, Tongtian resolved to attend the storytelling session. In truth, the consciousness he had left behind was connected to his true self. Even if he were in the chaotic realm, he would not miss the stories told by Yifeng. Nevertheless, out of respect, Tongtian decided to go in person, with Taiqing and Yuanshi displaying such heartlessness, and the Chan and Ren sects eyeing the Jie sect warily. He had to remain vigilant at this juncture. Gleaning insights from a predecessor was essential to unravel the challenges facing the Jie sect, particularly regarding the identity of the one with the aspect of the flying bear, which was pivotal to the sealing of deities. Shortly after the doors of the Xinyue pavilion opened, a throng of eager listeners surged in, quickly filling the space. Disguised as Lu Tong, Tongtian had arrived early and managed to secure a seat near the front. Yifeng sat at the table, equipped with a wooden clapper and a folding fan. With a crack of the clapper, the audience's spirits were jolted. Yifeng then began. Last time, we spoke of how the six saints learned that the one with the aspect of the flying bear could wield the list of deities and the divine whip. Yifeng's narration primarily focused on the discord among the Sanxiao, captivating the audience, who occasionally gasped in astonishment. What a pity it was that the friendship built over countless eons had crumbled so easily. Yuanshi and Taiqing were truly unworthy. How could they betray their own brethren in such a manner? If this were in our Chaoge city, such individuals would surely face scorn for their actions. Did not Tongtian, the saint, find himself at odds with his own brothers? Surely, he could not hope to contend with his elder siblings. Evidently, the actions of Yuanshi and Taiqing had incited considerable resentment and disdain among the listeners. Regarding Tongtian, most were skeptical, for he had simultaneously offended the other two, and the two saints of the West and Niwa did not appear to stand in his favor. Tongtian, as the aggrieved party, felt a tumult of emotions, anger, sorrow, and melancholy. Yet determination soon surfaced. The rift among the Sanxiao had become irrevocable, and there was no turning back. He must seize the present moment to safeguard his disciples in the future. With renewed resolve, Tongtian attentively listened to Yifeng's storytelling. After the six saints parted ways in discord and returned to the primordial world, they instructed their disciples to avoid trouble and remain diligently within their mountain gates for cultivation. They simultaneously opened their doors to recruit disciples, all in hopes of bringing in the one with the aspect of the flying bear. The saints reasoned that even if they did not succeed in recruiting this individual, gathering a few promising disciples would not be a misstep. With the tribulation upon them, preparation was essential. Even the Chan sect, known for its stringent disciple recruitment standards, found itself welcoming many beings from afar, eager to apprentice under the saints and attain the supreme path. Yet regrettably, these aspirants were of exceedingly mediocre talent and bore no resemblance to the one with the aspect of the flying bear, rendering them unworthy of Yuanshi's attention. Upon their arrival at Kunlun Mountain, they were immediately repelled by prohibitions, failing even to ascend the mountain, which meant they were effectively rejected by the Chan sect. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in indignation. Yuanshi truly possesses the vision of a dog. Others travel from distant lands with sincerity, only to be treated in such a manner. If it were me, I would rather die than join the Chan sect. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. There must be many petty individuals vying for power within. Tongtian maintained a calm demeanor, for this was indeed within Yuanshi's character. In the eyes of Yuanshi, all beings were classified into hierarchies based on their talents, and those deemed insufficient were no different from ants. Contemplating this, Tongtian's animosity towards Yuanshi deepened. In the face of the tribulation, Yuanshi would undoubtedly deny any path for the disciples of the Jie sect to survive. Yi Feng, observing the audience's heightened emotions, felt a swell of satisfaction and deemed it time to unveil the earlier foreshadowing. With a crack of the clapper, he proclaimed, "One day, the mortal Zhang Ti and the leopard spirit Shun Gongbao arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, intending to ascend and seek apprenticeship. And Zhang Ti, as it turned out, was the destined bearer of the aspect of the flying bear, the prophesied master of the list of deities." Astonishment rippled through the audience at this revelation. During the previous storytelling session, they had speculated about the true identity of the one with the aspect of the flying bear. Some had entertained thoughts of a Deluo, true immortal, while others imagined a noble or a royal, yet none had expected him to be merely immortal. Tongtian, too, was taken aback, though his surprise was overshadowed by a sense of foreboding, given Yuanshi's earlier demeanor towards the disciples of the Jie sect. Even if Zhang Ti's origin was that of an ordinary mortal, Yuanshi would surely target him relentlessly to secure the list of deities for himself. Fortunately, he had learned of this matter in advance, allowing him to act first and bring Zhang Ti into the fold of the Jie sect. At this moment, Tongtian's thoughts began to turn towards preempting Yuan Yi Feng, gratified by the audience's reaction. Continued, as you might have guessed, the mortal Zhang Ti, being the one with the aspect of the flying bear, was unaffected by the prohibitions of Kunlun Mountain. He ascended smoothly, reaching the summit alongside Shun Gongbao. Some listeners might have been curious about Shun Gongbao's identity and how he managed to climb to the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Yi Feng intentionally teased the audience's curiosity. The listeners were engrossed, pondering the reasons behind this. Once Yi Feng sensed that the suspense had reached its peak, he elaborated. The truth is, Shun Gongbao was even less capable than Zhang Ti, merely fortuitously following in Zhang Ti's footsteps, taking advantage of Zhang Ti's immunity to the restrictions of Kunlun Mountain to ascend alongside him. The irony was that he himself remained oblivious to this reality, believing it to be entirely of his own merit. Overly confident, Shun Gongbao looked down on Zhang Ti, thinking that the latter was merely fortunate to be ahead of him. It was as if he had stumbled upon a dead mouse by chance, believing himself to be the one lucky enough to find it. The audience could not help but chuckle. It seemed that Shun Gongbao's success was merely a stroke of luck. Had he known the truth, he would have been compelled to express profound gratitude to Zhang Ti. Otherwise, with Shun Gongbao's credentials, how could he possibly have ascended to the summit of Kunlun Mountain? Zhang Ti and Shun Gongbao reached the pinnacle of Kunlun Mountain, kneeling before the Yushu Palace, and together they called out, "We beseech the great Yuanshi to accept us as disciples." As Yuanshi appeared amidst celestial mist and divine light, the spectacle was indeed grand. Observing Zhang Ti and Shun Gongbao, Yuanshi felt nothing but disdain, his expression devoid of warmth. With Jiang being merely a common mortal with abysmal cultivation talent, and Shen Gongbao merely a leopard spirit, Yuanshi could hardly regard them with favor. Yet the saint's thoughts could discern the affairs of the world. The moment Jiang arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi had noted his identity as the one with the aspect of the flying bear. For the sake of the grand scheme of sealing deities, he reluctantly made the decision to accept Jiang as a disciple as for Shen Gongbao. Yuanshi initially intended to disregard him. However, upon witnessing the other party exploit a gap and ascend to the summit of Kunlun Mountain, he noted that despite his remarkably poor aptitude, there were redeeming qualities in his fate. Thus, he decided to take Shen Gongbao under his wing, preparing to use him as a pawn against Jie Jiao in the future. The listeners present, along with Tongtian, were all taken aback. They had not anticipated that Yuanshi was already preparing to confront Jie Jiao. How insidious indeed! They could only speculate how he would manipulate Shen Gongbao against Jie Jiao. It seemed that while Shen Gongbao appeared fortunate, he was, in fact, facing dire straits, unaware of the trials Yuanshi would impose upon him to counter Jie Jiao. Regardless, having joined the esteemed Chan Jiao, he was bound to encounter misfortune. The audience buzzed with discussions, some speculating on Yuanshi, while others focused on Shen Gongbao. These thoughts flitted through Tongtian's mind, his expression shifting between gloom and light, that he secretly lamented the close call. Had he not attended the storytelling today, he would have remained oblivious to Jiang falling under Yuanshi's control and would have been unaware of the latter's calculations against Jie Jiao. That a crafty Yuanshi, if you are unkind, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Just as the crowd was eagerly speculating on the unfolding story, Yifeng struck the wooden block twice, rising to clasp his hands and smile. To learn of what transpires next, please await our next gathering. Esteemed listeners, we shall meet again tomorrow. Just as the audience's anticipation peaked, Yifeng abruptly ceased his narration, prompting a chorus of lamentations. Tongtian couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. This Yifeng truly was a skilled storyteller. Leaving the audience in suspense was indeed tantalizing as the listeners departed from the Xinyu Pavilion. Some returned home while others sought entertainment elsewhere. Along the way, they engaged in lively conversation, inevitably mentioning the day's storytelling. What a thrilling session! That young brother Yi spoke of the Fengshan Bang with such excitement, only to abruptly stop at a crucial moment. Leaving me restless, indeed, we must arrive early next time to secure good seats. They were right. Such captivating storytelling was not to be missed. Unbeknownst to them, their chatter was overheard by 3 youths from Guanjinku. The youngest, Yang Chan, observed the departing listeners with curiosity and turned to her elder brothers, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, saying, "Eldest brother, second brother, shall we also attend the storytelling tomorrow?" Yang Jiao frowned slightly and replied, "Sister, storytelling merely recounts some ethereal tales. Guanjinku has storytellers as well. You've heard them since childhood. Aren't you tired of it? Moreover, we journeyed thousands of miles to Chaoge City to broaden our horizons, not for amusement." Yang Chan pouted, insisting, "But I've never heard the story of the Fengshan Bang. Look how captivated the people of Chaoge City are. Since we are here to gain knowledge, should we not experience it ourselves?" After saying this, she turned to her second brother, Yang Jian, and with a playful blink, added, "Second brother, don't you agree?" Yang Jian smiled indulgently at her and said to Yang Jiao, "Eldest brother, attending a storytelling session won't consume much of our time. If it proves dull, we can always leave. What do you think?" Yang Jiao rolled his eyes at Yang Jian, resignedly responding, "You, Erlang, will spoil our sister one day." "Very well, we shall attend tomorrow and see how the storytellers of Chaoge differ from those of Guanjinku." "Hooray! Eldest brother and second brother are the best!" Yang Chan cheered. After the audience had dispersed, Yifeng glanced at the over 20,000 points of astonishment he had accrued that day, but chose not to draw a reward immediately. Now that he possessed the Minghai Ju and had successfully integrated the stargazing body, he lacked only spiritual artifacts or treasures. Consequently, he continued to practice the Minghai Ju daily and decided against hastily drawing rewards, opting instead to accumulate points for higher-tier items in the future. With this thought, Yifeng began to meditate and cultivate. Suddenly, a resounding proclamation echoed through the heavens. From From this day forth, Kunlun Mountain shall widely recruit disciples. All who are fated may join the Chan Jiao. From this day forth, Shouyang Mountain shall widely recruit disciples. All who are fated may join the Ren Jiao. From this day forth, Jian Island shall widely recruit disciples. All who are fated may join the Jie Jiao, the Chan Jiao, the Western sect, the Ren Jiao, and the Jie Jiao. These four great sage sects simultaneously announced their recruitment of disciples, reverberating throughout the entire Hongwang world, causing great upheaval among countless beings who began to murmur among themselves. The recruitment of disciples by the sage sects was a rare occurrence for ordinary beings, seldom seen even once in millions of years. Who could have anticipated that on this day, four sects would jointly announce their recruitment? Amidst the astonishment, many beings of Hongwang began preparing to journey to the sacred grounds of these sections. By a relentlessly flowing river, an old fisherman sat patiently with his rod, awaiting a catch. Upon hearing the proclamation, he sprang to his feet, his eyes glinting with anticipation. After 70 years of solitude, fishing in the cold river, he had awaited this very day. It seemed as if the old fisherman had foreseen the sages recruiting disciples. He immediately packed provisions and set off for the Kunlun Mountain, the closest sacred ground, which lay countless miles away. Meanwhile, a transformed leopard, having survived a thunderous tribulation and taken on human form, was also preparing to journey to Kunlun Mountain in search of a master after hearing the sage's proclamation. The recruitment of disciples by the sages was a monumental opportunity. Anyone who could join a sage's sect would have the chance to attain the supreme Tao, as other beings marveled at the collective recruitment of disciples by the sages. Yi Feng within the Shunyu pavilion was gripped by fear, his legs trembling, his body quaking. A cold breeze swept through, nearly causing him to collapse, saved only by his hand gripping the wooden table. It's over. It's all over. This place is actually the Hongwang world. Yi Feng covered his face in shock, his pupils dilating with terror and regret. He had spent considerable time weaving tales about the Jade Emperor, the Six Saints, and even Hongjun. If these sages were to discover that he was here leaking the secrets of the Fengshan catastrophe, they could crush him with but a flick of their fingers. Perhaps he was fortunate that these great figures had yet to notice this insignificant character. Otherwise, he might very well become the fastest to perish among system-wielding traversers. System, did you not tell me this was an ordinary ancient world? You deceived me with tales of the Fengshan Bang. Are you a fool? You, Panjinlian system, are trying to kill me off to switch hosts, aren't you? How malicious. Yi Feng began to unleash a tirade against the true culprit. If it weren't for this wretched system deceiving him, he would never have dared to leak the secrets of the Fengshan Bang in the Hongwang world. The saying there are deities 3 feet above one's head was indeed applicable to his present situation. Who knew when a bolt of heavenly wrath might descend upon him? At that moment, a yellow smiley face appeared on the system panel. Host, please refrain from slandering this system, that if the host were to perish, where would I find another as handsome and dashing as you? Then why did you deliberately conceal that this is Hongwang and deceive me with tales of the Fengshan Bang? Yi Feng glared in anger. The system's voice, innocent yet self-satisfied, continued to explain, I did this for your own good. Had I revealed from the outset that this was the Hongwang world, would you have dared to speak of the Fengshan Bang and reap the benefits you currently enjoy? The Minghai Ju and the stargazing body are top-tier rewards from the prize pool. I have meticulously planned for your growth, host. Soon, you shall dominate the Hongwang world. Initially, Yi Feng found some merit in the system's flattery. However, he quickly sensed the absurdity of the situation. This was the Hongwang world. No matter how sweet the flattery, it paled in importance to his own life. Enough of your nonsense. Do you think I will continue to be deceived by tales of the Fengshan? Not a chance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Feng resolved to refrain from storytelling for the next few days, opting to observe the unfolding events. If he continued, he might inadvertently influence the Fengshan catastrophe, drawing the attention of those formidable figures, and that would spell his doom. At Jian Island, within the Bo Palace, as other sages began to open their doors wide to recruit disciples, Tongtian, naturally, could not fall behind. However, his primary motive for doing so was to conceal his own intentions. If the other sages were recruiting disciples while he remained idle, it would attract undue attention. After conveying the sound of the Tao regarding the initiation of disciples to the primordial realm, Tongtian's divine consciousness stirred slightly, and the brilliance emanated from the Niwen palace at his brow surged forth. From the blurred void before him, a figure emerged, a Taoist clad in green, holding a Rui scepter. This green-clad Taoist, whose form wavered between reality and illusion, was none other than the Lingbao Tianzun, the spiritual treasure of benevolent corpses severed by Tongtian, crowned with a swirling purple mist of auspicious clouds. Tongtian and Lingbao Tianzun exchanged respectful bows, and Tongtian spoke, "My dear friend, I have a matter to entrust to you." Lingbao Tianzun smiled and replied, "You wish for me to journey to Kunlun Mountain to seek a fated individual. Correct? Indeed. I implore you to conceal your aura, lest it be detected by nefarious beings." Tongtian responded with a slight nod. In days of yore, the 6 saints cultivated the sacred method to sever the 3 corpses, creating corpses that, while seemingly of the same essence as their true bodies, were in fact a wondrously intricate relationship, profound beyond comprehension. The conversation between Tongtian and Lingbao Tianzun flowed as if they were merely speaking to themselves, their minds intertwined in a secret communion that rendered their discourse remarkably convenient. The rationale for dispatching Lingbao Tianzun lay in Tongtian's position as one of the 3 pure ones. He shared the deepest understanding with Yuanshi. If Tongtian's true form were to approach Yuanshi's domain at Kunlun Mountain too carelessly, it could easily alert the other party, jeopardizing their plans. Lingbao Tianzun, being a benevolent corpse of yore, embodied the essence of the void's sword intent, elusive and intangible, making him the most suitable choice for the task of seeking individuals within enemy territory. Upon receiving instructions, Lingbao Tianzun promptly set forth to Kunlun Mountain in search of the fated individual. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, a boundary between the Taoist temple and the outside world, Lingbao Tianzun's form shimmered like a mirage as he scoured the surroundings for traces. After several days of stealthy observation, he finally discerned 2 targets along a winding mountain path leading to Kunlun. In the lead was an elderly man of the postnatal human race, wearing a conical hat and a raincoat. Unremarkable in appearance, yet exuding a striking presence. His gaze was resolute, and above him hovered the auspicious aura of a formidable tiger with wings sprouting from its ribs, displaying an impressive fierceness. Following closely was a gaunt figure in black robes, sporting a mustache and a black mole at the corner of his mouth, radiating a sinister aura, with the shadow of a black panther manifesting above him, an entity of the demon race newly in transformation. A postnatal human with the bearing of a tiger and wings sprouting from his ribs, truly a manifestation of the flying bear. The human is Jiang, and the panther spirit must surely be Shan Gongbao, mused Lingbao Tianzun as he floated in the air, observing them. The mountain path had taken a toll on Jiang and Shan Gongbao, who were utterly exhausted from their relentless journey to the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Had it not been for their unwavering resolve to pursue the Tao, they would have long since given up. Just as Jiang contemplated pausing for a drink, the void before them warped, and the green-clad Taoist, holding a Rui and crowned with auspicious clouds, appeared before them. "I am Lingbao Tianzun. You 2 are fated to join my sect. Would you be willing to follow me back to Jie Jiao and become disciples of Tongtian?" Lingbao Tianzun stated directly upon their first encounter. Given that Kunlun Mountain was, after all, Yuanshi's domain, and considering Yi Feng's prior mention that it should have been Yuanshi who took them as disciples, any delay would only invite further complications. Lingbao Tianzun, Jie Jiao, Jiang, and Shan Gongbao exchanged astonished glances, and in the next moment, their faces lit up with joy. Lingbao Tianzun was a revered figure, akin to encountering one of the 6 saints of the primordial era, although they could not fathom why they would meet Lingbao Tianzun at the Kunlun Mountain of the Chan sect. The fact that he was willing to accept them as disciples was an opportunity beyond their wildest dreams. Disciple Jiang, am willing, Jiang exclaimed as he knelt before Lingbao Tianzun with a thud. Shan Gongbao followed suit, declaring, "I, disciple Shan Gongbao, am also willing." In that case, let us return to Jie Jiao. Lingbao Tianzun replied, a satisfied smile gracing his features as the swirling auspicious clouds enveloped the three, transforming into a misty vision as they departed for Jie Jiao. Before leaving, Lingbao Tianzun unleashed a strand of void sword intent to erase all traces of their arrival at Kunlun Mountain. Thus, even if Yuanshi later learned that the bear-like individual had been intercepted by Tongtian, he would have no evidence to confront him at Tianyou Island. Lingbao Tianzun brought Jiangxia and Shun Gongbao to the Bio Palace to meet Tongtian, while he himself became a mere wisp and vanished from sight. Tongtian had been waiting there, having summoned many important disciples within the sect, including the 4 great direct disciples, the 7 immortals, and the notable outer disciple Zhao Gongming, along with the 3 Shaos and the 10 heavenly lords, preparing to introduce Jiangxia and Shun Gongbao to them. Upon seeing that the two indeed matched Yi Feng's descriptions, Tongtian felt a surge of excitement, though he maintained a composed facade. Jiangxia. Shun Gongbao, do you wish to take me as your master and become my direct disciples? As soon as these words were uttered, Jiangxia and Shun Gongbao's hearts raced with exhilaration. They had assumed that merely becoming ordinary disciples of Jie Jiao would be an immense fortune. Yet here they were, being offered the status of direct disciples right from the outset. The position of a direct disciple was exceedingly esteemed. Only those who garnered Tongtian's recognition could attain such a rank. Wielding considerable power within Jie Jiao and frequently receiving Tongtian's guidance, an opportunity that was rare for other disciples. The other Jie Jiao disciples standing nearby were utterly bewildered. How could it be that after countless millennia without accepting a single direct disciple, the master had suddenly taken in 2 at once? The most perplexing aspect was that one was an unremarkable postnatal human and the other an ordinary leopard spirit, even in Jie Jiao's inclusive environment. Such discipleships were nearly unheard of, yet the master sought to elevate them to direct disciples. It seemed unlikely they would ever break through to the celestial realm, even after millennia of cultivation. Amidst their confusion, many Jie Jiao disciples felt a swell of resentment. The foremost among the direct disciples, Duobao Daoist, though silent, inwardly regarded these two with disdain. The very notion of sharing the title of direct disciple with such individuals made him feel as though the honor had been sullied. Diminishing his own standing to an unthinkable degree, the long-eared Dingguang Xian, one of the 7 immortals, was consumed by jealousy and indignation, believing he, as the most senior disciple of Jie Jiao, deserved the title of direct disciple after years of effort and toil. Instead, 2 newcomers had usurped that position, a most intolerable affront. Even those disciples who were usually amiable could not help but question Tongtian's decision, feeling envy toward Jiangxia and Shun Gongbao. Yet, the words of a sage could not be contradicted. Despite their discontent, they dared not voice their objections. It was evident that Tongtian had summoned them for a reason, and had even dispatched a benevolent corpse to retrieve them, underscoring his utmost regard for Jiangxia and Shun Gongbao. Any dissent would be tantamount to openly opposing their master, a foolish endeavor they would never undertake. Jiangxia and Shun Gongbao noticed the disapproving and disdainful glances from the other Jie Jiao disciples. But they feigned ignorance as newcomers with humble cultivation. They expected little cooperation from others and deemed it prudent to avoid offending anyone. Without a moment's hesitation, they knelt and respectfully stated, "Disciple Jiangxia wishes to pay homage and seeks the master's teachings in celestial arts." Disciple Shun Gongbao wishes to pay homage and seeks the master's teachings in celestial arts. Tongtian's expression grew serious as he declared, "In my Jie Jiao, we embrace all without discrimination, never concerning ourselves with the backgrounds or qualities of our disciples. Once you join Jie Jiao, you are my disciples. Remember, your resolve to pursue the Tao must not waver. Do not harm your fellow disciples, and do not slaughter sentient beings. Should you defy this, I shall impose severe punishment." While Jiangxia was of paramount importance, Tongtian remained steadfast in his principles. The rules could not be altered. Jiangxia and Shun Gongbao hurriedly performed the rites of discipleship, proclaiming loudly, "We shall abide by the master's teachings." Tongtian waved his sleeves, conjuring a gentle breeze that lifted them to their feet, and then bestowed upon them Taoist robes, scriptures, various cultivation elixirs, and a token signifying their status as disciples. Thus, Jiang and Shun Gongbao officially joined Jie Jiao, becoming disciples under Tongtian's tutelage. Their expressions revealed their uncontainable excitement. Prior to this moment, they had never imagined they would so easily become direct disciples of Tongtian, gaining access to the cultivation methods imparted by Sage and the opportunity to attain the Tao. Tongtian too felt a sense of relief. The bear-like individual had successfully joined Jie Jiao without any unforeseen complications. Truly a fortuitous outcome. Grateful was he for Yi Feng's foresight. At this moment, Tongtian was filled with profound admiration and gratitude towards Yi Feng. Subsequently, he addressed the disciples of the Jie sect beside him with a stern voice, stating, "You two junior brothers have just joined the Jie sect, and from now on, you must take good care of each other. The calamity is imminent, and it is imperative that the Jie sect stands united to weather this storm." Tongtian, having discerned the dissatisfaction among his disciples, specifically summoned them and conferred the titles of personal disciples upon Jiang and Shun Gongbao. This not only underscored his esteem for these two, but also served as a deterrent for the other disciples, dissuading them from provoking Jiang, lest it hinder their endeavors during the impending calamity. In this manner, he hoped to foster a sense of belonging in Jiang towards the Jie sect, believing that should the disciples face difficulties in the future, Jiang, as the keeper of the function list, would extend a helping hand. Tongtian had truly exerted considerable effort for the sake of the Jie sect. The disciples, aware of Tongtian's temperament, knew that he despised oppression and exclusion among peers, especially now. Amidst the looming calamity, internal strife was intolerable. They dared not disregard the words of the sage and immediately nodded in agreement, pledging to heed their master's teachings. The instant Tongtian accepted Jiang and Shun Gongbao as disciples. Hongjun, the Grand Master of Heaven, abruptly awakened from his meditative state. In the formless chaos, Hongjun's gaze turned towards the primordial world, his countenance filled with shock. How could there be such unexpected developments in the primordial realm? According to the plan, Jiang and Shun Gongbao were meant to join the Chan sect together. Hongjun's expression wavered, his pale pupils reflecting scenes from several hours prior at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, where the Lingbao Tianzun, who was not meant to appear, had stealthily arrived there ahead of time. Observing Lingbao Tianzun's actions, Hongjun felt that this individual must have already known that Jiang and Shun Gongbao would come to Kunlun Mountain. A chill swept over Hongjun's gaze, revealing a sinister glint. If not for someone leaking the heavenly secrets, how could this have been known? Hongjun did not believe that Tongtian, who had just left the Zixiao Palace, could immediately be aware of Jiang and Shun Gongbao's existence. Behind this occurrence, there had to be someone deliberately divulging the heavenly secrets, informing Tongtian, which prompted him to send Lingbao Tianzun to secretly intercept them. With this thought, Hongjun's previously tranquil mind became unsettled. He began to channel his powers, summoning a supreme force, the power of the heavenly Dao, the Grand Master of Heaven. Hongjun possessed the ability to harness the power of the heavenly Tao. Empowered by this force, his pale pupils instantly reflected Tongtian's figure, with threads of causality extending from it. Following these threads, countless past events related to Tongtian unfolded, his path to enlightenment, the acceptance of disciples, and the disputes at the Zixiao Palace. However, no matter how Hongjun traced back Tongtian's past, he found a complete void regarding how Tongtian had learned of Jiang. All he knew was that upon returning to the primordial realm, Tongtian had immediately sent Lingbao AS for the events in between. They were inscrutable, as if they did not exist at all. Gradually, Hongjun's expression darkened further. He had meticulously plotted everything, yet Jiang still managed to join the Jie sect. This unexpected turn of events was indeed monumental, certain to impact the entire Fengshan calamity. Therefore, everything must be restored to its rightful course. At Bo Palace, after advising his disciples on several matters, Tongtian allowed them to disperse. Jiang and Shun Gongbao, the two newly accepted disciples, were led by a Taoist boy to settle in Jian Island. Once the other Jie sect disciples had departed, the three heavenly sisters chose to remain. Yin Xiao inquired, "Master, your acceptance of Jiang and Shun Gongbao as personal disciples, could it be related to the calamity?" The three sisters, having previously heard Yi Feng's storytelling, were aware of the calamity and understood its implications for the disciples of the four sects. Thus, they possessed more knowledge than the other disciples, and having witnessed Tongtian's unusual actions, they posed this question. Not wishing to conceal the truth from the three sisters, Tongtian candidly replied, "That day, prompted by your mention, I made a special trip to the Xinyue Pavilion, where I was fortunate enough to receive guidance from an esteemed elder. I learned that Zhang Zia is a natural-born flying Baran, the ordained keeper of the function list. A pivotal figure in the sealing of the gods of AS for the other, Shen Gongbao. I observed his fortune and foresaw his future significance." The three sisters were utterly astonished. The storyteller at the Xinyue Pavilion was indeed a being surpassing even the Grandmaster. Even their own sage master had to refer to him as an elder. Amidst their shock, they also felt a surge of joy and excitement. With the guidance of this elder, the Jiesek situation amid the calamity was certainly looking much more optimistic. They were grateful they hadn't sought out Wen Zhong's nephew earlier, but instead visited the Xinyue Pavilion to listen to the elder's tales. Otherwise, they might not have encountered such an opportunity. Yin Xiao, having completely abandoned her previous resentment towards Yi Feng, respectfully inquired of Tongtian, "Master, may we still visit the Xinyue Pavilion to listen to stories?" This elder possessed immense abilities, and the three sisters were acutely aware that their previously disrespectful demeanor had likely been noted by him. Hence, they had been feeling anxious ever since their last visit. Although they had contemplated returning to listen, they feared offending Yi Feng and refrained from doing so. Tongtian recalled Yi Feng's prior guidance, realizing that the elder was not only magnanimous but also quite approachable. Seeing the three sisters' apprehensive expressions, Tongtian reassured them, "Fear not. Elder Yi Feng is broad-minded and will not hold grudges easily. However, should you choose to visit again, be sure to conduct yourselves with the utmost respect." Observing the beauty of the three sisters, Tongtian felt a sense of anticipation. If they could forge a connection with Elder Yi Feng, it would indeed be a fortuitous endeavor. The three sisters, upon hearing this, were overjoyed. Indeed, a single phrase from an elder could be worth more than a decade of study. With Elder Yi Feng's capabilities, should they receive even a fragment of his guidance, it would undoubtedly be an immense fortune. Had they not seen how their master so highly regarded him? It was so effortless for him to identify Zhang Zia, the key figure in the sealing of the gods. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I shall take my leave now." The three sisters expressed their gratitude and hurriedly departed for Chaoge City. Watching them leave, Tongtian's smile gradually faded. During the 2 days that Lingbao Tianzun had been stationed at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Yi Feng had not opened the door to tell stories, causing Tongtian, who had been keeping a close watch on the Xinyue Pavilion, to feel increasingly restless. Firstly, he feared that unforeseen complications might arise after intercepting Zhang Zia. Secondly, he yearned to learn more about the subsequent developments regarding the sealing of the gods. Now that Zhang Zia had successfully joined the Jie sect, what would be the next step? With the calamity looming, the heavenly secrets remained shrouded in chaos, and even a sage like Tongtian could not discern the future trajectory. Without Yi Feng's illuminating presence, Tongtian, bearing the future of countless Jie sect disciples, dared not act recklessly. "I hope the elder will soon resume his storytelling," Tongtian murmured to himself. In Chaoge City, the three sisters returned to this mortal realm, their current emotions starkly contrasting with those they had felt upon their departure. Noticing that the Xinyue Pavilion remained closed, they conferred and decided to seek out Wen Zhong, who resided in Chaoge City. Previously, the three sisters had refrained from approaching Chaoge City for fear of drawing the ire of the enigmatic elder Yi Feng. But today they felt emboldened to visit their master's nephew. Wen Zhong was now the Grand Minister of the Shang dynasty, adept in both civil and military affairs. He had the authority to oversee the officials of the realm and was fiercely loyal to the current human emperor. Furthermore, he was also a disciple of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, a personal disciple of the Jie sect. The entrance of the Grand Minister's residence, Wen Zhong was overjoyed to see his three esteemed aunts arrive and hurriedly came forth to greet them. With a dignified appearance and a long beard, even while within his abode, he donned military attire, exuding an aura of battlefield ferocity that would send shivers down the spines of any unworthy individual who dared to gaze upon him. Yet before the three delicate maidens, Zhong humbly performed the rites of a junior, creating a scene that appeared truly remarkable to onlookers. Nephew, Zhong pays his respects to my three esteemed aunts. I was unaware of your distant arrival, and I beg forgiveness for my failure to welcome you properly, as Zhong spoke. The household servants had already surged out from the mansion, beating drums and gongs to welcome the three individuals with the utmost courtesy of the Deshan. In his early years, Zhong had caught the attention of the revered Golden Spirit Mother, who, recognizing his potential for cultivation despite being a postnatal human, brought him back to Goldenao Island to impart her teachings. The Golden Spirit Mother, as the foremost female immortal of Goldenao Island, maintained a close rapport with the three Xiaos. Through their frequent interactions, the three Xiaos often provided guidance to Zhong regarding his cultivation challenges, fostering a harmonious relationship among them. Subsequently, Zhong departed from Goldenao Island, entering the court of Chaoge to assist the three generations of human emperors, yet he remained deeply nostalgic for Goldenao Island and his esteemed mentor, the Golden Spirit Mother. Upon encountering his three esteemed aunts today, Zhong naturally approached them with the utmost seriousness to extend his greetings. However, it was merely a spontaneous decision for us three sisters to come and disturb you today. There is also an important matter we must convey, Yun Xiao stated straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Zhong felt a wave of surprise wash over him. What could be so significant that the three aunts had come specifically to seek him out? As the three Xiaos entered the grand hall of the Grand Preceptor's residence, they noticed that Zhong had not neglected his cultivation during these years in the mortal realm, which pleased them greatly. Observing that there were no outsiders present, Yun Xiao discreetly cast a spell to shield them from external perception before speaking. In Chaoge City, there lies a place called the Divine Words Pavilion, where a storyteller named Yi Feng resides. I shall now divulge everything regarding Yi Feng to Zhong. The Divine Words Pavilion is located within Chaoge City, the very territory of Zhong. If he inadvertently offended this esteemed elder, it would be quite unfortunate. Not only would he suffer the consequences, but could also implicate the Jie sect. With the impending calamity at hand, one must avoid courting disaster. Zhong, absorbing the weight of the three Xiao's words, was momentarily rendered speechless to think that such an extraordinary figure could be living in Chaoge City, masquerading as a mere storyteller. The very notion seemed preposterous, especially given that he could walk merely a few steps from his residence to the Divine Words Pavilion, yet remained completely unaware of its significance for so long. The three Xiaos, fully aware of the profound impact this revelation had on Zhong, remained patient, having experienced a similar shock upon learning the truth themselves. Once Zhong regained his composure and noted the serious demeanor of the three Xiaos, he realized this was no jest and promptly responded. I truly did not anticipate the existence of such a remarkable elder in Chaoge City that I shall pay a visit immediately to avoid any breach of etiquette. However, Bai Xiao swiftly intervened. Our master speculates that this elder, by choosing to be a storyteller, likely desires solitude and should not be disturbed. Should you approach unannounced, you may find yourself turned away. Worse yet, you might offend the elder, and even our master may not be able to protect you. Bai Zhao's words, though somewhat exaggerated given that Tongtian had previously mentioned Yi Feng's benevolent nature, were intended to dissuade Zhong from pursuing this course of action. To be frank, we have come to Chaoge City today specifically to hear this elder storytelling. Since the Divine Words Pavilion is currently closed, we must simply wait, added Xiong Xiao in agreement. Zhong nodded thoughtfully, understanding their perspective. Indeed, since this elder willingly embraced the role of a storyteller, it was likely he preferred not to be disturbed. It would seem he had acted impulsively, and he pondered whether he could accompany the three Xiaos to listen to the stories instead. The three Xiaos readily agreed, establishing themselves at the Grand Preceptor's residence while awaiting the opening of the Divine Words Pavilion. Meanwhile, Yifeng had been diligently cultivating these past few days, making swift progress with the Ming Hai Ju after merging with the stellar body. Under normal circumstances, such advancements would elate him. However, lately, he found himself in a state of unease. Since discovering he had entered the world of Honghuang, filled with a multitude of powerful beings, anxiety plagued him, especially at the outset, when he feared that a sage might suddenly appear and uproot his very rooftop. Sighing, he thought, After so many days of silence, surely nothing is amiss? Perhaps he could shift his storytelling focus away from the Fengshen narrative. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system's voice chimed in once more. Host need not worry. The reason you garnered so many astonishment points previously was due to the presence of a formidable figure among your audience. If anything were to go awry, it would have happened long ago, rather than waiting until now. Moreover, the system has thoughtfully provided you with a heavenly mechanism shielding service, aptly termed invisible storytelling. Not even the Tao ancestor Hongjun can deduce your whereabouts. Fear not. Continue with the Fengshen narrative and seize this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's legs grew weak with trepidation. He had never anticipated that he had already drawn the attention of powerful beings in Honghuang, without knowing who they were, hidden away in obscurity. This confounded system is infuriating. What kind of heavenly mechanism shielding is this? It's merely a matter of time before some significant figure learns of my activities. Should he continue with the Fengshen narrative, it will be tantamount to courting death. Yi Feng recalled the resonant words of the sages he had previously heard, correlating them with the contents of the Fengshen list. It was evident that the 6 sages had departed from the Zishao Palace and returned to Honghuang to begin accepting disciples. In other words, the calamity of Fengshen had already commenced. This was the most terrifying and far-reaching tribulation in Honghuang, one from which even sages could not emerge unscathed. What chance did a mere storyteller like him have? Continuing to narrate the Fengshen would only invite further complications from those formidable figures among his audience, who could potentially disrupt the progression of the tribulation, thereby implicating him as well. At best, I might end up with my bones scattered. At worst, I could suffer a fate worse than death, becoming a mere subject of experimentation for the sages. Host, you are a transmigrator, possessing advantages that the beings of Honghuang lack. As long as you persist with the Fengshen narrative, accumulating astonishment points to enhance your strength, you will undoubtedly avoid succumbing to the calamity of the 5 decays of heaven and man. Host knows that this is the Honghuang world and understands that cultivators inevitably face the 5 decays of heaven and man. Correct? Listening to the system's incessant prattle, Yi Feng felt an overwhelming urge to strangle it. Damn it, if I had known better, I would have simply refrained from drawing lots and cultivating altogether. Then I wouldn't have to deal with this calamity. The so-called 5 decays of heaven and man refer to the 5 inexplicable tribulations that cultivators endure. If one's strength is insufficient or one's fortune lacking, failing to surpass even one of these trials could result in the loss of cultivation or, in the worst-case scenario, utter annihilation. Grasping his head in distress, Yi Feng ultimately made a decision. All right, tomorrow I shall open the doors and continue with the Fengshen narrative, even tackling the more significant tales. A dead pig fears no boiling water. His decision was not made in haste. Rather, it was the result of careful contemplation. In a typical low martial world, he could comfortably enjoy life as an ordinary person. However, this was Honghuang. Being weak would inevitably lead to moments beyond his control. Even if he refrained from storytelling, as a member of the human race in this world, could he truly escape the tribulation unscathed? When deities clash, mortals suffer. This was no jest. When others engage in a battle of magic and sparks fly, the consequences could be catastrophic for the land of Honghuang. The only reliable strategy was to enhance his strength and take charge of his own destiny. Thus, even while harboring grievances against the system for its earlier concealment, Yi Feng resolved to take risks in pursuit of prosperity and continue his storytelling of the Fengshen. The following day, before the doors of the Divine Words Pavilion, a large crowd of eager listeners gathered early. Just as they had in previous days, staring at the still-closed entrance, they began to chatter among themselves. What a disappointment! Yi Xiaoge has not opened the doors for several days now. Could it be that he won't open them today, either? Who knows? Just a few days ago, several sages announced their intent to recruit disciples throughout Honghuang, mirroring the narrative from Yi Xiao Ji's Fengshen tale. Oh, you suppose the tribulation is truly upon us? Indeed, I have pondered this too. Could it be that Yi Xiaoge is actually a hidden immortal, which is why his predictions are so accurate? Don't be ridiculous. I live on this street. I've watched that Yi kid grow up. If he were an immortal, I might as well defecate standing on my head. I've seen him grow up without any pretense. I know best whether he is an immortal or not, if he simply got lucky once. Stumbled upon the right answer, and now fears sage retribution, which is why he has been hiding away from storytelling. Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, as an increasing number of neighbors claimed to have watched Yifeng grow up, the consensus emerged that Yifeng had merely stumbled upon a dead rat. What kind of immortal could he be? It all seemed utterly unreliable. Only someone with an absurdly idle mind would come here to regale mere mortals with tales. Surely, he was hiding from the wrath of the saints. Little did they know, if they combined the various speculations circulating among them, they would almost uncover the truth of the matter at this moment. The three siblings of the Yang family, who had come to explore Chaoge City, were also amidst the throng that a few days prior they had heard others mention how captivating the tales from the proprietor of the Tianyou Pavilion were, particularly regarding the Fengshen Bang. Thus, they planned to return the following day to listen to the storytelling. However, upon their arrival, they discovered the doors were closed. Initially, they considered abandoning their plans, but overhearing several eager listeners remarking on the storyteller's fortuitous mention of the calamity piqued their curiosity. Consequently, they decided to return each day to check if the Tianyou Pavilion would open. Having just caught wind of the surrounding discussions, the Yang siblings realized that the storyteller had inadvertently stumbled upon the topic of the calamity, which left them somewhat disheartened. Nonetheless, given the numerous accolades regarding the Fengshen Bang, they resolved to remain and listened. At the same time, Tongtian was also among the crowd, awaiting the opening of the Tianyou Pavilion. Although he had taken Zhang Jie and Shan Gongbao as disciples, and the situation seemed to be tilting in his favor, for reasons unbeknownst to him, a sense of unease had recently settled within him. With the calamity at hand, Tongtian found himself unable to predict the future, which only added to his disquiet. Thus, he had come in person today, hoping to ascertain whether the elder would open the doors. Should they remain closed, he intended to seek an opportunity for a private audience. Hearing the surrounding spectators speculate that the elder was hesitant to open the doors out of fear of retribution from the saints and Hongjun Daozu, struck Tongtian as utterly ludicrous. After all, the elder was a being beyond even that of Daozu. What in the vast primordial world could possibly intimidate him? As for the elder's reasons for not opening today, Tongtian had considered that perhaps after intercepting Zhang Jie and Shen Gongbao, subsequent developments had necessitated the elder to reassess the trajectory of the calamity. Just then, the doors of the Tianyou Pavilion creaked open, revealing Yifeng, who appeared as composed as ever, with a hint of apology. He said, "Ahem, my sincerest apologies. Esteemed guest, I have been preoccupied with matters of late and was unable to open the doors for storytelling. Haha. Brother Yi, I thought you had fled. It's merely a happenstance mention of the calamity. No need for worry. Surely, a distinguished saint would not quibble with us mere mortals." Someone jested, believing Yifeng might have contemplated escaping. Indeed, this is simply our amusement as mortals. The saints have far greater concerns. Others chimed in agreement. Why Yifeng smiled without uttering a word, merely gesturing for them to enter. The listeners filed in eagerly, taking their seats without delay. The trio of Sanxiao and Wenzhong had also arrived earlier. Upon spotting Tongtian among the audience, Wenzhong was momentarily taken aback, nearly bowing in respect, but was fortunately restrained by Yunxiao and the others. Thus maintaining his anonymity, he obediently followed Sanxiao to find a place to sit. At this juncture, Yifeng noticed some new faces among the audience, which was typically a positive sign. The more listeners there were, the greater the potential for astonishment. However, his gaze fell upon an exceptionally handsome visage, one that struck him as both remarkably familiar and startling. In a corner of the Tianyou Pavilion sat three individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men, with striking brows and bright eyes, exuded an air of gallantry. Yifeng was astonished to recognize that this man bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiao and Jian, one of the 4 beauties of the world from his previous life. Could it truly be such a coincidence? Was this individual the true incarnation of Erlang Shun in the primordial world? Yifeng's mind instinctively flashed to this notion, for Jiao and Jian's portrayal of Erlang Shun had left an indelible mark on the collective memory. Yet upon reflection, he dismissed this possibility. After all, the saints had only just begun accepting disciples, and young Erlang, young Jian, was still at Guanjingku, without any cultivation to his name. How could he possibly be present in Chaoge City? It was surely a mere coincidence. Among the myriad beings in the primordial realm, it was not unusual to encounter someone with a similar appearance. The individual whom Yi Feng mistook for the otherworldly Jiao and Jian was, in fact, Yang Jian, who sat alongside his brother Yang Jiao and sister Yang Chan, blissfully unaware that he had caught Yi Feng's attention. Clearing his throat, Yi Feng was about to continue with the Fengshan Bang when the system's voice unexpectedly chimed in. Based on the assessment. For this storytelling session, the host is required to narrate the legend of Erlang, which will yield substantial astonishment points. Wait, the legend of Erlang? Yi Feng's gaze shifted back to the corner where Jiao and Jian Saturday. No way, this was no mere coincidence. This Jiao and Jian must be the true Erlang Shun. Yi Feng now had a better understanding of the system, aware that it undoubtedly intended to lead him into a perilous situation. How could he possibly narrate the legend of Erlang in front of the true Erlang Shun without garnering an overwhelming amount of astonishment points? Damned system. Previously, Yi Feng would have unhesitatingly accepted such a proposition, ignorant of the ramifications. However, now he hesitated, gritting his teeth before ultimately agreeing, so be it. After all, he was a traveler endowed with a system. What was there to fear? With a decisive clap of his hand against the wooden board, Yi Feng brandished his folding fan and began his tale. Esteemed listeners, today I shall present a new story, the legend of Erlang. Why, amidst a perfectly good narrative of the Fengshan Bang, had he suddenly shifted to an unheard-of legend of Erlang? In the crowd, Tongtian instinctively furrowed his brow. He had been eagerly anticipating the continuation of the Fengshan Bang, only to be met with this abrupt change. Could it be that the elder had not yet fully deduced the follow-up to the calamity? Tongtian pondered, unable to conceive of any other explanation. Suddenly, a startling realization struck him. The elder had been narrating quite well, yet he had not sought permission before altering the course of the calamity, which might have forced the elder to invest additional time in re-evaluating the situation. Would the elder harbor grievances against him for this? If even a saint like himself could not fathom the intricacies of the calamity, how could he afford to offend the elder? Regret washed over Tongtian. He should have subtly hinted at his intentions before intercepting Jiangxia and Shen Gongbao. The other listeners, having heard Yi Feng's sudden change of narrative, began to protest vocally. We want to hear the Fengshan Bang. We've been waiting eagerly for the continuation. Indeed, Brother Yi, please proceed with the Fengshan Bang. We are most curious about what the saint did after taking disciples. The legend of Erlang was unfamiliar to them. Surely it could not compare to the excitement of the Fengshan Bang. With a calm demeanor, Yi Feng clapped his hands once more and assured them. Please remain calm. Everyone, did I guarantee that the story of the legend of Erlang will be as captivating as the Fengshan Bang. Upon hearing this, the crowd gradually quieted down, continuing to listen intently. Most of them were not first-time listeners of Yi Feng's storytelling and had some understanding of his capabilities. Knowing he was not one to speak lightly, they decided to give it a chance. In the corner, the Yang siblings, upon hearing the title of the legend of Erlang, felt a spark of curiosity. The title suggested it was a biography of a certain individual, though they remained uncertain about who it might be and whether the story could rival the Fengshan Bang. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Jiao expressed his confusion. What if this Erlang refers to you, second brother? Erlang, Yang Erlang. Yang Jian chuckled at this playful remark. If there is a biography about Erlang, then he must surely attain great glory in the future, becoming a general and earning titles. Ha ha ha. The three siblings took this as mere jest, not taking it to heart. After all, there were countless individuals across the realm named Erlang. How could Yang Jian possibly be the protagonist of this legend of Erlang? At this moment, Yi Feng's expression grew serious as he prepared to commence the tale. Once upon a time, the Jade Emperor's sister, Yao Ji, sustained grave injuries while apprehending the three-headed Jiao demon that had fled the heavenly court. A portion of her celestial heart was torn asunder, forcing her to seek refuge in a dilapidated abode among mortals to recuperate. However, her injuries were severe and recovery proved difficult. Before long, her mortal form would wither away, leaving her a wandering spirit without a body. By chance, a mortal named Yang Tianyou happened upon her, and, moved by her plight, expressed his admiration for her courage in slaying demons. He immediately offered to share his heart with her. Once the secret technique was completed, Yaoji emerged from danger, and the two shared a profound connection. As the sister of the Jade Emperor, Yaoji had cultivated for countless millennia, yet this was the first time she encountered a man who would selflessly rescue her. Although he was merely immortal, Yaoji found herself hopelessly enamored with him. The two fell deeply in love, and soon after, Yaoji bore 3 children, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan, settling at Guanjinku, where they lived a life of bliss surpassing even that of the immortals. The other listeners were captivated by the tale, for at this time, the legend of the cowherd and the weaver girl had yet to emerge. The story of a celestial maiden marrying an ordinary man was particularly intriguing, heightening their anticipation for what was to come. However, given that this narrative was titled The Legend of Erlang, the names Yaoji and Yang Tianyou seemed irrelevant. Yet the 3 siblings, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan, exchanged astonished glances, for the narrative bore an uncanny resemblance to their own names. Yaoji and Yang Tianyou were indeed their mother and father, and the 3 children corresponded precisely to them. Was this merely a coincidence? Furrowing his brow, Yang Jiao pondered the peculiarities of this situation, feeling it was too coincidental for comfort. If it were a coincidence, it should not align so perfectly with their identities. How could their mother, an ordinary woman, be the sister of the Jade Emperor? How could the storyteller dare to fabricate such a tale about their mother? Yang Chan, while shocked, evidently found it hard to believe Yi Feng's words, dismissing him as a fabricator unworthy of trust. Initially, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian also struggled to accept the notion that their mother was the sister of the Jade Emperor. It was simply too outrageous. Yet, as Yang Jian recalled their past, he furrowed his brows and remarked, "Elder brother, younger sister, do you remember? From the moment we were born, we possessed extraordinary strength, far surpassing that of ordinary beings. Just recently, elder brother, you even gained the ability to traverse the skies, carrying me and our sister across vast distances from Guanjinku to Chaoge City." Hearing this, Yang Jiao and Yang Chan began to connect the dots, recalling their unique abilities, and were increasingly bewildered. Initially, they believed their talents were mere gifts, but after hearing Yi Feng's account, it suddenly felt profoundly unsettling. Coupled with previous listeners mentioning that the storyteller at Shun Yui Pavilion had accurately predicted the sage's gathering of disciples, it now seemed clear that this was no accident. The storyteller must possess extraordinary insight, for such coincidences could not occur without reason. At this moment, the 3 siblings from the Yang family were convinced that the tale of the legend of Erlang was indeed a recounting of their own family's history. If their mother were the sister of the Jade Emperor, did that not imply that the Jade Emperor was their uncle? Yang Chan blinked in astonishment, with a sudden clap of his hand against the wooden board. Yi Feng's voice resonated, jolting the listeners from their reverie. He continued, "The celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, unhesitatingly marrying a common man, may seem enchanting, yet behind this facade lies a vast conspiracy." With his folding fan concealing his face, he revealed his piercing eyes, his tone grave, casting an eerie atmosphere over Shun Yui Pavilion, the conspiracy. The listeners, who had been immersed in a romantic tale, were taken aback by Yi Feng's sudden shift, revealing that all of this was a scheme. The 3 siblings felt an ominous sensation rising uncontrollably within them. First and foremost, Yaoji was the goddess of war in the heavenly realm, her powers immeasurable, while Yang Tianyou was merely an ordinary man. The disparity between the celestial and mortal realms was vast. How could they share a single heart without conflict? To put it bluntly, could a mighty dragon coexist with the heart of an ant? The listeners nodded in agreement, beginning to murmur amongst themselves. That makes sense. That if Yang Tianyou's appearance was not coincidental, then who orchestrated this scheme against the goddess of war? They wondered aloud, astonished by the audacity of such a plotter, questioning whether the Jade Emperor would retaliate. Listening to Yi Feng's narration and the surrounding discussions, the Yang siblings felt a renewed shock. The marriage of their parents was a grand conspiracy. They recalled the tender moments shared at Guanjinku, where their parents' love seemed unwavering. If this were indeed a conspiracy, what fate awaited their mother and father? Yi Feng continued, "Since it is a conspiracy, it necessitates a pawn. Yang Tianyou's arrival was no accident. He was a disciple of the Western sect, subtly instructed by the sage of the West, becoming a pawn aimed at the heavenly realm, destined to ensure that Yaoji faced the punishment for breaching the celestial law against mortal interaction. Imagine the sister of the Jade Emperor transgressing the heavenly decree. What would the world think of him? If mishandled, the authority of the heavenly realm would undoubtedly suffer. Listeners were incensed, their hearts ablaze with indignation. This sage is truly treacherous, a shameless scoundrel, utterly detestable. A sage indeed, he is nothing but a man of unscrupulous means. Though Tongtian was hearing of this for the first time, he found it unsurprising. This was the very nature of the sage, to employ such underhanded tactics, a scheme that fit his character. Meanwhile, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan felt a tumult of emotions, their hearts heavy. They had never anticipated that their parents' marriage was a monumental conspiracy. Once the truth emerged, the consequences would be dire. Their mother would undoubtedly face severe punishment for violating the celestial law, and as her children, they too would be implicated if fortune turned against them. Their very lives could be at stake. Moreover, what a cruel reality it would be for their mother. What had once been a loving relationship would now be revealed as a web of deceit. The impact of such a revelation would be devastating. At that moment, Yi Feng continued. One day, the Jade Emperor finally sensed something amiss that in the heavens. A day equals a year on earth. Why had his sister been absent for so long while pursuing the three-headed Jiao? This calculation led him to uncover the truth of Yaoji's liaison with a mortal. Although the Jade Emperor cherished his sister, for the sake of the heavenly realm's dignity and the tenuous balance he had maintained, he had no choice but to dispatch celestial soldiers to Guanjinku to apprehend Yaoji. If that were the extent of it, perhaps young Tianyou and his children would merely be separated from Yaoji, never to meet again. However, the scheming sage, in a bid to escalate tensions, covertly employed underhanded tactics, leading to the accidental death of Yaoji's eldest son, Yang Jiao, during the ensuing conflict. Following this, Yang Jian was taken under the wing of the Jade Ding real person of the Chan sect. While Yang Chan was secretly rescued by Nua A.S. for Yaoji, she was to be eternally suppressed beneath the Peach Mountain. Upon hearing this, the listeners were engulfed in fury to this sage truly a saint? How utterly shameless to employ such treacherous tactics and ultimately harm a mortal. They raged, realizing that with Yang Jiao's demise and Yaoji's suppression by the heavenly realm, the surviving Yang Jian and Yang Chan would inevitably harbor resentment towards the Jade Emperor, their own uncle. The sage intended to sow discord within their family, all for his own gain. What a nefarious plot. Yet, how would the story unfold? Would Yang Jian and Yang Chan remain oblivious to the truth? The crowd buzzed with speculation, while Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan felt an indescribable heaviness in their hearts. They could hardly fathom that their once harmonious and joyful family would face such a fate. Just as the audience eagerly awaited Yi Feng to continue, he abruptly struck the wooden board twice. To discover what lies ahead, please await the next installment. Yi Feng smiled and bowed, bidding farewell to the gathered listeners. This rendition of the legend of Erlang was indeed as captivating as he had previously claimed, rivaling even the Investiture of the Gods. Some attentive audience members noted the overlap of characters between the legend of Erlang and Investiture of the Gods. Recognizing the appearances of the Jade Emperor, the Sage of the West, and the somewhat lesser-known Jade Ding real person, who also featured in the legend of Erlang. Gradually, the audience became increasingly engrossed in the legend of Erlang, with some expressing their intention to return the following day for more, setting aside Investiture of the Gods for the time, being Yi Feng took note of the audience's opinions and suggestions. Understanding that to grow stronger and survive in this tumultuous world, he needed the audience to provide him with moments of astonishment. Meanwhile, the three siblings from the Yang family departed early, no longer concerned with exploring Chaoge. They needed to return and inform their mother. Since their mother was the sister of the Jade Emperor and a goddess of war, if she could be forewarned of the conspiracy, perhaps she would devise a countermeasure. The three siblings, lost in their thoughts, had already embarked on their journey homeward. Wen Zhong had initially intended to linger and pay a visit to Yi Feng, hoping to foster a closer relationship. However, upon noticing that Tongtian Zushi had also not departed, Evidently seeking an audience with an elder, he promptly recognized the situation and made his exit. Once the others had departed, Tongtian, under the alias Lu Tong, cautiously approached Yi Feng, who was busy tidying up his belongings. Ye Feng, he inquired, last time you mentioned that Jiang Zia would join the Chan sect. If he ultimately joins the Jie sect, how might the subsequent events unfold? Yi Feng recalled this devoted fan and assumed that the individual was merely succumbing to curiosity regarding the story's continuation. Yet the question that followed caught him off guard, leaving him at a loss for an answer. In the Fengshen Bang, Jiang Zia indeed joins the Chan sect, and that was the only version he was familiar with. How could he possibly know the outcome if Jiang Zia were to join the Jie sect? Yi Feng feared that this fan might pose further peculiar questions that would leave him flummoxed, and with a hint of impatience, he replied, "It is utterly impossible for Jiang Zia to join the Jie sect. Since such a scenario cannot occur, there will be no subsequent developments stemming from it. If you wish to learn about what transpires after his joining the Chan sect, I suggest you return next time for the storytelling." Tongtian's inquiries stemmed from a desire for knowledge, but also as a means to gauge whether the elder harbored any dissatisfaction towards him. Upon hearing Yi Feng's somewhat irritable tone, Tongtian felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, the elder had grown displeased with him. How foolish of him to pose such a strange question. Tongtian chuckled nervously, refraining from further conversation, and hurriedly exited the Shenyue pavilion, fearful that lingering would only exacerbate the elder's displeasure. However, Tongtian's heart was now fraught with unease and anxiety. On one hand, he was troubled by the elder's apparent discontent, and on the other, he was troubled by the elder's claim that Jiang Zia could never join the Jie sect. Could there be unforeseen twists in the story, perhaps leading Jiang Zia back to the Chan sect to become a disciple of Yuanshi? After much contemplation, Tongtian found himself at a loss for a rational explanation. Upon returning to Jian'ou Island, he extended his divine sense and discovered that Jiang Zia and Shen Gongbao were diligently practicing the Taoist arts he had imparted to them, despite their lackluster innate talents. They were earnest in their efforts, showing not the slightest hint of laxity. This revelation brought Tongtian a measure of relief. For the time being, Jiang Zia and Shen Gongbao had been bestowed the title of his disciples and were wholly devoted to their cultivation, making it unlikely they would betray the Jie sect in favor of the Chan sect. Could it be that Yuanshi would come to seize them? Surely he lacked the audacity for such an act. Tongtian began to speculate incessantly and attempted to deduce the heavenly mysteries, only to find himself in utter futility. For now, he could only take each step as it came, reflecting on the tales he had previously heard of Erlang. He couldn't help but lament the impending tribulations. Truly, the chaos was brewing. He remained unaware of the repercussions that Zhun Ti's schemes might provoke. Kunlun Mountain, the Yushu Palace, as the sacred abode of Yuanshi Tianzun, had been constructed with utmost extravagance since its inception. Each brick and tile was forged from supreme divine materials, and with the unique Taoist rhythms and formations imparted by the sage, the entire Yushu Palace radiated an unparalleled brilliance, its Tao light visible for miles around. Recently, the Chan sect had been bustling with the task of recruiting disciples. Upon hearing that the sage was actively seeking followers, countless beings flocked to Kunlun Mountain in droves. The majority of these beings possessed only inferior qualifications, rendering them insignificant in the Chan sect. Occasionally, a few with commendable gifts were accepted as third-generation disciples of the Chan sect, taught the Tao by the 12 golden immortals, such as Han Julong, Shui Ehu, Wei Hu, and Huang Tianhua, each becoming a disciple of one of the 12 golden immortals. However, none had the fortune of being personally accepted by Yuanshi Tianzun as a disciple. In the past few days, Yuanshi Tianzun had been feeling somewhat irritable, as if something of great importance had been taken from him. At the level of a sage, such feelings never arise without reason. There must be a cause behind it. Yuanshi attempted to deduce the specific reason, yet due to the chaotic heavenly secrets, he yielded no results. He personally surveyed the surroundings of Kunlun Mountain, but found nothing unusual. Just as Yuanshi was at a loss to comprehend the situation, he suddenly received a transmission from Hongjun Daozu. Hongjun Daozu recounted the entire sequence of events to Yuanshi Tianzun. "How dare you, Tongtian?" Upon learning that Jiang Zia, who was originally meant to join the Chan sect, had been intercepted by Tongtian at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi Tianzun's fury knew no bounds. His teeth grinding in wrath. The bearer of the flying bear's aspect was none other than the destined individual wielding control over the Fengshan Bang. Should he have joined the Chan sect, it would have granted the Chan sect an absolute advantage in the unfolding of the Fengshan events, diminishing the likelihood of Chan sect disciples being listed. The fact that such a pivotal figure had nearly been seized by Tongtian was infuriating. Simultaneously, Yuanshi Tianzun finally understood why he had been feeling so irritable in recent days, sensing an inexplicable loss of opportunity. It was indeed because of Tongtian. At present, Yuanshi was filled with both rage and concern. If Tongtian were to seize the opportunity to dominate the Fengshan narrative, it would undoubtedly spell misfortune for the Chan sect disciples. Should the Chan sect disciples be listed, it would greatly affect his own interests. Despicable! Yuanshi Tianzun instinctively considered going to Jian Island to demand an explanation from Tongtian, perhaps even reclaim the bearer of the flying bear aspect. However, he quickly realized that Tongtian had already severed ties with him at the Zixiao Palace. Going alone to his opponent's domain to retrieve someone would surely be disadvantageous. The best course of action would be to find a companion to discuss strategies together. Thus, Yuanshi Tianzun made his way to the Bang Palace on Shouyang Mountain to seek counsel from his elder brother. Taiqing. Brother Taiqing, the situation is as follows. Tongtian has repeatedly defied us, and now he has intercepted an opportunity that rightfully belongs to me. Such behavior deserves severe punishment. In the unadorned Bang Palace, Yuanshi Tianzun expressed his indignation and briefly recounted the events. Taiqing's demeanor was neutral. He neither nodded nor shook his head. Yuanshi Tianzun continued, Tongtian has strayed onto a wicked path. Why don't we join forces and send his ragtag disciples, those who are unworthy of the Tao, onto the Fengshan Bang? Once the Fengshan Bang is filled, the tribulation can be resolved, and the common folk can live in peace. Furthermore, the one who informed me of this news was none other than the Tao ancestor. Surely you understand what his intentions imply. While Yuanshi Tianzun spoke of the well-being of the common people, his true motives were self-serving, why resolving the tribulation, his disciples would be spared from peril, and his own Tao foundation would remain intact. Moreover, the Tao ancestor was indeed a formidable ally in the grand scheme of the tribulation, which involved the four sects, the 6 saints, and countless beings in the wilderness. The Tao ancestor's warning to Yuanshi Tianzun was a matter worthy of attention. Upon hearing this, Taiqing cast a glance at Yuanshi Tianzun and replied unhurriedly, since it is your opportunity, it must be reclaimed. However, this matter requires careful consideration. Clearly, the Tao ancestor's stance provided Taiqing with a justification to assist Yuanshi against Tongtian. After all, it was a contest between Yuanshi and Tongtian for disciples, and should conflict arise between the two, safeguarding their own interests would be paramount. Moreover, by allying with Yuanshi Tianzun, Taiqing would ensure the safety of the disciples of the human sect once Yuanshi gained the upper hand in the Fengshan tribulation. Yuanshi Tianzun was overjoyed. With the strongest among the 6 saints, Taiqing, lending his support, his chances of success had greatly increased. The bearer of the flying bear aspect was of utmost importance to any sage among us. We must, by all means, bring him under our wing, should Tongtian remain unrepentant. Yuanshi recalled the earlier quarrel at the Zixiao Palace, his expression hardening as he spoke each word with conviction. Tongtian had already tarnished his reputation. Having now snatched away his opportunity, there was no way he could let him off lightly. At Guanjiao, the naturally adept Yang Jiao led Yang Jian and Yang Chan on their journey, unceasingly traversing the skies, and after 3 days and nights, they finally returned to Guanjiao. The Yang residence, built by the lakeside, was modest in decoration yet exuded an air of elegance, with 9-leaf blue lotuses growing along the shore. Each year, when the lotuses bloomed, they attracted many passers-by who paused to admire their beauty. Thanks to the couple's charitable endeavors over the years, the Yang family had gained considerable renown in the area surrounding Guangzhou. Jiao, didn't you 3 say you were going to Chaoge City to broaden your horizons? Why have you returned so soon and in such a stealthy manner? Just as the 3 entered the Yang residence, Yao Ji appeared from the side, gazing at her 3 children with a puzzled expression. Yao Ji, whether in temperament or appearance, was breathtakingly beautiful. Even after bearing 3 children, she still appeared youthful and radiant. Her charm undiminished from her earlier years. Since leaving the heavenly court, her marriage had been blissful, her family harmonious, and she radiated vitality. Yang Jiao, wearied yet vigilant, glanced around cautiously and whispered, "Mother, is father at home?" Yang Chan and Yang Jian wore expressions of profound complexity, for they had come to grasp a truth that was too cruel for their deeply affectionate mother. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that they could not allow her to remain in ignorance. Otherwise, the fate of their entire family would be tragically dire. At the tea this moment, their father was not at home, but what on earth had transpired among the 3 of them? Had they truly caused trouble outside? Fearing their father's reprimand? There was no need for such worries. Although their father was somewhat stern, their mother was still present. Yao Ji sensed that her 3 children were acting rather oddly today. Shrouded in mystery, but her face radiated affection as she spoke. The 3 siblings breathed a sigh of relief at her words, exchanging determined glances before Yang Chan stepped forward, grasping her mother's right hand, and said softly, "Mother, what we are about to share is of utmost importance. No matter what happens, please listen to us. What is it, my little ones? Speak quickly, and do not jest at your mother's expense." Yao Ji replied, playfully tapping Yang Chan's nose with a smile. That at this moment, Yao Ji was still blissfully unaware of the looming truth. The 3 siblings, anxious about when Yang Tianyou might return, conveyed to Yao Ji the contents they had heard from the Divine Scriptures Pavilion in Chaoge City, each interjecting their words in turn. "This is the situation. We only know that our elder brother will meet his demise, while our younger sister and I have narrowly escaped with our lives. As for you, dear mother, you are to be suppressed under Taosan Mountain for all eternity by your uncle." After Yang Jian spoke, he and his siblings stood in a row, silent and solemn. Initially, Yao Ji maintained her composure as she listened, but with each passing moment, her heart surged with tumultuous emotions, akin to raging waves. Deep down, she subconsciously wished to deny the siblings' words, unwilling to believe that her genuine affection had been merely a facade of deceit. Yet, the more she pondered, the more the logic fell into place, revealing details even she was unaware of. There was no alternative to the truth. The truth. How could it be so? Why had I not perceived it before? Indeed, such a blatant coincidence, the immutable rule against love between celestial beings and mortals. How could I, as the divine warrior of the heavenly court, have so brazenly defied the celestial decree? Was it love? Or was it a scheme? Yao Ji felt her divine power surge forth, coalescing at the center of her brow. A wave of energy radiated from her, sending furniture flying, and had the 3 siblings not possessed innate divine strength, they might have been swept away. Crack! At that moment of astonishment, the sound of shattering pottery echoed through the air. Yao Ji's heart trembled, as if the dust had been wiped from her spiritual clarity, awakening her to an unparalleled lucidity. In this instant, she comprehended that it was Yang Tianyou who, taking advantage of her grievous injuries, had covertly employed a powerful mental influence, ensnaring her unaware and leading her to willingly marry him and share a life together. Such sorcery could typically sway one only temporarily, but due to their shared heart, coupled with Yang Tianyou's constant presence, he had persistently wielded this power, leaving Yao Ji oblivious to the unfolding anomalies. Now, having gleaned the truth from her children, she inadvertently dispelled the enchantment's effects. Awakening to the full reality, the 3 siblings looked at Yao Ji with worry etched across their faces, uncertain of what to say. They feared that their mother might not be able to bear the revelation. Yet at that moment, Yao Ji did not exhibit much sorrow. She gazed at her 3 children with a gentle expression. She reached out to tousle Yang Chan's hair, speaking soothingly, "No matter what happens, you will always be my children. Jianko is no longer safe. I shall send you away at once." The past was filled with conspiracies, deceptions, and false affections. Yang Tianyou had deceived her for so many years, leading her to grievously violate the celestial decree established by her brother. She would ensure that Yang Tianyou paid a heavy price. "Mother, what about you?" Yang Jiao said, panic rising as if he had guessed something. I want to stay with you, Yang Jian declared through clenched teeth. Mother, Yang Chan cried, clinging to Yao Ji's hand, unwilling to let go. This situation had become irredeemable. The only course left for her was to end it all alone. While they remained innocent, only by departing this realm of strife could they ensure their safety in this vast world. There would always be a place for them to stand. The three siblings must support one another, united in purpose to weather the storm together. Yao Ji concluded her words. She removed the hairpin from her head, letting her 3,000 strands of hair cascade like willow branches upon her shoulders. This was a phoenix tail pin, a superior postnatal spiritual treasure. Yao Ji infused it with her divine power, and the pin emitted a melodious chime, transforming into a phoenix adorned with vibrant feathers. Before the three siblings could react, they were swept away in a flash of light. Yes, they watched the luminous streak fade into the horizon. Yao Ji finally exhaled, relieved that she had no lingering concerns and could bring this chapter to a close. As evening fell, Yang Tianyou returned from his private lessons. His outward identity in a mortal realm was that of a scholar who had studied for years without attaining any honors, fortunate to come from an affluent lineage. Leading a relatively comfortable life, for over a decade, Yang Tianyou had lived this monotonous existence without dissatisfaction to outsiders. He appeared to be a genial scholar, a devoted husband, and a caring father. Madam, I have returned. Yang Tianyou entered the estate as usual. Yet at that moment, a blade of murderous intent shot towards the manor, its power so immense that it tore through the very fabric of space. A gaping black fissure appeared, mercilessly devouring the Yang estate and the surrounding scenery. This was indeed a strike of Grandmaster-level sword energy, capable of gravely injuring even a Tai golden immortal. To extinguish a mortal was as effortless as crushing an ant. Yang Tianyou sensed the deadly threat had locked onto him, and, disregarding everything else, radiant golden light erupted from his body. The sword energy struck, yet failed to harm him, dissipating instead under the backlash. What an impressive protective spell, he mused, surprised yet intrigued. Just then, the entire estate crumbled, and from the ruins emerged a figure with flowing hair and a long sword, gracefully suspended in the air, untouched by dust. It was the heavenly warrior Yao Ji, who had uncovered the truth. Yao Ji's beautiful eyes were cold as ice, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she regarded Yang Tianyou. She had never imagined that one day she would face her husband, with whom she had shared a bed for over a decade. In battle, this moment, her heart seethed with rage at Yang Tianyou's despicable actions. The love she had given so freely had turned out to be but a cruel deception. How could she bear such anguish and fury? It seems Yao Er has discovered the truth, Yang Tianyou replied, his voice low, golden light receding around him, yet his aura growing ever more potent, eventually surpassing Yao Ji's by a fraction. He observed this scene, understanding that the truth had been exposed, yet feeling no need to conceal anything further since his objective had been achieved. Traitor, prepare to die. Upon witnessing this, Yao Ji's final shred of hope evaporated, and in her fury, she lunged at Yang Tianyou with her sword. Yang Tianyou sighed, appearing resigned and unwilling, yet deep within his gaze lay an unyielding coldness, as frigid as ancient ice, devoid of any warmth. He raised his hand, striking a palm print through the air. Bodhi 3 insights, a cause that stirs the dust. The palm print, seemingly ordinary, was in fact a transformative technique, embodying supreme wisdom. It was a powerful spell imparted by sage. As Yao Ji came into contact with the palm print, her senses were overwhelmed, her spiritual clarity dulled, her thoughts muddled, memories fading into obscurity, as if she were to forget the past and relinquish her attachments. Yet in that fleeting moment, her treasured sword, the Tai gem sword, glimmered with radiant light, and Yao Ji regained a moment of clarity, understanding the situation, and her heart surged with fury. Despicable. In an instant, Yao Ji unleashed 100 sword energies, counteracting the palm print, finally shattering the mental interference. What a cause for dust. This technique can erase memories and alter personalities. You used this to ensnare me, did you not? Yao Ji, wielding her sword, fixed her gaze upon Yang Tianyou, enunciating each word with conviction. Should I call you Yang Tianyou, or should I refer to you as Master Huining of the Sixth Altar? Rumor had it that the Bodhi 3 insights could only be cultivated by those who had truly grasped the essence of Bodhi Zen. To her knowledge, for nearly 1,000,000 years, Huining of the Western sect was the sole individual to have mastered this technique. Only with such a sinister ability can one silently and imperceptibly influence my divine soul. Yang Tianyou neither denied nor affirmed, but calmly stated, "In days of yore, I received teachings from my master, cultivating the 3 insights of Bodhi. Our encounter is merely to guide a fated individual, to cleanse you of your murderous aura." Master Huining of the 6 Patents, a fleeting genius disciple of the Western teachings for nearly 1,000,000 years. Speculation abounds regarding this disciple of the Western teachings within the primordial realm. Some claim he is the reincarnation of a golden boy, endowed with boundless magical powers, while others assert that Huining is favored by fortune, advancing in his cultivation at an astonishing rate. However, many are unaware that Huining's origins lie among the postnatal human race. It turns out that the majority of human beings possess exceedingly poor qualifications for cultivation, to the extent that one could argue they have no opportunity for it at all. Yet, Yang Tianyou, equally lacking in talent, joined the Western teachings and, upon comprehending their Zen principles, experienced an epiphany, achieving rapid advancement. His extraordinary perception and innate understanding soon shattered the limitations of his natural endowments, causing a sensation within the Western teachings. Naturally, this drew the attention of the Western saint, who instructed the venerable Bodhi ancestor to accept Yang Tianyou as a personal disciple, bestowing upon him the Dharma, name Huining, and imparting the 3 insights of Bodhi from the 12 verses of Satta. Once Huining's magical powers reached fruition, he broke free from his shackles, attaining the state of a great Luo golden body arhat, equivalent to that of a great Luo golden immortal. Previously nameless, he thereafter chose to live in seclusion, vanishing from sight as if he were a fleeting flower, leaving even Yaoji only familiar with the name. It was only today that Yaoji recognized Yang Tianyou as Huining from the Western teachings, when she witnessed him manifesting the origins of the 3 insights of Bodhi. The more Yaoji spoke, the more her ire surged, and she coldly declared, "What fated individual? What guidance? Are you even worthy? All conditioned phenomena are but dreams and illusions. Why not relinquish your attachment and join me in taking refuge in the West, achieving clarity and enlightenment, realizing Bodhi, and becoming a disciple of the Western teachings? Thus, we would no longer be bound by the distinctions of immortals and mortals, nor subject to heavenly punishment, and our family of 5 could reunite in the Western Pure Land." Yang Tianyou's persuasion for Yaoji to join the Western teachings stemmed from an indication given by the saint, as doing so would strike a greater blow against the dignity of the heavenly court. Consider the impact of the Jade Emperor's sister defecting to the Western teachings. It would be an unparalleled blow to the court's authority that, of course, should he fail, it matters little, for according to the plan, the heavenly court is destined to suffer this hidden loss. Yang Tianyou, fully aware that everything was a scheme, felt not a shred of guilt for deceiving Yaoji. Instead, he exhibited an attitude of indifference, his pale golden eyes betraying no emotion, cold and unfeeling, sending chills down one's spine. Deception or sacrifice to him were inconsequential. All was but a fleeting illusion. Only transcending the sea of suffering and attaining the other shore was eternal. A decade or so was but a moment of meditation and cultivation for him. "You shall perish," upon hearing Yang Tianyou mention her children, laden with veiled threats. Yaoji's fury ignited, and she charged forth without hesitation. In an instant, sword energy diverged into myriad forms, stirring the 8 desolations, as fierce as a tempest. After a fierce battle, the surrounding earth lay in tatters, with remnants of sharp sword energy lingering. Moreover, sword energy surged skyward, distorting the very heavens, ushering forth a myriad of anomalies. The clash of great Luo beings was not something the mortal realm could easily endure, and the manifestation of divine powers easily induced strange phenomena. Yang Tianyou, cultivating the 3 insights of Bodhi, found his cultivation surpassing that of Yaoji. Throughout the confrontation, regardless of Yaoji's reckless onslaught, she could scarcely harm Yang Tianyou in the slightest. despite Yaoji being a heavenly warrior. Her cultivation fell short of Yang Tianyou's, that in the realm of cultivation, even a slight difference could lead to a vast chasm in a contest of magic. Any minuscule disparity in cultivation could determine victory, let alone the significant gap between Yaoji and Yang Tianyou. Yaoji, consumed by rage, felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Why was it that she could not even gauge the strength of her opponent? The commotion from this battle in a mortal realm was tremendous, with sword energy soaring into the heavens in the Lingxiao treasure hall. The Jade Emperor, preoccupied with various affairs of the primordial realm, sensed an unusual disturbance upon detecting his sister's presence, causing him great surprise. Gazing toward the mortal realm, he beheld his sister Yaoji, whom he had not seen for several days, embroiled in a fierce clash with a great Luo practitioner. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, contemplating the peculiarities of the situation. With a swift movement, he dispatched a doppelganger, identical to his true self, toward the mortal realm. Upon arriving near the battleground, the Jade Emperor hastily communicated with Yaoji. "Little sister, what has transpired? Why are you in such a fierce conflict?" "Brother," Yaoji and Yang Tianyou, having momentarily retreated, immediately transmitted their thoughts to the Jade Emperor, recounting the sequence of events and warning him of the Western teaching's sinister plot. Upon learning the truth, the Jade Emperor's fury erupted, his countenance darkening to an extreme, his eyes nearly igniting with flames. The wrath of the heavenly emperor shook the cosmos, altering the heavens and earth. As boundless lightning erupted from the void, he could hardly fathom the audacity of the Western teachings in plotting against his own sister and even tarnishing her honor. "You shall perish," with a step forward. The Jade Emperor's murderous intent surged, and his fist struck through the air. Boom! In an instant, the void shattered, his fist imprint hurtling forth like a thunderclap. Yang Tianyou, who had been effortlessly dealing with Yaoji, now felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness in the face of the Jade Emperor's strike. It was as if a humble mortal had been condemned to death by an emperor's decree. With no avenue for escape, the Jade Emperor stood at the pinnacle of quasi-saint strength. As long as a saint did not emerge, he was invincible in the primordial realm. Even a mere doppelganger possessed strength beyond what a great Luo could withstand. Yaoji watched as the Jade Emperor, filled with rage, took action, her emotions in turmoil, predominantly guilt. Had she not fallen for the schemes of the villain, her brother would not have had to intervene personally. Moreover, even though she had been ensnared by the Western teaching's treachery, the violation of heavenly laws was an undeniable fact. As the sovereign of the three realms and the very architect of heavenly laws, the Jade Emperor found himself in a dire dilemma. Realizing the truth, Yaoji understood that once the Jade Emperor appeared, the outcome was already sealed. However, just as Yang Tianyou faced annihilation, on the verge of being crushed by the fist imprint that would obliterate his very being, a thin, bony hand suddenly emerged from the void, gently waving to disperse the Jade Emperor's attack into nothingness. Following this, a figure appeared before them, an aged man with graying hair, holding a whisk. His expression placid, exuding an air of indifference, with eyes that reflected both black and white, filled with detachment. An overwhelming pressure emanated from his presence, and upon his arrival, even the Jade Emperor's aura was subdued. "Your Excellency, I implore you to spare my little disciple's life." The Taoist spoke calmly to the Jade Emperor upon his emergence. Behind him, Yang Tianyou respectfully bowed, saying, "Master." This figure was none other than the Bodhi ancestor of the Western teachings. The venerable Shankai, gazing at the elderly Taoist with graying hair, both Yaoji and the Jade Emperor sensed a palpable danger. The three corpses of a saint, even without the strength of their true body, towered above all beings in the primordial realm. Furthermore, the Bodhi ancestor was the foremost of the three corpses, the first to be severed by the Jade Emperor. "Huaining is my disciple. I request that you show mercy," the Bodhi ancestor stated, his gaze tranquil and his demeanor unhurried, addressing the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened to an extreme. He had not anticipated that the Western teachings could be so despicable and shameless, plotting against his own sister to undermine his authority as the ruler of the three realms. "Bodhi ancestor, your disciple has ensnared my sister, employing nefarious means to tarnish her honor. Such actions deserve 1,000 deaths. The Jade Emperor's voice thundered with indignation. As a saint, how can you indulge in such disgraceful conduct? Yaoji stood aside, her heart burning with resentment as she glared at the master and disciple. Having learned the truth from her 3 children, she had long understood that everything was orchestrated by the Bodhi ancestor, or rather, the venerable Shankai, with young Tianyou merely a pawn in their scheme. The Bodhi ancestor remained unfazed by the Jade Emperor's fury, responding with unwavering calm. Huaining is a disciple of my Western teachings. Even if he is at fault, it is a matter for our sect to resolve. You, Jade Emperor, have overstepped your bounds. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor was even more incensed. Who does not know that you sages are most fond of protecting your own? It is well remembered how. Previously, the primordial supreme being caused a great uproar in the heavenly court for the sake of his disciples. Moreover, today, Yaoji has already covertly transmitted messages, and the Jade Emperor is well aware that it is Zhun Ti who is orchestrating this behind the scenes. To claim that the Western sect intends to punish young Tianyou is a tale more suited to deceive a 3-year-old child. The Patriarch Bodhi pays no heed to the Jade Emperor, and after speaking, he disregards whether the Jade Emperor agrees or not, taking young Tianyou and turning to leave that not leave. The Jade Emperor's voice boomed, disregarding everything, and he struck out. A fist was propelled forward, showcasing the pinnacle of quasi-saint cultivation without a doubt. In an instant, the space shattered, and the elements of earth, water, wind, and fire collapsed, as if all things were rendered to nothingness before this one blow. However, the Patriarch Bodhi did not even spare a glance. With a slight wave of his whisk, an overwhelming sense of oppression surged forth from him. Boom! An incomparably exalted figure materialized behind the Patriarch Bodhi, its visage obscured, yet the aura emanating from it sent a chill of terror through the Jade Emperor and his siblings. The exalted figure raised a hand, pointing, as boundless pressure emanated, coalescing the space, causing the elements to reverse, and the supreme fist imprint transformed into nothingness, vanishing without a trace. This was the divine consciousness of a sage, the handiwork of Zhun Ti. Upon witnessing this, the Jade Emperor's heart sank. Below the sage, all are but ants. Even at the pinnacle of quasi-saint, one is merely a slightly larger ant before a sage. If it were just a benign corpse, the Jade Emperor believed he could manage it. But if a sage were to act covertly, the outcome would be altogether different. After neutralizing the Jade Emperor's offensive, the exalted figure transformed into a mountain, descending from the heavens. The Jade Emperor sought to evade, yet was horrified to find the surrounding space sealed, leaving him with no avenue of escape. With a resounding crash, the mountain directly pressed down upon him, suffocating the Jade Emperor's avatar. Jade Emperor. In terms of cultivation, you and I are nearly equal. Thankfully, my true body has granted me a strand of divine consciousness. Even as the Jade Emperor, you shall find it difficult to break free in a short span. The Patriarch Bodhi remarked coldly, observing the Jade Emperor suppressed by Zhun Ti's divine consciousness. You intend to wage war against my heavenly court by taking Yang Tianyou. Despite being suppressed, the Jade Emperor remained unwilling to let go of the one who harmed his dear sister. Speaking in a stern voice, wage war? Ha! The Patriarch Bodhi chuckled as if he had heard a great joke, then turned his back on the Jade Emperor, taking Yang Tianyou and swiftly vanishing from the Guanjing port. The response of the Patriarch Bodhi was a cold, merciless mockery of the Jade Emperor. You, heavenly court, wish to wage war against the Western sect. Have you even considered your current predicament? A single strand of divine consciousness from a sage can suppress you. How can you talk of war? The Jade Emperor clenched his fists involuntarily, his nails digging into his flesh, blood streaming from his hands, yet he felt not a thing. Rage, indignation, and unwillingness surged forth, leaving only a sense of helplessness. Do I hate them? Of course I do. The 6 sages disrespect the heavenly court and allow their disciples to trample upon its dignity. The Jade Emperor harbors great animosity. Yet, more than anything, the Jade Emperor loathes himself, resenting the shackles that have bound him for countless eons, preventing him from taking that final step, suffering under the oppression of these sages, yet possessing no power to resist, to become a sage. To become a sage, I must break through to become a sage. Never has the desire within the Jade Emperor to transcend been so fervent. Brother, Yaoji gazed at the Jade Emperor, her heart laden with regret. If only she had been more perceptive and detected the treachery in time, today's events could have been averted. Now, she had unwittingly implicated her brother in such humiliation, tarnishing the dignity of the heavenly court. How could they continue to govern the vast cosmos in the future? Soon after, the entire wilderness learned of the happenings at Guanjing Port. The Jade Emperor's sister, Yaoji, the goddess of war from the heavenly court, had violated the heavenly edicts and wed the disciple of the Western sect, Yang Tianyou. The beings of the wilderness were utterly astonished, never having imagined that the sister of the Jade Emperor would contravene the very laws he had established. Although the Jade Emperor understood that the Western sect was stirring the pot behind this incident, he found himself powerless to act against them, even to uphold the dignity of the heavenly court. Despite his deep reluctance, the Jade Emperor had no choice but to imprison Yaoji within the Yaoqi. The decree of the Jade Emperor proclaimed, Yaoji has clandestinely met with the mortal Yang Tianyou, breaching heavenly laws. Henceforth, she shall be confined to Yaoqi for all eternity, as a testament to the might of the heavenly edicts. With the Jade Emperor's decree echoed throughout the wilderness, various beings harbored differing thoughts. At Wanqiu Mountain, Xinyuanzi sat before the innate spiritual root of the fruit tree, shaking his head with a sigh. Even the supreme ruler of the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor, cannot contend with the sage. At Jian Island, Tongtian reflected on the predictions of Erlang Shun, lamenting Yi Feng's remarkable foresight. Meanwhile, the other sages, upon hearing the news, merely sneered to them. The heavenly court was but a facade, the Jade Emperor, a mere ant aspiring to govern the wilderness, was a grand jest, and now it was merely a backlash. In an inconspicuous cave within the wilderness, Yang Chan cradled her mother-s hairpin, standing alongside her elder brother Yang Jiao and younger brother Yang Jian, tears streaming down their faces upon hearing of their mother-s plight. Mother, Wu, the youngest, Yang Chan, wept uncontrollably. The elder brother Yang Jiao clenched his fists, unwilling to accept the reality. How infuriating! We ultimately could not prevent this. If only we possessed remarkable powers, perhaps today's events would have unfolded differently. Yang Jian consoled them, saying, Though our mother is imprisoned, our uncle still loves her. We need not worry for her safety for now. Our focus should be on how we will live going forward. Yaoji understood that the situation was irreparable. Her decision to be imprisoned was entirely voluntary, although she could not eliminate Yang Tianyou. At least her 3 children were still alive. All Yaoji could do now was to make amends for the heavenly court as best as she could. Within the Yaoqi, the surroundings were bound by the heavenly laws, forming an unbreakable prison. Yaoji was confined within this small space, deprived of sunlight and freedom. The Jade Emperor visited alone, and upon seeing Yaoji's haggard appearance, his heart ached. Sister, how did you come to know of the entire conspiracy? Yaoji, upon hearing this, recounted the tale told by Yang Jian and the others, relaying every detail to the Jade Emperor without reservation. This is how it transpired. I suspect that storyteller is undoubtedly an extraordinary figure from beyond the world. Otherwise, he would not have coincidentally recounted the tale of Erlang while Yang Jian and the others were listening. Such remarkable individuals exist in this world. The Jade Emperor was equally astonished, never having imagined that a seemingly inconspicuous storyteller in the mortal realm of Chaoge City could unravel Zhun Ti's scheme. To achieve such a feat, he must be at least of sage caliber. Furthermore, given his ability to nonchalantly weave tales involving the sages, he might even be more powerful than a sage. It appears I must personally visit Chaoge City to pay my respects to this esteemed elder. The Jade Emperor murmured, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. From the perspectives of the Jade Emperor and Yaoji, Yang Jian and the others attending the storytelling seemed coincidental. However, it was highly likely that this elder had intentionally guided them. In other words, the elder was certainly not aligned with Zhun Ti's faction. It would be best to cultivate a good relationship, and even if that proved unfeasible, they must not offend him. The Jade Emperor planned to visit this storyteller with his own intentions. If he could win the elder's favor, perhaps he might receive guidance that could lead to his own ascension to sagehood. Having been incessantly oppressed by the sages, the Jade Emperor's desire to attain sagehood had reached an unparalleled zenith. As for Yaoji's 3 children, the Jade Emperor found himself helplessly caught in the role of their uncle. Should he attempt to reclaim the 3 children, he would undoubtedly have to punish them to uphold the heavenly court's dignity. Rather than face punishment, it would be better to allow them to live within the wilderness. Though life may be hard, they would not be subjected to the scorn and difficulties of others. Sister Yao, do not worry. Once this turmoil passes, I will find a way for you all to reunite, the Jade Emperor solemnly assured Yaoji before departing the Tianyou Island. The primordial supreme being and Taiqing descended upon Bio Palace upon clouds. Tongtian, having sensed their arrival, furrowed his brow, openly displaying his dissatisfaction and distaste. Little did he know, upon seeing Tongtian, the primordial supreme being took the initiative to speak, his face filled with contrition. Tongtian, I have come to apologize. Last time at the Zhixiao Palace, I was overly concerned for my disciples, which led to my harsh words. I have now recognized my error, and I hope you will not take it to heart. Upon hearing this, Tongtian's expression softened, and the fury within his heart diminished somewhat. To go speak fairly, if the Sanxiao could reconcile and return to their former camaraderie, Tongtian would certainly be amenable. However, just as he believed that Yuanshi had genuinely repented, he heard Yuanshi continue, Tongtian, you see, I have already apologized. The flying bear avatar, Jiang shares a master-disciple bond with me. I kindly ask that you return him. Upon hearing these words, Tongtian finally grasped Yuanshi Tianzun's true intention. He was not here to apologize or repent. He was clearly here to seize someone. If the other party were to take Jiang gain the Fengshen Bang and the dashing God Whip, they would undoubtedly target the Jie sect in the future. Thinking of this, the anger that Tongtian had just suppressed surged once more. Yuanshi, how long do you intend to feign sincerity? Your demand for Jiang is merely a pretext to better deal with the Jie sect. I assent to it. I cannot allow you to achieve your desires. Ultimately, you still harbor no genuine remorse. Now, leave Jianyou Island, and I will not see you off. Tongtian spoke without reservation, directly rebuking Yuanshi Tianzun. Yuanshi's countenance darkened at once. Seeing that Tongtian was refusing to acknowledge his goodwill, he ceased to disguise his intentions. Tongtian, be wise and surrender Jiang. Otherwise, do not blame me and my elder brother Taiqing for being impolite. Before his words had completely faded, Yuanshi Tianzun and the silent Taiqing beside him launched their attacks against Tongtian. Boom! A crimson small banner and a scroll entwined with black and white energies were summoned. Exuding an astonishing might, the Crimson Banner was the first innate treasure of slaughter in the primordial world. The Panga Banner, as it appeared, a blood sea surged forth, with countless corpses writhing within, a sight both eerie and terrifying, as if it sought to turn Tongtian into a lifeless body as well. The black and white scroll, on the other hand, was the innate treasure Taiji diagram, encompassing everything capable of neutralizing all attacks and disregarding defensive powers. Tongtian immediately felt the surrounding space being locked down, with the yin-yang and 5 elements, the qian and kuan, all under Taiqing's control, leaving him feeling as though he were trapped in a prison from which he could not escape. The two-pronged assault, one attacking and one confining, aimed to subdue Tongtian in one fell swoop. Yet Tongtian had long been wary of the two. Upon witnessing this, he merely snorted coldly, with a thought for colors of sword energy, red, white, blue, and black, radiated from his body, an unparalleled intent to slay, soaring into the heavens, unstoppable, obliterating the blood sea and reversing the cosmos, managing to push back the two innate treasures, forcing Yuanshi Tianzun and Taiqing to retreat. Yuanshi Tianzun and Taiqing felt 4 treasured swords standing at the 4 cardinal points around them. In the next moment, space twisted, and they found themselves ensnared in a formation filled with piercing sword energy. The Zhuxian Sword Formation, the foremost formation of slaughter in the primordial world. Tongtian deployed the Zhuxian Sword, the Levexian Sword, the Juexian Sword, and the Xianxian Sword, creating a formation of unfathomable depth. Yuanshi Tianzun and Taiqing remained silent, each wielding their treasures to engage Tongtian in combat. The fierce clash ensued, with neither side holding back in pursuit of their respective interests. The The disciples of the Jie sect on Jian Island gazed in astonishment at the Zhuxian sword formation suspended high in the sky. Witnessing the Taiqing saints battling fiercely amongst themselves, one had anticipated that the two revered Sherwood from their past would actually come to blows with their master. Had it not been for the Zhuxian sword formation confining the two, the mere aftermath of their skirmish would likely have been sufficient to crack Jian Island. Nevertheless, even so, the confrontation between the saints triggered an unparalleled phenomenon. The saints' sudden eruption of power could shake the heavens and the earth. The ground trembled, the tides of the four seas rolled back, and towering waves surged forth. Above the firmament, dark clouds gathered as thunder roared. In an instant, the primordial world seemed to descend into an apocalyptic scene, with countless beings filled with dread. This moment, if one were to glance towards Jian Island, they would vaguely see three extraordinarily exalted figures engaged in fierce combat, leaving indelible imprints upon the heavens and earth. The might of the saints was indeed terrifying. The beings of the primordial world sensed the earth-shattering battle erupting from the direction of Jian Island, especially upon realizing that the combatants were the Taiqing, who shared an unbreakable bond of friendship spanning millions of years. They were utterly astounded, unable to believe such a scene could unfold. The Jade Emperor, who was en route to the Tianyou pavilion, gazed towards the battlefield from afar, feeling both astonished and apprehensive. Such might could only be wielded by saints who regarded the beings of the primordial world as mere ants. His heavenly court felt like mere paper before such power. With the Taiqing now at odds, the situation of the calamity would likely become even more bizarre. I must visit that senior in the Tianyou pavilion as soon as possible and seek his assistance at any cost. The Jade Emperor clenched his teeth, his desire for strength intensifying, disregarding the battle to hasten his journey towards the Tianyou pavilion. In the primordial realm, other powerful beings who witnessed this battle harbored various thoughts, each with their own schemes. In Chaoge City, the capital of the human emperor, where the luck of humanity converged and the Earth's energy remained stable, the impact of the phenomenon was relatively minimal. Nevertheless, the citizens, witnessing the strange occurrences in the sky, were still filled with dread, with many calling out for the manifestation of the saints. Inside the Tianyou pavilion, Yifeng gazed in disbelief at the lofty figures clashing in the distance, feeling a wave of extreme unease wash over him. Damn it, the Fengshen Bang did not mention that the Taiqing would engage in battle at this time. As Yifeng cursed, a sudden inspiration struck him, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. Wasn't he there a nitpicker who asked me what happened after the Jie sect seized Jiangxia? The system had reminded me that significant figures had long been listening to my storytelling. That nitpicker, a fervent fan, claimed his name was Tongtian the leader. I recall this person often coming to listen to my tales, and my shocking points began with his first visit, each time earning me thousands of shock points. With this thought, Yifeng suddenly realized the truth that, it was Tongtian the leader who had listened to my stories and rushed to Kunlun Mountain to seize Jiangxia. The one born with the flying bear avatar. No wonder the Taiqing would suddenly come to blows. It must surely be over a dispute for him. Yifeng self-reflected, realizing that his current strength was still quite lacking. Far from the level of the gods of the primordial world, as a result, he found himself caught in the whirlpool of the saints' conflict. Moreover, if the most petty Yuanshi Tianzun discovered his presence, merely witnessing the might of their battle could likely obliterate him with a mere fart. Yifeng was now extremely anxious, in a state of utter panic. This moment, the system panel automatically popped up before Yifeng, saying, "Host, what are you afraid of? As the saying goes, a dead bird faces the sky, and fortune is sought in danger. You've already offended Yuanshi Tianzun and the others, so might as well offend them thoroughly. Continue storytelling to gain benefits and enhance your strength. That is of utmost importance. All fear stems from insufficient power. Consider if you possess the strength of Dao ancestor. Would not Yuanshi and the like cower before you?" The system continued to urge Yifeng to persist in storytelling. Yet upon hearing its words, Yifeng was seized by a singular thought. Unreliable. Far too unreliable. I have never encountered such an unreliable system. As for the strength of Dao ancestor, if I could break through to Golden Immortal or to Luo within 3 years, I would be secretly rejoicing. Although Yi Feng harbored 1,000 grievances towards the system, he understood deep down that he was already aboard the system's ship of thieves. Now, there was no choice but to proceed to the bitter end. After all, he had already offended all those who should not have been offended. He could now be likened to a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, treating a dead horse as if it were a live one, in the face of calamity, where even saints struggle for survival. How could Yi Feng expect assistance from others? Everything must rely on oneself. Within the Zhuxian sword formation, the fierce battle among the Sanxiao continued. The more they fought, the more alarmed Yuanshi Tianzun and Taiqing became. They discovered that Tongtian's strength had significantly increased compared to 100,000 years ago. Coupled with the formidable nature of the Zhuxian sword formation, with its endless sword energy, flawless and without gaps. Even the combined might of two saints could only maintain the status quo. They could do nothing to Tongtian, let alone seize Jiang from him. Within the Zhuxian sword formation, although Tongtian was holding his own against two opponents, he felt no joy in his heart. Despite having erased all traces, how could Tongtian still be aware that he had taken Jiang? Not to mention, the fact that they knew Jiang was the flying bear avatar was even more bizarre. Unless Yuanshi and the others had someone like Senior Yi Feng to inform them, how would they have come knocking at his door? Just then, a grand aura descended from beyond the 33 heavens. Instantly, the elements of earth, water, wind, and fire trembled, and the yin-yang and 5 elements were thrown into disarray, causing the 4 treasured swords of the Zhuxian sword formation to loosen, and the formation was instantly shattered. A figure descended slowly from the heavens, with white brows and beard, holding a whisk and a pair of eyes that gazed upon the vicissitudes of the primordial world, exuding an unfathomable depth upon his appearance. The aura he emanated suppressed the Sanxiao saints completely. Yuanshi pays respect to the master. Taiqing pays respect to the master. The primordial supreme being and Taiqing were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Tao ancestor, and they hurriedly paid their respects. Tongtian pays homage to the master. Upon witnessing the Tao ancestor's arrival, Tongtian experienced a moment of enlightenment. The doubts that had previously clouded his mind seemed to dissipate. The Hongjun Tao ancestor, with a stoic expression, spoke calmly. You are all of the same lineage and should support one another. Yes, saints, you ought not to engage in needless conflict that disrupts the balance of the Hongwang world. Moreover, as the calamity approaches, you must prioritize the greater good. Upon hearing this, the 3 pure ones understood that the Hongjun Tao ancestor had intervened to mediate the conflict, realizing that a battle was now out of the question. However, the primordial supreme being remained unconvinced, recalling how the Tao ancestor had specifically sent him a message earlier. With a determined thought, he stepped forward and said, Master, Tongtian has taken away Jiang, who should have been my disciple. We have come today merely to seek justice. We do not wish for conflict. Taiqing added an agreement. I also heard of this matter and accompanied Primordial on this journey. Tongtian, upon hearing this, secretly cursed the primordial supreme being and Taiqing for their hypocrisy. Having consistently targeted his sect while now feigning a desire for justice, if not for the need to protect his disciples, he would not have bothered to engage with them. The Hongjun Tao ancestor, still impassive, turned his gaze towards Tongtian and inquired, Tongtian, from where did you acquire Jiang? Tongtian replied, reporting to Master, I brought Jiang and Shan Gongbao back from the foot of Kunlun Mountain. But they have willingly joined my sect and become my cherished disciples. The Hongjun Tao ancestor remained expressionless, raising his hand to summon Jiang and Shan Gongbao from Jianyou Island before the assembly of saints. Jiang and Shan Gongbao appeared bewildered. They had been puzzled by the sudden conflict among the 3 pure ones, never imagining it was due to them. Upon seeing Jiang, the primordial supreme being's eyes lit up. For above his head was a manifestation of fortune resembling a fierce tiger with wings, a clear sign of possessing the qualification to wield the function list. As for Shan Gongbao, his fortune also held peculiarities. Although both possessed abysmally poor qualifications, eliciting a subconscious disdain from the primordial supreme being, he could not contain his eagerness to ask, Jiang, Shan Gongbao, did you not come to Kunlun Mountain to seek me as your master? Jiang and Shan Gongbao exchanged glances with the fluctuating expression of Tongtian, then looked at the imposing figures of the primordial supreme being and Taiqing, ultimately casting their gaze upon the seemingly omnipotent presence of the Hongjun Dao ancestor, and cautiously nodded. Tongtian, did you hear that? Were it not for your intervention, my precious disciples would not have been taken from me. The primordial supreme being laughed triumphantly, reveling in his victory like tea that moment. The Hongjun Dao ancestor interjected, Tongtian, this time you were in the wrong. Jiang and Shan Gongbao should have been disciples of the Chan sect. Today, I shall intervene to allow them to revere their master once more. The lightness of the Hongjun Dao ancestor's words resonated like thunder in Tongtian's mind. Master, Tongtian began, but found himself at a loss for words. Even though he felt a surge of anger at the Dao ancestor's apparent favoritism towards the primordial supreme being, he could not voice his grievances. Who among the Hongwang would dare to defy the Dao ancestor? Jiang and Shan Gongbao exchanged glances, although they were grateful to Tongtian for accepting them as disciples. It now seemed they could have sought guidance from the Chan sect just as easily. Moreover, if even Tongtian dared not oppose the Dao ancestor, how could they, as mere novices on the path of cultivation? Disciple Jiang pays homage to the master. Disciple Shan Gongbao pays homage to the master. In the end, both gritted their teeth and respectfully performed the disciples' salute to the primordial supreme being, formally acknowledging him as their master. Excellent, excellent, my good disciples, rise quickly. The primordial supreme being beamed with a radiant smile, kindly assisting the two to their feet. Onlookers would surely perceive him as a warm and approachable mentor. Taiqing, witnessing this, also wore a satisfied expression, pleased that the objective of their visit had been successfully achieved. Once the matter concluded, the manifestation of the Hongjun Dao ancestor dissipated amidst the respectful farewells of those present. The primordial supreme being and Taiqing departed Jian Island with their newly accepted disciples, casting a disdainful glance at Tongtian as they left, as if mocking his impotence. Tongtian remained rooted in place. His expression dark enough to drip water, his heart ablaze with fury. He did not blame Jiang and Shan Gongbao for choosing to join the Chan sect. It was his own inadequacy that had failed to retain them. What truly incensed him was the Dao ancestor's unexpected partiality towards the primordial supreme being in such an unreasonable situation. On Jian Island, the disciples of the Jie sect, witnessing the involvement of 3 saints and even the Dao ancestor, finally recognized the extraordinary status of Jiang and Shan Gongbao, whom they had previously underestimated. They also understood their master's good intentions in making the two his cherished disciples, considering the welfare of the entire Jie sect. Yet, watching Jiang and Shan Gongbao turn their backs and leave with the primordial supreme being, they were filled with indignation. Jiang and Shan Gongbao had been utterly ungrateful. Their master had expended so much effort to accept them as cherished disciples, only for them to abandon him for another. They could not fathom who would genuinely accept them as disciples, given their abysmal qualifications, aside from their master. Even if they go to the Chan sect, they will suffer. Just wait. One day they will regret their decision. The disciples of the Jie sect voiced their collective outrage over Jiang and Shan Gongbao's betrayal. Among the disciples, the 3 Xiao sisters were privy to far more secrets than ordinary disciples. They exchanged glances, each reflecting concern. This is dire. If the one bearing the flying bear manifestation is taken by the primordial master, then the Fengshen list and the god-slaying whip will surely fall into the hands of the Chan sect. The Jie sect will undoubtedly become their target, Bai Xiao exclaimed, her face filled with worry. What Elder Yifeng said was indeed correct. Jiang is truly fated to be estranged from our Jie sect. Xiong Xiao sighed, her tone laced with resignation. They understood that their master had initially gained the upper hand, and the primordial supreme being in Taiqing could do nothing against him. But it was only due to the Hongjun Dao ancestor's appearance that Tongtian was compelled to compromise. Now, they could only place their hopes on Elder Yifeng, curious about how the unfolding narrative of the Fengshen list would transpire. Yun Xiao could conceive no solution to their current predicament. In the eyes of the 3 sisters, Elder Yifeng, a figure surpassing the Dao ancestor and shrouded in mystery, was their only hope. Tongtian, at this moment, had already calmed down considerably. Destiny had dictated that he could not force a bond. And there was ultimately no fated connection between him and Jiang Zia. Overthinking it would only lead to self-inflicted discomfort. His mindset had become clear and transparent. After experiencing setbacks and hardships, he quickly adjusted his mentality. He admonished the disciples of the Jie sect not to become restless due to today's events, and his admiration for Elder Yi Feng had reached its zenith. Previously, he had questioned the elder about the narrative. Gauging his attitude, and undoubtedly realized that his actions had provoked the Dao ancestor's intervention. If even the Dao ancestor could foresee this, how formidable must his cultivation be? Yet he had not anticipated the Dao ancestor's blatant favoritism towards the primordial supreme being. Such an attitude was thought-provoking. Tongtian furrowed his brow, regaining his composure as he reflected. Back in Xiao Palace, the Dao ancestor had claimed that if the saints found the one bearing the flying bear manifestation, they could come to Xiao Palace to claim the function list and the god-slaying whip. It had all been a fabrication. It was likely that the Dao ancestor had intended from the outset to hand the function list and the god-slaying whip to the primordial supreme being. Having already calculated that Jiang Zia would venture to Kunlun Mountain to seek a master, unwittingly learning of Jiang Zia's existence from Elder Yi Feng, Tongtian had gone to intercept him, inadvertently disrupting the Dao ancestor's plans, which subsequently drew the involvement of the primordial supreme being, Taiqing, and ultimately the Dao ancestor himself. Dao ancestor, what exactly do you desire? Do you believe that the disciples of the Jie sect should ascend the function list and bear the calamities for the other three sects? Understanding the chain of events, Tongtian felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. If even Master Hongjun Dao ancestor held such an attitude, then this calamity would undoubtedly spell disaster for the Jie sect. With one misstep, the Jie sect, which had welcomed countless immortals, could very well face annihilation amidst the calamity. Tongtian pondered deeply and suddenly murmured, "Primordial, you have a Dao ancestor supporting you, but I too have my allies." At this moment, Tongtian's mind recalled the image of Yi Feng, whom he had come to regard as the sole hope of breaking the impasse in the western pure land of ultimate bliss. On Ling Mountain, at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the two saints of the West, Zhun Ti and Jian, were taken aback upon learning of the conflict among the three pure ones on Jian Island. Tongtian had surprisingly discerned the identity of the one bearing the flying bear manifestation before the five saints and had taken preemptive action. Had it not been for the Dao ancestor's intervention, they would still be in the dark. The crux of the matter was, how had Tongtian managed to foresee this event? "Brother, do you also find this matter exceedingly strange?" Zhun Ti Dao Ren inquired of Jian Dao Ren. After a moment of contemplation, Jian Dao Ren responded, "It is not merely peculiar, but also evokes a sense of familiarity. Previously, Yao Ji too had no premonition, yet suddenly discerned the true nature of Huineng. Earlier, Yang Tianyou, known as Huineng upon his return to the Western religion, had been questioned about the reasons behind his exposure. Yang Tianyou could only shake his head in ignorance. This is precisely what perplexed the two saints of the West. Logically, Yang Tianyou's cultivation greatly surpassed that of Yao Ji, so how could he suddenly be detected? It is important to note that initially, Zhun Ti intended to exploit Yao Ji, bringing down the 7 daughters of the Jade Emperor to unite with disciples of the Western religion, thus leading them all to convert, delivering a resounding slap to the face of the Jade Emperor. However, this plan has now failed. The heavenly court is undoubtedly on high alert, making it increasingly difficult to execute our intentions. The two saints of the West have calculated and discovered that the flaw does not lie with Yang Tianyou. Yet, attempting to scrutinize the matter further to uncover its roots, they found the truth shrouded in a thick fog, obscured from view. Now, following the events at Jian Island, they have a new suspect, Tongtian. Only a saint could discern our schemes. Perhaps Tongtian, upon learning of this matter, related to the Jade Emperor, seeking to curry favor with the heavenly court's powers, perhaps even to use it for his own advantage during the calamity. After much reflection, Jian Dao Ren spoke with a grave tone. Zhun Ti Dao Ren, beside him, nodded earnestly in agreement, increasingly convinced of the likelihood of this scenario. Given the close ties between the Jade Emperor and the Investiture of the gods, those inscribed on the list ultimately become deities of the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor can be seen as the principal beneficiary of the investiture. Zhun Ti Ren's eyes glimmered with inspiration as he proposed, "Let us discreetly reach out to the disciples of the," revealing to them the truth of the calamity. The Tao ancestor has evidently favored the Changjiao. The disciples are surely in grave danger and will inevitably entertain other thoughts for self-preservation. Upon hearing this, Jane Daoren also found the suggestion plausible. With the calamity upon us, the two saints of the West had already deliberated strategies upon their return to the Western religion. First, they aimed to diminish the powers of other saints as much as possible, ultimately filling the investiture list with disciples from other sects, while ensuring that their own Western religion remained unscathed. Second, seizing the moment of turmoil brought by the calamity, they planned to propagate the teachings of the Western religion, recruiting disciples to strengthen their sect's influence. Thus, in this ebb and flow, the Western religion would shed its barren fade, flourishing in fortune, heralding the rise of their sect. Just as the two saints of the West finalized their specific plans, unexpected guests arrived at the Western religion. In an instant, the heavens transformed, auspicious clouds enveloped the sky. Multicolored rays illuminated the realms, and celestial music resounded throughout the universe. Countless golden lamps, golden lotuses, jeweled ornaments, and hanging pearls cascaded from the auspicious clouds, falling like endless raindrops from a roof. The Yuanshi Tianzun descended, crowned with celestial clouds, accompanied by the composed and indifferent Taiqing. The three pure ones each possessed distinct personalities. Tongtian was unyielding, Yuanshi favored ostentation, while Taiqing was aloof and reserved, seemingly indifferent to all matters at this moment. Yuanshi orchestrated a grand entrance alongside Taiqing, immediately startling the two saints of the West. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the saints invited Taiqing and Yuanshi into the great heroic hall. "Might I inquire as to the purpose of your esteemed visit, my fellow Taoists?" Zhun Ti Ren observed the expressions of Yuanshi and Taiqing, questioning with perplexity. Yuanshi, however, smiled warmly and directly stated, "With the calamity upon us, we saints find ourselves ensnared in the whirlpool of the investiture. We have come to discuss this matter with you both for our mutual preservation." While ostensibly a discussion, it effectively amounted to a request for an alliance with the two saints of the West. At this juncture, Yuanshi, having successfully reclaimed Jiangxia, was in high spirits, even somewhat smug. After all, even the Tao ancestor had sided with him this time, significantly increasing their odds of success. Nonetheless, Yuanshi harbored an undercurrent of unease, sensing that Tongtian still concealed secrets. After some contemplation, he realized that decisive action was necessary. Tongtian understood the need for allies to break the stalemate. And Yuanshi was no fool, also aware of the importance of forging alliances. Although Yuanshi held a certain disdain for thee and its practitioners, who relied on grand aspirations to attain sanctity, he comprehended that the two saints of the West, while often espousing profound insights and legal doctrines, were essentially two opportunistic fence-sitters. Presently, with his resources at their peak, he was unafraid of their refusal to collaborate. Therefore, Yuanshi did not even afford the two saints of the West an opportunity to decline. The two saints exchanged glances, silently weighing their options before ultimately nodding in agreement. Yuanshi Dao brother, concerned for the myriad beings of the primordial realm, we of the Western religion also embody compassion, pitying the suffering of the world. It is only natural that we discuss this matter. Zhun Ti Ren asserted with righteous fervor. Subsequently, Jane Ren feigned difficulty, stating, "Yet, Tongtian seems quite resistant to the matter of the investiture. Should we proceed with our plans, he may very well obstruct us, complicating the situation." Jane Ren and Zhun Ti Ren, with feigned sincerity, implied that they shared common interests and adversaries. However, the true extent of their willingness to cooperate remained known only to themselves. Yuanshi Tianzun scoffed dismissively. "That old third, should he dare to obstruct, I shall deal with him first." At this moment, Taiqing spoke softly. Tongtian's cultivation has been steadily increasing, and he remarkably foresaw the existence of Jiangxia. Were it not for the Tao ancestors' intervention, we would still be in the dark. Upon reflection, it is indeed quite strange. This sentiment resonated unanimously among the four great saints, with no dissent. Thus, the four saints began to analyze the myriad mysteries surrounding Tongtian. Initially, Zhun Ti suspected that Tongtian had stumbled upon the existence of Jiangxia by chance. However, this theory was quickly dismissed. Jiangxia had previously been merely immortal, making it implausible for Tongtian to have accidentally learned of him. No matter how the saints attempted to deduce the reasoning, they could not unravel the mystery, only feeling subconsciously that something was amiss with Tongtian, yet lacking a clear approach, leaving them utterly frustrated. Taiqing remarked, "At present, our intelligence is insufficient to ascertain Tongtian's true nature. I fear further complications may arise on his END. It would be prudent to expedite the investiture process." After saying this, Taiqing glanced at Yuanshi Tianzun. Yuanshi Tianzun, understanding the unspoken message, replied, "Rest assured, elder brother, I shall swiftly acquire the investiture list and the god-slaying whip." Observing this, Zhun Ti Run and Jian Ren could not help but feel a twinge of emotion. They had spoken of their eons-long friendship with the three pure ones, yet now they schemed against Tongtian and plotted further actions. This abrupt shift in allegiance was ruthlessly calculated. The two saints of the West privately deliberated, resolving not to reveal their innermost thoughts to these two, lest they be exploited and ultimately gain nothing in the city of Chaoge, the day following the conclusion of the saints' conflict and the subsidence of the anomalies. The populace, while largely engaged in discussions about the extraordinary events of the previous day, nonetheless returned to their daily routines. After all, they were mere mortals, and no amount of chatter could provide clarity. At the Shunyu Pavilion, the Jade Emperor, transformed into a man clad in a yellow robe, arrived at the entrance of the pavilion early the next day, pausing to take in the surroundings. Initially, the Jade Emperor had assumed that such a residence would embody the grandeur of a celestial being, imbued with an ethereal ambience or infused with Taoist principles. However, upon encountering the Shunyu Pavilion, he found it no different from the surrounding structures, built of ordinary mortal wood and tiles, and even showing signs of wear and insect damage due to the owner's negligence. The Jade Emperor mused, "Is this merely an ordinary storytelling hall? There is nothing remarkable about it." After all, Yame had never seen the Shunyu Pavilion in person. She had only heard about it from her three nephews. Was this place truly so extraordinary? The Jade Emperor found the pavilion too commonplace, beginning to doubt his own judgment. After all, it seemed rather unrealistic for a being of saintly caliber, or even one surpassing the saints, to reside in such an ordinary locale. Despite his doubts, the Jade Emperor remained patiently stationed, for in his quest for sanctity, one could not afford to overlook any possibility. Even if it is merely 1 in 10,000, it is still an exceedingly high probability. After waiting for approximately half an hour, the entire street suddenly became bustling with activity. Numerous mortals surged in from both ends of the street, mostly in groups, some even carrying their own teapots and snacks, and a few could be seen bringing small wooden stools. It goes without saying that they are the devoted listeners of the Shunyu Pavilion. Since the Shunyu Pavilion is solely managed by Yi Feng, who does not summon any assistance, patrons must bring their own provisions if they wish to enjoy tea and snacks, aside from the empty benches. Despite the peculiar nature of the Shunyu Pavilion, every time Yi Feng opens the door to tell a story, it remains packed to capacity. Over time, the listeners have grown accustomed to this, opting to prepare their own refreshments. Among the crowd, there are also figures such as when Zhong, Tongtian, and the Sanxiao, and when Zhong brushed past the disguised Jade Emperor, who was concealing his aura, none recognized the other. Tongtian, under the alias Lu Tong, discreetly cast a glance at the young man in yellow robes, having already discerned that he was the ruler of the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor. Naturally, the Jade Emperor's cultivation was not on par with that of a saint. Even though he was hiding his aura, it was still perceived by Tongtian, who remained oblivious to the fact that his disguise had been seen through. At this moment, the doors of the Shunyu Pavilion swung open, and the mortals filed in. Although Tongtian had recognized the Jade Emperor's identity, he chose not to speak of it, preferring to find a seat closer to the front. The Jade Emperor's arrival here undoubtedly meant he was aware of the existence of the venerable Yi Feng. Upon further contemplation, Tongtian understood the purpose of the Jade Emperor's visit with clarity. However, he did not wish to expose the identity of the Jade Emperor, lest it disrupt the atmosphere and incite the displeasure of the elder. Yet, Tongtian's worries multiplied with the arrival of the Jade Emperor. If he was aware of this matter, then others from different sects might soon find out as well, and the affairs concerning Yao Ji and Jiangxia may have already caught the attention of Yuanshi and others. Should more people come to listen to the stories in the future, even if he were to learn of subsequent developments, he would no longer hold any advantage. Furthermore, Tongtian found himself in a predicament. No matter how much he wished to prevent such occurrences, he dared not interfere with Yifeng, proposing that the elder change venues for storytelling would likely provoke his ire, just as Tongtian was lost in anxious thoughts. A sudden jolt of awareness struck him, and he abruptly raised his head, only to find the storyteller, Yifeng, standing on the platform, staring directly at him with an impassive expression, lost in thought. Tongtian quickly forced a smile in response, adopting a courteous demeanor. When he saw Yifeng shift his gaze away, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Lu Tong, indeed, is none other than Tongtian. Yifeng cast a glance at the middle-aged man in a brocade robe seated in the front row, and he was nearly certain that this ardent fan was the renowned Tongtian. He also noted Tongtian's respectful demeanor and, with a twinkle in his eye, thought to himself, "This Tongtian has attended my storytelling sessions so many times, and seeing that my tales have come true, he must believe I am some extraordinary being." Wai Yifeng felt a considerable sense of reassurance from this possibility. Initially, he had worried that the confrontation among the saints yesterday might bring trouble upon himself. However, observing Tongtian's demeanor, it was clear he did not dare to act impulsively, leading Yifeng to decide to continue his narration. Besides Tongtian, there might be other celestial beings hidden among the listeners. Thus, this time he ought to share something particularly explosive to elicit shock from these divine entities and enhance his own power. Yifeng had been accumulating his points of astonishment for several days, and had refrained from drawing any rewards, hoping to gather enough for a substantial draw. The world of Hongjun was currently embroiled in a calamity, and the efficacy of ordinary treasures was minimal. Naturally, Yifeng could not afford to use his points for trivial items. Only innate supreme treasures or 9-turn golden elixirs could genuinely aid in his rapid ascension of power. With a resounding clap, the storyteller Yifeng prepared to commence his tale. This the enigmatic storyteller, the seer of the future. Is he not merely immortal with meager cultivation? Upon seeing Yifeng, the Jade Emperor immediately discerned his true nature, and could not help but harbor doubts. Such a mortal, in his eyes, was akin to an ant. How could he possibly be a saint, let alone a being surpassing a saint? While the Jade Emperor was still grappling with the skepticism, Tongtian and the others had already focused their attention, ready to listen. Wai Yifeng began, "I am grateful for your patronage. Today we shall continue with the first chapter of the Fengshan Bang, the visit of King Zhou to the palace of Niwa." Initially, the Jade Emperor listened with indifference, but the next moment he was horrified to find his consciousness being drawn into an inexplicable vortex. When he regained his senses, he found himself within a resplendent mortal palace, where shadows of figures flitted about, as if something significant was unfolding. Reaching out to touch, his hand passed through the phantom. "How is this possible?" the Jade Emperor exclaimed in astonishment, profoundly shaken in the minds of mortals. This was merely a manifestation of his imagination, conjured from Yifeng's narrative to create an immersive experience. However, those with cultivation understood that this was a guiding of their spiritual energy, revealing the sights the storyteller wished them to see. The Jade Emperor could sense that this illusion bore no malice. Should he wish, he could depart at any moment. Yet, did the Jade Emperor wish to leave now? Certainly not. This storyteller, no, this venerable elder, was undoubtedly a powerful recluse, his cultivation unfathomable. The Jade Emperor thought to himself that even a saint could not effortlessly pull him into such an illusion. Only an extraordinary existence could achieve this. To depart now would mean missing a rare opportunity. Unbeknownst to Yifeng, hidden among the audience was the Jade Emperor, as he continued with his narration. One day, the human Emperor Exin, accompanied by officials, left the palace to stroll through the city of Chaoge. Marveling at the festive decorations adorning the streets, the human emperor inquired of the civil officials, "What day is it today?" that it is so lively. The official replied, "Your Majesty, today is the birthday of the goddess Niuwa." The common folk are preparing for worship. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xen pondered and promptly decided to take the civil and military officials to the Niuwa temple to offer incense that he declared, "The goddess Niuwa is the mother of our humanity. As the human emperor, it is only fitting that I personally pay my respects." Tongtian, upon hearing this, found it curious that weren't they discussing the matter of the Fengshun? Why had it suddenly shifted to the human race? Within the audience, Wenzhong, who had been intently listening, suddenly felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing the mention of the human Emperor Exit. Wenzhong thought, since this venerable elder has brought up his majesty, something significant must be about to unfold. This was not mere paranoia. With the precedents set by Jiangxia and Yao Ji, how could he not feel concerned? The other mortal listeners were likewise astonished. What audacity this Yi lad possesses! Earlier, he reassured us that the saints had no time to concern themselves with mortal affairs, yet he has dared to weave a tale involving the human emperor. This is troublesome. This is the royal city of Chaoge. Does Yi lad not fear the emperor's wrath for such audacity? I dread that Yi Zhonggui may end up in the palace, becoming Yi Gonggong. Ha ha. Many listeners expressed their amazement at Yi Feng's boldness in crafting a narrative about the human Emperor Xian within the royal city. Yi Feng continued, "It is said that the human Emperor Xian, accompanied by the civil and military officials, made his way to the Niuwa temple to offer incense. At this moment, the ancient and benevolent Bodhi patriarch secretly employed his divine powers to create disturbances. Though Emperor Xian was the human emperor and shielded by the luck of humanity, how could he contend against the Bodhi patriarch? He was easily ensnared, and the clay statue of the goddess Niuwa in the temple appeared vividly animated before him, captivating him entirely. In this moment, the audience was transported into the scene, witnessing a figure adorned with a crown and exquisite garments fervently standing before the statue of the goddess Niuwa, exclaiming, "Fair lady! Oh, fair lady!" Emperor Xian's eyes were filled with fervor, having completely lost his normal discernment and judgment. He drew his sword from his waist and began inscribing an obscene poem upon the wall beside the statue of Niuwa. The phoenix and dragon's exquisite adornments are stunning, adorned with intricate gold patterns. The distant mountains shimmer with emerald hues as the fluttering sleeves dance in the rosy dawn. Pear blossoms drenched in rain vie for beauty, while peonies enveloped in mist flaunt their allure. If only I could possess such enchanting grace, to return and serve the king of eternal Jie. This. The listeners erupted in uproar, a mix of astonishment and anger. How audacious of the Bodhi patriarch to meddle again. Such shamelessness. Having already plotted against the female war god Yao Ji, now he sought to ensnare humanity. Despicable and vile. A saint. He is nothing but a base scoundrel. How disgraceful. The listeners were filled with righteous indignation, harboring an intense loathing for the venerable patriarch Bodhi that knew no bounds. Among them, Wenzhong clenched his fists involuntarily, cold sweat trickling down his forehead upon hearing these words. This is bad, very bad. The goddess Niuwa, unaware of the truth, upon discovering that the emperor had penned lascivious verses to humiliate her, would undoubtedly be enraged and mete out severe punishment to the emperor, potentially implicating the entire human race. When a sage is incensed, even the primordial world trembles. When Zhong, his heart racing with anxiety, instinctively cast a glance at Tongtian. That moment, Tongtian was stroking his chin, pondering the strange motives behind Zhun Ti's underhanded schemes against the human race. After a brief outburst of curses from the other listeners, some began to grasp the situation, sharing similar questions. Yi Feng seemed to sense the audience's confusion and swiftly elaborated. Why would Zhun Ti, a lofty sage, conspire against the human race? The reason lies in the clandestine alliance formed between the two Western saints, Taiqing and Yuanshi Tianzun, who were plotting to join forces against the, aiming to fill the Fengshun Bang with the disciples to ensure their own survival. However, since the Tongtian patriarch had long issued a strict order forbidding his disciples from leaving the island or engaging in disturbances, the Sage Alliance would naturally refrain from a direct assault on Jian Island. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not wish to face the formidable Zhuxian sword array head-on. Thus, they resorted to a more indirect strategy, targeting the human race instead. After all, among the humans, there were numerous disciples of, and by calculating against the human race, they could ensnare these disciples in the ensuing conflict, subsequently leading them to drag other disciples into the vortex of calamity. These disciples, unaware of the sage's machinations, would inevitably find themselves on the Fengshen Bang. The audience erupted in a clamor of outrage, vehemently condemning Zhun Ti. Upon understanding the chain of events, when Zhong's heart burned with anger, yet he resolutely vowed to fulfill the late emperor's charge, to safeguard the realm of Chengtang, and to thwart the despicable conspiracy of these saints, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Tongtian, too, was seething with rage, gritting his teeth that, "My two elder brothers, how swiftly you act. How desperate you are to ally with the two Western saints, yearning to eliminate my." After a brief moment of indignation, Tongtian regained his composure, but he understood that would undoubtedly find itself at a disadvantage against the combined might of the four great saints. Although the Zhuxian sword array was formidable, it was not without its vulnerabilities. One must never underestimate the saints that has Zhun Ti's scheme against Niuwa also coerced her to choose sides. At the very least, once his scheme succeeds, Niuwa would never stand with or the human race. Tongtian quickly realized that Zhun Ti and the others were also wary of him, seeking allies. Now that he was aware of their plot, why not take the opportunity to win Niuwa over? That could improve his chances, Tongtian mused internally, simultaneously feeling fortunate. If he had not come to listen today, Zhun Ti's scheme might have succeeded, and he would have likely faced total isolation. With a clap of his hands, Yifeng resumed. As soon as the Exen wrote the lascivious poem, Niuwa immediately sensed at point one must ask, when has the esteemed Saint Niuwa ever endured such humiliation? Naturally, she would be furious. The audience was rapt with attention, curious to see how the Saint Niuwa would punish the audacious Exen, and whether she would uncover Zhun Ti's machinations. Yet, to their surprise, Yifeng shifted his tone, smiling as he said, "To know what unfolds next, please stay tuned for the next installment." With that, Yifeng smiled and bid farewell to his guest. "I.e., you heartless wretch, you always leave us hanging at the most critical moments." It's so tantalizing. The listeners, caught up in their excitement, lamented loudly, reluctantly dispersing tea that moment. However, Tongtian and the Jade Emperor remained behind. Seeing that the other guests had mostly departed, the Jade Emperor hurriedly approached Yifeng, greeting him with utmost politeness. "I am Huangyu. A pleasure to meet you, Sir." Yifeng, having learned from past experiences, regarded the unfamiliar listener with a cautious eye. Huangyu. Could it be the Jade Emperor? Could it be that I previously mentioned Erlang, sending away the Erlang god, and now summoned a Jade Emperor? Observing Huangyu's respectful demeanor, Yifeng surmised the reason behind his visit. Maintaining a calm and composed expression, he replied, "Does the guest have any matters to discuss?" The Jade Emperor inquired, "I am eager to know how the story will unfold. Isn't the Fengshen Bang beneficial to the heavenly court? Might there be a chance for the Jade Emperor to attain sainthood?" Yifeng found himself bemused by the question. What sort of inquiry is this? Could these great beings of the primordial world not be more original in their questions? Is it not merely asking how the Jade Emperor can become a saint? How would I know? Yifeng shook his head, stating plainly, "I don't know. The gathering has concluded for today. Please take your leave." He genuinely did not know, and he certainly would not mislead someone. The Jade Emperor, sensing Yifeng's frosty demeanor, felt a bit awkward, yet he quickly realized the truth. The senior must possess profound wisdom, and since he had no connection with him, he would likely be unwilling to casually divulge important methods for attaining sainthood. The Jade Emperor concluded this was the case, and thus he respectfully bowed to Yifeng, saying, "I apologize for my abruptness. I shall not disturb you further. Farewell." That moment, the Jade Emperor had already resolved to forge a close relationship with the storyteller Yifeng at all costs. Having listened to the tales, he firmly believed that Yifeng was a saint, or rather, a being surpassing the saints, at least existing on par with Hongjun Daozu. The immersive experience of the storytelling was truly remarkable, and he could effortlessly discern the future plans of the saints, who besides a genuine powerhouse could accomplish such feats. Seeing that the Jade Emperor had departed, and with no one else around. Tongtian approached Yifeng, equally respectful as he inquired, "Sir, with the two great saints of Taiqing and Yuqing allying with the two Western saints, can Tongtian Patriarch contend against them? What fate awaits in the end?" Yifeng had already recognized Tongtian's identity, but chose not to reveal it. Moreover, he could now confirm that Tongtian and the Jade Emperor viewed him as a figure of great foresight, sneaking in to listen to his tales for fear of being discovered by their rivals. This was undoubtedly the best scenario for Yifeng. With both parties obtaining what they sought, he glanced at the system panel, noticing that his shock points were nearing 6 digits, which immediately lifted his spirits. Naturally, he did not mind offering Tongtian some guidance. Despite Tongtian's formidable prowess as a sword cultivator, he would surely struggle against the combined might of the 4 great saints, would face annihilation, and he himself would be imprisoned. With a casual tone, Yifeng remarked, "Even with the might of the Zuxian sword array, Tongtian cannot withstand the alliance of the 4 great saints. Will be destroyed, and you will be confined." Upon hearing this, Tongtian, despite his sage-like composure, could not help but be taken aback, staggering back a few steps in shock. He had never expected that his, which was revered by myriad immortals, would meet such a fate, nor could he believe that Taiqing and Yuanshi Tianzun could be so ruthless. After all, his disciples had called them Shibo for countless millennia. The more he considered it, the more determined Tongtian became to ally with Niuhua and devise a strategy to break the impasse. Tongtian's inquiry stemmed not only from a genuine desire to know what would follow, but also from another motive. Last time, his decision to intercept Jiang Zia seemed to have displeased the senior. The fact that the senior was willing to provide guidance this time indicated that he did not hold a grudge against him. This was paramount for him, as it meant he could continue to glean information from the senior and pursue his own ambitions without reservation. "Thank you, sir, for your invaluable guidance. I am profoundly grateful." Tongtian bowed respectfully to Yifeng, refraining from further questions, and promptly exited the Xinyue pavilion. In this back and forth, Tongtian believed he had gleaned some understanding of Yifeng's character. Wary of asking too many questions that might irritate him, the Yifeng felt relieved as he watched Tongtian leave, although he was aware that Tongtian mistakenly believed him to be an extraordinary individual. As the saying goes, the more one speaks, the more mistakes one makes. Had Tongtian posed too many questions, he might have inadvertently revealed a flaw in his facade, with the other party departing of their own accord. It spared Yifeng the trouble of ushering them out. Upon leaving the Xinyue pavilion, Tongtian discovered his disciples, the 3 heavens, and his apprentice Wenzhong, waiting nearby. "What brings you here?" Tongtian inquired. Wenzhong, recalling the late Emperor Yi's instructions and his own responsibilities as the Grand Minister of the Shang dynasty, took the initiative to request, "Disciple Wenzhong seeks the Patriarch's assistance to thwart Zhun Ti's nefarious schemes, lest he succeeds and brings calamity to our great Shang human race." The 3 heavens echoed Wenzhong's sentiments, saying in unison, "We implore the Master to aid the human race in dismantling that treacherous villain's schemes." They were all incensed by Zhun Ti's actions, which were truly unscrupulous, resorting to any means necessary, even exploiting the innocent human race. Calm and composed, Tongtian solemnly declared, "Rest assured, I shall unveil the true nature of Zhun Ti at the final moment, and all sinister plots will unravel without resistance." "Thank you, Master," Wenzhong rejoiced in his heart, expressing his gratitude. However, Tongtian waved his hand, profoundly stating, "You should not thank me, but rather Mr. Yefeng from the Xinyue pavilion. Were it not for his guidance, we might find ourselves too late to thwart the impending conspiracy." The 3 Xiaos and Wenzhong nodded in deep understanding, their admiration and gratitude towards Yefeng growing. As they cast a heartfelt glance at the dilapidated Xinyue pavilion, by the way, Wenzhong, upon your return, remember not to alert Dixon, nor engage in any peculiar actions, Tongtian advised earnestly after a moment of contemplation. Wenzhong replied, "I understand, Master." At present, Tongtian intended to play along with the scheme, and Wenzhong would naturally refrain from alarming the serpent of Zhun Ti. Within the Xinyue pavilion, Yefeng was aware that Tongtian's inquiry about Jie Jiao's fate would certainly prompt some action. Yet he remained unconcerned. Yefeng was self-aware. In comparison to those of the Tai and Luo levels, he was merely a fledgling. The actions of the sages were beyond his purview. What mattered most was to enhance his own strength. With this thought in mind, Yefeng excitedly gazed at the system panel that, in the upper right corner, the number of shock points was displayed. Shock points. 138, 677. Over 100,000 shock points. This was the accumulation Yefeng had gathered from listening to tales over the past few days. He estimated that 2/3 of these points were bestowed by Tongtian, while the remaining third came from various unknown celestial beings, followed by mortal listeners. Regardless of the sources, what mattered was that he had saved for this very moment. It was time for a grand draw. He decided to invest all his shock points. With a command, Yefeng went all in. The system's notification chimed. Shock points reduced by 138, 677. The lottery commences. The system panel then flashed various prize icons, scrolls, weapons, elixirs, spiritual plants, and a icon. Yefeng, not picky, desired only one thing, a treasure that would significantly enhance his cultivation. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the icons on the system panel began to slow, ultimately settling on the elixir icon. With a burst of 7-colored light, the elixir transformed into a 3-dimensional image before finally materializing into a vibrant, 7-colored elixir that fell into Yefeng's palm. The elixir resembled jade, glistening and translucent, no larger than a thumb, and exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. The system panel then displayed a line of descriptive text. 9-turn golden elixir. Consuming one will allow you to break through the Tai golden immortal realm, with no adverse side effects, solidifying your foundation and greatly enhancing your strength. Yefeng felt a twinge of disappointment. Previously, with far fewer shock points, he had drawn an impressive cultivation method. Yet now, he had merely obtained an elixir. Nevertheless, this elixir was precisely what he needed, and attaining the Tai golden immortal status in the Hongjun world was indeed notable. Most elite disciples from various sage sects were at the Tai level, having cultivated for countless millennia to reach such heights. Now, with just a few days of listening and one elixir, he could achieve that realm, which was quite remarkable. Hastily, Yefeng hung a sign outside the Shenyue pavilion, informing visitors that it would be temporarily closed for the next few days, before consuming the 9-turn golden elixir and commencing his cultivation. Days turned into weeks, and before long, half a month had passed. Just as Yefeng narrated his tales, on this day, the human emperor Taiqing ventured out of the palace, meandering through the city of Chaoge. Soon, he learned that today was the birthday of Niuhua and decided to pay his respects. Accompanied by civil and military officials, as well as the imperial guards, Taiqing's procession was grand and drew the attention of many mortals. Little did they know, high above the city of Chaoge, the white-haired patriarch Bodhi had been waiting for some time. Through the temple of Niuhua, he observed Taiqing preparing to offer incense to the statue of Niuhua, and with a pointed gesture from afar, he set his plan in motion. Inside the Niuhua temple, the young and handsome Taiqing respectfully presented incense to the statue, reciting fervent prayers. I beseech Lady Niuhua to bless our great Shang dynasty with peace and prosperity, and favorable weather. However, at that moment, the incense stick slipped from his grasp with a clatter, and he found himself entranced by the statue of Niuhua. The statue, with a serene expression, seemed to gaze upon humanity like a mother. Yet to Taiqing, the statue transformed into a living beauty, adorned in a golden dress, with skin like snow and an exquisitely enchanting visage, alluringly beckoning him to a beauty, a magnificent beauty. Huh! Taiqing suddenly burst into uproarious laughter, his bizarre behavior bewildering the officials behind him. The Niuhua temple was a place of solemnity. Ordinarily, no one dared to make noise here. What had come over the emperor today? Before they could comprehend the situation, they were further startled by Taiqing's shocking actions. Taiqing's perception and memory had been subtly distorted by Patriarch Bodhi, and now he gazed at the statue of Niuhua with fervent excitement, his thoughts consumed by lust. With a flamboyant laugh, Taiqing unsheathed his sword and began to inscribe verses upon the nearby wall. Such a beauty could not go uncelebrated in poetry. He roared with laughter. After inscribing his lewd verses, he carelessly tossed the sword aside, continuing to laugh heartily. The officials, upon reading the verses on the wall, felt their pupils constrict, nearly fainting in shock. The wall bore the following verses: in the phoenix and dragon's splendid abode, adorned with exquisite golden embellishments, The distant mountains shimmer in emerald hues, their sleeves dancing in the rosy light. Pear blossoms drenched in rain vie for beauty, while peonies enveloped in mist flaunt their charm. If but the enchanting could stir, I would bring back joy to the emperor. While DXN continued to roar with laughter, the officials were utterly aghast. Even though DXN was the exalted human emperor, such a sacrilegious act would surely provoke the wrath of the sages. Among them, Zhong, witnessing the unfolding events as Yefeng had foretold, felt an increasing admiration and faith towards the elder, though he was immensely anxious. His expression remained composed, revealing no cracks. Zhong thought, I have prepared according to the plan. Now we await the master to shatter Zhun Ti's scheme. Above the Niuhua temple, the white-haired patriarch Bodhi wore a satisfied smile, confident that soon humanity would bear the brunt of Niuhua's immeasurable wrath. The disciples of Jie Jiao among humanity would inevitably be caught in the crossfire of Niuhua's fury. Half of the plan had been executed. Now, all that remained was to watch the unfolding drama. With this in mind, Patriarch Bodhi concealed his presence and silently departed from Chaoge in the celestial realm, within the palace of Niuhua. Today marked the birthday of Niuhua. Troubled by the calamities of fate, Niuhua found her mood slightly lifted, casting her gaze upon the mortal realm to see how her creation would celebrate her birthday. The new emperor, Taiqing, appeared quite imposing. If he was truly so devout, it would not be amiss to bestow blessings upon him. Niuhua, observing the event in the Niuhua temple from across the vast expanse, was originally intrigued. However, the next moment, she witnessed Taiqing publicly inscribing lascivious poetry. Boom! Gazing at the obscene verses, Niuhua felt a mix of shame and fury, her anger surging, shaking the heavens. As a sage, she transcended all beings, having personally created humanity. Today, she had been humiliated by a mere mortal. How could she not be enraged? In her wrath, Niuhua's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Retribution. Humanity must face severe punishment. Otherwise, the resentment in her heart would remain unresolved, and they would become a laughingstock for all beings in the future. Niuhua wielded her supreme powers, escaping the palace of Niuhua, traversing the vastness of Hongjun in an instant, and reappearing above the Niuhua temple in the Great Shang dynasty. Floating in the air, Niuhua gazed once more at the temple, only to see Taiqing, disregarding the protests of civil and military officials, still laughing uproariously. Her anger flared even more, and she gritted her teeth, declaring, "The mortal realm has become tainted." Boom! Boom! In an instant, the skies spanning millions of miles darkened with gathering storm clouds, enveloping the realm in an oppressive aura. The wrath of the sage could even influence the celestial phenomena. The inhabitants of Chaoge City trembled in fear, gazing up at the heavens only to behold the dense, ominous clouds that shrouded them in a stifling sensation. The formidable beings of the primordial era were equally stirred, casting uncertain glances towards Chaoge City, bewildered as to what had provoked such an extraordinary phenomenon from the sage. The sky was filled with thunderous roars. As the clouds coalesced ominously, Niuhua's expression was cold and indifferent as she summoned forth a small banner that shimmered with gray light, embroidered with myriad demons of the primordial realm. Countless threads of causality were connected to it, revealing it to be the innate spiritual treasure, the summoning banner. With but a thought, Niuhua could summon the formidable demon Yinshi to exact punishment upon Taiqing. Hold on. Just then, a ray of sword light cleaved through the clouds, dissipating the celestial anomalies and revealing a clear sky once more. The Tongtian cult leader, standing upon the void, held a gray-haired elder in his right hand and appeared before Niuhua. Dear Niuhua, all of this is the result of a villainous scheme. Do not act impulsively, Tongtian declared, presenting the elder before her. This elder was none other than Patriarch Bodhi, who had initially intended to flee after bewitching Taiqing, hoping to avoid a confrontation with Niuhua. However, Tongtian had awaited him along the way, capturing him with overwhelming force. The sage's 3 corpses were at most at the peak of quasi-sainthood, in the past. A fragment of the divine thought from the sage of the Western teachings had been able to subdue the Jade Emperor at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. And now Tongtian, in his true form, had personally intervened, leaving Patriarch Bodhi no chance of escape. Now, with a face full of terror, Patriarch Bodhi was grasped like a wretched dog by the sage, stripped of all his earlier arrogance and composure. Tongtian, what is the meaning of this? Niwa asked, her brow furrowed in confusion at the scene. That my friend, you are unaware that this is a cunning plot orchestrated by the two saints of the West. The Emperor Taiqing is merely a pawn, deceived by these villains into committing such disrespectful acts. Tongtian explained the entire situation to Niwa, ultimately gesturing to present a recorded image before her. The image revealed Patriarch Bodhi secretly casting spells upon Taiqing, causing turmoil in his mind, leading him into a frenzy of inscribing lewd poetry upon the walls. Meanwhile, within the Niwa temple, Taiqing was engaged in a wild uproar. Brandishing his sword in madness, that moment, when Zhong, upon seeing his ancestor appear, understood the time had come. Following the prior plan, he stepped forward, his fingers forming a luminous point that struck Taiqing's brow. Ah! Taiqing screamed in agony, his body convulsing and trembling, gasping for breath as his chest heaved violently. Subsequently, a wisp of dark energy dissipated from his brow, restoring his consciousness to clarity, with Wen Zhong's assistance. Taiqing soon grasped the unfolding events, and upon seeing the lewd poetry on the wall, his face turned pale with horror, stumbling back in extreme unease. How could I have committed such an unforgivable act? His cultivation was not particularly strong. He merely sensed the stifling atmosphere of Chaoge City, unaware that two sages were currently engaged in dialogue above him. When Zhong offered consolation, "Your Majesty, you have been wronged by treacherous men. Rest assured that Lady Niwa will surely see through the deception and will not wrong any innocent soul." Niwa observed this scene keenly, realizing that everything was a setup to ensnare her. The two saints of the West are despicable schemers, plotting against me. Niwa's gaze turned fiercely towards Patriarch Bodhi, her eyes burning with an anger that seemed poised to obliterate him in an instant. Patriarch Bodhi quivered in fear, yet the overwhelming sage pressure from Niwa rendered him incapable of uttering a single plea for mercy. That moment, Tongtian uttered words that would shatter Patriarch Bodhi's heart. "Dear Niwa, I learned of this matter inadvertently. T.O. revealed the true nature of the two saints of the West. I refrained from informing you beforehand, lest it alert the snakes in the grass. Now that you understand the truth, I leave the handling of Patriarch Bodhi to you." With that, Tongtian handed over Patriarch Bodhi. Having reached the peak of quasi-sainthood, Patriarch Bodhi was already restrained by Tongtian, rendering him no different from a defenseless mortal. Niwa cast a deep glance at Tongtian. As a sage, her wisdom was extraordinary. Upon learning the truth, she understood that the two saints of the West sought to incite discord between her and the Jie sect. After all, many disciples of the Jie sect resided among the human race, and punishing them would inevitably impact these disciples. Simultaneously, Niwa recognized Tongtian's maneuver as a cunning ploy, intending to instigate conflict between herself and the two saints of the West, ensuring she could never side with them. Yet, Niwa did not feel anger towards this. Had she been in his position, she would have acted similarly to in the face of calamity. One seeks to avoid disaster and embrace opportunity. Tongtian, I owe you a favor in this matter. After Niwa spoke, she grasped Patriarch Bodhi as if he were a lifeless dog and soared towards the western holy mountain, the western teaching sanctum. The Ling Mountain, within the Grand Thunder Sound Temple, the expression in Zhun Ti's eyes flickered with alarm, while Jian wore a grave countenance. Before them, a vision of the scene above the Niwa Temple in Chaoge City emerged. Initially, everything unfolded according to their plan. Patriarch Bodhi would bewitch Taiqing, inciting Niwa's fury and implicating the Jie sect. Yet, why had Tongtian appeared unexpectedly, seemingly foreseeing their entire scheme? The more Zhun Ti pondered, the more apprehensive he became. This scenario mirrored the moment when Yao Ji had suddenly seen through Yang Tianyou's disguise, or when Tongtian had intercepted Jiang Zia. Everything had seemed perfectly fine until an external force intervened and disrupted their plans. Zhun Ti increasingly sensed that something was amiss, vaguely perceiving a colossal secret lurking behind the scenes. However, before he could contemplate further, the entire Ling Mountain shuddered violently. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the earth quaked and the mountains shook, causing the disciples of the Western teaching upon Ling Mountain to gaze up at the heavens in alarm. There stood an enraged Niuhua, holding Patriarch Bodhi as she traversed the void, the winds and clouds swirling around her as thick silver lightning rained down upon the mountain. In an instant, multiple sections of the mountain collapsed, pavilions and towers reduced to ruins, and many lowly cultivated disciples of the Western teaching perished on the spot. Zhun Ti, come forth. Niuhua's fury remained unabated, her icy voice echoing throughout the entire Ling Mountain. Zhun Ti had initially wished to remain hidden, but now he had no choice but to step forward. Dear Niuhua, please do not act rashly. This is all a misunderstanding. Zhun Ti exclaimed, rushing out from the Grand Thunder Sound Temple, his face painted with urgency as he approached Niuhua. As he spoke, Zhun Ti glanced at Patriarch Bodhi, who was being held like a lifeless dog, and his heart sank. A misunderstanding. You conspired and plotted, only to be exposed, and yet you still speak of misunderstandings. Do you not find that laughable? Niuhua scoffed coldly in response. Zhun Ti felt a throbbing headache. Gritting his teeth, Dear Niuhua, do not unjustly tarnish my reputation. I know nothing of any conspiracy. Seeing Zhun Ti stubbornly refuse to admit fault, Niuhua's anger erupted. You seek a beating. As her words fell, Niuhua raised her delicate hand, gathering thousands of thunderbolts within her palm, directing them towards Zhun Ti. The lightning surged forth like a silver tide, imbued with annihilating power. Zhun Ti's complexion changed drastically, hastily employing his divine powers to conjure a lotus-like barrier to protect himself. Boom! The lotus barrier shattered inch by inch, leaving Zhun Ti scorched and staggering backward. Dear Niuhua, do not bully me too excessively. Zhun Ti had never experienced such humiliation, especially not in his own sanctum, where so many disciples of the Western teaching were witnessing his disgrace, causing him immense shame. So you're aware of bullying others excessively. What then shall you say in explanation for your schemes against me and the human race? Niuhua's words bore no sign of mercy as her assault continued, the silver lightning crashing down like towering waves. Patriarch Bodhi, held captive by Niuhua, trembled in fear. Should he be struck by these thunderbolts, he would surely be obliterated this moment. All he could do was wait for his true form to rescue him. Yet, each of Niuhua's movements, seemingly casual, contained immense power, conjuring celestial phenomena that rivaled the commotion caused by the three pure ones during their battle on Jian Island. Any living being in the primordial realm who gazed towards the west would witness the ominous clouds and the thunderous spectacle. In stark contrast, Zhun Ti could not mount a solid counterattack, forced instead to defend himself. Puff! Then, Niuhua's onslaught was truly formidable. In a moment of carelessness, Zhun Ti was struck by lightning, sustaining additional injuries as blood gushed from his mouth, his saintly aura in disarray. Saints may regard the myriad beings of the primordial world as mere ants, residing high above in their lofty positions. However, it is seldom acknowledged that disparities exist even among saints. In days of yore, Niuhua created humanity, earning immeasurable merits that led her to ascend to sainthood, becoming the first among the 6 great saints to achieve such a breakthrough. Conversely, Zhun Ti and Jian were entirely different. Their foundational strength paled in comparison to the 3 pure ones in Niuhua. In a desperate bid to attain sainthood, they issued 48 grand vows to the heavenly Tao, barely managing to establish the Western teachings. Even now, the 2 saints of the West were still working off debts to the heavenly Tao. Their opportunistic ascension to sainthood left their combat prowess considerably lacking when compared to the deeply rooted saints. Presently, facing the wrath of Niuhua, Zhun Ti found himself utterly powerless. Niuhua, my friend, please cease your attack. At that moment, Jian rushed out of the great Thunder Sound Temple, a look of helplessness upon his face as he called out, observing the emergence of another saint from the Western teachings. Niuhua's cold smile did not wane, yet her assault came to a halt. A fleeting shadow of gloom passed through Jian's eyes, but on the surface he forced a smile and bowed to Niuhua, saying, Niuhua, my friend, this time it is indeed our Western teaching's fault. I sincerely apologize to you. As he spoke, Jian produced several shimmering treasures and jade vials containing elixirs, reluctantly sending them towards Niuhua from a distance. Adhering to the notion of spending wealth to avert disaster, I implore you, Niuhua, for the sake of our shared kinship, please be magnanimous, my brother, and I assure you we will never make such a mistake again. Naturally, the two saints of the West were reluctant to part with these treasures. However, if Niuhua were to persist in her grievances and continue her entanglement, the losses for their Western teachings would only escalate. Just look at the Spirit Mountain. Vast areas have been reduced to ruins due to the recent clash of saints. If the fighting were to continue, the outcome was uncertain. I beseech you, Niuhua, to forgive us. We shall never dare to offend you again. Zhun Ti also lowered his head in apology, feeling a mix of indignation and frustration within, silently vowing to repay Niuhua tenfold should the opportunity arise. Observing the two from the West acknowledging their faults, Niuhua furrowed her brows, but chose not to strike again. Saints are immortal. Continuing the fight would only irrevocably offend these two, if entangled in karmic retribution and forced into the calamity of fate. The consequences could be dire. Now that the two saints of the West had learned their lesson and offered their apologies, they had salvaged their dignity, and with treasures in hand, she had suffered no actual losses. Letting it go was not necessarily a bad outcome. I hope you remember this and refrain from repeating such mistakes. Niuhua tossed the Bodhi Patriarch to Zhun Ti, transforming the treasures into a streak of seven-colored light as she departed. At the Niuhua Temple, Emperor Xen expressed his gratitude for the saint's rescue. Now regaining clarity, Emperor Xen respectfully thanked Tongtian, his sincerity evident. Today, had it not been for the assistance of the Patriarch, the relationship between humanity and the goddess Niuhua would have been severed. Wenzhong, standing nearby, echoed the sentiment. Equally respectful and visibly moved, Tongtian, with hands clasped behind his back, maintained a calm demeanor, revealing neither joy nor anger, and stated, "There is no need for thanks. The Western saints plotted against Niuhua and humanity. Their intentions aimed at countering my Jie sect. The calamity has now arrived, and even I cannot remain unscathed. You must take care of yourselves from now on." After speaking, Tongtian turned and departed, leaving the two monarchs exchanging glances of bewilderment. In the skies above the Niuhua Temple, Tongtian did not immediately leave Chaoge City, but instead ascended to a higher altitude. Niuhua, having returned from her tumultuous encounter with the Western teachings, awaited him. "I sincerely thank you, my friend Tongtian. Had it not been for your intervention, I would have remained completely unaware." Niuhua articulated earnestly as she awaited Tongtian. He replied, "I merely fulfilled my duty. After all, humanity is innocent, and I do not wish for them to be ensnared in calamity." Hearing this, Niuhua's expression became complex, and she sighed, "You are indeed considerate. I perceive that Emperor Xen possesses a fortune akin to that of a dragon and tiger. This calamity will surely transform into a blessing for him, and in the future, he will undoubtedly emerge as a prominent leader, ensuring a bright future for humanity under his guidance in the past." During the ancestral calamity, the primordial beings suffered greatly, and humanity endured a horrific slaughter, only to flourish after years of recuperation. Although Niuhua had no intention of meddling in humanity's affairs, she hoped that they would not face further disasters if possible. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tongtian broached the subject at hand. Currently, the two saints of the West have allied with Taiqing and the primordial heavenly sovereign. Should we cooperate, we possess the power to safeguard our disciples through this calamity. Upon hearing this, Niuhua displayed signs of hesitation. Her domain, the endless chaos and the palace of Niuhua, resided high in the heavens, with few disciples. Thus, her chances of being caught up in the calamity were minimal. Agreeing to unite with Tongtian would only serve to offend Taiqing and the primordial heavenly sovereign. Weighing the pros and cons in her heart, Niuhua ultimately made her decision and apologetically said to Tongtian, "My friend, I do not wish to be entangled in the calamity. It is better that we forego the alliance." Tongtian's expression turned regretful upon hearing this. "I have no intention of forcing your hand. Since you have your considerations, I shall refrain from insisting further." Although he had not harbored much hope, the refusal from Niuhua still left him disappointed that moment. Niuhua continued, "However, as I previously mentioned, I owe you a debt of karmic goodwill. I can promise to assist you once in the future." Upon hearing this, Tongtian smiled. Though he had not secured an alliance with Niuhua, obtaining a promise was still quite favorable. Moreover, as long as Niuhua did not side with the primordial heavenly sovereign, it was an outcome he could reluctantly accept. After the conspiracy of the Western Two Saints against Niuhua and humanity was exposed, it swiftly spread throughout the primordial realm. In an instant, powerful beings were left in shock, each with their own thoughts. Some secretly cursed the Western Saints for their treachery, feeling a sense of satisfaction at their misfortune. Others marveled at the might of the Saints, capable of shaking the heavens and commanding thunder with a mere gesture. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, upon learning of the incident, the Jade Emperor experienced delight, yet his mind was filled with reflections on the previous tales he had heard in the divine sayings pavilion. Indeed, the storyteller spoke with uncanny foresight. His predictions were flawless, the Jade Emperor murmured, simultaneously realizing a crucial point. While it appeared that Niuhua had subdued the Western Two Saints, the one who truly dismantled their scheme was Tongtian. Had it not been for Tongtian's counter-scheme, the Western Two Saints would never have suffered such a setback. Connecting this to Tongtian's previous interception of Jiang Zia and Yao Ji's unraveling of Yang Tianyou's disguise, it bore a striking resemblance. Both instances involved foreknowledge, akin to prophetic insight. The Jade Emperor was certain that Tongtian had long been aware of the existence of the divine sayings pavilion and Yifeng, perhaps even sitting alongside him during the previous storytelling session. Yet, that mattered little now. What was crucial was how to please the elder and seek guidance on the path to sainthood during the next storytelling session at the divine sayings pavilion. The Jade Emperor took a deep breath, racking his brain for solutions at Kunlun Mountain, in the Yushu Palace. The originally eager Taiqing and the primordial heavenly sovereign now wore expressions of disbelief. Tongtian, once again, had exhibited an uncanny foresight, unraveling a seemingly flawless plan. They were at a loss, unable to comprehend how Tongtian had achieved this. Presently, it seemed that Tongtian indeed possessed the ability to foresee the future, being privy to the schemes of other saints. How was he capable of such feats? Primordial heavenly sovereign was filled with shock and confusion. Taiqing stroked his beard in silence, harboring the same doubts within. After a lengthy pause, he conjectured, in this calamity, he surely could not accomplish this alone. Otherwise, his cultivation would have surpassed ours, matching the Dao ancestor. Thus, he must have a powerful figure guiding him from behind. The primordial heavenly sovereign was suddenly alarmed, recalling various past events, and hastily said, "Could it be that there is a formidable being hidden within Chaoge City that we are unaware of?" Taiqing shook his head. "Speaking calmly, I cannot be certain at this moment. After all, Chaoge City is not within our jurisdiction, and its secrets remain unknown. For now, we can only affirm one thing. If there truly is a powerful figure guiding Tongtian, that figure's strength must surpass our 6 great saints, or perhaps even exceed them." At long last, the Supreme One's expression grew solemn. Yuanshi Tianzun also sensed the intricacies of the situation, which initially presented a considerable advantage for him, yet now seemed fraught with unforeseen variables. This left him feeling constrained his plans for subsequent actions, anxious that Tongtian, the seer, might once again unravel their strategies, rendering their efforts futile. After all, we are both part of the Sanxiao. Since that esteemed figure is willing to guide Tongtian, he would surely extend his wisdom to us as well. Shall we not seek this sage in Chaoge City? Yuanshi Tianzun's eyes suddenly brightened with the thought. Absolutely not. Our relationship with Tongtian is already strained. He might speak ill of us in front of that esteemed figure. Therefore, it is unwise to approach without first clarifying whether they are friend or foe. Taiqing promptly dismissed Yuanshi's proposal, stroking his beard thoughtfully. The two from the west have faced 2 consecutive defeats and must have surmised that a sage is guiding Tongtian in Chaoge City. We would do better to let them investigate first. Once they ascertain the truth, we can devise our plans without delay. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi nodded in agreement. If that esteemed figure were aligned with Tongtian, it would indeed be imprudent for them to approach recklessly. Allowing the Western duo to take the lead was undoubtedly the wisest choice at that moment. Zhun Ti and Jian were equally troubled. harboring a simmering frustration. The initial scheme against the Jade Emperor's sister, Yao Ji, had proven a miscalculation, but to fail even against a mere human was utterly humiliating. They were unaware of how they would be ridiculed by those insignificant beings. In contrast, it seemed that since the onset of the calamity, Tongtian could foresee events with uncanny accuracy. Zhun Ti, filled with a mix of resentment and confusion, furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Brother, why do you suppose Tongtian has suddenly appeared in the human realm of Chaoge City? Could there be some hidden mystery behind this?" Jian frowned, realizing that Zhun Ti suspected a connection between Chaoge City and Tongtian's prophetic abilities. After a discussion, Zhun Ti decided to send the venerable Bodhi ancestor to Chaoge City, instructing him to exercise utmost caution in his inquiries and to avoid capture at all costs. "Rest assured, my friend, I shall proceed with caution," the Bodhi ancestor replied, still haunted by the memory of his previous capture by Niuwa. Though he had ultimately been rescued, the ordeal had severely drained his vitality, and only Zhun Ti's careful nurturing had restored him to a semblance of health. The following morning in Chaoge City, the Bodhi ancestor transformed into an inconspicuous old man with graying hair, ambulating through the bustling streets with a cane. "I have searched high and low for a full day and night, yet I have found nothing amiss in this Chaoge City," he murmured to himself, skepticism creeping in. Could it be that Zhun Ti and Jian had erred in their assumptions? Just as the Bodhi ancestor was about to return to report to Zhun Ti, the door to the elusive Shenyue Pavilion, which had been closed for several days, swung open with a resounding thud. During this time, Yifeng had been in seclusion, refining the 9 transformations golden elixir. His strength had risen to the level of a Tai golden immortal, and with the addition of the Life Sea technique and his star body, his magical prowess was immensely formidable, far surpassing others of his rank. He finally had a foundation upon which to establish himself in the primordial realm. However, he was acutely aware that he was still merely comparable to the core disciples of the saintly sections. While he had a foothold, he lacked the ability to defend himself. The calamity of sealing the gods was rife with great Luo golden immortals, and when quasi-saints were as common as weeds. One would need at least the strength of a great Luo golden immortal to ensure survival. Therefore, Yifeng could only continue to tell stories and accumulate more shock points. Though he understood that the recent conflict between Niuwa and the two from the west was likely instigated by his storytelling, Yifeng felt he could no longer afford to ponder such matters. Even if other saints from the 6 saints approached him, they might also regard him as a reclusive sage and offer him generous shock points. The Shenyue Pavilion, having reopened after several days, quickly attracted a throng of loyal listeners eager to hear his tales. Observing the crowd gathering at the pavilion, the Bodhi ancestor paid them little mind. He had scoured the entirety of Chaoge City, and the Shenyue Pavilion was merely a place for storytelling. There was nothing particularly special about it. However, just as he was contemplating this, his pupils suddenly dilated in shock as he beheld several familiar figures among the throng of mortal listeners. Firstly, there were the 3 sisters of the Sanxiao and the Grand Master Wenzhong walking side by side. Their previous interactions with the Sanqing had made them well acquainted with each other's disciples. Despite any disguises, the Bodhi ancestor, being at the pinnacle of quasi-saint cultivation, recognized them instantly. Then his gaze fell upon a young man in a yellow robe, who, although better disguised than the disciples of the, could not escape the Bodhi ancestor's keen senses, having previously battled with the Jade Emperor. He discerned that the true identity of the young man was none other than the Jade Emperor himself. The Jade Emperor? What brings him to the Shenyue Pavilion? The Bodhi ancestor was taken aback, astonished that these celestial beings would abandon their cultivation to visit a mundane establishment. There was surely something amiss behind this unusual gathering. Connecting the dots with a recent string of peculiar events, the Bodhi ancestor's expression darkened as he approached the Shenyue Pavilion to investigate further. Yet, just as he stepped forward, he suddenly froze, his expression morphing into one of sheer alarm as he spotted another figure materializing amidst the crowd. This was an unremarkable middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, blending in seamlessly with the throng. However, as a quasi-saint, the Bodhi ancestor was all too familiar with his aura. It was none other than Tongtian, one of the Sanqing. Retreat. The Bodhi ancestor's heart raced in trepidation, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. The current state of affairs had placed them at odds. Should he inadvertently fall into Tongtian's hands? He could only imagine the torment that awaited him. As the Bodhi ancestor hurriedly retreated, Tongtian furrowed his brow, observing the spot where the Bodhi ancestor had just vanished. So, the Bodhi ancestor has arrived. Tongtian's concern deepened. Realizing that his presence in Chaoge City had likely drawn the attention of the Bodhi ancestor's saintly allies, he understood that his ability to navigate the calamity was largely reliant on the information gleaned from the Xinyue Pavilion. Should Zhun Ti, Jian, Taiqing, Yuanshi Tianzun, and others also come to listen to stories at the pavilion, his current advantage would undoubtedly dissipate. It seemed he needed to devise a plan to address this predicament. Unbeknownst to the listeners, the Jade Emperor remained oblivious to the Bodhi ancestor's appearance and subsequent disappearance, eagerly awaiting Yifeng to resume his storytelling. He was keen to learn about future events in the calamity of sealing the gods to see if he could seize an opportunity for profit. Even without the prospect of gain, he wished to discern how to avoid calamity, lest he encounter a situation akin to that of Yao Ji. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, Yifeng awoke from his reverie and began his tale. Last we left off, Taiqing, under the influence of the Bodhi ancestor, penned lewd poetry, inciting the wrath of Niuhua. Enraged, Niuhua resolved to punish Taiqing decisively, and thus dispatch the 3 demons of Xuanyuan's tomb. At this juncture, the scene before the audience transformed into a grand palace. A singular, imposing figure sat upon the throne, their face obscured. However, the pair of phoenix-like eyes that shone forth were laden with fury, and kneeling before her were the 3 demons, displaying utmost reverence. At this moment, Yifeng lowered his voice, stating, Niuhua commanded the 3 demons of Xuanyuan's tomb. The king, Taiqing, is foolish and tyrannical. I command you to descend and administer severe punishment. The 3 demons, naturally, complied with great respect, descending to instigate trouble for Taiqing. Niuhua's intention in sending the 3 demons was not for them to confront Taiqing openly. Rather, these demons excelled in the art of seduction and deception, their most formidable skill being the ability to cloud the minds of others. The 3 demons descended to ensnare Taiqing's intellect, knowing that should he become distracted from governance, chaos would ensue. When the time came for the Grand Shang, the royal fortune would be destabilized, making it all too easy to dismantle. Upon hearing this, the audience members silently acknowledged Niuhua's ruthlessness, though her ire was directed at Taiqing. The entire Grand Shang would bear the consequences if the royal fortune were to falter. The Grand Shang would descend into disarray. Was it not a path to decline? Yifeng paused momentarily before inquiring. Esteemed guests, what insights might you glean from this matter? The listeners exchanged glances, some suggesting, be wary of the schemes of petty individuals in the future. Others asserted, one must remain calm and reflective to avoid misjudging the situation. Although the audience was uncertain of the reason behind Yifeng's question, they earnestly contemplated and provided their responses. Yet, Yifeng merely shook his head, matter-of-factly stating, none of that. Rather, it is imperative not to offend women, lest you find yourself in a most unfortunate predicament. Poof! Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in laughter, realizing that Yifeng's serious demeanor was merely a pretext for such levity. Tongtian and several other celestial beings present could only manage bitter smiles, echoing Yifeng's jest along with the crowd. Indeed, the esteemed elder shows no mercy when it comes to lampooning the saints. One could only wonder how Niuhua would feel upon hearing such remarks. At that moment, Zhong, recalling the pressing matter at hand, hastily communicated in secret, inquiring of Tongtian, Master, now that the conspiracy of Zhun Ti has been unveiled, the 3 demons of Xinyuan tomb should not reappear. Correct? However, Tongtian reminisced about Jiangzi's apprenticeship under the Chan sect and replied, not necessarily. Since the elder has stated it thus, there must be a reason behind it. We should merely remain vigilant to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Zhong nodded silently, recognizing that they could only proceed step by step. Regardless, if the 3 demons of Xinyuan tomb were to appear and dare to deceive the emperor of mankind, Taiqing, he would assuredly not let them off lightly. Meanwhile, the patriarch Bodhi finally returned to Mount Ling, relaying the news of his encounter with Tongtian. the Jade Emperor, and others in Chaoge City to Zhun Ti and Jian. What? So many celestial beings and saints congregating in a mere mortal city. Zhun Ti furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. A saint like Tongtian, so high and mighty, should be safeguarding his disciples on Golden Ao Island during such a calamity. His presence in Chaoge City must surely have ulterior motives. Brother, what are your thoughts on this matter? Zhun Ti inquired of Jian, who appeared grave and replied earnestly, Tongtian would not venture to the Xinyue Pavilion merely to listen to a mortal storytelling. The only plausible explanation is that this storyteller is no ordinary mortal, but rather a figure of great power guiding Tongtian. Then I shall go at once to discern whether this storyteller truly possesses remarkable abilities. Zhun Ti declared, preparing to set forth. Jian swiftly interjected, if this individual is indeed an unfathomable power and Tongtian is present in the city, how could you possibly face them alone? It would be prudent for us to go together. Having experienced previous unexpected events, Jian felt compelled to exercise caution, especially since this situation might involve a formidable entity. After deliberating, the two saints resolved to journey together to Chaoge City to investigate. Meanwhile, completely unaware of these developments, Yifeng continued his storytelling in Chaoge City to in Jiuzhou. There lived a noble named Su who had a daughter named Su Daji, renowned for her beauty, currently awaiting a marriage proposal. Su decided to offer Su Daji to Emperor Xian as his consort, hoping that her charm would secure safety for their family and elevate their status. Although Su Daji harbored feelings for another, she understood that marriage was traditionally arranged by her parents, especially in a prominent family such as the Su clan. Thus, she suppressed her affections and prepared to wed Emperor Xian. Su Hu and his family escorted Su Daji. They paused for the night at the Enzhou post house. However, in the dead of night, as the family slumbered, a sinister wind swept through, extinguishing the candles and plunging the inn into darkness. Hearing her maid call out in alarm about a monster, Su Hu rushed to check on Su Daji, only to find her unharmed. Faced with her father's concerned inquiry, she paled and replied, "It is merely a strong wind. It poses no danger, a noble family. We are imbued with righteousness. What monster would dare approach us?" At this point, the scene within the Xinyue Pavilion morphed into the eerie inn room, evoking a sense of dread among the audience, some of whom instinctively shuddered. Su Hu, reassured by Su Daji's words, began to believe there was no cause for alarm. Little did he know, the voice that had just spoken to him was no longer Su Daji's. It belonged to the nine-tailed fox spirit, the leader of the three demons of Xianyuan tomb, who had extinguished his daughter's soul and taken over her body. The three demons sought to infiltrate the palace and deceive Emperor Xian, using the beautiful Su Daji as a guise to mask their true intentions. As the audience absorbed this chilling revelation, they felt a wave of fear wash over them, realizing the horror of the situation. Poor Su, who remained oblivious, unwittingly aiding the monster in its plot to enter the palace and harm Emperor Xian. The listeners began to speculate among themselves, you think the emperor will recognize Su Daji's true identity? Surely he will. After all, he is the emperor of mankind. His luck protects him. What monster could evade his discerning gaze? Not necessarily. The emperor's cultivation is still in the realm of refining the void and merging with the Tao. He has yet to undergo a transformation and break through to the celestial realm. In other words, he is still immortal, unable to see through the fox spirit's disguise. Indeed, the three demons of Xianyuan tomb were summoned by Lady Niuhua and must possess formidable powers. The audience engaged in heated debate, with opinions divided. Wen Zhong, however, clenched his fists, listening intently to Yifeng's tale, eager to understand the unfolding events for future considerations. Suddenly, Yifeng clapped his hands and exclaimed, "To discover what transpires next, please await the next installment." Alas, the crowd erupted in discontent, voicing their displeasure. Although they were frustrated by Yifeng's tantalizing cliffhanger, they had no choice but to disperse. Tongtian, pondering Zhun Ti's intentions, sensed that they would likely come to investigate personally. This time, he refrained from pressing Yifeng with questions and exited the Xinyue Pavilion alongside the other listeners, as the doors closed behind them. Tongtian was about to turn and leave when two figures suddenly appeared before him. The newcomers were none other than Zhun Ti and Jian, having arrived post-haste. The surrounding mortals paid them no mind, as if they were invisible. Strangely, the throngs of people on the street parted instinctively as they approached, creating an inexplicable vacuum around them, preventing any mortals from drawing near. "Tongtian, my friend, how have you been?" Jian greeted with a smile, while Zhun Ti, wearing a beaming expression, directly inquired, "Might I ask what brings you to Chaoge City? If there are any intriguing or entertaining matters at hand, do share with us." Naturally, saints would not be interested in mundane affairs. Tongtian understood that their inquiry was a veiled attempt to uncover his secrets. Coldly, he adopted a demeanor that radiated aloofness, stating, "I am merely here to visit my disciple Wen Zhong and other remaining disciples of the Jie sect among the mortals. What concern is it of yours?" At first glance, it appeared Tongtian was displeased with the Western saints for instigating discord between Yuan and humanity, plotting against the disciples of Jie sect, and thus offered no cordiality to his adversaries. Zhun Ti and Jian remained unfazed, their smiles unwavering to test the waters. Zhun Ti provocatively remarked, "Surely, Tongtian, you do not harbor ulterior motives?" As he spoke, both he and Jian scrutinized Tongtian closely, seeking signs of unease. However, as a saint of profound wisdom, Tongtian displayed no signs of weakness. He had anticipated their arrival and maintained an impassive faade. The Western saints were not surprised by this and promptly unleashed their divine senses. Scanning the interior and exterior of the Shenyue pavilion, they confirmed the presence of a storyteller. Yet he appeared to be an ordinary mortal, devoid of any extraordinary traits. Still, the fact that both the Jade Emperor and Tongtian had attended the storytelling raised suspicions. Why was there no indication of deception? After exchanging glances, Zhun Ti casually clasped his hands, saying, "Ah, it seems we have misunderstood. We shall take our leave." Initially, they believed that Tongtian had not yet departed from Chaoge City, and that the sage who had been guiding him from behind was still present. However, upon realizing that Patriarch Bodhi had already set off a chain of events, it became clear that this sage either wished to remain hidden from them or had been concealed by Tongtian. As for the mortal within the Shenyue pavilion, he was undoubtedly a mere illusion conjured by Tongtian to mislead their investigations. Thus, they deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. After all, time was on their side. And as long as they kept a close watch on Tongtian, he would inevitably reveal a flaw in due course. The two celestial beings, Taiqing and Yuanshi, who had been monitoring the Western saints, grew increasingly somber as their inquiry yielded no results. Although their powers surpassed those of the Western saints, the latter had found nothing. Even if they were to intervene personally, they would be unlikely to uncover anything of significance. It appeared that Tongtian had long been on guard against them and had adequately prepared for their scrutiny, making it exceedingly difficult to discern the secrets that lay behind him. "Let us wait." Taiqing remarked with an indifferent expression, "I refuse to believe he will not reveal a chink in his armor at some point." Yuanshi Tianzun nodded slightly, his gaze as frigid as ice. In Chaoge City, once Tongtian confirmed that the Western saints had departed, he let out a sigh of relief, albeit accompanied by a sense of vigilance in his heart. It seemed prudent for him to avoid appearing at the Shenyue pavilion. Otherwise, its existence would soon be known to others. As Tongtian pondered this, the three Xiao and Wen Zhong approached him. When the Western saints had visited earlier, Tongtian had been concerned that his disciples might reveal a flaw in front of the saints, prompting him to instruct them to withdraw momentarily. "Master, what shall we do next?" Yun Xiao asked, her brow furrowed with worried Bi Xiao. Qiong Xiao and Wen Zhong shared her concern regarding the arrival of the Western saints. The Shenyue pavilion had become their hope in navigating the impending calamity. If the sanctuary was exposed to the adversaries, it would spell danger. Be on the safe side. I shall refrain from attending the Shenyue pavilion for storytelling in the future. You three should do the same, remaining diligently on Jian Island. Let Wen Zhong handle the storytelling, and if any significant matters arise, inform me immediately, Tongtian advised after a moment of contemplation. Wen Zhong, having long served in Chaoge City, could appear anywhere without raising suspicion. As for the divine consciousness Tongtian had previously left across from the Shenyue pavilion, it had been retracted the moment he noticed Patriarch Bodhi and was currently unusable. Wen Zhong, You must be particularly vigilant. I command that no mortal in Chaoge City discusses the stories from the Shenyue Pavilion, Tongtian declared, aware that this place had already attracted the attention of other sages, and its secrets would inevitably be unveiled. His only course of action was to delay that exposure for as long as possible. Rest assured, Master, I shall obey your orders. The three shall, and when Zhong bowed respectfully in response. Tongtian nodded slightly, though there remained one issue that posed a challenge. The Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor had attended every storytelling session lately, raising suspicions among the Western Saints that if he continued to do so, it would certainly lead to exposure. Tongtian understood the Jade Emperor's intentions well. He would not easily relinquish his goals. Following the incident with Yao Ji, the Jade Emperor had already forged animosity with the Western sect. And with the matter of the investiture of the gods, he was the most direct beneficiary on the surface. If an alliance could be formed with him, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. Upon returning to Jian Island, Tongtian meticulously considered the feasibility of an alliance with the Jade Emperor and weighed the potential benefits and drawbacks. However, he also recognized that establishing such a collaboration would require a suitable opportunity. Approaching him without a clear plan might only raise the latter's suspicions. After all, the Jade Emperor had suffered setbacks at the hands of the sages twice in succession and would not suddenly place his trust in someone with whom he had had little prior interaction. As Zhun Ti and Jian departed from Chaoge City to return to the Western sect, they engaged in a discussion about their future plans. Zhun Ti sighed, "Brother, we have floundered for quite some time, and our schemes have been thwarted by Tongtian. We've lost face and gained nothing. What shall we do now?" Jian shared his frustration, having initially intended to observe the conflict between the Jie sect and the Chan sect, ideally drawing Niuhua into the fray, only to find themselves embroiled in open conflict with the Western sect instead. It would be prudent for us not to act directly at this juncture. If we are detected, it could lead to countless troubles. That point, Taiqing and Yuanshi may not come to our aid, Jian advised, his expression darkening. The memory of how Taiqing and Yuanshi had failed to assist during Niuhua's assault on Ling Mountain weighed heavily on their minds. Had they possessed 4 great sages at that time, Niuhua would have reconsidered her actions, and the need for her to apologize and lose face would have been avoided. Ultimately, this alliance would only be effective in their shared opposition to Tongtian. Should complications arise, they would be solely responsible for bearing the risks. Are you suggesting we employ a strategy of using others to accomplish our goals? Zhun Ti inquired thoughtfully. Jian did not respond directly, but suddenly halted in midair, his gaze fixed on the vast wilderness below. Following his line of sight, Zhun Ti discovered that they were near a grand tomb, the inscription upon the gravestone reading Xianyuan Tomb in elegant seal script, a testament to the burial place of the first human emperor, Xianyuan. Beside the tomb, 3 monsters were constructing a dwelling for cultivation: a 9-tailed fox demon, a jade peepa spirit, and a 9-headed rooster spirit, collectively known as the 3 demons of Xianyuan. All 3 were adept in the arts of seduction and enchantment, having occupied this site for millennia, benefiting from the abundant spiritual energy of Xianyuan Tomb. After a millennium of cultivation, they had made some progress. At that moment, as they were deep in their practices, a resounding voice echoed in their ears, "3 demons of Xianyuan, hasten forth to pay your respects." The trio was jolted from their meditative state, and before they could comprehend the situation, the scenery around them shifted, transporting them directly before Zhun Ti and Jian. Upon seeing the 2 figures, the rightmost individual bore a compassionate smile, while the leftmost appeared sorrowful and pained. Having cultivated for millennia in the wilderness, the 3 demons could not fail to recognize the identities of the beings before them. "We humbly bow to Saint Zhun Ti and Saint Jian." "How may we, mere demons, serve as saints?" they exclaimed in unison, trembling with fear. These lesser demons typically avoided encounters with disciples of the saintly sects, fearing extermination under the pretext of subduing evil. Thus, they had remained hidden within Xianyuan Tomb for centuries, never daring to venture elsewhere, only to be sought out by the 2 great saints today. Unbeknownst to them, upon scanning their cultivation levels, the Western saints revealed expressions of satisfaction. At this juncture, Zhun Ti spoke. "9-tailed fox, I have summoned you here today to entrust you with a matter of great significance concerning the fate of all living beings." Kneeling in trepidation, the nine-tailed fox demon replied, "What merit or capability do I possess to undertake such a task bestowed by the saints?" The fox, not lacking in intelligence, understood that a task that warranted the saints' attention could not be trivial. She did not outright refuse, but cleverly disclaimed her abilities, seeking to avoid direct confrontation with the saints. However, Zhun Ti would not allow her to decline and continued, "The fate of the Shang dynasty is at its end. The Emperor Xn is depraved and has lost the people's support. The lords yearn to rise up and slay him. Should a war erupt, it will bring untold suffering to the populace, and my heart cannot bear it. I wish for you to descend to the mortal realm, bewitch Emperor Xn, and disrupt the fortunes of the Shang dynasty, hastening its demise. Thus, a new dynasty may easily take its place without the fear of widespread suffering." Zhun Ti framed the task of sending the nine-tailed fox to ensnare the Shang's emperor as an act of salvation for the people. In truth, it was merely a cunning scheme against the human race, and upon hearing this, the nine-tailed fox was instantly struck with fear, her legs trembling and her body shaking uncontrollably, while her two sisters nearby appeared equally anxious. Should such a matter be exposed, it was likely that those self-proclaimed righteous cultivators would pursue them relentlessly. With an abundance of powerful beings from the primordial era, many formidable existences resided within the Great Shang. And how could they possibly tolerate the chaos wrought by these insignificant demons? The nine-tailed fox wished to refuse, yet lacked the courage to voice her thoughts. It was evident from the sage's words that there was an unwavering determination to compel her into action. Zhun Ti continued, "If you agree, upon the successful completion of the task, I shall accept you as my personal disciple, imparting to you the supreme methods of cultivation, allowing you to shed your demonic form and attain an indestructible golden body." Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed fox trembled uncontrollably, her eyes widening in disbelief. Soon, joy eclipsed her fear. Any lingering hesitation vanished as she promptly bowed in respect, exclaiming, "As your disciple, I shall spare no effort to fulfill the sage's request." The allure of riches was hard to resist, but for a creature like the nine-tailed fox, the opportunity to become a personal disciple of a sage was unparalleled. This signified a legitimate lineage, a formidable backing, and, most importantly, a splendid opportunity for cultivation, infinitely superior to the meager practice she had been undertaking beside the Xianyuan tomb. At this moment, the nine-tailed fox paid no heed to any dangers. Before the grand opportunity of becoming a sage's disciple, what did such risks matter? Moreover, with her enchanting allure, even an ordinary golden immortal would be unable to see through her disguise, as long as she remained cautious. She could seamlessly join the ranks of the sage's disciples once her task was accomplished. The nine-tailed fox reveled in such exhilarating thoughts. Meanwhile, the peepus spirit and the pheasant spirit looked on with envy at the nine-tailed fox. Never expecting that among the three sisters, it was the nine-tailed fox who would seize this opportunity. Zhun Ti and Jian exchanged knowing smiles. Although they could not act personally, it did not preclude them from sending others in their stead. As long as the foundations of the Great Shang were undermined, the situation in the mortal realm would inevitably descend into chaos, dragging the down with it. The following day, the Shenyue Pavilion opened its doors as usual for storytelling. With Wenzhong and other mortals arriving as promised, Yifeng clapped the wooden block, commencing today's tale. Last time, we spoke of the nine-tailed fox descending to occupy the body of Sudaji, entering the imperial palace and becoming the consort of Emperor Xen. This nine-tailed fox is no ordinary being. She is inherently skilled in the art of seduction, adept at ensnaring others. The moment Emperor Xen laid eyes on Sudaji's enchanting and provocative form, he was utterly captivated and became entirely submissive to her. S.E. Feng narrated. The audience felt as though they were transported into a magnificent palace, where a king reclined on his throne. Enraptured, while in the center of the hall, a slender figure clad in sheer silk danced, her every movement beguiling the onlookers. The mere sight of this spectacle left many listeners spellbound, some even drooling. However, Wenzhong felt a sinking sensation in his heart, fearing the implications of this tale. Having already clarified the misunderstanding with the goddess Nuwa, why was Yi Feng still recounting such a narrative? But soon, when Zhong dismissed the notion as implausible, the king was the human emperor, favored by the fortunes of the great Shang. How could he so easily succumb to the charms of a mere demon? Even if she possessed the cultivation of a celestial immortal, it seemed far-fetched to that moment. Yi Feng paused, prompting Wen Zhong to curiously inquire, "Mr. Yi, I fail to comprehend. Although Emperor Xn possesses the pinnacle of the refining void and harmonizing Dao realm, with the fortune of the human emperor, how could he be unable to withstand the allure of a fox demon?" Not only was Wen Zhong curious, but the other mortal listeners echoed his sentiments, clamoring for answers. Indeed, how could an ordinary demon possibly harm our great king? "Yi, are you not speaking nonsense?" Yi Feng maintained a calm demeanor, patiently explaining, "What you are unaware of is that while Emperor Xn is indeed favored by the fortune of the human emperor, the great Shang's fortune now dwindles to a mere 37 years. The fortune of the Shang and its emperor has long been nearly exhausted, and the scant remnants of that fortune are insufficient to counteract Su Daji's seductive arts." "What?" The audience erupted in astonishment. All present, including Wen Zhong, were left utterly shocked. The mortal listeners gazed at Yi Feng in disbelief, as if he were a fool or a madman. This young man was far too bold, not only weaving tales about the king within the royal city, but also brazenly proclaiming that the great Shang's fortune had dwindled to a mere 37 years. Was he not deliberately cursing the king? If these words reached the ears of the emperor, he would surely face a gruesome fate. Yet, at that moment, when Zhong was engulfed in trepidation, he understood that since this mysterious elder had stated the great Shang had merely 37 years of fortune left, there could be no doubt of its truth. However, when Zhong's expression grew distant as he recalled that fateful night many years ago, when he had sworn before the dying Emperor Yi to protect the legacy of the Chongtang dynasty for countless generations. Little did he expect that less than a decade after the previous emperor's passing, the Chongtang dynasty would be on the brink of annihilation. When Zhong pondered this, he snapped back to reality from his shock and sorrow, urgently pressing, "Mr. Yi, why does the great Shang only have 37 years of fortune left?" As the Grand Preceptor, Wen Zhong was usually held in high esteem and seldom appeared before mortals. Thus, even without altering his appearance, no one in attendance could recognize him. Given Wen Zhong's serious demeanor as he posed another question, the listeners began to wonder if his mind was truly sound, and it was evident that the tale of 37 years of fortune was merely a fabrication. Yet he seemed to believe it. Initially, Yi Feng felt a twinge of annoyance at being questioned again. He had intended to ignore Wen Zhong and continue his narrative, but soon noticed the fluctuations in Wen Zhong's cultivation. It turned out that he was not an ordinary mortal, but possessed the cultivation of a golden immortal. Now that Yi Feng had achieved the realm of the Tai golden immortal, other powerful beings could not discern his true level due to the system's concealment of celestial secrets. However, Yi Feng could effortlessly perceive the cultivation realm of those weaker than himself, although he did not recognize Wen Zhong. The persistent inquiries piqued his curiosity. This individual was a golden immortal from the great Shang's Gu city, and his keen concern for the affairs of the great Shang suggested that he was no stranger to the storytelling sessions. Was he perhaps a figure akin to the Grand Preceptor Wen Zhong? Furthermore, Yi Feng had noticed the absence of the Tongtian cult master, who had previously gone by the name Lu Tong. Could it be that today his disciple was taking his place? As Yi Feng looked around, he realized that not only was Tongtian absent, but even the Jade Emperor, who had inquired previously, had not attended. A sense of urgency washed over him that, oh no, if these great beings are not present to hear my tale, the shock value of what I share today will diminish significantly. As Yi Feng grappled with this dilemma, he noticed Wen Zhong eagerly awaiting his response, and an idea began to form in his mind. After all, much of the recent content concerning the investiture of the gods primarily pertained to the human race and the great Shang. For the powerful beings, there was little that would truly astonish them. Whether Tongtian or the Jade Emperor attended was inconsequential. Yet, Wen Zhong was undoubtedly the most invested in the fate of the great Shang, making him the ideal target from whom to extract further shock value. With this in mind, Yi Feng reiterated, the great Shang has long been fragmented, with numerous feudal lords claiming dominion. Most notably, the four great lords, led by Ji Chang of the Western Boy, not only possess vast territories but also wield the authority to establish their own laws and recruit armies. Their subjects no longer regard themselves as Shang citizens, but rather as Zhou people or Shi people that in the past, the founder of the Shang, Cheng Tang, alongside his capable generals, established the great Shang's foundations, rewarding merit with titles. Initially, these loyal ministers remained steadfast, especially given the great Shang's might, which deterred any from challenging its authority. However, as the seasons changed and times evolved, the successors of those once great ministers had become accustomed to ruling as local tyrants, their ambitions swelling. Furthermore, Emperor Exin, as the new ruler, lacked the necessary gravitas to command respect, leaving the feudal lords unperturbed and emboldening thoughts of usurpation. As the saying goes, a single word can awaken the dreamer. Upon hearing this, Wen Zhong gasped in shock, his heart weighed down by the gravity of the revelation. These matters had indeed been mentioned to him by Emperor Exan in the past, who expressed deep concern over the power and ambition of the feudal lords. Recognizing the difficulty in maintaining control and expressing a desire to curtail their influence. Yet, these lords outwardly displayed respect for the new emperor, never revealing their true intentions, and with no incriminating evidence in Emperor Xian's possession. He had no grounds for action. Moreover, these lords were closely connected, with the four great lords maintaining particularly close ties. Once one of them is targeted, it is bound to affect the other three. Truly, it is like pulling one thread and unraveling the entire fabric. In light of the current situation, Wen Zhong had initially harbored a glimmer of hope, but after Yi Feng's admonition, he finally comprehended that the great Shang had already contracted a terminal disease. It cannot be delayed any longer. This matter is of utmost urgency, and I must return to discuss it with the king. Wen Zhong felt a surge of realization and was eager to rush to the royal palace to inform Dixon. Seeking a way to curtail the powers of these lords and eliminate future threats once and for all. Shocking points. 3367. Yi Feng glanced at the system panel and discovered that merely speaking a couple of sentences had inexplicably garnered over 3,000 shocking points. Observing Wen Zhong's restless demeanor, he immediately understood that most of these points were contributed by him. Although it did not match the substantial amount provided by Tongtian, the fact that a golden immortal could yield such a number of shocking points was already quite remarkable, indicating that the other party was truly astonished. Looking at the other listeners, they appeared engrossed, yet their astonishment paled in comparison to Wen Zhong's, for only he understood that Yi Feng's words were steeped in truth, while the rest merely regarded them as fabrications. Yi Feng would not allow Wen Zhong to depart so easily, and continued. After Su Daji was possessed by the fox demon, her malevolent nature quickly emerged, and she committed 4 heinous acts in succession. First, she incited King Zhou to slay the loyal bygone, claiming she wished to see his heart, which was said to be exquisite. Next, she ordered the murder of pregnant women, dissecting their wombs to observe the fetuses, all in the name of insatiable curiosity. Following this, she ordered the amputation of people's feet, casting them onto the ice to see if they could still walk. The fourth atrocious deed was her demand for King Zhou to construct this star-plucking tower, hoarding treasures from across the realm atop it for her own amusement. Those who disobeyed faced immediate and brutal punishments, resulting in the populace of the Great Shang, along with its officials, suffering immensely, living in abject misery day by day. Upon hearing this, the mortal listeners were incensed, their indignation boiling over at Su Daji's wickedness. How much longer will this Su Daji continue her malevolence? Someone, please send a celestial being to apprehend her, they cried. A femme fatale, she is truly malicious. Wen Zhong furrowed his brow. This fox demon must be dealt with as a priority. If she were allowed to continue her rampage, the Great Shang would surely descend into chaos. At that point, forget about 37 years. In a time of civil unrest, it would be a miracle if they could endure even a decade. With a loud clap of his hands, Yi Feng resumed. Not long after these events, Yun Changzi of the Chan sect arrived in Chaoge City, voluntarily visiting the royal palace to pay his respects to Dixon. He presented a wooden sword to the king, claiming it could suppress the malevolent spirits within the palace, ensuring peace and wellness. and advised the Xian to hang it before the palace division, cautioning him never to remove it. This wooden sword was no ordinary item. It had been carved from a pine branch by Yun Chongzi, who possessed quasi-saintly cultivation, imbued with magical powers specifically for vanquishing demons and evil spirits. Being a celestial being, the Xian naturally complied with his instructions and hung the wooden sword in place. The division palace lay along Su Daji's habitual route to her sleeping quarters, and each day she would pass by it. However, upon catching sight of the hung sword, she resolutely refused to approach it, even pleading with the Xian with a feigned innocence. Your servant is timid and fears blades and weapons. Even the sight of this wooden sword unsettles me. How much more so when it hangs above my head? My king, please remove it. The crowd, upon hearing this, cursed Su Daji for her shamelessness. Despite her cold-hearted and ruthless actions, she had the audacity to claim she was timid, clearly terrified of the celestial sword meant to subdue her. Yet, after their indignation, they were even more curious about whether DXN would heed Su Daji's plea and remove the sword. And on one side was the beguiling fox spirit, and on the other, a transcendent celestial being. Whose words would DXN trust? There was no doubt. He would not remove it. It was glaringly obvious that the king had discerned Su Daji's true nature as a demon and would not let her off lightly. But then again, Su Daji had previously instigated the king to commit countless atrocities, causing the deaths of loyal ministers and the oppression of the populace. If he had discerned her true character, he would not have taken this long to act. This indicated that the king's mind had already been bewitched, and what else could he possibly do? The mortal listeners engaged in heated debate. Their curiosity piqued, eager for Yi Feng to continue. With another clap of his hands, Yi Feng addressed the audience with a bow and a smile. To discover what transpires next, please await the next installment. Ladies and gentlemen, you may disperse that a chorus of discontented murmurs rippled through the crowd. When Zhong, preoccupied with thoughts of the fox demon's chaos within Shang, hurriedly departed as the gathering concluded, upon arriving at the grand hall of the royal palace. He was immediately met with the sounds of merriment and DXIN's boisterous laughter. Startled, when Zhong swiftly suppressed his presence to avoid alarming anyone as he approached, he indeed found a stunning woman clad in sheer fabric. Her graceful form exuding an air of seduction, dancing with boldness and provocation. The civil and military officials were entranced, while DXN laughed heartily at the spectacle. The once sharp and discerning gaze of the king had turned glazed, filled with infatuation as he gazed at the dancer, unable to resist downing a cup of fine wine to quench his thirst for pleasure. This dancer, with skin as pale as freshly fallen snow and lips of vibrant red, was none other than Su Daji, who had just entered the palace that day. As the performance concluded, Su Daji bowed gracefully to DXN, her voice sweetly chiming, "My king, does this dance please you?" "Ha ha! Indeed, it pleases me greatly. The beauty of your dance is simply exquisite," DXN exclaimed, his expression one of adoration and fervor, utterly captivated. "I is it my beauty or my dance that delights you more?" Su Daji replied with a coy smile, stepping closer to DXN, her voice alluring and enchanting, rendering him utterly enraptured. DXN, lost in ecstasy, laughed heartily. "Both are enchanting. I wish to confer the title of beloved consort upon you." Wen Zhong's brow furrowed, and a sharp glint flickered in his eyes as he gazed at Su Daji. He could sense the sinister aura emanating from her heart, a clear indication of the fox demon's true form. The fox demon had taken possession of Su Daji, infiltrating the palace undetected. However, this time he had encountered Wen Zhong, whose golden immortal cultivation far surpassed that of a celestial immortal. Moreover, Wen Zhong practiced the authentic teachings of while the fox demon practiced seductive arts. How could such a deception escape his keen perception? A weight settled in Wen Zhong's heart as he thought. Yi Feng's words were indeed prophetic. Aware of the dire consequences of the fox demon's rampage, he understood that he could not afford to show leniency as Su Daji prepared to gracefully collapse into DXIN's embrace. When Zhong summoned his magical energy, thunder echoing through the air as he conjured the twin dragon hammers, channeling the might of thunder to strike at Su Daji before the eyes of the assembly. This technique was none other than the Nine Heavens thunder method of the upper purity. Thunder magic is the epitome of strength and purity, specifically designed to vanquish demons and vile entities. With a resounding crash, Wen Zhong's arrival, the revelation of Su Daji's true form, and his ensuing strike unfolded in an instant. While the assembly remained captivated by Su Daji's beauty, the hall was suddenly engulfed in a cacophony of thunder, a palpable aura of lethal intent enveloping Su Daji. Su Daji, believing she would secure her goal without a hitch, had relaxed her guard. Yet in the next moment, she was struck directly by Wen Zhong's attack. A piercing scream escaped her lips as her body was engulfed in charred blackness, a scene too horrific to behold. Wen Zhong's strike was as swift and unstoppable as thunder, offering no chance for the opponent to react. With that single blow, he had severely injured the fox demon within Su Daji's body. Despite the barrier of her flesh, Su Daji looked at Wen Zhong in disbelief, her pupils constricting to a golden immortal. Moreover, one who practiced the authentic teachings of in the next moment, a nine-tailed fox, radiating a dark and sinister aura, erupted from Su Daji's body, its expression one of sheer terror as it fled towards the hall's exit. In a moment of crisis, when life was at stake, the fox demon could no longer heed the commands given by the sage. Within the primordial chaos, even a slight difference in realm could result in a vast disparity in power, let alone the case of a celestial immortal versus a golden immortal. Furthermore, with Wen Zhong's mastery of the Nine Heavens Thunder method, an authentic celestial art specifically designed to vanquish demons, how could the fox demon possibly stand a chance against him? The fox demon was consumed by a singular thought: escape. The farther, the better. Wen Zhong's gaze turned icy as he witnessed the fox demon's attempt to flee. Knowing the future implications, he could not allow such a vile creature to escape. Demon, prepare to perish. Wen Zhong brandished his hammers, summoning the power of thunder, and with a sweeping motion, unleashed a celestial strike. Thunder rumbled in the void. A massive bolt of lightning, as thick as a human arm, erupted forth in front of the fox demon, crashing down upon its true form. A piercing scream, excruciatingly unpleasant, echoed through the air as the fox demon was annihilated on the spot, its spirit and malevolent aura completely obliterated by the thunderous magic, leaving no trace of life. The thunderous incantation not only vanquished the demonic evil, but also dispelled the miasma. When Zhong unleashed his attack, the mortal officials and attendants present were startled awake by the resounding thunder. Just as they regained their senses, they witnessed the shocking sight of the nine-tailed fox spirit emerging from Su Daji's form, only to be swiftly eradicated by Wen Zhong, leaving them all aghast and terrified. Who could have predicted that the exquisite Su Daji had been possessed by a nine-tailed fox spirit? The infiltration of such malevolence into the royal palace could only spell treachery. Your Majesty, I beseech your forgiveness for my tardiness in coming to your aid. Wen Zhong knelt before Emperor Xen, paying his respect to that moment. Emperor Xen too felt as though he had awakened from a dream, albeit one fraught with terror. He was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Haunted by the recollection of what had transpired, he had been ensnared by the fox spirit's enchantment, nearly succumbing to boundless desire. Seeing Wen Zhong kneel in supplication, Emperor Xen hurriedly helped him to his feet, his face filled with shame as he said, "It is my incompetence that has led me to be ensnared by demonic allure time and again. And it is only due to your timely intervention, esteemed Grand Preceptor, that I and all the loyal ministers present remain safe." The Chancellor, Shang Rong, also expressed his gratitude, stating, "Today, we are truly indebted to Grand Preceptor One. Had this demon succeeded, who knows what calamities would have befallen the great Shang. I humbly thank you for vanquishing the demon and saving our lives." The other officials, still shaken, sincerely conveyed their thanks to Wen Zhong, exclaiming in unison, "We express our deepest gratitude to Grand Preceptor One for eliminating the demon and preserving our lives." At that moment, Emperor Xen felt a strange disquiet. The sovereign of humanity, shielded by the mantle of fate, he should not have been so easily overcome by a mere fox demon. How had he fallen victim to such a trivial creature? Wen Zhong, wishing to explain the circumstances to Emperor Xen, suppressed his thoughts upon witnessing the lingering shock among the officials. To speak of the fact that the Great Shang had but 37 years of fortune remaining would surely destabilize the court. Hongjun respectfully returned the greetings of the officials, contemplating that it would be prudent to wait until they had departed before discussing the matter privately with the emperor. After the turmoil caused by the fox spirit, the entire court was left in awe and fear, and Emperor X, lacking the focus to conduct state affairs, ordered the court dismissed. Once he returned to the Yangxin Palace, Hongjun accompanied him. Grand Preceptor, I owe my deliverance from peril to you. Otherwise, I and the entire court, as well as the citizens of the Great Shang, would have been at the mercy of that fox spirit, Emperor Xen expressed gratefully. Though a flicker of dread still lingered in his eyes as he recalled the day's events, his loathing for the fox spirit was profound, yet he felt an earnest respect and gratitude for Hongjun. Before the late Emperor Yi passed away, he entrusted the young Emperor Xian to Hongjun. Although the Great Shang faced internal and external strife, the situation had improved significantly since the years following Emperor Yi's demise, a testament to the concerted efforts of Hongjun and Emperor Xen. Thus, in Emperor Xian's eyes, Hongjun was both a mentor and a father figure, deserving of his utmost respect and trust. Hongjun shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he replied, Your Majesty, I cannot take credit for this. The fox demon's enchanting techniques are truly formidable, particularly as it resided within the mortal Su Daji, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary golden immortal to see through her disguise. Fortunately, I was aware of her scheme to infiltrate the palace, allowing me to arrive just in time to thwart her. Prior knowledge. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xian's curiosity was piqued, and he inquired, Grand Preceptor, how did you know in advance that a fox demon had infiltrated the palace? While Emperor Xian acknowledged that Hongjun's powers far exceeded his own, it was evident that even a golden immortal could not possess the gift of foresight. Hongjun pondered for a moment. According to the senior members of the Shenyue Pavilion, the Great Shang's fate was foretold to last only 37 more years, and the ambitions of the feudal lords were growing. He felt compelled to inform the emperor of this grim reality. However, he was confident that the emperor, understanding the gravity of the situation, would keep this information confidential. Thus, when Zhong conveyed to Emperor Xen the details of his visit to the Shenyue Pavilion, recounting everything he had heard, upon finishing, Emperor Xen was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. His pupils trembled as he began to calculate the implications. Had someone previously informed him that the Great Shang had only 37 years of fortune left, he would have meted out severe punishment. Perhaps even execution. He was already aware of Yi Feng's existence at the Shenyue Pavilion, a figure known for his uncanny foresight. According to Hongjun, even his master, Tongtian Jiaozhu, treated Yi Feng with the utmost respect, indicating that the beings within the Shenyue Pavilion were likely more powerful than the three pure ones, perhaps even comparable to the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Now, with the declaration of the Great Shang's 37 remaining years of fortune, how could Emperor Xian remain indifferent? He was astonished to discover such a formidable presence in Chaoge City and horrified to learn that his seemingly prosperous realm, the legacy of Changtang, was reduced to a mere 37 years of fortune. After a brief silence and reflection, Emperor Xian regarded Hongjun with utmost seriousness and declared with conviction, Grand Preceptor, I shall accompany you to the Shenyue Pavilion tomorrow. Emperor Xian understood that if the elder Yi Feng had proclaimed that the Great Shang had merely 37 years of fortune, then the treachery of the feudal lords was indeed a reality. This could well be the destiny of the Great Shang. However, having ascended to the throne at a young age and growing against the current, he was not one to easily acquiesce to fate. As the sovereign of humanity, he bore the weight of their destiny, and even if it were fate, he would fight against it. Yet, despite his fervor, he recognized his own limitations. Relying solely on himself would not suffice. However, with such a supreme being residing in Chaoge City, if he could earn their favor and guidance, the fate of humanity and the Great Shang might yet see a turning point. Very well, I shall await your arrival at the palace gate tomorrow, Your Majesty, Hongjun replied, having anticipated this response from the emperor. Indeed, Emperor Xen nodded, and after discussing a few other matters with Hongjun, they each returned to their respective abodes. The following morning, Emperor Xen donned the coarse linen garments of the common folk, disguising himself as an ordinary mortal, and accompanied Zhong to the entrance of the Xinyue Pavilion. Although dawn had just broken, the area outside the pavilion was already crowded with eager listeners eagerly awaiting the tales of the storyteller. Your Majesty, this is the Xinyue Pavilion, the place where the esteemed storyteller resides. When Zhong communicated respectfully to Emperor Xen, the Xinyue Pavilion, Emperor Xen lifted his gaze, observing the unremarkable structure before him, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Had it not been for Zhong's guidance, he might have passed by it 100 times without a second thought. Moreover, he had pondered for quite some time the inexplicable presence of such an unfathomable figure in Chaoge City, engaged in storytelling. However, Emperor Xen did not dwell on it, knowing that the thoughts of such beings were beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. With a creak, the door of the Xinyue Pavilion swung open, and out stepped Yi Feng, a youth dressed in a blue Taoist robe, his features youthful and somewhat tender. Finally, the door is open. I spent another sleepless night last night. The anticipation gnawing at me, more agonizing than when I was courting my wife. As soon as dawn broke, I rushed over and have been waiting for several hours. Today, I must secure a prime spot. The crowd outside the Xinyue Pavilion buzzed with excitement, eagerly chattering about Yi Feng's storytelling. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Please come inside. Yi Feng smiled gently, stretching his limbs before stepping into the pavilion in the next moment. The throng of eager listeners surged forward, vying for the best seats, blissfully unaware that among them stood the emperor of the current dynasty and the grand preceptor, their fervor nearly toppling both Emperor Xen and Zhong. Of course, this was due to their desire to conceal their identities, prompting them to behave like ordinary citizens. Emperor Xen and Zhong struggled to find a place within the Xinyue Pavilion, finally managing to secure a seat. Once the listeners were settled, Yi Feng cleared his throat and began to weave his tale. As the calamity descends, the ambitions of the feudal lords swell, and the situation in the Great Shang becomes tumultuous. Many disciples of the second generation of the closely tied to humanity have returned to the Great Shang, including the 5 sons of the Great Shang general, Yu Hualong, and the esteemed friend of Grand Preceptor 1, the 4 saints of 9 Dragon Island. Yi Feng meticulously recounted the affairs of the feudal lords, captivating his audience, who were increasingly intrigued by the unfolding narrative. With a decisive clap of his wooden staff, Yi Feng roused the listeners, signaling that a pivotal moment in the tale was at hand. He continued, upon observing this situation, the sage of Taiqing and the primordial heavenly venerate resolved to exploit the power of humanity to contend with aiming to drag them into the vortex of calamity. At this juncture, the audience could not help but express their astonishment. Alas, the primordial heavenly venerate is ruthless. To combat he will undoubtedly torment humanity mercilessly. Indeed, how could humanity possibly stand against a sage? A sense of lamentation swept over the listeners, while Emperor Xen, also among the audience, felt a peculiar unease. Why, he pondered, would the rivalry among the sages necessitate the use of humanity as mere pawns? Moreover, had not the previous scheme to ensnare him and the goddess Nuwa been thwarted? Noticing a brief pause in Yi Feng's narration, clearly allowing for contemplation among the listeners, Emperor Xen mustered his courage to inquire, Mr. Yi, why must the sages use humanity as mere chess pieces? If the speaker were an ordinary storyteller, it might have sufficed. Yet Emperor Xen understood that this storyteller, Yi Feng, was a figure of such stature that even the sages held him in reverence. The tale of was intertwined with the fate of the Dashang dynasty. Though Emperor Xen possessed a steely resolve befitting an emperor, he could not shake off the nervousness that accompanied conversing with such a formidable entity. Nevertheless, his question echoed the curiosity of the other listeners, who turned their gaze toward Yi Feng, their expressions rife with intrigue. Yi Feng chuckled softly and elucidated, "It is because there requires true names. And from where do these true names originate? Naturally, they arise from the disciples of the sages. The sage of Taiqing and the primordial heavenly venerate have set their sights on the numerous disciples of the primordial heavenly venerate must have thought, you, Tongtian, have imposed restrictions on your disciples, forbidding them from descending the mountain and provoking conflicts. Yet a significant portion of your disciples' foundations lie within humanity. When calamity strikes humanity, can your disciples remain uninvolved? Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in outrage, exclaiming, "How shameless of the primordial heavenly venerate! Why must our humanity be entangled in the conflicts of the sages?" The immersive quality of Yi Feng's storytelling, augmented by an otherworldly power, evoked a visceral sense of indignation among the listeners, even though these events had yet to transpire. However, it must be acknowledged that the strategy employed by the primordial heavenly venerate was indeed a cunning maneuver, akin to the past exploits of Hongjun, a disciple of who had close ties with formidable allies from the Nine Dragon Island. When calamity befell Deshang, how could Hongjun refrain from seeking their aid? Furthermore, the camaraderie among the disciples was largely harmonious. If one were to be affected, could the others remain uninvolved in the ensuing turmoil? It could be said that the primordial heavenly venerate had astutely identified the vulnerabilities of the disciples, utilizing humanity to lure them out, thus inciting conflict and making subsequent actions exceedingly straightforward. As Yi Feng articulated this, the listeners could not help but cast silent curses upon the primordial heavenly venerate, deeming him treacherous and cunning. Yi Feng continued, "The intricate ties between humanity and the serve merely as one of the reasons for the primordial heavenly venerate's focus on humanity. Another reason lies in the fact that since the era when Tianyou established the 9 provinces, elevating humanity to the status of sovereigns of the cosmos, the position of the human emperor has become comparable to that of the Jade Emperor in the heavenly court. The inexplicable rise of humanity has gradually strengthened its fortune, rendering it increasingly difficult for the human and to extract substantial fortune from humanity. Therefore, the human and devised a plan to seize this opportunity to diminish the status of the human emperor, thereby gaining better control over humanity, reducing them to mere livestock, perpetually providing abundant fortune for the 2 teachings. This revelation, the listeners felt their ire intensifying, struggling to accept the reality before them. By heavens, the primordial heavenly venerate and Taiqing are utterly shameless. Despite being sages, they stoop to such treachery. They conspire against thee and humanity, truly a scheme to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The implications of the sages' machinations suggested that the lives of countless humans and disciples could be at stake. When Zhong and Emperor Exin, consumed by rage, glared with fury, their fists clenched involuntarily. Emperor Exin ground his teeth, his heart brimming with hatred. I never imagined the human and could be so despicable, to exploit the calamity while scheming against both humanity and ever since humanity had been created by the sage Niuhua amidst the turmoil of the witch and demon calamity, they had remained at the bottom of the primordial hierarchy, struggling for survival amidst numerous powerful clans. Throughout history, countless members of humanity had perished on the path of progress. It was only through the tireless efforts of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors that humanity ultimately established the 9 provinces, attaining the status of the dominators of the primordial world. Say that humanity's ascension from the depths of the primordial chaos to its present position as sovereigns of the cosmos was fraught with difficulty would be an understatement. The arduous journey of humanity was paved with the blood and bones of their forebears. The immense sacrifices made for humanity to achieve this status were unfathomable. Yet, due to a mere shortfall in fortune provided to the human and Taiqing and the primordial heavenly venerate had the audacity to scheme against them. Even more troubling was the fact that Taiqing, as the leader of the human, was ostensibly meant to safeguard humanity, yet had now turned against them completely. With this thought, Emperor Xian's fists crackled ominously within his sleeves, his fury ablaze. However, in the wake of his fury, Emperor Xian's mind remained clear. He perceived the current plight of humanity with newfound clarity. He understood that the present circumstances were grim. Humanity held the title of sovereigns of the cosmos, but lacked the corresponding strength in the face of the sages' schemes. What good was it to know the truth if it could not alter their fate? Only by fortifying his own power and that of all humanity could they rewrite their destiny and cease being mere pawns in the sages' games. Emperor Xian contemplated strategies in silence, aware that the path to strengthening humanity was fraught with challenges. Presently, there were almost no powerful allies willing to assist humanity in the primordial realm. Even the ancestors of humanity had been confined within the Fire Cloud Palace by the primordial heavenly venerate. This had resulted in the current state of humanity, devoid of even a single Deluo golden immortal to safeguard them. The most formidable figure among the Deshang clan, Master One, was already regarded as the strongest entity within humanity. Although they and the Tongtian were powerful, they now faced the collusion of Taiqing, the primordial heavenly venerate, and the Western saints. Their own survival was precarious, let alone providing protection for humanity. Particularly during times of conflict, the repercussions would inevitably impact humanity, plunging them into a maelstrom of bloodshed. The equally esteemed sage, Niuhua, as per Wenzhong's account, had also declined the Tongtian's proposal to collaborate in orchestrating calamity and had returned to her palace, leaving humanity vulnerable. Aside from the sages, even if other powerful beings in the primordial realm were willing to assist humanity, how could they stand against the might of the two sages? The sages' schemes were ceaseless and insidious. Had it not been for Wenzhong's foreknowledge of the conspiracy, Deshang would have already found itself in dire straits. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Emperor Xian cast a glance at Yifeng, who was engrossed in his storytelling, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Humanity stood at a precipice, and if they were to safeguard their own and each other's well-being amidst the myriad plots, only this venerable elder could provide the necessary assistance. After Wenzhong's disclosure, he had mentioned that this elder possessed unparalleled abilities, so much so that even the Tongtian, a sage, treated him with deference. Now, Emperor Xian understood that his only course of action was to exhaust every effort to win Yifeng's favor, thus securing an opportunity to solicit the elder's assistance in preserving humanity. With this thought in mind, Emperor Xian settled into silence, attentively listening to the tale. Asked the emperor. He was inherently prudent and not prone to rashness. He recognized that this was his first time attending such a gathering, and he was not yet familiar with the elder's character. Thus, to avoid any missteps, he refrained from acting impulsively. From Wenzhong's descriptions and his observations thus far, Yifeng appeared to be quite amiable. However, with the stakes involving the survival of humanity, how could Emperor Xian afford to be careless? He cast a glance at Wenzhong beside him, resolving to discuss corresponding strategies with the master upon their return, to determine the best approach to garner the elder's goodwill. After addressing the audience's inquiries, Yifeng resumed the continuation of the story, as the sages schemed against humanity, the mischievous young son of Li Jing. The county magistrate of Chun Tang Pass, named Neza, took it upon himself to play with the legendary Qinquan Bao and the Zhun Ti arrow, which were enshrined in the ancestral temple of Chintang Pass. These artifacts were of extraordinary origin, forged from a fortune accumulated by the first human emperor, the Xianyuan clan, originally intended for the purpose of vanquishing the hostile Qiyu of the Jiuli tribe. However, in the end, Qiyu and the Jiuli tribe were soundly defeated by the formidable forces of the Yanhuang tribe, led by the Xianyuan and Shinnong clans. Consequently, these two treasures were never put to use and have since been passed down as the protective treasures of humanity. Enshrined within the ancestral temple at Chuntang Pass, such spiritual treasures inherently possess extraordinary qualities, rendering them unusable by ordinary mortals. Yet, young Neza, despite his tender age, was born with an extraordinary nature, having been reincarnated from a celestial spirit, and his mother bore him after 3 years of gestation. Not only was little Neza remarkably intelligent, mastering any skill with but a glance, he also possessed innate divine strength. After taking the esteemed Tai Junren, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, as his master, his abilities became truly formidable. Observing the soldiers of Chuntang Pass practicing their archery, Neza, with a bow half his height, set it on the ground. Placing one small foot on the bow's arm, and with both hands pulled the bowstring back into a crescent shape before releasing an arrow skyward. As Yifeng narrated, the onlookers beheld a sight. A 3-year-old child clad in a red belly band awkwardly managing to draw about taller than himself and shoot an arrow into the heavens. Whoosh! The arrow transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the clouds, fortuitously heading towards the cave of the Lady of Shurji Mountain, striking the heart of her favored servant, the Cloud Boy. The tremor arrow was indeed a spiritual treasure. unleashing its power with devastating force, tragically slaying the innocent cloud boy with a single shot. As a disciple of the Jie sect, the Lady of Shiji was consumed by fury, swiftly following the trajectory of the arrow to apprehend Neza, who still held the Qian Kun Bao. However, recognizing Neza as a disciple of the Xian men, she refrained from excessive punishment, merely releasing him and instructing him to summon his elder brother, Tai Zhenren, for an explanation. Unexpectedly, Tai Zhenren, known for his ruthless demeanor, launched a surprise attack on the Lady of Shiji, overpowering her with his Deluo golden immortal strength and extinguishing her with a 9-dragon divine fire, marking her as the first true spirit enshrined on the Fengshan Bang. Se Feng recounted this tale. The audience was filled with profound astonishment. The Chan sect appeared utterly unreasonable, punishing the Lady of Shiji for the mistakes of its disciples. While Tai Zhenren's tyranny was sure to invoke retribution, the poor Lady Shiji, a figure of reason, found herself ensnared in a tragic twist of fate, destined to become a pawn in the Fengshan Bang, unable to attain liberation. What of the Yuanshi Tianzun, who incessantly proclaimed that the disciples of the Chan sect were blessed true immortals, while those of the Jie sect were mere beasts? Now, the actions of both factions seemed to contradict those claims entirely. Indeed, it was Tai Zhenren's unreasonable tyranny, exploiting his power to act with impunity, which could only spell disaster for the myriad beings of Hongwang. As the audience engaged in animated discussions, Zhong, a third-generation disciple of the Jie sect, found his anger surging. How dare Tai Zhenren, who often paraded as virtuous, stoop to such despicable acts of cowardice and treachery? At that moment, Xian cast a concerned glance at Zhong, apprehensive about how he might react to this news, understanding the bonds of camaraderie among the Jie sect disciples. If this matter escalated, it would surely provoke many Jie sect disciples to seek justice for the Lady of Shiji. Yet, such actions would undoubtedly attract the attention of the sages, leading to inevitable retribution, with the participants becoming mere names on the Fengshan Bang. Though lacking the power of a sage, Xian possessed keen insight, and, while listening to Yi Feng's tale, began to form his own analysis of the unfolding events. Zhong, having regained his composure, exchanged a reassuring glance with Xian. He was resolved not to act impulsively. However, now that he was informed of the situation, he was determined to find a way to prevent this tragedy from occurring. The audience continued to speculate, particularly regarding the repercussions following the death of the Lady of Shiji. It was clear that the Jie sect disciples would be incensed upon learning of the incident. Could the Chan sect truly expect to escape the wrath of the Jie sect after killing one of their own? Moreover, given the animosity between the two factions, a fierce battle was all but inevitable. However, the Tongtian patriarch had commanded that his disciples remain within the sect to avoid calamity. Thus, the Jie sect disciples might hesitate to defy his orders. How infuriating! They brought their oppression right to our doorstep, and we are to cower in fear. The heated discussions reached a crescendo when Yi Feng abruptly clapped his hands, declaring with a smile to the audience, to learn how the story unfolds. Please stay tuned for the next installment. Oh dear! Someone exclaimed that I knew it. Ye's just teasing us. The crowd lamented, realizing they would be left in suspense once again. With resigned grumbles, they began to disperse from the Shunyu pavilion. After the crowd had left, Xian had intended to discuss with Zhong how to gain the favor of their elder. However, Zhong hastily bid farewell, stating he needed to return to Jian Island. He understood from his prior experiences listening to the stories that the events foretold were likely to transpire imminently. Thus, to avert impending tragedy, he rushed away, soaring towards Jian Island. Aware of Zhong's concern for the Lady of Shiji, made no effort to stop him, only requesting that he return to the palace after resolving his matters, as they had important discussions to undertake. The vast expanse of the Honghuang world meant that even with his golden immortal cultivation, Zhong took considerable time to return to the picturesque Jian Island, a gem nestled within the Eastern Sea. Without hesitation, Zhong descended directly upon the entrance of a cave radiating with 5-colored divine light. Uncles, a grave situation has arisen, he urgently conveyed to the interior. Within the Jie sect, only a handful were privy to the secrets of the Shunyu pavilion, Tongtian, the three sisters, and then Zhong himself. With an incident occurring, it was only natural that he would seek their assistance. The three sisters had been diligently cultivating, aware of the impending calamities and the turmoil behind them, thus refusing to let their guard down. Upon hearing Wen Zhong's urgent call, they emerged from their retreat. "Nephew, what has transpired?" Xiao inquired. Seeing Wen Zhong's anxious demeanor, Xiao and Xiao exchanged solemn glances, sensing an ominous premonition. They surmised that something significant must have occurred, prompting Wen Zhong to rush back to Jian Island. Without delay, Wen Zhong recounted the events he had heard at the Shunyu Pavilion in detail. Thus, after the story concluded, I hastily returned to Jian Island. Tai Zhenren is a Deluo golden immortal. I lack the power to confront him directly. I can only seek counsel from the three of you. This matter is of utmost urgency and cannot be delayed. Wen Zhong clenched his fists, refusing to allow Tai Zhenren and the Chan sect to continue their persecution of Jie sect disciples. After hearing the full account, the three sisters felt their formidable powers surge, their brows furrowing with anger. How dare that despicable Tai Zhenren bully our Jie sect? Such audacity! The three sisters shared a singular thought: to rescue the Lady of Shiji and confront Tai. Ensuring such an injustice would not stand. Nephew, you have done well. The rest is for us three sisters to handle. With that, Xiao, Xiao, and Xiao soared forth, their luminous forms racing towards Chuntang Pass, the Tianyou Pass. In the ancestral temple, a 3-year-old child clad in a red belly band was fiddling with a bow, his large eyes brimming with curiosity. The arrow he had just shot had vanished into the unknown, and he hoped his father would remain oblivious, lest he find himself confined to a dark room as punishment. This child was the third son of Li Jing, the county magistrate of Chuntang Pass, and a disciple of Tai Zhenren, muttering to himself about his earlier archery exploits. Boom! 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 At that moment, a figure descended before Neza, clad in a flowing black gauze dress, her pale skin contrasting sharply with her furious expression. It was Shiji, her jade-like hand gripping a quiver of arrows. The thunderbolt arrow in her possession still bore the fresh blood of the child from the cloud and rainbow. Upon seeing Neza, who held the Qian Kuan bow, her eyes turned icy as she coldly inquired, "Child, did you shoot this arrow?" Neza's gaze fell upon the thunderbolt arrow that Shiji brandished, and he immediately exclaimed, "Indeed, it is mine. Return the thunderbolt arrow to me at once, or beware of my wrath." Though young, Neza's demeanor was imbued with an audacious arrogance, a trait nurtured by his doting father, Li Jing, and his master, Tai Zhenren. Alas, just as Neza's words escaped his lips, he felt a crushing force that hurled him backward, crashing to the ground with a pained cry. Shiji emanated an aura of formidable power. Her eyes filled with cold fury as she tightened her grip on the thunderbolt arrow. Seething with rage, "You dare to recklessly slay my disciple with your bow and arrow? What punishment do you deserve?" With but a flicker of her power, Shiji rendered Neza immobile, unable to move. Faced with the overwhelming might of Shiji, Neza remained defiant, retorting coldly, "Who are you, wicked creature? Do you not know that I am the chosen disciple of Tai Zhenren, a legitimate student of the Chan sect? If you dare to harm me, my master will not let this go unpunished." Shiji was taken aback, realizing that this impudent child was indeed a disciple of the Chan sect, and one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, personally taught by Tai Zhenren. However, her anger only intensified. The leaders of the Taiqing and Yuanshi had long since severed ties, even snatching Jiangxia and Shan Gongbao from one another. Thus, all disciples of the Jie sect, including Shiji, harbored no goodwill towards the Chan sect, particularly upon learning that one of their own had been slain by a Chan disciple. "Neza, I shall overlook your youth and not hold it against you. Summon your master swiftly. If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, I will not let this matter rest." Shiji glared at Neza with fierce intensity. To neglect one's teaching is the fault of the father. To teach without diligence is the fault of the master. As a disciple of the Chan sect, Neza had transgressed, and it was only right for Shiji to seek accountability from his master. Under normal circumstances, this would have been acceptable. But what audacity! "Do you think I, Tai Zhenren, will bow to your demands?" Just then, a cold huff resonated from above, as if the speaker found the situation beneath their notice. Both Neza and Shiji looked up, their expressions shifting dramatically. Neza, filled with joy and desperation, cried out, "Master, save me." Meanwhile, Shiji frowned, murmuring, "Tai Run, what is the meaning of this?" The newcomer, adorned in an 8 trigrams Taoist robe and holding a whisk, exuded an air of arrogant superiority. It was none other than Tai Run, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Hearing Neza's plea, he scoffed, effortlessly summoning Neza to his side while casting a disdainful glance at Shiji. "A mere outer disciple of the Jie sect dares to harm my disciple. How bold!" Tai Run showed no restraint in his contempt as he scrutinized Shiji with a cold demeanor. Being merely a Tai golden immortal, Shiji paled in comparison to the Daluo golden immortal that Tai Run was, and thus he regarded her with utter disregard. "You!" Shiji was immediately incensed, unable to tolerate such disdain. How could she remain calm when wronged, especially when the fault lay with the other party? Yet before Shiji could retaliate, the surrounding atmosphere shifted dramatically. A shimmering, glass-like dome emerged, intricately carved with 9 vividly depicted fire-breathing dragons. In the next instant, crimson flames erupted around Shiji, and the dragons on the dome sprang to life, unleashing searing fire upon her. This was the 9-dragon divine fire dome, a spiritual treasure of Tai Run, imbued with the essence of true fire, capable of incinerating all in its path. "Ah!" Shiji screamed in agony as the flames scorched her, leaving her grievously wounded. "A mere outer disciple of the Jie sect shall be refined today, so that all beings in the wilderness know that the disciples of the Chan sect are not to be trifled with." Tai Ren's expression remained impassive as he spoke with chilling indifference. To him, refining an outer disciple of the Jie sect was inconsequential, merely a trivial matter, executed without a hint of joy or pride. Shiji could not fathom that the esteemed Tai Run, possessing the power of a Daluo golden immortal, would resort to ambushing her, a Tai golden immortal. His shameless demeanor was utterly infuriating. Neza stood beside Tai Run, coldly observing Shiji, completely oblivious to her prior restraint. However, Shiji's heart was consumed with dread. The might of the 9-dragon divine fire dome was overwhelming. In an instant, the white bone shield she had summoned was reduced to ashes, once a highly regarded spiritual treasure. It was Shiji's strongest line of defense, now effortlessly obliterated. She feared that in the next moment, she too would be reduced to cinders. Was this how her life would end today, as the flames surged toward her? Ready to engulf her in destruction, 3 streaks of light descended from the heavens. None other than the urgently arriving Sanxiao sisters. Upon witnessing their sister Shiji on the brink of being refined, they were consumed with righteous fury. Yunxiao unleashed a powerful strike from afar. A Daluo golden immortal in the latter stages, she sent the 9-dragon divine fire dome flying. Shiji immediately transformed into a streak of light. Darting to the side of her sisters, "Sanxiao, what brings you here?" In her disheveled state, Shiji bore visible signs of injury, her energy waning. Upon seeing her sisters arrive, her heart swelled with mixed emotions. "Fear not, Shiji, I shall ensure you receive justice," Yunxiao proclaimed as she waved her hand, channeling divine light into Shiji to mend her internal injuries. Then, with a fierce glare, she turned her attention to Tai Ren. The Jie sect disciples preferred a carefree existence, while Shiji was one to quietly pursue her cultivation, enjoying a good rapport within the sect. The Sanxiao sisters referred to her as their sister, and upon witnessing Shiji's plight, their anger surged. Had they arrived just a moment later, Shiji would have faced an unjust demise. Tai Run, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the Sanxiao sisters, felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Each of the Sanxiao sisters possessed the cultivation of a Daluo golden immortal, with Yunxiao being in the later stages, while Tai Run held the cultivation of a mid-stage Daluo golden immortal. He found himself at a disadvantage in both numbers and strength. "Tai, you dare to lay hands on my sect's disciple. You will not leave here today without an explanation." Yunxiao's voice dripped with fury as she glared at Tai Run. Though Tai Run felt a pang of urgency, He maintained an air of arrogance, in his eyes. As one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, his status was unparalleled. And the Sanxiao sisters were merely outer disciples of the Jie sect, unlikely to take any drastic measures against him. In response to their accusations, he coldly retorted, "Shiji attacked my precious disciple first. Is it not just for me to teach her a lesson? Why should I be held accountable?" Shiji, upon hearing this, coughed in rage, vehemently rebuking Taiqing. "Had it not been for your disciple slaying my own, would I have come here today? I demand restitution for both grievances. Listen well, Taiqing. We sisters offer you one final opportunity to bow your head and apologize to Sister Shiji. Should you refuse, you may find your life in peril," Xiao declared, already summoning the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, a spiritual treasure poised to act at a moment's notice. Taiqing felt a surge of frustration at being threatened by the Jie sect disciples. To bow his head in apology would mean losing face among his peers and before his master. Resolving himself, he dismissed the threat, convinced the Sanxiao sisters would not escalate matters further, with a dismissive wave of his sleeve. He coldly scoffed, "It is but the death of a mere child. Shiji dares to act against Neza, a legitimate disciple of the Xianmen, and if I refine her, it is merely just retribution. You would have me apologize? What a farce!" Taiqing's pride was bolstered by the influence of Yuanshi Tianzun, leaving him utterly disdainful of the Jie sect's disciples. Just retribution. The moment these words were uttered, the Sanxiao sisters could no longer contain their fury. "Prepare to meet your end." A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens as Yunxiao launched an assault upon Taiqing. Following closely were her sisters, Xiao and Bixiao, who together summoned their magical artifacts to unleash their formidable powers in unison. The ethereal whip of Yunxiao resembled a vibrant rainbow, a sinuous serpent, or a soaring dragon, embodying immense strength within its graceful form. Capable of shaking mountains with but a gentle strike, Xiao's Hunyuan Golden Dipper conjured a fierce wind from above, firmly locking onto its target. Meanwhile, Bixiao's golden Jiao scissors transformed into two vividly animated Jiao dragons, encircling Taiqing from both sides. The surge of magical energy erupted forth, causing a celestial phenomenon above Chuntang Pass, where the surrounding seas churned violently, plunging the daylight into an eerie twilight. Taiqing, taken aback by the audacity of the three sisters, swiftly waved his hands, attempting to counter with the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield, which cascaded downwards, spewing forth 9 fiery dragons in a desperate bid to thwart the sisters' lethal onslaught. Yet, the prowess of the three sisters was far from ordinary. Yunxiao's cultivation surpassed that of Taiqing, and with their combined might, their attack was anything but trivial. With a resounding crack, fissures appeared upon the surface of the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield. And with another loud snap, this formidable spiritual treasure shattered into fragments. Taiqing found himself with nowhere to flee, facing the full brunt of the sisters' assault. "No! Ah!" Taiqing let out a wretched scream as his physical form crumbled to mere shards of bone. His soul, unable to escape in time, extinguished on the spot, leaving no trace of vitality in his body. Thud! The lifeless form of Taiqing plummeted to the ground, his eyes wide open in shock. In his final moments, he could hardly fathom that the three sisters would truly dare to strike, and without hesitation at that, had he offered apologies or approached with caution, he might not have met such a swift demise. Neza, witnessing the rapid downfall of his once mighty master, trembled uncontrollably, his body shaking with fear, stripped of any rebellious spirit. In truth, had Taiqing encountered any other adversary today, there might have been a glimmer of hope for survival. Especially considering that the Chan teaching is regarded as a sect of saints, often provoking trepidation among others. However, the three sisters were different. They had long understood the brutal nature of the calamity from Yefeng and had already deemed the Chan teaching as their sworn enemy. Moreover, Taiqing's refusal to repent, his arrogance unabated, and his scornful denigration of the Jie teaching disciples only fueled their resolve to act. From a long-term perspective, eliminating a Taiqing meant one less threat for the Jie teaching amidst the calamity. In the grand hall of the Zixiao Palace, the Fengshan Bang, yet to be claimed by Yuanshi, suddenly trembled, radiating a brilliant golden light. In the unseen realm, the threads of causality shifted, drawing forth the true spirit of Tai Zhenren to be sealed within the tome, inscribing the words Tai on the first line of the first page. Thus, the first true figure to ascend the Fengshan Bang was revealed. In that instant, the brilliance of the Fengshan Bang intensified, illuminating the celestial realms. The six great saints within the primordial chaos felt a resonance, casting bewildered gazes towards the Zixiao Palace beyond the 33 heavens. The name Tai, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching. How could he have perished so suddenly? In the depths of the Niuo Palace, having resolved not to involve herself in the Fengshan, Niuo was taken aback by the spectacle, recalling the earlier discussion with Tongtian about a potential alliance. She shook her head, firmly deciding to remain uninvolved. Meanwhile, the two saints of the west atop Mount Sumer widened their eyes, a mix of astonishment and delight gracing their features. Now, the Jie teaching and Chan teaching need not our deliberate guidance. With Tai Zhenren's demise, Yuanshi will undoubtedly seek vengeance, and Tongtian will not stand idly by, mused the Taoist of the Western Paradise. The Taiji saint of Shouyang Mountain furrowed his brow. The death of a Tai was hardly a favorable beginning. The Tongtian master of Jian Island squinted, resolutely heading towards the location of the three sisters without uttering a word. The six great saints were the first to perceive the anomaly of the Fengshan Bang, followed shortly by the other beings of the primordial chaos. The Jade Emperor, preoccupied with devising ways to please Yefeng in hopes of gaining insight into the path to sanctification, was left aghast at the sudden turn of events, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. And soon his expression turned to one of seething anger. In the past, when the 12 golden immortals wreaked havoc in the heavenly court, Yuanshi had been ruthless and unreasonable, fiercely protective. Now, with one of them, Tai, ascending the Fengshan Bang, it meant they would come under his jurisdiction. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Yuchan teaching had your reign of arrogance. Did you ever contemplate such an end? The Jade Emperor mused, yet soon felt an overwhelming pressure. If the Fengshan Bang were to be filled with the names of the disciples from the three teachings, could he truly suppress the multitude? Would those saints willingly allow their disciples to fall under the dominion of the heavenly court? Contemplating this, the Jade Emperor's desire for power intensified, becoming all the more urgent. The heavenly court was poised to reap the benefits of the Fengshan, yet it was also likely to become a focal point of conflict and contention. He understood the importance of strengthening his own power. For the other great powers of the primordial chaos, Tai Zhenren's death and ascension to the Fengshan Bang signified the onset of a new wave of turmoil. Some chose to remain in the periphery, avoiding the chaos, unwilling to be swept up in the calamity, while others, emboldened, sought to exploit the chaos for their gain. Unbelievable. At this moment, within the Yushu Palace atop Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi Tianzun was engulfed in a mix of shame and fury. Consumed by rage, he had never anticipated that his favored disciple, Tai Zhenren of the 12 Golden Immortals, would be the first to ascend the Fengshan Bang. In that instant, Yuanshi felt utterly humiliated. He seethed with anger towards Tai Zhenren and harbored even greater resentment towards the three sisters who had dealt the fatal blow. If he did not avenge this grievance, it would surely bring disgrace to the Chan teaching in the eyes of all living beings. With this thought, Yuanshi Tianzun wasted no time, stepping forth and traversing the void. Disappearing from sight in an instant at the Shiji Taoist temple on Skull Mountain. After saving Shiji and slaying Tai Zhenren, the three sisters returned to this locale. Zhong awaited them at the temple. Understanding that as a mere golden immortal, he could offer no aid and thus chose not to become a burden, biding his time in the temple. Upon seeing the four return safely, he breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful that the worst had been averted. Sisters, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Otherwise, it would have been I ascending the Fengshan Bang, Shiji expressed, still shaken but thankful. The three sisters instinctively wished to credit Zhong for his efforts. Yet upon glancing at him, shaking his head slightly, they promptly refrained from speaking. Should they reveal Zhong's role in alerting them to rescue Shiji, it would inevitably spark Shiji's curiosity. for now. It was best to keep the secrets of the divine words pavilion discreet, avoiding drawing attention from the saints while quietly accumulating power. Though Shiji would not betray their confidence, it was wise to minimize the number of those in the know. As for Tai Jinren's disciple, Neza, although Shiji harbored resentment for the death of her own child, she refrained from killing him, instead crippling his cultivation foundation, condemning him to a life as a mere mortal, never to tread the path of cultivation again. However, before the sisters could converse further with Shiji, the atmosphere above Skull Mountain trembled, the oppressive energy reaching a suffocating peak that a figure materialized from thin air, casting a cold gaze upon the gathered crowd. This was none other than Yuanshi Tianzun, one of the three pure ones. Upon seeing the three sisters, Yuanshi's fury ignited, and without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand to strike. These mere ants had slain Tai Jinren. Yuanshi was determined to exact vengeance. The saint's power coalesced into a colossal hand spanning 1,000 miles, descending with a terrifying aura. Below the saint, all were but ants. The hand unleashed by Yuanshi, filled with wrath, could not be withstood even by quasi-saint-level beings, let alone the three sisters whose cultivation barely reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Should this hand descend, the entirety of Skull Mountain would be reduced to dust, with all life extinguished. The three sisters would naturally not escape their fate. Enraged and terrified, the sisters could hardly believe that Yuanshi, as a saint, would resort to such underhanded tactics against them. Just as their demise seemed imminent, a surge of sword energy shot forth from the heavens. The sword energy and the palm collided, annihilating each other, and in an instant, the oppressive atmosphere lifted, leaving the sky clear. Following this, a towering figure clad in a black robe, radiating a sharp sword intent, appeared before Yuanshi Tianzun, standing resolutely in opposition. The newcomer was none other than the Tongtian master. Aware of Yuanshi's notoriously narrow-minded nature, he knew that this would not end amicably. Thus, upon sensing the anomaly from the Fengshan Bang in the Zixiao Palace, he had hastened to Skull Mountain, and thus unfolded the scene of confrontation between Yuanshi Tianzun and the Tongtian master. Yuanshi, you have crossed the line. The Lord of the Heavenly Teaching furrowed his brows, his expression rife with coldness and resentment, his heart ablaze with fury. Had he arrived a moment later, his disciples would have fallen victim to the poisonous hands of Yuanshi upon hearing this. Yuanshi Tianzun let out a cold snort, equally filled with wrath, and retorted, Tongtian, how dare you accuse me? Were it not for your disciples bullying the weak and sending Tai Jinren to the Fengshan Bang, would I have appeared here? If you do not provide me with an explanation today, do not expect this matter to be resolved peacefully. To his surprise, before Tongtian could respond, the three Xiaos stepped forward. The three sisters met Yuanshi Tianzun's gaze with unwavering resolve, their hearts brimming with anger and unfamiliarity towards this nominal senior uncle. The bond of the Sanxiao was rendered meaningless in the face of self-interest. Yin Xiao spoke plainly, Yuanshi Shishio, do not distort the truth. It was clearly Tai Jinren who sought to kill Shiji, first by using his might against the weak. Had we not intervened, Shiji would have met her demise at the hands of Tai Yi. Qiong Xiao added, Tai Jinren's arrogance is evident. A flawed upper beam leads to a crooked lower beam. He condoned Neza's actions against Shiji, disregarding the disciples of the saints. Thus, sending him to the Fengshan Bang is merely a fitting punishment, but I shall further stoke the flames by sending him to the Fengshan Bang. We allow him to meet with the Jade Emperor and resolve past grievances. What could be more splendid? Why must you be so enraged, Yuanshi Shishio? The words of the three Xiaos ignited Yuanshi Tianzun's fury, as he felt humiliated by the fact that Tai Jinren was the first to ascend the Fengshan Bang. Now he found himself at a loss for words, feeling utterly disgraced by these younger generations. You are seeking death. Yuanshi Tianzun gritted his teeth, his murderous intent palpable. As he spoke, Yuanshi Tianzun unleashed his powers once more, slamming his palm down to manifest an infinite primordial cloud of celebration. The jade pure infinite seal. Within this cloud, all returned to nothingness, devouring all rules and encompassing all possibilities, including the past and future of the universe. Indeed, an exceedingly terrifying killing move. In an instant, heaven and earth trembled. The sun and moon inverted, and the beings of the primordial wilderness felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as though something monumental was about to transpire. Humph! In response to Yuanshi Tianzun's lethal technique. The Lord of the Heavenly Teaching remained indifferent, pointing a finger to unleash an endless stream of sword chi born from the void, embodying the very essence of the end of all things. As the two divine powers clashed, a violent shockwave erupted, sending dust and debris flying for thousands of miles around Skull Mountain, raising the earth 3 feet high, leaving destruction in its wake. However, at the center of this tempest, the Lord of the Heavenly Teaching had conjured a protective shield to safeguard the 3 Xiaos and others. Witnessing Tongtian engage him while simultaneously protecting his disciples only fueled Yuanshi Tianzun's anger, making him feel increasingly underestimated. With a flick of his wrists, he summoned a crimson banner. The banner spun through the air, conjuring a sea of blood clouds that radiated a chilling aura of slaughter, as if it could claim the lives of all beings. This was none other than the Panga banner, the foremost innate treasure of slaughter in the primordial realm. Unfazed, the Lord of the Heavenly Teaching brought his 2 fingers together to point forth. And in that moment, 4 radiant swords of red, white, blue, and black light flickered around him, taking the form of 4 ancient, sharp-edged celestial swords. Zhu Xian, Lu Xian, Zhu Xian, and Xian Xian. Go. Tongtian uttered the incantation, and the 4 celestial swords hovered in the 4 cardinal directions, their sword chi intertwining with deadly precision, forming the first killing formation of the primordial realm, the Zhu Xian Sword Array. As the Panga banner clashed with the Zhu Xian Sword Array, the vast blood clouds were mercilessly sliced away, vanishing without a trace. The Panga banner found itself unable to advance, forced back to Yuanshi Tianzun's side. I end this exchange. Yuanshi Tianzun not only failed to achieve his goal, but also found himself at a disadvantage against Tongtian. The might of the Zhu Xian Sword Array was overwhelming. Previously, Tongtian had successfully repelled the combined assault of both Yuanshi Tianzun and Yu Qing. Moreover, with only Yuanshi Tianzun standing against him now, how could he hope to contend with the Lord of the Heavenly Teaching? After this confrontation, Yuanshi Tianzun regained some composure, recognizing that with his current strength, he could never hope to defeat Tongtian, who wielded the first killing formation of the Tao. Yuanshi Tianzun mused. If he were to continue fighting, it would likely be detrimental, jeopardizing not only his own strength but also the reputation of the Chan sect. Yuanshi, do you wish to continue? At this moment, Tongtian, commanding the Zhu Xian Sword Array, spoke coldly. Though he did not fear Yuanshi Tianzun, he was wary of the other 3 saints allied with him, and it would be ideal to force Yuanshi to retreat. Humph! Yuanshi Tianzun snorted, but had no intention of launching another attack. He retracted the Panga banner with an icy tone. Addressing Tongtian, I shall repay today's grievances 100-fold in the future. With that, he turned without looking back and departed Skull Island, disappearing from sight. After driving Yuanshi Tianzun away, the Lord of the Heavenly Teaching returned to Jian Island with the 3 Xiaos, Wenzhong, and Jie. In this tumultuous time, he wished to avoid a repeat of today's events, thus sending Ji back to Jian Island for cultivation. Yuanshi Tianzun, having failed to avenge his disciples or restore the honor of the Chan sect, was internally seething. Instead of returning to Kunlun Mountain, he sought out his elder brother, Taiqing, at the Bajing Palace on Shouyang Mountain, feeling disgruntled. Simultaneously, the 2 saints, Zhun Ti and Jian, arrived. Seeing Yuanshi Tianzun's furious demeanor, they could not help but feel a sense of schadenfreude, though their expressions remained filled with concern. Zhun Ti spoke. Yuanshi Daoyu, please take heart. Yuanshi Tianzun, agitated, lamented, heaven knows how the 3 Xiaos suddenly appeared at Chintang Pass. That area is not frequented by disciples of the Jie sect. Upon hearing this, Zhun Ti and Jian exchanged glances, both displaying a look of unease, sensing something amiss. That it was the familiar sensation of the Jie sect's uncanny foresight, as though they had known in advance that events would unfold as they did. It was now clear that the Three Shao's intervention to rescue Ji was no mere coincidence. The two saints from the west could not help but recall that both the Lord of the Heavenly Teaching and the Jade Emperor had previously appeared in Chaoge City. Jian spoke with a heavy tone. It seems that Chaoge City undoubtedly harbors secrets yet to be uncovered. Taiqing stroked his beard, speaking calmly. But did you not personally visit Chaoge City before? And find nothing amiss? In truth, even Taiqing harbored doubts, yet Tongtian had already become wary of them. In no matter which saint ventured to investigate Chaoge City, they would surely be obstructed or ensnared in a web of deception, resulting in fruitless endeavors. To put it plainly, even Taiqing was apprehensive of Tongtian's first killing formation. He and Yuanshi had both suffered losses to this array. Zhun Ti then remarked, "The more Tongtian conceals, the more likely he is to reveal flaws. If we persist in our investigation, we are bound to find evidence. To that point, we could certainly bring this matter to Daozu and request his intervention." The ability to accurately deduce and foresee the future, whether possessed by a person or an object, is indeed extraordinary, surpassing the capabilities of the saints. Zhun Ti believed that Daozu would undoubtedly be intrigued. In the face of absolute power, even foresight and premonition are rendered moot. Reflecting on Zhun Ti's words, the saints recalled the moment Daozu descended upon Jian Island. At that time, Tongtian had held the advantage against both Yuanshi and the Jade Emperor, successfully protecting Jiangxia and shunned Gongbao. It was only due to Daozu's intervention that Yuanshi managed to escort Jiangxia and shunned Gongbao away safely. They believed that should Tongtian reveal any weaknesses, Daozu would surely be willing to intervene personally, simplifying matters considerably. However, Yuanshi Tianzun's anger and resentment remained unresolved, as he furiously declared, "Tongtian has repeatedly flaunted his power with the Zhuxian sword array, disregarding me, his second brother. If I could break this array, there would be no need to call upon Daozu. Together, we could vanquish Jian Island." Upon hearing this, Zhun Ti and Jian thought to themselves that even New Hua could single-handedly suppress any one of their two elder brothers. If they were to confront Tongtian's Zhuxian sword array, the outcome would undoubtedly be even more disastrous. Jian remarked, "Yuanshi Dao makes a valid point. The threat of the Zhuxian sword array is too great to ignore." Jian, however, appeared helpless, but this Zhuxian sword array is renowned as the foremost killing formation. It will be exceedingly difficult to dismantle. The three sages wore expressions of deep concern. The Taiqing calmly interjected, saying, "During this time, I have comprehended a method to unravel the Zhuxian sword formation. This technique requires a coordinated strike. You simply need to cultivate the formation-breaking skill to perfection, and by uniting the power of the four saints, you will undoubtedly breach the Zhuxian sword formation." Upon hearing this, the three great sages were instantly filled with joy. The Zhuxian sword formation was the primary reliance of the Tongtian cult master. Without it, could they not deal with the Jie Jiao and achieve the sealing of the gods? Yuanshi Tianzun bowed to Taiqing, his face alight with admiration, saying, "Brother, you truly deserve to be the leader of the three pure ones. To easily discern a method to dismantle such a deadly array is indeed humbling for your foolish younger brother." The Zhun Ti Dao Run and Jian Dao Ren also chimed in, singing praises. Zhun Ti Dao Ren remarked, "Brother, not only are you the foremost among the three pure ones, but you are also undoubtedly the best among the six saints." Jian Dao Ren added, "Utilizing this method to dismantle the sword formation and achieve the sealing of the gods, I believe the Dao ancestor will greatly commend your efforts." Listening to the flattery, Taiqing couldn't help but feel a sense of elation. With a flick of his sleeve, 3 jade slips floated into the hands of the 3 saints. They scanned the slips with their divine senses. They discovered they contained the very method to break the Zhuxian sword formation. You 3 must diligently cultivate this formation-breaking technique upon your return. When the time comes to jointly dismantle the Zhuxian sword formation, there can be no room for negligence. Taiqing emphasized in a tone that conveyed his age and wisdom. The 3 great sages glanced over the slips and realized that Taiqing's strategy targeted the 4 supreme, innate spiritual treasures that served as the formation's core. With this technique, they could forcefully shake the formation. Without the swords as the focal point, the Zhuxian sword formation would become as insubstantial as a floating weed, easily broken. The challenge lay in the necessity to strike simultaneously at the four swords. Any delay could result in the failure of their efforts. This was why Taiqing had previously stressed the importance of thorough cultivation. Should there be any unfamiliarity, their plan to dismantle the formation would inevitably end in failure. We understand. The three great sages responded earnestly as they accepted the jade slips that moment. Their hearts were filled with uncontainable joy upon realizing the potential of breaking the Zhuxian sword formation. Diligent cultivation was hardly a concern. What mattered was the day they would dismantle the formation, not only eliminating a threat, but also acquiring a remarkable sword. It is worth noting that the four swords composing the Zhuxian sword formation were all supreme, innate spiritual treasures, each a rare gem, even in the eyes of the saints. The sages then discussed their forthcoming plans before taking their leave from Shouyang Mountain. Meanwhile, on another front, Zhong, having dealt with the matters of Shi, hurried back to Chaoge City to confer with the anxious Xian about the upcoming opportunities that in the Yangxin Palace. Xian had long dismissed his attendance and was now pacing with agitation. Upon Zhong's arrival, he eagerly grasped his arm, asking, "When Taishu, I do not wish for the legacy of the Shang to crumble in my hands. That you have any sound strategies to resolve today's crisis?" Zhong, aware that Zhun Run had been slain by the three Ziyashis, knew that Yuanshi Tianzun and the Chan Jiao would not let the matter rest. The situation in the post-primordial world would surely grow increasingly perilous and tumultuous. Upon hearing Xian's words, he replied earnestly, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I and the disciples of Jie Jiao will spare no effort in safeguarding the Shang dynasty. Present, the Chan Jiao, the Ren Jiao, and even the release cult are secretly colluding to target Jie Jiao. Our current position has become exceedingly precarious, and I fear it may inadvertently jeopardize the Deshang, which has had no prior enmity with them." Xian's countenance darkened as he grasped the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Zhong continued, "To fundamentally alter the fate of humanity, we must seek the assistance of the esteemed Yi Feng." After Zhun Ti Run and Jian Ren departed from Shouyang Mountain, they did not return directly to the Ling Mountain Dojo, but instead took a detour to Xianyuan Tomb, that we pay our respects to the saint. The nine-headed Qi Chicken Spirit and the Jade Stone Peepa Spirit once again bowed reverently in unison. Zhun Ti Ren inquired, "How has the task assigned to the nine-tailed fox spirit progressed?" The two sages from the west had come specifically to investigate the status of the nine-tailed fox spirit's mission to bewitch the Xian. However, to their surprise, the nine-headed Qi Chicken Spirit held up an extinguished oil lamp, sorrow etched on its face, and reported, "Regrettably, Saint, the life-soul lamp of our elder sister was extinguished some time ago. She has likely perished." The Jade Stone Peepa Spirit beside her wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes. Even among demon kind, true emotions exist. The three sisters had cultivated together for a millennium, forming bonds stronger than blood. With the loss of their elder sister, the two remaining sisters were naturally engulfed in grief. Zhun Ti Run and Jian Ren exchanged glances, perplexed. "Brother, this fox spirit has acted with caution. The task of infiltrating the palace should not have been overly difficult. How could she have perished so easily?" Zhun Ti Ren remarked to Jian Ren. Jian Ren responded, "Given Xian's cultivation, he would certainly be unable to detect her, and even Zhong, with his golden immortal cultivation, would find it challenging to see through the fox spirit's disguise. Yet in Chaoge City, only Zhong possesses the ability to eliminate her." The two sages from the west, having chosen the nine-tailed fox spirit, must have had some confidence in her abilities that moment. The two sages suddenly recalled discussions from earlier at the Eight Scenery Palace. The Tongtian cult masters seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, repeatedly unraveling their plans before they could come to fruition and even turning their schemes against them, leaving them in dire straits. In other words, Zhong, being a disciple of Jie Jiao, had likely sensed the presence of the fox spirit and acted to slay her, the nine-headed Qi Chicken Spirit and the Jade Stone Peepa Spirit. Upon hearing the words of the two sages, were consumed with an overwhelming hatred for Zhong and Xian. The two sages from the west then turned their attention back to the nine-headed Qi Chicken Spirit and the Jade Stone Peepa Spirit. Although the nine-tailed fox spirit had failed, their plans must continue. They needed to bewitch DX, undermine the fortune of Shang, analyze the reasons for their prior failure, and formulate a new strategy. One reason for their previous failure, the two sages believed, was that the nine-tailed fox spirit's target was simply too grand. Entering the palace in the guise of Su Daji, if Wen Zhong obtained intelligence indicating that Su Daji was indeed the nine-tailed fox spirit, he would intervene and prevent her actions without needing to worry about whether he could see through her disguise. If she had instead adopted a low-profile approach, masquerading as a palace maid in her guard, and her strength surpassed that of Wen Zhong. Even if the opponent possessed foresight, it would be difficult to identify the target amidst the throng of people in the palace. In other words, the way to counteract foresight was through overwhelming strength. Otherwise, the Tongtian cult master would not have been able to reclaim the support of Yuanshi Tianzun, even after acquiring Jiangxia and Shun Gongbao. Zhun Ti looked at the nine-headed Qi chicken spirit and said, "Qi chicken spirit, would you be willing to avenge your elder sister and continue her unfinished task? If you succeed, you may also join Jie Jiao and become a disciple under my direct tutelage." Upon hearing this, the nine-headed Qi chicken spirit knelt down, tears of sorrow in her eyes, and replied, "Thank you, saint, for your kindness. The Qi chicken spirit has always longed to avenge my elder sister, but my cultivation is far inferior to that of my elder sister, the nine-tailed fox. If she fell to treachery, I fear I would meet the same fate." The nine-headed Qi chicken spirit was not blinded by hatred or greed. Her elder sister, the nine-tailed fox, had once been a shrewd individual, yet she still perished in the hands of the Deshan. Acknowledging her own limitations, the Qi chicken spirit knew that should she attempt the task, it would only lead to her demise. And no matter how great the reward might be, without life, there would be nothing to enjoy it. Zhun Ti and Jian recognized the Qi chicken spirit sentiments, but chose not to confront them. Instead, Zhun Ti produced a green lotus seed and suspended it above the head of the nine-headed Qi chicken spirit. The Qi chicken spirit gazed at the lotus seed, which was the size of a thumb, entirely emerald green and round, translucent with glimmers of white light visible within, containing astonishing spiritual essence. Instinctive desire surged within her. With this lotus seed, she felt certain she could undergo a transformation and ascend to a higher realm. Zhun Ti said, "This is a seed from the blue lotus that blooms in the 8 treasures pool of Ling Mountain, imbued with the power of creation. With this object, we can assist you in breaking through to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm, allowing you to surpass Wen Zhong, who is currently at the early stage." In the midst of the golden immortal period, the nine-headed chicken spirit was struck with astonishment. She realized that she was merely at the mid-stage of the celestial immortal realm, inferior by a small boundary to her elder sister, the nine-tailed fox, who had attained the late stage of the celestial immortal realm. Yet, the sage had promised to elevate her cultivation by an entire major realm. The temptation of breaking through to a higher realm was overwhelmingly enticing. The nine-headed chicken spirit understood all too well that, given her innate talents, achieving the golden immortal status would require no less than several 100,000 years of arduous cultivation. This was under the most optimistic of circumstances. The more dire possibility was that she might remain shackled for the rest of her life, unable to break through at all. However, if she could circumvent those hundreds of thousands of years of painstaking effort to attain the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm, she could avenge her sister and take her place beneath the sage's tutelage. In that case, this bargain would be well worth it. Should her strength surpass even that of Wen Zhong, she would have little to fear. The nine-headed chicken spirit pondered, and without further hesitation, bowed several times before the two saints of the West, respectfully declaring, "I shall undoubtedly exert my utmost efforts to fulfill the tasks entrusted by the sage." Seeing this, the two saints of the West smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, they could have directly coerced the nine-headed chicken spirit into serving them, knowing she lacked the courage to refuse. However, coerced compliance and wholehearted dedication are entirely different concepts. They sought success, not yet another failure, and thus they had no need to confuse the means with the end in the city of Chaoge, within the grand palace of the Shang dynasty, the nine-headed chicken spirit. Now at the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm, had stealthily infiltrated the premises. After she made her assurance, the Taoist priests of the Western sect, Zhun Ti and Jian, jointly activated the power of the green lotus seed. The nine-headed chicken spirit was thus reborn, purging herself of her demonic aura and breaking through to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. Like the nine-tailed fox, she was a natural adept at the arts of seduction and enchantment. And now, with her cultivation surpassing that of Hongjun, both the Western saints and the nine-headed chicken spirit were confident that they would not be discovered by him, allowing their plans to proceed smoothly. Unlike the nine-tailed fox, who transformed into the supremely beautiful Su Daji to attract attention, the nine-headed chicken spirit assumed the guise of an ordinary palace maid, with a slight application of her enchanting arts. She would merely appear as a familiar face within the palace, raising no suspicions whatsoever. It would be only when she sought to beguile Emperor Xian that she would reveal her true beauty and employ her enchanting powers. However, as she endeavored to approach the heart-nurturing palace to get closer to Emperor Xian, she coincidentally spotted him leaving alongside Hongjun, heading out of the palace, as for their destination. None of the palace maids or guards could ascertain. Nevertheless, this confirmed a crucial fact for the nine-headed chicken spirit. Hongjun and Emperor Xian had indeed not discovered her presence. Were they aware that she was a transformed monster, they would not have left the palace so calmly. With one being an entity of the void and the other at the initial stage of the golden immortal realm, both of lesser cultivation than her, this plan was bound to succeed. At that moment, she vowed to make Emperor Xian succumb to a life of indulgence, willingly falling under her influence forever. The nine-headed chicken spirit murmured to herself, brimming with confidence in her scheme, deciding to bide her time until nightfall, when Emperor Xian would return to make her move. Believing her victory was assured, she did not delve into the reasons behind Hongjun and Emperor Xian's absence from the palace all day, opting instead to remain hidden within the palace. The sole reason for Emperor Xian and Hongjun's departure from the palace was to attend a lecture at the Tianyou Pavilion. Typically, Emperor Xian would disguise himself to conceal his whereabouts. Neither the personal guards nor the common folk were aware that among the listeners at the Tianyou Pavilion sat their exalted emperor. The Tianyou Pavilion. Yi Feng continued his storytelling, today recounting the tale of Jian Taigong fishing. As depicted in the Investiture of the Gods at It, was said that the primordial supreme being had dispatched his disciple, Jiang Zia, to descend to the mortal realm to seek a means to overthrow the Shang dynasty and undermine humanity's foundation. Jiang Zia, donning the guise of an old fisherman, awaited by the banks of the Wei River, casting his line with no bait and ensuring his hook hung 3 feet above the water surface. When Ji Chang came a hunt at the Wei River, Jiang Zia called out, "Let the fated ones come to the hook." Remarkably, a large carp, adorned with golden scales, leapt from the water and took the bait. Recognizing Jiang Zia as a remarkable figure, Ji Chang approached him for conversation, soon discovering that he was a disciple of the Chan sect, which left him in awe. Although Jiang Zia lacked extraordinary cultivation, his wisdom and perspective far exceeded that of ordinary mortals. Their discussion of the nation's affairs and the state of the world left Ji Chang genuinely impressed. Ji Chang remarked, "My West Qi is in need of a loyal minister. May I invite you to assist me in governing West Qi?" Jiang Zia had intended to cast his line and was pleased by Ji Chang's invitation, following him back to West Qi. Hongjun, upon hearing this, felt a heavy weight in his heart. Currently, the Chan sect, the human sect, and the Western sect were conspiring together against the intercepting teaching and humanity. With Jiang Zia's descent, it signified that their schemes against humanity and the intercepting teaching had officially commenced. The other mortal listeners, unaware of the underlying conspiracies, were utterly perplexed. One listener queried, "Was it not previously stated that the primordial supreme being intended to use humanity as pawns, plotting against humanity while dragging the intercepting teaching down with him? Why then send Jiang Zia to seek out the West Bo Marquis Ji Chang?" To the listeners, if the goal was to undermine the Shang dynasty, why not send Jiang Zia directly there instead of to Ji Chang? Yi Feng replied, "What you do not understand is that the primordial supreme being intends to support Ji Chang as a puppet, allowing West Qi to replace the Shang dynasty. Consequently, Jiang Zia, as a disciple of the Chan sect, would gain merit by assisting the emperor, while simultaneously weakening the emperor's fate, diminishing his status to that of lesser than the Jade Emperor of Heaven. With the emperor's fate diminished, he would be unable to suppress the fate of humanity, thus facilitating the harvesting of fate by the three major sections. Upon hearing this, a gasp of shock rippled through the audience, marveling at the malevolence of the saints for devising such a treacherous scheme. Both West Qi and Jiang Zia were merely pawns in the hands of the saints. Yi Feng continued. Moreover, with Jiang Zia joining West Qi, it will naturally incite conflict between West Qi and the Shang dynasty. This would create an opportunity for Jiang Zia to gradually draw the disciples of the intercepting teaching into calamity, achieving two goals with one maneuver. The audience could not help but engage in fervent discussion. If I were a disciple of the intercepting teaching, I would be at a loss for how to counter such a scheme. Indeed, the Chan sect's methods are exceedingly difficult to defend against. If one does not look favorably upon the intercepting teaching, they are bound to lose many disciples at this moment, when Zhong's heart was even heavier, inwardly cursing the shamelessness of the Taiqing and the primordial supreme being for concocting such a devious plot. Cursing aside, he was also engaged in fervent contemplation of a counter-strategy. He thought to himself, since Jiang Zia is the destined individual who holds the investiture of the gods and serves as a pawn for the human sect and Chan sect against humanity and the intercepting teaching, if I were to slay Jiang Zia and send him to the investiture of the gods, would that not resolve everything at once? Once Jiang Zia meets his end, the Chan sect schemes would crumble. Of course, when Zhong understood that accomplishing this task would not be simple, a being endowed with great fortune, who, by unseen forces, received inexplicable protection, would not easily meet their demise. Moreover, he was acutely aware of Jiang Zia's vital importance to the plans of the Chan and human sects. Would the primordial supreme being not take precautions? To say nothing of the fact that if the primordial supreme being dispatched other golden immortals to accompany Jiang Zia, it would be exceedingly difficult to kill him, let alone the presence of the investiture of the gods and the god-slaying whip awaiting the primordial supreme being's claim at the Purple Cloud Palace. If Jiang Zia were to wield both treasures, even with low cultivation, he would not be underestimated. In summary, navigating a path to resolution was far from a simple matter of imagination. The strength of one's own power was paramount, for without it, all schemes would be futile. Upon hearing of Jiang Zia's alliance with Ji Chang and West Qi, Emperor Xian also felt a profound weight in his heart. He understood that although he was the exalted emperor, his own cultivation was meager, surrounded by feudal lords who were as fierce as wolves, and with the saints plotting in the shadows. Were it not for the enlightenment of the elder Yi Feng, he would have remained oblivious to the truth behind the scenes until his dying breath. Ultimately, strength was of utmost importance. If his power were sufficiently formidable, how could these treacherous individuals dare to conspire against the Shang dynasty with such impunity? As Emperor Xian pondered deeply, he increasingly comprehended the significance of power, which only intensified his yearning to enhance his own strength. With this thought in mind, he cast a resolute gaze towards Yi Feng, silently vowing to beseech the esteemed elder for assistance in liberating humanity from the machinations of the saints. Clap. At that moment, Yi Feng snapped the wooden stick awake, his voice ringing clear and bright. Addressing the audience with a courteous smile, to discover what transpires next, please await the next installment. My esteemed guests, I bid you farewell. Oh dear, the audience murmured in disappointment, rising reluctantly to leave, still craving more. The plot was becoming increasingly riveting. Ji Chang had willingly invited Jiang Zia, and now it remained to be seen how they would confront Cheng Tang. That it had been previously noted that the Marquis of Shibua, Ji Chang, harbored grand ambitions, and with the aid of the formidable Jiang Zia, the prospect of rebellion was not far-fetched. Regardless of the circumstances, the narrative indicated that Cheng Tang was in peril, beset by numerous scheming factions. The audience, still buzzing with excitement over Jiang Zia's joining of Shiqi, congregated in small groups to discuss as they departed. From their conversations, it was evident that they held little optimism for Cheng Tang's future. If it were merely Shiqi, the Shang dynasty could manage. But with the interference of the saints lurking in the shadows, the situation transcended what mere mortal forces could resolve. After a while, most of the listeners had vacated the Xinyue pavilion, even when Zhong had taken his leave. Soon, Only Yifeng and the Emperor remained. Emperor Exin glanced around, ensuring no one else was present, before cautiously closing the great door behind him. Just as Yifeng was taken aback, Emperor Exin bowed deeply, proclaiming loudly, "I, the junior Emperor Exin, pay my respects to the esteemed elder. Currently, the human race is ensnared by the schemes of petty individuals, teetering on the brink of collapse. I am willing to pay any price and humbly beseech the elder to lend a hand in rescuing the Shang and the human race in his quest for the future of humanity." Emperor Exin boldly revealed his identity, shedding any pretense, and bowed deeply as the Emperor of Man for him. Yifeng represented an unfathomable powerhouse, the sole entity capable of salvaging humanity, an embodiment of hope. Such a gesture of reverence was necessary to convey his sincerity. Upon witnessing this, Yifeng felt a jolt of surprise. He had anticipated Emperor Xian's arrival, yet he did not foresee that this emperor, renowned for his past misdeeds, would so readily set aside his dignity for the sake of humanity. As he gazed upon Emperor Exin, Yifeng found himself reflecting on the past. The records from his previous life painted Emperor Zhou Xian as a tyrant, steeped in debauchery and cruelty. However, the reality was that he had been ensnared by the enchantments of the nine-tailed fox, Su Daji, who had manipulated him into committing numerous atrocities, coupled with the ambitions of the feudal lords seeking to usurp the Shang dynasty's rule. They had relentlessly spread rumors to tarnish Emperor Xian's reputation while he endeavored to consolidate imperial power and diminish the influence of the lords that in truth, as the youngest son of Emperor Emperor Xian had accomplished many feats shortly after ascending the throne, that he had reformed personnel policies, elevating talents like Fei Zhong and Eli, and he had enacted strict laws, leaving no room for treachery. Time and again, he had led campaigns against the eastern barbarians, achieving victory after victory and expanding his territory. Had he not been ensnared in schemes, Emperor Xian would have undoubtedly emerged as a wise and virtuous ruler of the Shang dynasty, celebrated throughout the ages. Ultimately, in both this life and the last, he belonged to the human race, and he could not bear to witness humanity being harvested like chives by the saints. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Yifeng was inclined to find a way to assist Emperor Xian in extricating humanity from its current plight. However, it was somewhat awkward for Yifeng, as Emperor Xian, like Tongtian, regarded him as an immensely powerful being. In reality, Yifeng was merely a solitary cultivator at the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, capable only of offering some guidance regarding the impending calamity of the Fengshen. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, any strategy seemed futile. The notion of challenging the saints was but a delusion. In other words, even if Yifeng wished to help, he lacked the capability to do so. In that moment, facing the kneeling Emperor Exin, Yifeng found himself at a loss for words. Emperor Exin, his head bowed, felt the weight of Yifeng's gaze and was seized with anxiety, cold sweat beating upon his forehead. For him, Yifeng's response represented the fate of humanity. And how could he remain calm in such a moment? Just as Yifeng grappled with his dilemma, a notification suddenly resonated in his mind. The cumulative storytelling sessions have reached 49, earning a total of 100,000 shock points. The system has upgraded to a high-level system, unlocking new exclusive storytelling functions. From now on, the host may receive remuneration for privately narrating stories to listeners, who can gain corresponding abilities or treasures from the content of the stories. Furthermore, any abilities acquired through this method will receive random enhancement from the system. Note: the exclusive storytelling books are randomly selected. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yifeng's ethereal system panel transformed into a new layout, adorned with vibrant colors. The previous shock points and lottery panel had shifted to the upper half, while the lower half bore the words exclusive storytelling. As he continued to examine, he discovered a layout akin to a trading list, divided into categories for trading parties, remuneration, storytelling content, and obtained items. However, the table remained entirely blank for now. Yifeng marveled at the system's power. Initially, the system merely simulated an environment when he narrated stories, immersing the audience within. Now, the upgraded system had the capacity to materialize the previously abstract storytelling content, transforming the ethereal into the tangible, a truly remarkable phenomenon. Simultaneously, Yifeng felt an overwhelming surge of joy. After enduring the pitfalls of this troublesome system for so long, it had finally delivered a potent feature. With newfound confidence from the upgraded system, Yifeng took a moment to compose himself before addressing Emperor Xian in a calm tone. My esteemed guest, do not jest. I am merely an ordinary storyteller, lacking such capabilities. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xian's heart sank. Am I being rejected? His mind became a whirlwind of confusion and panic. He had placed all his hopes upon Yifeng. Now, with the elders seemingly inclined to refuse, faced with the machinations of the saints, Emperor Xian truly found himself at a loss for what to do. However, if my esteemed guest is willing to offer remuneration, I would be able to narrate a story exclusively for you. Why Yifeng's voice rang out once more, instantly lifting Emperor Xian's spirits from despair to elation. He understood that this elder Yi was an unparalleled powerhouse, surpassing ordinary saints, having accurately anticipated the movements of the six saints, even the actions of Hongjun Daozu. Now that the elder proposed to narrate a story exclusively for him, it was clear that he sought to subtly guide and assist him through the narrative. Hope surged within Emperor Xian. Salvation for Chongtang and the human race was within reach. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. Why, with such profound cultivation, would the elder ask for remuneration? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Emperor Xian, and he felt he had grasped the elder's intent. Given the elder's capabilities, if he were to directly entangle himself in causality with Emperor Xian, the latter would surely be unable to bear the consequences. However, by offering remuneration, it would effectively settle that causality, providing him with a form of protection. With this realization, Emperor Xian wasted no time, reverently presenting the sword as waist to Yifeng, earnestly stating, I, the disciple Emperor Xian, possess nothing of value save for this low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the human emperor seal, passed down from the first human emperor, Xian Yuan. Oh, it is humble, I offer it to you, esteemed elder, and hope you will not disdain its simplicity. Even a low-grade innate spiritual treasure was an exceedingly rare artifact in the primordial world. Moreover, this item had been passed down from Xian Yuan, the human emperor, and had been imbued with the essence of generations of emperors, rendering it far more precious than an ordinary low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Seeing Emperor Xian offer such a token as a testament to his determination to save humanity, Yifeng refrained from further words, accepting the sword and approaching the table to grasp the wooden stick once more. Simultaneously, the system began to extract the content of the story to be narrated for Emperor Xian. The titles of various books flickered across the panel before finally settling upon one entitled The Chronicles of Wu Gong. As the content of the Chronicles of Wu Gong surged into Yifeng's consciousness, it seamlessly melded with his memory. The forthcoming storytelling would delve into the Chronicles of Wu Gong, with the first chapter titled Abandoning Life to Battle the Heavens. As Yifeng's words fell, the world before Emperor Xian transformed into a realm of illusion. When the scene solidified, Xian abruptly realized that he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. The sky was overcast, and an oppressive atmosphere pervaded the air. Yifeng continued, stating, Upon this vast expanse of earth, the human race has long endured the tyranny of the divine clan, who regard humans as mere slaves and laborers, ruthlessly exploiting and oppressing them. The divine clan reigns as the sovereigns of heaven and earth, and every youth among them receives the heavenly revelation, awakening divine power and thereby acquiring formidable strength, with few among the humans capable of contending with them. The divine powers are categorized into 8 distinct types, each with its unique abilities. The primordial realm divine power, the most exceptional among them, is possessed by the ancient divine beasts. The Azura realm divine power summons the spirits of the deceased and spirit beasts to assist in battle. The higher the divine power, the stronger the summoned entities. The Vajra realm divine power focuses primarily on offense and defense, significantly enhancing combat capabilities. The Xitigarbor realm divine power commands dark abilities related to poison, decay, and death. The myriad forms realm divine power manipulates the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth, utilizing the forces of nature in combat. The void perception realm divine power encompasses sensing, conveying, and sharing abilities. Those at the pinnacle of this power can even glimpse the future and foresee prophecies. The longevity realm divine power governs the mysteries of life, encompassing restoration and healing abilities. The eighth and most mysterious and rarest form of divine power is known as the colorless realm divine power, which suppresses sound, scent, strength, light, and more, drastically diminishing all capabilities, rendering them dull and colorless. Take a tea this moment. Yi Feng's tone grew somber and serious as he remarked. This colorless realm divine power is solely possessed by the divine clan's sovereign. Hei Long Tian. Tian is unequivocally the mightiest within the divine clan. Any entity that defies his will is destined for death. Suddenly, the scene before Taiqing shifted dramatically, and he found himself within a palace high above the clouds. The palace exuded an ancient grandeur, but bore an eerily cold and desolate atmosphere. Standing within was a handsome man clad in black robes, his hair as white as snow and his expression devoid of emotion. At that moment, the man seemed to sense something, slightly lifting his gaze, his indifferent eyes locking on a Taiqing. In an instant, the surroundings transformed into a realm of stark black and white, devoid of light and shadow. Sound and silence. Taiqing felt as though he were being affected by this force. His body succumbing to a wave of weakness, his sight obscured, his hearing muted, and ultimately rendered powerless. Fortunately, this sensation was transient, disappearing as swiftly as it had come, and Taiqing's prior frailty vanished. Whoosh! Taiqing gasped for air like a drowning man dragging himself ashore, his heart filled with terror. He understood that the handsome man he had just witnessed was none other than Tian, the sovereign of the divine clan. How terrifying it was that even a mere illusion could exert such an immense sense of oppression. Was this the might of the sovereign of the divine clan? The colorless realm divine power? Yet, what Yi Feng would recount next left Taiqing utterly astonished. With a clap of the awakening wood, Yi Feng continued, his voice resonating with conviction. However, one day, the merchant monarch Taiqing rejected the heavenly decree sent by the divine clan Xianxia, casting it into the flames, publicly declaring resistance against the divine clan. The sovereign of the divine clan, Tian, was enraged, leading the 6 divisions of the divine clan and the forces of the Zhou kingdom to besiege the Shang kingdom. Taiqing suddenly realized something, lifting his gaze to find himself standing beneath a city gate, the plaque inscribed with the words Chaoge City. At this moment, the city of Chaoge was besieged by the well-equipped Zhou forces. And in the sky, several formidable figures loomed, gazing down upon Chaoge City. Among them was the white-haired, handsome sovereign of the divine clan, Tian, with other divine figures standing respectfully behind him. Taiqing's heart raced. This Chaoge City was identical to the one he inhabited. Even the characters from the tale mirrored those in the real world. If this were mere fiction, how could the divine clan sovereign he had seen in the illusion and the overwhelming pressure he felt be mere figments of imagination? Could it be that there existed another world, another Shang dynasty? Was the tale being recounted by the gentleman about a different Shang dynasty in the myriad realms? As Taiqing pondered this, he felt a profound resonance with the other Taiqing in the story. The Taiqing of the tale shared a plight akin to that of the human race, enduring the oppression of the divine clan. Likewise, the current human race was ensnared in the plots of the saints, viewed as mere pawns of fate. Taiqing mused that if he were in the shoes of the character in the book, he too would make the same decision that as the emperor of humanity, he would lead the human race in rebellion, fighting against the heavens and the gods. What an awakening! What a bold spirit! The narrative stirred Taiqing's emotions, granting him a greater sense of immersion, as if he were truly experiencing these events. His heart swelling with indignation against the oppressors, yearning for strength, yearning to change it all. Meanwhile, Taiqing was curious whether the Taiqing of the story could withstand the wrath of the divine clan. After all, he faced the mightiest among them, Tian, who wielded the colorless realm divine power. Would Taiqing and his human resistance be able to triumph against the onslaught of the 6 divisions of the divine clan and the Zhou forces? However, just then, Yi Feng suddenly struck the awakening wood, addressing Taiqing. The hour is late. Our storytelling concludes here. Please excuse me, honored guest. With that, Yi Feng gestured for Taiqing to take his leave. The sound of the awakening would jolted Dixan from the vision of Wu Gong's chronicle, and upon glancing outside, he noticed the sun had set and night had fallen. Dixan blinked, pondering whether the tale was merely a tale. Devoid of any deeper meaning, he felt a curious inclination to question Yi Feng directly, but hesitated. That moment, a thunderous roar erupted in his mind, as if his consciousness were departing his body. He witnessed a powerful force surging from within him, a force that should not have existed, as the surroundings transformed into a monochrome realm. Sound, color, and the very essence of existence were suppressed. Most importantly, this power was one he had previously sensed in the mightiest sovereign of the divine clan, Tian. How could this be? Dixan was utterly astounded. Before he could contemplate further, the colorless realm divine power surged back in him like a dragon drinking water, causing his consciousness to empty once more, as if he had drifted into another world. Simultaneously, the colorless realm divine power returning to his body fused with his own magical essence, propelling Dixan's previously stagnant cultivation to unprecedented heights, breaking through barriers and entering the realm of immortality. That was not the crux of the matter. With the aid of the colorless realm divine power, Dixan's magical essence continued to rise, ultimately attaining the peak of the golden immortal stage. As Dixan's cultivation soared, a series of cracking sounds reverberated through his body, radiant light emanating from him. Akin to a transformation, a fragrant aura enveloped him. At that moment, Dixan remained Dixan, his eyes clear and his expression resolute, yet he was transformed beyond recognition. After becoming an immortal, even his physical form underwent a metamorphosis, shedding the mortal coil and achieving the body of an immortal. Through the colorless realm divine power, Dixan's consciousness seemed to become another version of himself in a different world, clad in blazing crimson armor and battling fiercely against the divine clan to defend the valor of humanity. The entire experience felt as if he had lived an entire lifetime in another Shang dynasty. When Dixan suddenly opened his eyes, he was astonished to find his cultivation had remarkably increased. The power coursing through him no longer mere magical essence, but the colorless realm divine power. As he sensed the overwhelming strength of the colorless realm divine power, he was struck with disbelief and awe. He had not anticipated that the senior Yi before him, merely by recounting a tale, would grant him such formidable and terrifying power. Moreover, he had only spent 4 hours listening to the tale. Yet he had ascended from the mortal realm to the peak of the golden immortal stage. Dixan mused that not even the saints, nor even Daozu Hongjun, could achieve such a feat. With these thoughts, Dixan's reverence for Yi Feng reached unparalleled heights. Thank you, esteemed sir, for bestowing upon me and humanity this glimmer of hope. Dixan bowed deeply to Yi Feng, his heart overflowing with gratitude, tears welling in his eyes. The pressure he had endured in recent days had been immense, with ambitious lords and the intricate schemes of saints looming over him. Any misstep could lead to utter ruin. Yet now, under the benevolence of Senior Yi, he had finally acquired the power he had longed for. Though the situation remained fraught with peril, Dixan now possessed the capital and confidence to resist the divine beings. Yi Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, greeting with a smile, and choosing not to speak much. To be honest, he too had been taken aback. Just moments ago, an overwhelming force surged within him, the essence of the power of the colorless realm. Through this divine energy, his cultivation had dramatically increased, elevating him from the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal to the mid-stage, an unexpected leap in his realm. Cultivation, akin to rowing against the current, becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. Although ascending from the early stage to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal may seem a minor advancement, the difficulty of such a leap surpasses that of Emperor Xian's progression to the late stage of the Golden Immortal by 10-fold or even 100-fold. Mastering the power of the colorless realm and experiencing this significant enhancement in his abilities, the rewards from this exclusive listening session far exceeded Yi Feng's expectations, filling him with immense satisfaction. While Emperor Xian had only grasped a fragment of the background and introductory plot of the account of Wu Gong, Yi Feng retained the entirety of the narrative in his mind. understanding the might of the colorless realm far beyond what Emperor Xian could comprehend. More crucially, this power had undergone transformation through the system's influence. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that such a formidable force ranks among the very best within the 3,000 paths of the Great Tao. After acquiring this power, Emperor Xian did not linger, fearing that any hesitation might provoke Yi Feng's displeasure, especially since the latter had already issued an order for him to leave for Yifeng. He resolved to pause his storytelling for the next few days, opting instead to enter seclusion and diligently study the power of the colorless realm. According to the records of the account of Wugong, his current mastery of the colorless realm should still be at the first level, known as the heavenly enlightenment. He pondered what his capabilities might be upon breaking through to the second level. The dark prison these thoughts occupied his mind. He had already seated himself in a meditative posture, channeling the power of the colorless realm. Outside the pavilion of divine words, everything appeared as usual. Yet inside, he was enveloped in an expanse devoid of light and sound, a realm of colorlessness and silence. Night fell, and Emperor Xian returned to the palace. Thoroughly satisfied that in his chamber, he sat cross-legged on his jade bed, preparing for an all-night session of cultivation to adapt to and master the power of the colorless realm within him. Just then, a chilling wind swept in, and a nine-headed chicken spirit, disguised as a palace maid, boldly entered the chamber. With a charming smile, the nine-headed chicken spirit addressed Emperor Xian. "Your Majesty, this humble servant has come to attend to your needs." As she spoke, the nine-headed chicken spirit employed her enchanting powers, transforming from an unassuming maid into a vision of beauty, exuding an irresistible allure with every gesture. Now at the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm, her enchanting prowess far surpassed that of the previous nine-tailed fox spirit. At that moment, Emperor Xian remained motionless on his jade bed, appearing almost entranced. Witnessing this, the nine-headed chicken spirit's smile widened. Indeed, Emperor Xian was merely a lowly human with little cultivation. How could he possibly resist her bewitching arts? Once she ensnared him, she would soar to greatness after the conclusion of the Investiture of the Gods, becoming a disciple of a saint and basking in endless glory. The mere thought sent waves of excitement coursing through the chicken spirit's heart. However, just as the nine-headed chicken spirit believed her success was assured and approached Emperor Xian with unwarranted confidence, the human emperor raised his eyes, his gaze sharp and piercing, coldly scrutinizing the alluring, enchanting figure before him. She was no more than an ugly hen, her disguise failing to deceive one who had mastered the power of the colorless realm to the late stage of the golden immortal. "Impudent demon," he bellowed, "with such trifling skills, you dare to flaunt your abilities before me. You truly know not the heights of heaven nor the depths of earth." With a thunderous voice, Emperor Xian unleashed his sovereign aura, causing the nine-headed chicken spirit's head to buzz with disorientation. In the next moment, she was horrified to find the surroundings fading into colorlessness and silence. Her own strength diminished to a mere fraction of the mid-stage golden immortal. Before she could react, Emperor Xian struck out with a palm, channeling the heavenly enlightenment level of the colorless realm into a colossal black dragon that roared as it surged into the chicken spirit's being. Pale and filled with dread, the nine-headed chicken spirit felt her very soul tremble. She yearned to flee, but found herself utterly ensnared by an invisible force, powerless to escape as the fearsome black dragon consumed her. The dragon swept past soundlessly, devoid of light, and even the sensation of pain was absent. With terror etched upon her face, the nine-headed chicken spirit felt her body and soul disintegrate under the onslaught of the colorless realm's power. Reduced to ashes in an instant, beyond the possibility of resurrection, in that realm of the colorless realm, she left no final words, vanishing without a trace. As Emperor Xian retracted the power of the colorless realm, surveying the mere dust left before him, a satisfied and exhilarated expression graced his features. This was the first time he had wielded the power of the colorless realm to eliminate evil, vanquishing an opponent whose cultivation was no less than that of the mid-stage golden immortal. Even if Wen Zhong had arrived, he would have been unable to match him, yet now he had effortlessly dispatched her in a single strike. Emperor Xian murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with intensity, his heart ablaze with fervor. Not long ago, he had yet to step into the realm of immortals, but now he stood as a formidable powerhouse at the late stage of the Golden Immortal. Moreover, with the power of the colorless realm at his disposal, he felt capable of confronting any practitioner beneath the Tai Golden Immortal realm, with a significant chance of victory. All of this was a gift bestowed upon him by Senior Yi. After personally slaying the chicken spirit, Emperor Xian was further convinced that Senior Yi was the beacon of hope for both himself and all of humanity amidst the sea of suffering. With the calamity upon them, and the 6 great saints maneuvering in the shadows, treating humanity as mere pawns, only Senior Yi possessed the ability to save them. Emperor Xian was so exhilarated that sleep eluded him. Meanwhile, the western sects Zhun Ti and Jian sensed a disturbance, swiftly retrieving the soul lamp of the 9-headed chicken spirit, only to find the flame extinguished, leaving them in shock. The 9-headed chicken spirit is dead? Could it be that when Zhong has struck again? Zhun Ti exclaimed in disbelief, completely unprepared for such a turn of events. Jian's expression mirrored astonishment. It appears she perished at the hands of Emperor Xian. I did not expect his strength to be so formidable that even the mid-stage, golden, immortal, 9-headed chicken spirit could not withstand him. Yet the heavenly secrets are muddled. I cannot even ascertain what method he employed. This is perplexing, Zhun Ti mused, his silence indicating his contemplation. Previously, Emperor Xian lacked even the cultivation of the immortal realm while in the Nuwa Palace. Yet in such a brief span, he has risen to the level capable of slaying a mid-stage golden immortal. As he spoke, Zhun Ti fell silent, exchanging a glance with Jian, their expressions shifting between uncertainty and apprehension. The variables had increased, and Emperor Xian's strength had exceeded their expectations, with their plans continuously thwarted. Not only had their faces been marred, but their future interests were also severely compromised, especially since they were acutely aware that Emperor Xian's transformation was undoubtedly linked to the great secret hidden within Chaoge City. Yet they had been at a loss on how to proceed, with far too few clues at their disposal. Jian gritted his teeth, declaring, at all costs, we must uncover the true secret concealed within Chaoge City. This variable is far too significant. Allowing it to continue unchecked will only lead to greater disadvantages for us. Suddenly, Zhun Ti recalled something, exclaiming in astonishment, a variable. Oh no, I remember that Yuanshi has already dispatched Jiangxia to the West Qi. Correct? Upon reaching this point, Jian's expression also shifted. If their plans had failed, what of Yuanshi's? At that moment, the 2 sages of the West felt a sudden shift in their hearts and looked up at the sky, where they beheld a radiant beam of light ascending from the direction of West Qi, piercing through to the 33 heavens and the purple cloud palace. When Zhong, having departed the pavilion of divine words, followed the directions mentioned by Yi Feng with all his might, finally arriving at the Weishui River in West Qi. Jiangxia had just left Kunlun Mountain, fishing rod in hand, ready to cast his line in this very spot. As his master had instructed, he merely needed to fish here, waiting for a destined individual to invite him back as the founding father of the nation. Jiangxia murmured to himself, excitement bubbling within him. Having first become a disciple of a saint and now poised to become a national leader, he was on the cusp of achieving great deeds. Before entering the saint's sect, Jiangxia had been but a simple villager, yet his status had now ascended to unimaginable heights. How could he not feel exhilarated? When Zhong's eyes twinkled mischievously as he swaggered over to Jiangxia, as he approached, he called out, "Old sir, your hook is merely 3 inches above the water surface, and without bait, how can you expect to catch any fish?" The tone is imbued with doubt, confusion, and skepticism, rendering it utterly flawless. Naturally, previously, when Zhong had witnessed the scene where Jiangxia willingly baited Jichong while listening to the scriptures, and he understood perfectly what to say and what to do. Upon sensing an approaching presence, Jiangxia raised his gaze, and upon seeing Wen Zhong's formidable demeanor, which exuded an inherent authority without anger, his eyes instantly brightened. "Here it comes, my opportunity has arrived," Jiangxia exclaimed with excitement, laughing heartily. "Those who bear the mission, come forth." While speaking, he subtly employed a minor illusionary technique, with a resounding splash. A 2-foot golden carp leaped from the water, snapping onto the hook and thrashing about energetically. With this spectacle witnessed by mere mortals, they would undoubtedly be left utterly astounded. Who has ever seen such a large fish caught on a bare hook? Jiang Jie felt an immense sense of pride. Although the spells he could wield were limited due to his cultivation level, they were sufficient to astonish ordinary folk. He continued to flaunt his magical prowess. While Wen Zhong stood silently observing him, Jiang Jie had nearly become his small master-uncle, but the latter had voluntarily severed that karmic connection and turned to worship the Chan teaching, now serving Yuan Shi to scheme against the human race of the great Shang. What was most infuriating was that Jiang Jie, being a pure human, was now plotting against his own kind. Such a root of calamity must be eradicated. Observing Wen Zhong's silence, Jiang Jie believed he had successfully intimidated him, and all that remained was to exchange a few words before being invited back to become the founding father of a nation. At that moment, Wen Zhong spoke, "Your extraordinary abilities are indeed astonishing, to be frank. I have come to invite you to a place where you shall be revered by thousands." As the prospect of becoming the nation's father and receiving widespread admiration surged within him, Jiang Jie felt a rush of excitement, yet maintained an air of reserve, responding, "Ahem, may I inquire as to where this place may be?" Wen Zhong sneered, flipping his hand to reveal the dual whips, the list of deification. After uttering these words, he leaped into the air, swinging the dual whips directly toward Jiang Jie's head. Clang! In the astonished gaze of Jiang Jie, his head burst open like a ripe watermelon, leading to his complete demise. Simultaneously, a faint golden divine light surged forth, transforming into a brilliant pillar soaring toward the list of deification in the purple cloud palace. The manifestation of the flying bear was profoundly linked to the calamity of deification. And even though Jiang Jie's cultivation was meager, his death was sufficient to provoke an extraordinary phenomenon. Within the purple cloud palace, the list of deification shimmered with golden light, and strange occurrences unfolded. Upon the emergence of such disturbances, the 6 saints were immediately stirred. The Master of Heaven furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting toward Chaoge City, instantly grasping the situation. In the palace of Niuhua herself was taken aback, never expecting anyone to possess the audacity to eliminate Jiang Jie, who held dominion over the list of deification. However, despite her astonishment, the saint of Niuhua remained unperturbed, evidently resolved to observe from the sidelines. The 2 saints of the West felt their scalps tingle. The calamity of deification had only just commenced, yet Jiang Jie had been so unexpectedly eliminated. What was even more alarming was that Jiang Jie had only recently descended the mountain before meeting his untimely end, clearly indicating that the assailant, like before, possessed the gift of foresight. Within the 8 Scenes Palace, the supreme purity closed his eyes, devoid of sorrow or joy, gradually rising to his feet before vanishing without a trace. The destination unknown. Even the Hongjun Daozu, who had originally merged with the Dao and succumbed to slumber, was roused from his sleep. Hongjun was utterly perplexed. He had believed he was in control of the entire calamity of deification. Yet disruptions were now occurring in rapid succession. Kunlun Mountain, atop Yushu Palace, a tempest brewed, thunder rumbled, and dark clouds gathered as the Supreme One's fury reached unprecedented heights. The 12 golden immortals and Yun Zongzi atop Kunlun Mountain trembled at the terrifying aura emanating from Yushu Palace. Scarcely daring to breathe, the Supreme One retrieved Jiang Jie's soul lamp, igniting a spark of golden light upon the extinguished wick, and with a hiss, the extinguished soul fire was reignited. Although temporary, it was sufficient for the Supreme One to identify the perpetrator. The flickering light revealed the Weishui of Shiqi, where Jiang Jie was seen fishing with a bare hook. Everything had unfolded according to the Supreme One's initial instructions. However, in the next moment, Wen Zhong approached, wielding the dual whips and smashing Jiang Jie's head. With a pop, the soul fire extinguished and the scene vanished. Such audacity! The Supreme One clenched his fists, cracking loudly, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. What audacity from Wen Zhong, a mere 3rd-generation disciple of the daring to slay my direct disciple. The Supreme One ground his teeth, each word squeezed out with palpable fury. Despite Jiang Ziya's lamentable talent, he was the key figure for deification. Blessed with the flying bear's fortune, now he had been slain by a disciple of the... How could the Supreme One suppress his wrath? Originally, Jiang Ziya was aligned with him, granting thee a considerable advantage in deification. But now all those advantages had vanished, coupled with the previous incident of Tai Junren's death, the first to ascend the list of deification. This reputation lay in tatters, with these two matters weighing heavily on his mind. The Supreme One's fury surged, vowing that when Zhong must pay with his life for the murder of my disciple, he shall repay with his own life. The Supreme One stepped forward, vanishing from Yushu Palace in an instant. However, upon arriving at Weishui of Shiqi, he found nothing but emptiness. Across 1,000,000 li, there was no trace of Wenzhong. It turned out that Wenzhong was no fool. He knew that after killing Jiang Ziya, the Supreme One would undoubtedly pursue him. Thus, after dispatching Jiang Ziya, he swiftly fled to Golden Ao Island. Golden Ao Island. After the Supreme One's failed pursuit at Weishui, he took another step and appeared above Golden Ao Island. Glancing at the island so close at hand, the enraged Supreme One struck out without a second thought. Boom! As the power of a saint erupted, it was as if divine might had manifested, causing all disciples of on Golden Ao Island to pale, gripped by terror. Ding! A clear sound of sword resonance rang out, as wind and clouds surged, sword energy appearing from thin air, cascading like rain and effortlessly neutralizing the palm strike, restoring calm to the surroundings of Golden Ao Island under the pressure of the sword's resonance. That moment, the Master of Heaven, clad in black robes and exuding a chilling sword intent, appeared in the skies above Golden Ao Island. Standing before the Supreme One. It was he who had intervened, neutralizing the Supreme One's attack. Meanwhile, when Zhong stood beside the Supreme One, a wave of apprehension washing over him. Having returned to Golden Ao Island under his master's protection, he had not anticipated the Supreme One's swift arrival. Had it not been for his master's intervention, he would have surely joined Jiang Ziya in death. For one with his golden immortal speed, escaping back to Golden Ao Island before the Supreme One's arrival would have posed a significant challenge. Fortunately, upon Jiang Ziya's demise, the Master of Heaven had deduced that it was Wenzhong, who had also been listening to the scriptures and had summoned him back using his supreme powers. Upon seeing Wenzhong, the Supreme One's fury erupted, and he scolded with a face full of rage. Wenzhong, what audacity! As a fourth-generation disciple of the... How dare you slay my direct disciple? The moment these words were uttered, other saints, whether overtly or covertly observing the matter, as well as the Jade Emperor, were left utterly astonished. Who would have imagined that a mere golden immortal could so brazenly eliminate Jiang Ziya, who bore the fortune of the Flying Bear? In truth, while Jiang Ziya's strength was not particularly formidable, his unique fortune had often shielded him from calamities, and with the backing of the Supreme One, he could navigate the primordial world with relative ease. However, he had encountered Wenzhong, who possessed foresight, and before even becoming the nation's father, he was swept away on Golden Ao Island. The furious Supreme One and the Master of Heaven faced each other from a distance, their auras casting the primordial world into chaos. With the entire eastern sea seeming to boil, waves surging to the heavens, with the consecutive fall of Tai Junren and Jiang Ziya, the Supreme One's reputation suffered immensely, and a confrontation with the Master of Heaven loomed on the horizon. In response to the Supreme One's accusations, the Master of Heaven remained remarkably composed, coolly stating, "Yuan sure, all of this was orchestrated at my behest to instruct Wenzhong. You sought to use Jiang Ziya to draw the human race and disciples of into the calamity. Do you truly think I am unable to see through such petty schemes? Jiang Ziya, a mere third-generation disciple of the, dared to scheme against the entire, and thus he must be punished. Prior to this, the Master of Tongtian was excessively concerned with the bonds of brotherhood among the three pure ones. Had it not been for the reminder from Senior Yi, the interception of the Jie sect by the schemes of the Taiji, the primordial heavenly sovereign and the two saints of the West would have led to its demise. As the saying goes, without morality, one cannot be shackled by it. Since the primordial heavenly sovereign employs every means at his disposal, he holds no moral high ground against him. The The primordial heavenly sovereign had already lost two of his most cherished disciples and was now furiously berated by the master of Tongtian. His countenance twisted with rage. "Tongtian, you seek death." Upon uttering these words, the primordial heavenly sovereign prepared to summon the Panga banner and engage in battle. "If you possess such capability, feel free to try." The master of Tongtian replied, his garments billowing as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him, the four-colored sword lights of red, white, blue, and black ignited simultaneously. The extermination sword, the absolute sword, the slaughter sword, and the entangling sword were positioned around the four cardinal points of the heavens, their murderous aura surging like waves, embodying immense power, causing the very heavens and earth to lose their color, the sun and moon to be obscured. Witnessing this, the primordial heavenly sovereign was forced to retract his artifact, his expression grim as he regarded the extermination sword array before him. Despite his fury, he retained his composure, aware that he could not contend with the extermination sword array alone. Rashly entering would only serve to make him a laughingstock, should he be slain by the extermination sword array. Even if his true spirit were to rely on the Tao and remain undying, he would still pay a heavy price. "Tongtian, will you only hide within your sword array?" The primordial heavenly sovereign ground his teeth, staring at the master of Tongtian and Hongjun with resentment, speaking each word with deliberation. The master of Tongtian remained calm, responding nonchalantly. "What is it to you?" The primordial heavenly sovereign was struck speechless, nearly spitting blood in response. However, his expression soon settled into tranquility. He had witnessed the might of the foremost killing array before. Previously, the four saints had been thrown into disarray by this extermination sword array, and he alone could not hope to shake it. His only option now was to cultivate the array-breaking method passed down from Taiji. Once he mastered this method, he could confront the extermination sword array and extinguish Tongtian's might. The primordial heavenly sovereign understood that the extermination sword array was not merely the master of Tongtian's strongest technique. It also suppressed the fortunes of the Jie sect, should the extermination sword array be breached and the four celestial swords seized. The Jie sect would lack the means to maintain its fortunes, akin to a collapsing edifice. At that moment, the master of Tongtian would be like a toothless tiger, utterly at his mercy, gazing at the master of Tongtian. The primordial heavenly sovereign spoke with venomous intent. "Tongtian, the time left for you is running out. Relish this fleeting moment of triumph while you can." After delivering this ominous warning, the primordial heavenly sovereign bestowed upon the master of Tongtian a meaningful cold smile before turning to depart. As the primordial heavenly sovereign retreated once more, the master of Tongtian felt no joy or pride. Instead, he was filled with puzzlement. That "I possess the extermination sword array. What confidence does the primordial heavenly sovereign have to utter such words?" The master of Tongtian mused, pondering this peculiar scene. Yi Feng had previously remarked that the Jie sect would ultimately face annihilation during the Fengshan calamity, yet I command the extermination sword array, the foremost killing array, to suppress it. I must inquire, aside from the Dao ancestor, who else could pose a threat to me? Yet, if this is the case, why would the Jie sect still face destruction? As the master of Tongtian contemplated this, numerous speculations arose in his mind, and the more he thought, the more unsettling it felt, a sense of foreboding growing stronger within him. "Master Ancestor, are you troubled by matters concerning the Fengshan?" Hongjun inquired with concern upon noticing his master's demeanor. The master of Tongtian slowly nodded, his expression grave as he responded, "This matter is of great significance. I sense that the primordial heavenly sovereign and the others are plotting something in the shadows. I intend to head to Chaoge City to seek clarity." When Zhong looked surprised at this, recalling that his master had previously stated he would not return to Chaoge City unless absolutely necessary. Fearing that such a significant goal might expose the city's secrets, the master of Tongtian had his own considerations. The threat posed by the Jie sect was indeed immense, instilling a profound sense of unease within him. If he and the extermination sword array could not avert the Jie sect's impending doom, what terrifying calamity awaited them in the future? Moreover, the master of Tongtian understood that the matter of the Divine Word Pavilion could not remain concealed indefinitely. Before the truth was revealed, he needed to seize every moment to prepare for the Jie sect's future the Western teachings, Ling Shan Daochang, upon witnessing the primordial heavenly sovereign being driven away by the master of Tongtian once more. The two saints of the West wore expressions of grave concern. Taiqing and Yuanshi. One has slain the nine-headed chicken spirit, while the other has cut down Jiang. What benefits have they gained in Chaoge City? The Taoist of primordial purity murmured, casting his gaze toward Chaoge City in an attempt to gather more intelligence. However, merely glancing at it sent a shiver down his spine. The previously weak fortunes of Chaoge City had inexplicably surged overnight. What was once a mere 37 years of fortune had now skyrocketed to 100 years. Both the Taoist of primordial purity and the Taoist of guidance were astonished by this scene, their faces reflecting disbelief. An overnight surge in fortune. Such an event would be beyond the reach of even the saints. It was known that the four saints had previously acted with such impunity against the human race precisely because they had discerned that the human race had only 37 years of fortune left, rendering them unworthy of caution, and believed that manipulating them would be childish play. Yet now, with the human race's fortunes suddenly flourishing, the variables had multiplied, and everything had become shrouded in mystery. At the very least, the two saints of the West dared not hastily execute any plans that would disrupt the human race's fortunes. The existence guiding Taiqing, Yuanshi, and even the master Tongtian must have already transcended the level of the saints. The Taoist of primordial purity deduced this from the fragmented intelligence he had previously gathered. The Taoist of guidance remarked, "The master of Tongtian and his associates are also deliberately concealing the existence and information of this individual. Since he surpasses the saints, he is beyond our capacity to deal with. We must ascend to the Zixiao Palace and report this matter to the Tao ancestor Hongjun." The Taoist of primordial purity nodded in agreement, stating, as we previously analyzed, if the Fengshan truly encounters its continuous variables, the ones who should be most anxious are none other than the primordial heavenly sovereign and the Tao ancestor himself. After all, he is the one who has guided the matter of the Fengshan. After a discussion, the two saints of the West deemed this plan feasible, avoiding the risks and humiliations of previous calculations, and immediately set off toward the Zixiao Palace. Upon their arrival at the Zixiao Palace, they discovered that two figures had already arrived ahead of them, aside from Taiji and the primordial heavenly sovereign. Who else could it be? The primordial heavenly sovereign had not returned directly to Yushu Palace after leaving Jian Island. Instead, he had been intercepted by Taiji along the way, who advised him to first visit the Zixiao Palace to see if there were any turning points in the situation. That is, the focus of the Taoist of primordial purity was not on the two saints, but rather on the indistinct figure floating beside them. It was none other than Jiang, or rather, the true spirit of Jiang, who had previously had his head blown apart by Yuanshi. For reasons unknown, Jiang's true spirit lingered around the heavenly book of the Fengshan list, neither dissipating nor truly ascending the list. Meanwhile, a flash of white light illuminated the hall as the Tao ancestor Hongjun, with white hair and eyebrows, appearing aged, donned in simple Taoist robes, materialized in the main seat. Holding a whisk and sitting cross-legged, we pay our respects to the Tao ancestor. The four saints bowed respectfully. "What brings you here?" The Tao ancestor Hongjun inquired calmly, his tone devoid of any fluctuations. "Tao ancestor, you must take charge for your disciple." The primordial heavenly sovereign, upon seeing the Tao ancestor, immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, lamenting the master of Tongtian's actions. That Tongtian, relying on his extermination sword array, has relentlessly pressed the attack, even bullying me. The Chan sect, first allowing his disciples to slay my disciple Tai Jinren, and then even the Jiang you personally summoned back has fallen prey to the Jie sect's treachery. The Tao ancestor Hongjun remained non-committal, refraining from expressing any opinions or judgments. After all, as the Tao ancestor and a disciple of the three pure ones, it was naturally inappropriate for him to show favoritism. Jiang was a key figure in the calamity, and the trials he faced during his growth were destined events. However, there is no need for concern as the chosen one, despite the dangers to his life. He will be able to turn misfortune into good fortune. You need not worry excessively. Hongjun Daozu refrained from commenting on Tongtian's matters, instead shifting the conversation to Jiang. upon hearing Daozu's words. Yuanshi Tianzun was instantly elated, interpreting Daozu's intention as a sign of assistance in resurrecting Jiang Zia. With Jiang Zia's true spirit present, although Yuanshi could easily revive him himself, Daozu's intervention signified a profound endorsement. Ah, Tongtian, with Daozu's aid, what schemes can you concoct? Sooner or later, your disciples of Jie Jiao will ascend the Fengshen Bang to fill the vacancies. Yuanshi Tianzun murmured, his heart swelling with pride, as Daozu spoke. He wielded his whisk, enveloping Jiang Zia's true spirit in a shimmering, multicolored aura of heavenly power. This celestial force possessed the miraculous ability to transform decay into vitality, and in mere moments, it coalesced into bones, flesh, skin, and most importantly, his soul. Jiang Zia slowly opened his eyes, regaining consciousness, and was astonished to discover that he had indeed returned to life. Thank you, Daozu. Thank you, Master. Jiang Zia, still recalling the recent events, promptly expressed his heartfelt gratitude, tears of appreciation welling in his eyes. After his head had been shattered by Hongjun, Jiang Zia's lingering awareness had lamented the indignity of such a premature end, yet Daozu's supreme powers had granted him a second chance. Once Jiang Zia had paid his respects, Hongjun Daozu, with a mere thought, summoned the Fengshen Bang and the dashing God Whip before Yuanshi Tianzun. Now that Jiang Zia has joined the Chan sect, these treasures should be entrusted to them. Thank you, Daozu. Yuanshi Tianzun exclaimed with delight, eagerly receiving the two artifacts, his heart brimming with excitement. The Fengshen Bang was pivotal to the divine ordination, and now that it was in his possession, the Chan sect had secured a significant advantage. Following a series of defeats, acquiring the Fengshen Bang was the best news Yuanshi Tianzun could hope for. After Yuanshi Tianzun concluded his affairs, Hongjun Daozu turned his gaze to the two saints of the West, inquiring, "What matters do you wish to report to this humble one?" The Taoist of Purity replied, "Daozu, we have observed that Tongtian seems to possess foresight regarding events following the commencement of the calamity, preparing in advance to disrupt our plans that why brother, and I find this rather suspicious." The two saints of the West then relayed their discoveries and conjectures in detail, including the prescience of certain occurrences and the speculation regarding the existence of a power surpassing the saints within Chaoge City. Upon hearing this, Hongjun Daozu furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation that, in truth, he had sensed something amiss when Jiang Zia was previously intercepted by Jie Jiao. Yet thus far, he had found no anomalies. Logically, if someone were truly divining the secrets of the primordial world, one would expect that even if the heavenly mysteries have been obscured by the calamity, the cosmic forces should have responded in some manner. As Hongjun pondered, he activated the power of the heavenly way, his pale eyes suddenly turning pitch black and deep, allowing him to perceive the myriad changes of the primordial world, past and future. Once he directed his vision towards the mortal realm of Chaoge City, he was perplexingly met with an absence of any irregularities. The absence of anomalies itself was the greatest anomaly. If there were truly no disturbances, how could Tongtian and the others achieve such foresight? Why the strength of Emperor Xian and the fortune of the Shang dynasty surged? According to the West's two saints, Chaoge City was the source of various irregularities and variables, yet Hongjun could not discern the underlying issue. The citizens of Chaoge City continued to live in peace and prosperity. He had scrutinized each individual, yet could not pinpoint the critical problem. In a moment of frustration, even Hongjun Daozu found himself at a loss. Nevertheless, before his disciples, he could not reveal his uncertainty and merely said with a casual air, "This matter is known to me. You may withdraw." Although Hongjun Daozu did not state it explicitly, the two saints of the West exchanged glances, pondering the implications of the situation. If even Daozu could not identify the identity or whereabouts of the unseen individual, the implications were indeed chilling. The same thoughts echoed in the minds of Yuanshi, Tianzun, and Taiji. Despite Hongjun's calm demeanor, they felt a palpable sense of pressure. This effectively confirmed their suspicions. Tongtian's faction indeed harbored an entity surpassing the saints, potentially rivaling Daozu himself. Once the four great saints departed from the Zixiao Palace, leaving Hongjun Daozu to ponder deeply, he murmured to himself, "Who is opposing me? Could it be Yang Mei? The name, unheard even by the six great saints, slipped from Hongjun's lips. Yang Mei Laozu, once a formidable adversary of Hongjun in the primordial chaos, was one of the innate demon gods, boasting formidable power. Were it not for Hongjun's unity with the heavenly way, he would have harbored doubts about his ability to vanquish such a foe. Given the current array of suspicions, Yang Mei was the only candidate Hongjun could suspect. Yet without definitive evidence, he could only remain vigilant. Whether it was Yang Mei or another, he had to be cautious, for the matter of divine ordination was of utmost significance. He must unearth the hidden figure lurking in the shadows. Murmuring to himself, Hongjun Daozu's gaze shifted towards the boundless chaos beyond the 33 heavens, his eyes filled with a cold indifference. In Chaoge City. Within the Shini Pavilion, Yifeng had spent several days mastering the profound power of the colorless realm. He had grown adept at wielding such formidable strength. Unbeknownst to him, Hongjun Daozu had been scrutinizing Chaoge City, meticulously calculating his existence. Fortunately, the system's shielding function was robust, preventing Daozu from detecting any trace of flaw. Early in the morning, Yifeng opened the doors of Shini Pavilion, and a throng of eager listeners surged in, filling the hall to capacity to tea that moment. Yifeng noticed a familiar face among the crowd, a middle-aged man in a brocade robe seated in the front row, who occasionally met Yifeng's gaze with a respectful expression. Who else could it be but Tongtian, disguised as Lu Tong? In previous storytelling sessions, Tongtian had not attended, and with the recent tightening of regulations in Chaoge City, including curfews and prohibitions against discussing supernatural matters, it was easy for Yifeng to deduce that this was a targeted maneuver against the Shini Pavilion, aimed at suppressing the dissemination of the storyteller's narratives. Aside from Jie Jiao, or Emperor Xian, Yifeng believed that no one else would orchestrate such a scheme, now that the figure had re-emerged. Could it be related to the content of his recent tales? Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, Yifeng focused intently on his storytelling. With a sharp clap of the wooden block, Yifeng proclaimed, "Last time, we spoke of Zhang Zia being summoned by the West Baihu to Shiqi, where he ascended to the esteemed position of the nation's father, immediately beginning to offer strategies and counsel. What? The Tongtian sect leader, braving the risk of exposure to attend the storytelling, originally sought to discern the shifts in the divine ordination following Zhang Zia's death and the potential threats to Jie Jiao's downfall. However, upon hearing this, he could not suppress a shock that sent chills down his spine. Tongtian thought to himself, Zhang Zia was clearly slain by Wenzhong, his true spirit having ascended to the Zixiao Palace. By all accounts, he should have already appeared on the Fengshan Bang. Yet according to the storyteller, it seemed Zhang Zia had not completely perished. Oblivious to Tongtian's thoughts, Yifeng continued his narrative. The unrest among Shiqi and other feudal lords had long caught the attention of Emperor Xian. He summoned the four great lords to Chaoge for an audience. In reality, Emperor Xian's intent was to disarm the four lords. He conveyed that although they would retain their titles and status, their territories could not maintain their own armies. Only the troops of the Shang dynasty could be stationed there. The four lords were no fools. They understood that without military power, they would merely be fish on Emperor Xian's chopping block. Vulnerable to his whims, in such circumstances, they would have no choice but to relinquish their authority. Moreover, the lords were already discontented with Emperor Xian, covertly expanding their own forces, and it was only a matter of time before they would rise against the Shang dynasty. Under these conditions, no lord would willingly surrender their military power. Thus, the four lords concocted various excuses to evade the emperor's demands, claiming that bandits were rampant in their territories and that they required troops to combat them, or that border tribes posed threats necessitating military presence. Some even resorted to outright defiance, declaring that Emperor Xian could do nothing to them if they refused to yield their military authority. However, Xian had long made up his mind, refusing to grant the four great lords any chance to play tricks. With a single command, he cast these four lords, who were reluctant to surrender their military authority, into the dungeons. Among them was Shi Bo Ho Ji Chong. Upon hearing this, the audience buzzed with discussions, each harboring their own opinions and interpretations regarding Xian and the lords. The Shang dynasty had been passed down to the present. And aside from the current emperor of humanity, There existed a tradition throughout the ages of bestowing fiefs upon meritorious subjects, resulting in hundreds of lords in existence today. Indeed, each lord's fiefdom, aside from the annual tributes paid, was essentially their own nation. The four great lords, possessing the largest and most fertile territories, held the laws and armies firmly in their grasp, having long since detached themselves from the control of the Shang's emperor of humanity. It was entirely understandable that the emperor wished to reclaim military power and manage these fiefs to eliminate potential threats. The crowd, engaged in animated discussions, expressed a deep understanding and recognition of Xian's decision. After all, the troop numbers of the four great lords have been swelling increasingly over the years. Any emperor would be remiss to remain indifferent to such a situation. Xian, pondering this, realized that he indeed harbored similar thoughts recently. Especially after gaining mastery over the formless divine power, he felt emboldened to weaken the lord's military might. However, with Zhang Zia stationed in Shiqi and his sage's schemes afoot, gathering the lords to reclaim military authority would not be an easy feat. He needed to proceed with caution and careful planning. Subsequently, Yifeng narrated a branch storyline, which generally revolved around a child who climbed a mountain to pick celestial apricots and, as a result, underwent a transformation, acquiring dual wings of wind and thunder, ultimately being taken in as a disciple by an immortal. The mortal audience was quite receptive to such tales, listening with rapt attention. However, for the few immortals and sages present, the narrative held little value. Under the subtle intervention of the Chan sect, Xian did not confiscate the military power of the four great lords. Meanwhile, Zhang Zia composed a proclamation to attack the Kaiwans, fabricating various crimes attributed to the Emperor Xian, attempting to incite the world to turn against the Shang dynasty. How would Emperor Xian respond to this? To know what happens next, please stay tuned for the next installment. Esteemed listeners, with that, Yifeng concluded, smiling and clasping his hands in farewell. The audience, still yearning for more, departed amidst a chorus of long sighs. When Xian and the Jade Emperor decided to consult Yifeng after the crowd had thinned, they were surprised to see a middle-aged man in a brocade robe already approaching Yifeng. Xian, having previously encountered Tongtian, speculated that this Tongtian sect leader must have matters to discuss with Yifeng as well. The Jade Emperor, disguised as the mortal Huangyu, also noted Tongtian's actions and intended to seek counsel from Yifeng, but was compelled to halt. After all, Tongtian was a sage, and seeing his intention to speak privately with Yifeng, they were not foolish enough to linger awkwardly nearby. There would be opportunities to consult Yifeng in the future, so they decided to let today pass. Yifeng was in high spirits as he reviewed the astonishing points he had garnered today, nearly unable to contain his laughter. Astonishing points, 39,768. In a single storytelling session, nearing 40,000 astonishing points surpassed any previous earnings he had achieved, signifying a bountiful gain. Host, upon the system's upgrade to a higher tier, the astonishing points earned from each storytelling session will also increase. Please continue to thrive in the primordial realm. The system's notification chimed in timely. Understood, it means transitioning from an ordinary storyteller to a senior one, thus receiving a different remuneration. Yifeng comprehended this, contemplating the possibility of using these astonishing points for a significant draw later. His mood markedly uplifted. Yifeng, I have another matter to inquire. At that moment, the Tongtian sect leader, under the alias Lu Tong, approached, bowing respectfully. Since assisting Xian previously, Yifeng's perspective and approach to matters had shifted. Previously, he merely watched the sages vie for supremacy, caring only for his own survival. However, he now understood that he was not solely concerned with his own interests, having become a part of the human race. The well-being of humanity mattered to him to some extent, currently residing among them. As long as humanity remained safe and sound, it indicated that the flames of conflict had yet to reach him. Furthermore, even if his true identity were exposed in the future, figures like Tongtian and Xian, who had received his favor, would likely stand by his side. With this in mind, Yifeng regarded Tongtian and recognized his alignment with humanity. Deciding to assist where he could, knowing he would not suffer detriment, Yifeng spoke. What would you like to inquire about? Is it regarding the events following the investiture of the gods? Tongtian nodded eagerly. Asking, Mr. Yifeng, Does the Tongtian sect leader not possess the first kill formation of the heavenly Dao? No one can rival it aside from Daozu, and Daozu has no reason to personally intervene against his own disciple. Under such circumstances, how could the Jie sect possibly be destroyed? Yifeng realized this was the question at hand. Although this plot would emerge later in the narrative, since he had already decided to assist Tongtian. He saw no harm in revealing a spoiler. He promptly explained, while the Zhuzhen sword formation is formidable, it is not invincible. It has its vulnerabilities. During the ancient battles between immortals and demons, figures like Yangmei Laozu and others among the chaotic beings discovered the weaknesses of the Zhuzhen sword formation and nearly dismantled it. At this point, Yifeng pondered, if the Zhuzhen sword formation were not so critically flawed, how could Hongjun have benevolently granted such a powerful formation to his cherished disciple? It was Tongtian's first time hearing about this past event. Leaving him utterly astonished, he had never anticipated that his Zhuzhen sword formation could be breached. Tongtian had possessed the Zhuzhen sword formation for a long time, since attaining enlightenment, yet he had never discovered its flaws, leading him to believe it was a flawless embodiment of the heavenly Dao's ultimate killing formation. Yifeng continued, the Jie sect's downfall stemmed from your over-reliance on the Zhuzhen sword formation. Unaware that the four great sages had secretly prepared methods to break the formation. With overwhelming force, they shattered the formation, leaving you without the Zhuzhen sword formation, causing the Jie sect's luck to dissipate entirely, thus granting the four great sages the opportunity to strike, culminating in the tragic end of the Jie sect, with all its immortals falling. What? Upon hearing this, Tongtian felt as if a thunderclap had detonated in his mind. A cold sweat broke out, and his expression darkened profoundly. He had indeed relied on the advantages of the formation to repel Yuanshi and his repeated disturbances, believing the formation to be utterly secure, only to realize he had underestimated the situation. Reflecting on Yuanshi Tianzun's demeanor before departing, Tongtian was even more enlightened. And no wonder Yuanshi had so easily decided to relent. It was now clear that Yuanshi and the others had found a method to break the formation to end future confrontations. If he deployed the Zhuzhen sword formation, it would instead provide them with the opportunity to undermine the Jie sect's fortunes and lead to its complete annihilation. Without the formation, if the Jie sect's luck dissipated, relying solely on his strength, he would never stand a chance against the four great sages. What a cunning scheme it was! Tongtian was no fool. With Yifeng's guidance, he quickly pieced together the chain of events. No, I absolutely cannot allow such a thing to happen. The thought of the Jie sect's destruction and the tragic fate of his disciples was unbearable for Tongtian. As Yifeng narrated the future downfall of the Jie sect, Tongtian envisioned the scene vividly, as if truly immersed in the Jie sect's demise, with blood and chaos reigning over Jian Island. The familiar faces of the three Zhao Gongming, the 10 heavenly lords, and the 7 fairies, each filled with expressions of unwillingness, resentment, and outrage, were mercilessly slaughtered by Yuanshi and his cohorts. The surrounding seas stained crimson with blood. And there he was, Tongtian, shackled with 9 chains, his sage power suppressed to the extreme, helplessly watching his disciples fall. As for the 4 celestial swords that constituted the formation, they would fall into the hands of the sages, becoming instruments of slaughter against the Jie sect's disciples. Tongtian let out a mournful cry, his gaze locking with the figure of himself in the vision, rage and unwillingness surging within him. In the next moment, the surrounding illusions dissipated, and Tongtian abruptly met Yifeng's calm eyes, awakening for the trance to realize he was still within the Shenyue pavilion. Yet even so, Tongtian was drenched in cold sweat, his heart filled with anxiety. Was that the future of the Jie sect? Reflecting on the scenes from the vision, feelings of unwillingness and indignation surged once more. No, how could he allow such a future to unfold before his eyes? One must save them, must rescue the Jie sect, and allow not those treacherous villains to prevail. At this moment, the resolve of Tongtian's sect leader was unshakable. He gazed upon Yifeng, offering a respectful bow, and implored with utmost sincerity, "Esteemed sir, I cannot bear to witness the Jie sect suffer such calamity. I am willing to sacrifice everything. I beseech you to reveal the method to break this predicament." With these words, Tongtian was aware that he was nearly confessing his own identity. However, circumstances had changed, and he could no longer afford to be overly cautious. The harrowing vision of the Jie sect's impending doom had profoundly shaken him, compelling him to rewrite the future at any cost. The destruction of the Jie sect, the tragic demise of countless immortals, or their fate as slaves, or being inscribed upon the God-sealing list, such outcomes he could never allow to come to pass. Yet, despite his deep-seated urgency, Tongtian understood that relying solely on his own strength would be utterly futile. He currently had no insight into countering the formation techniques mastered by the four great sages. The Zhuxian sword array was the foremost killing array of the heavenly Tao, and he doubted that, even after contemplating it for millions of years, he could find a flaw to remedy. How could he possibly guard against the combined efforts of the four sages breaking the array? Once they had prepared their methods to dismantle the array and launch their assault on Jian Island. The day of reckoning for the Jie sect would arrive. Presently, the only glimmer of hope resided in Yifeng. Seeing Tongtian sect leaders' unwavering determination to save the Jie sect disciples, Yifeng felt a stirring within his heart. They shared an unspoken understanding regarding Tongtian's near self-revelation. After all, Yifeng was already privy to his identity, rendering disclosure unnecessary. Maintaining the natural rapport of storyteller and audience was far more fitting. Observing the earnest plea in Tongtian's eyes, Yifeng recalled the exclusive storytelling session he had previously employed and addressed Tongtian. Within the tome lies a treasure trove to unravel the God-sealing list's enigma. One must continue to seek knowledge from book. Should you wish to continue the tale, you must pay the requisite price. Tongtian was taken aback, his countenance soon blossoming with delight. Although he was yet unaware of Yifeng's true intentions, he surmised that the esteemed sir was willing to assist him. With a flicker of brilliance emanating from his hand, Tongtian hastily produced a piece of spiritual treasure and presented it to Yifeng. "I left in haste, and apart from essentials, this Qingping sword of commendable quality is all I possess. I earnestly request you to accept it." The Qingping sword, a supreme innate spiritual treasure symbolizing the essence of the Jie sect. Instinctively, Yifeng accepted the treasure, only to be struck with astonishment as he scrutinized the sword in his grasp. The It was an exquisite celestial sword, measuring 3 feet and 6 inches long, its blade and sheath a deep black, adorned with azure lotus blossoms. Grasping it, he could sense the unfathomable sword energy contained within. Through this Qingping sword, Yifeng seemed to glimpse the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, when Pangu shaped the wilderness. This Qingping sword was indeed extraordinary, ranking alongside the Taiqing's Panlong staff and the Yuanshi Tianzun's 3 treasures Rui as the treasures of the 3 teachings, and it was also Tongtian's path to enlightenment. By choosing to entrust such a precious artifact, one of extraordinary significance to the Jie sect, to Yifeng, Tongtian had his own considerations. To relinquish this sword was tantamount to placing the very lifeblood and hope of the Jie sect in Yifeng's hands. At this moment, Yifeng's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, difficult to quell. Since he had begun the storytelling lottery, he had yet to encounter even a glimpse of a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Yet now he had unexpectedly acquired a supreme innate spiritual treasure, presented personally by a sage. The key was that the rewards from the exclusive storytelling were reciprocal. Whatever Tongtian gained, he too would share. Thus, when calculated, the Qingping sword was akin to being obtained without cost. Imagining himself wielding the Qingping sword, commanding sword energy to traverse the 19 states, Yifeng felt an exhilarating sense of pride swell within him. However, he remained mindful of his senior persona, and despite being overwhelmed with excitement, he maintained an expression of calm, nodding as he accepted the Qingping sword, saying, "Such a treasure reflects your sincerity. Thus, today, I shall regale you with a tale of fingers covering the heavens." Upon hearing the unfamiliar title, Tongtian was taken aback, yet anticipation coursed through him, for he understood that the senior's actions bore profound significance. With a snap of his fingers, Yifeng stood upon the platform, striking the wood and flourishing his fan. Commencing the tale that in a world both bizarre and unfathomable, a path to the heavens unfolds, where melodies dance as fingers cover the skies, the northern dipper star, where myriad races roam, and life as forbidden zones dominate the 8 desolates and 6 harmonies. With beings from beyond the realms coveting this planet, rich with mysteries untold, as Yi Feng spoke, the scenery shifted before Tongtian's eyes. He found himself amidst the starry cosmos, gazing toward a colossal planet ahead. He recognized it as the stage of the story. The northern dipper starred, in the next moment. His perspective drew nearer, transporting him to the surface of this celestial body. That instant, Tongtian's pupils constricted as he beheld several powerful figures prowling the skies and earth. Their appearances remarkable, some with wings sprouting from their backs, others resembling exotic beasts, each possessing profound cultivation. Even within the vast wilderness, such beings were exceedingly rare, yet on this northern dipper star, they appeared as numerous as the stars. Tongtian was struck by the realization that such a world existed amidst the myriad realms. The details of this northern dipper star and its formidable inhabitants were rich and intricate, starkly contrasting with the beings of the wilderness. It was not merely an ordinary illusion, but rather a projection of reality itself. Yi Feng continued. As the myriad races and life-forbidden zones vied for supremacy, a young man awakened from the Yao Pond of the central continent. This youth, hailing from eons past, bore the confluence of the sacred body in Tao, sealed by his mother, the ancient Queen Mother of the West, and now, the time has come for his unsealing upon his emergence. The young man stirred the winds and clouds of the central continent, with countless powerful beings attempting to extinguish this rising genius. Yet, without exception, these formidable entities were all suppressed and annihilated by the youth. Regardless of their identities or the means they employed, this young man obliterated all opposition with overwhelming force, pushing through every adversary. This was Wushi, a supreme human emperor who gazed upon the past and present, ascending to the pinnacle, subduing the 7 life-forbidden zones, and reigning supreme over an era, devouring the 6 harmonies and 8 desolates, standing unrivaled throughout eternity. As the saying goes, at the end of the immortal path. Who stands as the peak? One glimpse of Wushi, and the Tao is rendered void. Yi Feng continued narrating the tale of the Emperor Wushi with thin fingers covering the heavens, and Tongtian listened with rapt attention. The scenes before him shifted, vividly portraying the young Wushi as he began to sweep aside all enemies from the moment of his unsealing, employing array formations and various techniques in a display of unparalleled might. Soon after, Wushi created the Wushi Sutra, elevating his cultivation beyond that of an emperor, forging the emperor's weapon, the Wushi Bell. Eventually, Tongtian witnessed Wushi obtaining a treasure known as the God-Sealing List, even though Tongtian had attained the mindset of a sage. Learning of Wushi's saga stirred within him an uncontrollable passion, igniting his blood to trample all foes and crush everything in his path, truly deserving of the title emperor, as the wilderness of chaos witnessed the cycle of day and night. Time flowed inexorably, in the blink of an eye. The sun dipped beyond the horizon, twilight approaching. With a snap, Yi Feng struck the wood once more, calmly declaring, "Today's storytelling concludes here." Regaining his composure, Tongtian marveled. What a magnificent northern dipper star! What an extraordinary myriad of races! Truly bizarre and infinitely mysterious. I never imagined there existed such a figure as the Emperor Wushi, capable of dominating an entire No sooner had the words left his lips than a thunderous sound erupted within Tongtian's mind. As a torrent of memories, not originally his, surged forth. These memories coalesced into a formation he recognized, yet found unfamiliar. The Wushi killing array. Earlier, while listening to the tale, Tongtian had witnessed the young Wushi setting up the killing array, ensnaring and annihilating the powerful beings from the life-forbidden zones. Such a spectacle would leave even a sage in awe. Now, Tongtian had acquired the very formation patterns of the Wushi killing array. As he contemplated the Wushi killing array, astonishment graced his features. The profundities and might contained within the array surpassed what he had observed while listening to the tale. The caliber of the Wushi killing array undoubtedly reached the zenith of the primordial realm's formations. In truth, the power of the Wushi killing formation was initially inferior to the pinnacle formations of the Hongjun world. After all, the Hongwang world represents the zenith of combat prowess among the myriad realms, shrouded in unfathomable depths. However, due to the enhancement provided by the system, the Wushu killing formation comprehended by Tongtian Jiao Master had undergone evolution and transformation, elevating it to the status of a top-tier formation within the Hongwang world. At that moment, Tongtian Jiao Master regained his composure and hastily expressed his gratitude to Yifeng. "Thank you, esteemed sir, for your guidance. With this killing formation, I now possess a method to break the impasse." As a sage, Tongtian Jiao Master's insights and perspectives were extraordinary. After gaining a slight understanding of the Wushu killing formation, he was suddenly inspired to merge it with the Zhuxian sword formation, aiming to rectify the flaws of the Dao's foremost killing formation, thereby achieving true invulnerability. The flaws of the Zhuxian sword formation were also uncovered by Tongtian Jiao Master after he had obtained the Wushu killing formation and cross-referenced the two great formations. Without meticulous reference, he would have struggled to detect the flaws or discover methods to remedy them. Yifeng smiled faintly. Having acquired the Wushu killing formation, he felt a sense of satisfaction, and he said to Tongtian Jiao Master, "Your wish has been fulfilled. Now, let us part ways." After expressing his gratitude once more, Tongtian Jiao Master departed from Chaoge City, returning to Jian Island to begin his seclusion and integration of the two top-tier formations. Once Tongtian Jiao Master was sent off, Yifeng could no longer contain his anticipation and opened the system panel, glancing at the astonishing amount of shock points. Unable to resist licking his lips, shock points. 203,475, 200,000 shock points. This was the reward for Yifeng's storytelling over the past few days. Without hesitation, Yifeng opted for the lottery, putting all 200,000 shock points into it. Watching the shock points reset to 0, he felt no regret. These points were all intended for enhancing his strength. And if not now, then when? The lottery page flickered with images of various weapons, pills, scriptures, and other items, finally settling upon a particular celestial herb. Seven-colored radiance illuminated the scene. The celestial herb materialized in Yifeng's hands. Top-tier innate spiritual root. Yuji, celestial herb. An exceptionally rare innate spiritual root that, when consumed by a cultivator, could multiply their current realm several times over without any adverse effects or instability in their foundation. Enhanced cultivation? Yifeng's eyes sparkled. What troubled him the most at present was the slow pace of his cultivation, and now fortune had smiled upon him. Without a second thought, Yifeng swallowed the Yuji, celestial herb. As it slid down his throat, he felt a chill, which quickly transformed into a refreshing stream coursing through his entire being. Sitting cross-legged, Yifeng began to refine the herb's medicinal essence. Moments later, he opened his eyes, exuding an aura of immense strength, having broken through from the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal to the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. At this juncture, he was but a half-step away from breaking through to the Deluo Golden Immortal. Thrilled by the surge of power within him, Yifeng also began to contemplate his impending breakthrough to the Deluo Golden Immortal. Only by reaching the Deluo Golden Immortal would he possess a semblance of self-preservation amid the calamities of the Fengshen era. The breakthrough to Deluo Golden Immortal would manifest as 3 flowers atop his head. The more petals that bloomed, the greater the potential and limits of the individual. Recalling the Fengshen list and the details from his past life, Yifeng remembered that when the 3 pure ones broke through to Deluo Golden Immortal, each blossomed with 9 petals, representing the highest level of 3 flowers atop in the Hongwang world. He wondered how many petals he would bloom with upon his own breakthrough to Deluo. After some contemplation, Yifeng deemed it prudent to refine his foundational cultivation further. Ultimately, the more blossoms he could manifest at that time, the better. After Jiangzia's resurrection, he directly arrived at the West Qi Marquis's residence, materializing before Ji Chong, the Marquis of Xibo, and no longer wishing to engage in the ploys of volunteerism. Jiangzia was determined to follow Yuan Shi's orders and hasten the progression of the Fengshen affair. At that moment, Ji Chong was within his residence, reviewing memorials and handling various affairs of West Qi, occasionally stifling a yawn. The fiefs of the lords were managed by the lords themselves, and even the Shang dynasty could not intervene. However, as West Qi had recently been inundated with matters, Ji Chong had little time to rest, resulting in physical fatigue. When Ji Chong beheld Jiang Ziya's sudden appearance, he was taken aback. Yet, despite being immortal, Ji Chong was a regional lord of note, and his composure was remarkable. Upon seeing Jiang Ziya, rather than exclaiming in alarm, he displayed a look of surprise, rising to respectfully bow, and inquired, "Might I ask from whence the immortal master has come?" Noticing Ji Chang's calm demeanor, Jiang Ziya nodded slightly and replied, "I am Jiang Ziya. I have descended upon West Qi today, feeling a connection with the Marquis, to assist you to..." As he spoke, an aura of celestial energy ascended from Jiang Ziya, flooding Ji Chong with a refreshing current that instantly alleviated his fatigue, revitalizing his spirit. That Ji Chong, sensing the transformation within his body, was taken aback with joy, and his gaze toward Jiang Ziya shifted in admiration. If West Qi were to receive such a celestial being's assistance, how splendid would the future be? With this thought, Ji Chong clasped his hands in salute, earnestly stating, "I implore the immortal master to enter West Qi and assume the role of national teacher. This humble subject is eager to serve." Jiang Ziya returned the gesture, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Once the formal bond of lord and minister was established, Jiang Ziya wasted no time in stating his intentions plainly. "Marquis, upon my entry into West Qi, I observed the multitude of soldiers within the city, their training vigorous. Have you also considered emulating the great achievements of Cheng Tang in expanding your domain?" Ji Chang's eyes flickered. He thought to himself that a celestial being truly was perceptive. How could he hide his ambitions? Choosing not to engage in elaborate rhetoric, Ji Chong spoke candidly. "In the past, my ancestor fought alongside Cheng Tang to establish the foundation of the Shang dynasty. Why should my descendants remain mere vassals under the Shang's banner? I, Ji Chong, possess the determination to achieve greatness and believe I shall not fall short of Cheng Tang." Jiang Ziya, guiding him with gentle persuasion, continued, "In that case, why not raise an army to pursue grand ambitions?" Jiang Ziya was subtly encouraging Ji Chong to rebel. Upon hearing this, Ji Chang's expression faltered, and he hesitated, responding, "Do I not desire this? However, to rebel without cause would make it difficult to mobilize my forces, and it may sow discord among the populace. Even if I were to succeed and ascend to the throne, I would merely be labeled a rebel, making it impossible to win the hearts of the people, and the dynasty would struggle to endure." Ji Chong harbored ambitions, yet he possessed a keen understanding of the current situation. Recognizing that this was not the opportune moment to act, yet Jiang Ziya waved his hand confidently, asserting, "What if there were reasons? These concerns are trivial. Let me compose a letter of rebellion." Before long, the letter of rebellion, penned by Jiang Ziya, a disciple of the sage, spread far and wide. Much like the distribution of flyers in Yi Feng's past life, letters denouncing the tyrant filled the air. They accused Emperor Xian of incompetence and tyranny, of failing to discern right from wrong, appointing slaves to positions of power, and committing acts of violence and cruelty, leading to endless wars that plagued the common folk. Branding him as a cruel monarch. Effective immediately, Marquis Ji Chong of West Qi resolved to personally lead the righteous army against the tyrant, Emperor Xian. The content of the letter contained both truths and fabrications. While the appointment of slaves to positions of authority and the punitive campaigns against neighboring states were accurate, the accusations of incompetence and tyranny were exaggerated. Blending truth with falsehood, ordinary mortals in distant West Qi were inevitably misled, genuinely believing Emperor Xian to be a brutal tyrant, and they erupted with righteous indignation. This Emperor Xian has gone too far. What claims to be the current human emperor? He has continuously instigated wars, leading to the deaths of countless people. Appointing slaves to positions of power is utterly absurd. How can a lowly slave rise above common folk? In the face of the news of Marquis Shibua's rebellion, the human populace was astounded, caught completely off guard. Simultaneously, the three lords from the east, south, and north also raised their armies in response, denouncing Emperor Xian and stripping him of his title as human emperor, referring to him as King Zhou. King Zhou's tyranny disqualifies him from the title of human emperor. Dongbo Lord Jiang Huanshu is willing to raise an army to rebel. King Zhou's actions are aggressive. Noble Lord Tianyou is willing to raise an army to rebel. King Zhou's incompetence disqualifies him. Babel Lord Cheng Hutu is willing to raise an army to rebel. In an instant, Emperor Xian had become the target of public outrage, with the populace rising against him. Upon receiving this news in Chaoge, the citizens of Chaoge were filled with indignation, because they are aware that all of this amounts to despicable lies. These unfounded accusations serve merely as excuses for the four great lords to instigate rebellion, intentionally concealing their predatory ambitions. Upon hearing this news, Yi Feng could not help but sigh. When one seeks to lay blame, what need is there for a reason? These four lords are clearly conspiring to rebel, fabricating charges to tarnish the reputation of Emperor Xian, thereby justifying their insurrection under the guise of righteousness to win the hearts of the people, in the Longda Hall of the Wang Palace in Chaoge. The entire court, both civil and military officials, was seething with indignation, discussing the matter of the Lord's rebellion. The four lords are indeed ambitious and treacherous. How despicable they are! The ancestors of the Shang granted them their fiefs. Yet they remain unsatisfied, a truly greedy and ungrateful lot. They dare to distort the name of the great king. How outrageous indeed! Your Majesty, allow me to lead the army and personally vanquish these traitors. Yes, imperial authority must not be trifled with. These treasonous subjects must pay the price. Observing the furious countenances of the officials, all eager to take up arms against the lords, Emperor Xian could not restrain a chuckle. Ha! His laughter echoed, neither too loud nor too soft, yet it resonated clearly within the ears of all present. The officials abruptly fell silent. Wang Shu bygone stepped forward to inquire, "Does your Majesty intend to immediately deploy troops to annihilate the Western Qi?" As a warning to others, from the perspective of a ruler facing such rebels, one would expect nothing less than merciless extermination. However, Emperor Xian was acutely aware that this was all a scheme orchestrated by the Chan and Ren sections. Otherwise, would these lords have the audacity to rebel at this juncture? Even if they harbored ambitions, they would not act so recklessly enough, he mused, feeling pity for the common folk of Western Qi, who had been deceived by wicked men. He did not wish to provoke further calamity, so today he would issue a final ultimatum to the four lords. First, Jiang Zia, the national advisor of Western Qi, is but a pawn of the Chan sect, the very source of all lies and turmoil, seeking to incite the human race to slaughter one another. He is the true villain. Secondly, I have promoted the worthy from among slaves, breaking the clan's grip on official positions. The actions taken against the barbarian tribes are justified, as these nations have long stirred trouble at the borders to ensure the safety of the Deshang populace. Military action was the only recourse. The truth is evident, considering that the four lords have also been misled by unscrupulous individuals. Should they now cease hostilities and relinquish their military authority, I shall overlook their past transgressions. The four lords and their descendants may retain their hereditary titles and lands. Should they withdraw their troops now, they shall also be pardoned. However, should they remain obstinate, the iron cavalry of the Deshang shall trample their cities and obliterate all traitors. Emperor Xian drafted an edict, disseminating it throughout the vast expanse of the human realm. Upon reading the edict, the people recognized its reasoned arguments and the promise of clemency for the lords, and many began to perceive Emperor Xian as a ruler of virtue rather than one of tyranny. The soldiers who inherited their positions from their fathers had long allowed many unworthy individuals to occupy high offices. This was hardly beneficial to the populace. Furthermore, for those of the borders, without the intervention of Hongjun against the barbarian tribes, they might not have survived to this day. Emperor Xian's edict quickly reached the fiefs of the four lords, and upon hearing it, some soldiers felt moved by Emperor Xian's benevolence. How could there be any semblance of brutality or incompetence? Clearly, he was a wise and just sovereign. Upon reflection, following the rebellion led by the lords would only lead to heavy casualties against the formidable Deshang forces. It was uncertain who might perish on any given day. Thus, it would be wiser to withdraw now, for a promise of amnesty was extended, allowing them to avoid entanglement. Consequently, overnight, the encampments of the Western Qi were left desolate, with only discarded armor and weapons strewn about. This withdrawal acted like a chain reaction, with increasing numbers of soldiers retreating until only the personal guards of Jichong remained. Moreover, due to Emperor Xian's edict, Jichong could not punish those who had deserted. Otherwise, any minor retaliation from Emperor Xian could brand him and his men as traitors, leaving no chance for redemption. Jichong now felt immense pressure. His forces had dwindled, and the morale of his troops was far from what it once was. Should battle commence under these circumstances, he feared they would be no match for the Deshang army, facing potential annihilation. Yet, surrendering military command was out of the question. Without military authority, could he still call himself the Marquis of Shibua? His life or death would rest solely in Emperor Xian's hands, leaving him no chance to resist. As the Marquis of Shibua, Jichong harbored grave doubts regarding Emperor Xian's promise of forgiveness. He believed that, at some point in the future, Emperor Xian would fabricate charges to eliminate him. However, upon deeper contemplation, Jichong could not help but acknowledge that there were, indeed, aspects of Emperor Xian's edict worthy of consideration. That was Jiangxia. Was he truly there to assist him? Jichong now pondered that Jiangxia's arrival had been rather sudden, and shortly thereafter, he had urged Jichong to raise an army in rebellion. Appearing more eager than Jichong himself, the Marquis of Xian that moment, as Jiangxia approached Jichong, he immediately recognized the furrowed brows of the latter, understanding his troubled thoughts. Yet he had already devised a strategy to navigate this situation and felt no urgency. Jiangxia stepped forward, respectfully saluting Jichong, and candidly stated, "My lord, I am indeed a direct disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign. However, my purpose in aiding you is not to incite discord among humanity. My descent from the mountain is motivated by profound aversion to the cruelty of King Zhou, Emperor Xian, and thus I come to support you, the future enlightened monarch, as for the Deshang army. My lord need not worry. With the Chan sect as our backing, what is there to fear? Should we raise an army to punish Chaoge, victory is assured that, in due time, you shall be the founding ruler of Western Qi, a wise sovereign." Initially, Jichong had been apprehensive, but upon hearing Jiangxia's words, he found renewed confidence. Indeed, with the Chan sect as his ally, what was there to fear? The Deshang army would be but a bunch of insignificant foes before the immortal. Jichong solidified his resolve and immediately decreed to the world, "I, Jichong, Marquis of Shibua, shall heed the will of heaven, uphold righteousness, and lead the just army against the tyrant King Zhou." With Jichong taking the lead, the other three ambitious lords followed suit. In an instant, the armies of the four lords began their assault on the Deshang, besieging cities and passes, relentlessly advancing towards Chaoge. As various battle reports flooded back to the capital, upon learning of this news, Emperor Xian was profoundly disheartened. He had already made his position abundantly clear, yet the four lords remained obstinate, willingly becoming pawns of the Chan sect. Little did they realize that once war erupted, regardless of the victor, the strength of humanity would diminish, and their fortunes would plummet, thus providing the Chan and Rin sects with further opportunities for intervention. In the court, Baigan advised, "Your Majesty, the lords are evidently rebelling, and no amount of persuasion will sway them. Ultimately, direct confrontation is inevitable. We must reclaim military authority and even their fiefs." Other ministers echoed his sentiments. Imploring Emperor Xian, "Your Majesty, we beseech you to dispatch troops to quell the source of this turmoil." Emperor Xian had initially intended to grant the four lords an opportunity, not wishing to witness humanity fall victim to the schemes of the saints and engage in fratricide. His nature was not one of mercy or indecision. Now, for the sake of the Deshang and humanity, to prevent them from becoming mere fodder for the saints, he resolved that it would be better to act decisively and eliminate these restless factions. Restoring clarity to the realm, a cold glint flashed in Emperor Xian's eyes as he spoke indifferently. "Convey my decree. The four lords are resolutely defiant. Immediately dispatch King Wuqing, Huang Feihu, to lead the army against Western Qi, while simultaneously sending reinforcements to other passes to halt the advance of the three lords, buying time to eradicate Western Qi." Emperor Xian understood that to deal with these treacherous foes, the first step was to capture their leader. Among the four lords, Jichong, the Marquis of Shibua, was at the forefront. The rebellion of the Four Lords was heavily influenced by Jichong, by defeating Jichong, the ringleader of the insurrection. The remaining three lords would naturally lose their momentum, allowing for a gradual resolution of the conflict. Returning to Golden Tortoise Island, Tongtian, before commencing his seclusion to merge the formations, summoned the three siblings. He instructed them, "I shall enter seclusion for a time. During this period, you are to attend the lectures and not miss any crucial news." The three siblings respectfully replied, "Yes, rest assured, master." Tongtian also informed them about the insights he had gained regarding the Wuxia killing formation. Both to alleviate their worries, at least for now, he had grasped a potential solution to the crisis posed by the Jie sect, and to encourage them to cultivate good relations with Yi Feng during their studies, thereby reaping certain benefits. The three siblings rejoiced upon learning from Tongtian that there had been a turn of events regarding the Fengtian affair, and why admiration and gratitude for the enigmatic elder Yi Feng have only deepened. However, when the Sanxiao hurriedly arrived at Chaoge City, they discovered that the Xinhua Pavilion had been firmly shut for several consecutive days, showing no signs of business operations. With no other choice, Sanxiao could only remain in Chaoge City, patiently awaiting developments. As time passed day by day, Yi Feng, who was seated in meditation within the closed Xinhua Pavilion, suddenly opened his eyes. His pitch-black pupils resembled deep pools, reflecting the profound principles of the cosmos, steeped in mystery. In an instant, brilliant divine light radiated from his body, exuding an aura of unparalleled profundity. Concurrently, a stunning phenomenon manifested in the skies above Chaoge City. The beings of the primordial world looked up in awe, gasping in disbelief. Above the firmament, a dazzling light scattered like a myriad of stars, coalescing into a grand dermic form that stood between heaven and earth, one hand pointing to the sky and the other to the ground. This form was indistinct in features, resembling a humanoid starry sky that encompassed countless celestial bodies, yet curiously devoid of color. When it appeared, the laws of the universe seemed to be suppressed, and upon closer inspection, intricate patterns of formations could be sensed swirling around it, imbued with a terrifying murderous intent. Those of weaker strength who dared to approach this dermic form would undoubtedly face instant annihilation. Yet even more astonishing was the gathering of the flowers of the great Tao above this form. As the divine light coalesced, the flowers of the great Tao bloomed in succession, their petals straddling the line between reality and illusion, ultimately reaching the remarkable 12th grade. In that fleeting moment, the heavens resonated, revealing myriad laws of the great Tao that spanned the sky, surrounding this dermic form of the 12th grade flower in a breathtaking spectacle, directly reflecting within the primordial world. Any creature that merely looked up would witness this incredible scene. Instantly, the beings of the primordial world were left in utter shock, especially those formidable entities residing at the pinnacle, such as the Jade Emperor, Ming He, and Zhen Yuanzi, whose emotions could only be described as sheer horror. The 12th grade flower? How could this be possible? The 9th grade flower of the three purities had already shown the potential for establishing a sect and achieving sainthood. What then did the 12th grade flower signify? 9 grades to sainthood. Could the 12th grade perhaps denote the attainment of the Tao ancestor? What a jest! The profound beings experienced tumultuous emotions, grappling with how to confront this astonishing spectacle. The convergence of 3 flowers atop the head is an omen of breaking through to the great Luo, golden immortal. Yet this mysterious powerhouse had achieved the unprecedented feat of the 12th grade flower. It must be noted that in the past, when the 3 purities broke through to the great Luo, they only reached the 9th grade flower, leading the beings of the primordial world to believe that the 9th grade flower was the ultimate limit for cultivators. Yet now, this record had been shattered. With the convergence of 3 flowers reaching a staggering 12th grade, countless questions surged in the minds of the onlookers, and the more they pondered, the more astonished they became. The 6 great saints were similarly astounded. As saints, their perspectives were broader than those of other powerful beings, and their understanding ran deeper. The 12th grade flower appeared to be merely 3 grades beyond the 9th grade flower. Yet since the dawn of the primordial world, they had never heard of the existence of a 12th grade flower in the primordial realm. 9 is the ultimate number, the pinnacle that heaven earth, and the laws can attain. The 9-grade flower represents the theoretical limit achievable by the beings of the primordial world, a limit that was thought impossible to surpass, at least in their previous understanding. Now, with the 12th grade flower transcending the 9-grade flower, it had broken beyond their comprehension, surpassing even the confines of heaven and earth and the limitations of the great Tao, truly offering a chance to touch upon a realm that transcends the saints. Who could it be? Who? Atop the purple cloud palace, Hongjun Daozu gazed at the astonishing phenomenon, his pupils constricting sharply as he nearly roared out this inquiry. Despite having weathered countless storms as the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, he found himself utterly shaken before this unprecedented 12th grade 3 flowers. Hongjun was unaware of the immense cost he had paid to reach this point. Now, he discovered the emergence of a junior in the primordial realm who might threaten his status. How could he accept such a reality? Aside from Hongjun, other beings of the primordial world were also speculating and seeking to uncover the identity of this super cultivator who had reached the 12th grade flower. For most beings, the sole clue was that this dermic form had emerged from Chaoge City, indicating that this individual must have broken through to the great Luo within the city. Chaoge City, to mortals, it was the capital of the great Shang dynasty. Yet to the 6 great saints, it was a place of acute significance in the western spirit mountain. The expression of Zhun Ti Daoist grew grave as he spoke to his companion, Jian Daoist, senior brother. We have confirmed that a peerless powerhouse who can guide one to the heavens is hidden within Chaoge City. Could this junior who has reached the 12th grade flower be a disciple of this great figure? Jian Dao's countenance was serious. The evolving situation in the primordial realm had added further uncertainties, leaving him feeling helpless. He nodded in response. Aside from this explanation, there are no other possibilities. Others shared the same sentiment, including Taiqing and Yuanshi Tianzun, who released their divine thoughts to explore the presence of this cultivator in Chaoge City. The 2 saints of the West, along with Taiqing and Yuanshi Tianzun, aimed to uncover the identity of this cultivator, thereby discovering their master, the mysterious powerhouse guiding them to the heavens. Once they traced the individual's whereabouts, they could then consult Tao Ancestor and request his intervention in resolving this matter. As long as there was no guidance from his powerhouse, they were confident that the sealing of gods would remain unaltered and would surely be extinguished. Meanwhile, Tongtian, who was in seclusion, merging formations, was also stirred by the phenomenon of the 12th grade flower. The 12th grade flower was indeed astonishing. However, upon further contemplation, Tongtian felt it was entirely reasonable, muttering to himself, "If Elder Yifeng can casually impart a passage of scripture that allows me to comprehend the primordial killing array and discover a method to exploit the flaws of the Excalibur array, then it stands to reason that he could cultivate a disciple capable of achieving the 12th grade flower." Clearly, Tongtian naturally assumed that the cause of this phenomenon was Yifeng's direct disciple. After all, who else could possibly guide such a remarkable junior? It couldn't have simply emerged from thin air, could it? As for whether this disciple could be discovered by Yuanshi and the others, was there even a need to ask? With an elder present in Chaoge City, how could Yuanshi and his ilk succeed? Contemplating this, Tongtian continued his research into the fusion of formations on another front. The 2 saints of the West, Taiqing, Yuanshi, and other powerful beings, swept through Chaoge City time and again with their divine thoughts, ultimately returning empty-handed. That Yifeng was protected by the forces of the system, concealing himself and blocking calculations, thus thwarting their efforts. Within the royal palace, Taiqing gazed at the grand dermic form of the 12th grade flower, his heart awash with astonishment before he suddenly jolted. This overwhelming force, suppressing all powers, was the divine power of the colorless realm. Taiqing opened his right hand, conjuring a grayish-white vortex. Murmuring to himself, his eyes shimmering with excitement, Taiqing understood that in all the world, only Elder Yifeng could impart the divine power of the colorless realm to others. If that were the case, it was undoubtedly the Elder's direct disciple who had achieved the great Luo. And the 12th grade flower was truly extraordinary. Taiqing was immensely thrilled. When Hongjun's disciples, the 3 purities, attained the great Luo Golden Immortal, they only reached the 9 grades. Yet the elder's disciple had achieved the astonishing 12th grade flower. As the saying goes, a renowned teacher produces outstanding disciples. If the disciple is this powerful, the master must be even stronger. Who knows, perhaps Elder Yifeng's cultivation surpasses even that of Hongjun Daozu. With such a formidable ally, the human race and the great Shang dynasty might just be saved. While Dxian was filled with excitement, he also harbored a deep desire for power. Having cultivated the divine power of the colorless realm himself, he felt he could not bring shame to the elder, the very least. He must strive to break through to the Tai golden immortal as soon as possible. Atop the purple cloud palace, Hongjun silently withdrew his probing thoughts from Chaoge City, his expression dark as thunderclouds. Despite the glaring anomaly above Chaoge City, even his divine thoughts returned fruitless. Who could be hiding in Chaoge City? Was this grand display of cultivating an outstanding junior intended to challenge my authority? If I do not uncover this individual, the ceiling of gods will be fraught with uncertainty, and I shall find no peace in sleep or sustenance. Hongjun Daozu now harbored an increasing trepidation towards the mysterious expert within Chaoge City, and after careful contemplation, a look of resolve emerged in his eyes. If that is the case, I must exert my utmost effort to calculate the situation. Hongjun Daozu ultimately decided to immerse himself in the Tao, seeking the assistance of the heavenly path to trace the elusive clues of this mysterious master. Before long, his physical form disintegrated like a feather, merging into a resplendent radiance that flowed into the heavenly path in the present era of the primordial chaos. The heavenly path reigns supreme, governing all things. The cycle of cause and effect cannot escape its watchful eye. By becoming one with the heavenly path, he could comprehensively grasp all intelligence within the primordial realm. It can be said that Hongjun Daozu exerted considerable effort to uncover the hidden existence. As for drawing out this being by leading the forces of Chaoge City against them, Hongjun Daozu was not yet inclined to confront them directly. First, he sought to gather intelligence before formulating a strategy. For a reckless move could lead one into the opponent's trap. Various powerful beings found themselves at a loss regarding the mysterious deluo of the 12 blossoms. The phenomenon of the 12 blossoms dissipated, signifying that this deluo had completed their breakthrough. Upon witnessing this, the mighty understood that unless this deluo chose to reveal themselves, they would be unable to locate them. Within the Shenyue Pavilion, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear as that of a newborn. Having attained a state of returning to innocence, he felt the surging, overwhelming magical power within him, a satisfied expression gracing his face. The 12 blossoms, a deluo golden immortal possessing such strength, could barely ensure self-preservation amidst the calamity, could it not? Yet, even so, it remained a far cry from the likes of quasi-saints and saints. To swiftly enhance his strength and break through to a higher realm, he would still need the art of storytelling. Yifeng did not allow himself to become complacent due to this significant breakthrough. After all, in the midst of calamity, he might have to interact with saints. A moment's carelessness could cost him his life. That on the following day, the Shenyue Pavilion opened its doors for storytelling. The Sanxiao, Jade Emperor, and other celestial beings, having waited for days, rushed to secure prime positions for the tale. They also recalled the extraordinary phenomenon of the 12 blossoms over Chaoge City from the previous day. Understanding why the Shenyue Pavilion had remained closed for so long, it was undoubtedly because Yifeng was preparing to safeguard his disciple as they broke through to the Luo. However, to their slight disappointment, Yifeng did not recount any earth-shattering events today. With a clap of the awakening wood, Yifeng declared in a resonant voice, "Last time, we spoke of Jiang Zi rescuing Ji Chang, and upon returning to Shiqi, his first act was to raise an army for rebellion. The ruler of the Shang dynasty, Dxian, was furious about this and dispatched the martial king, Huang Feihu, to quell the insurrection at Shiqi. Huang Feihu was entrusted with 1,000 elite soldiers and several skilled sons, accompanied by 100,000 troops to suppress Shiqi. However, Dxian never anticipated that Huang Feihu would turn against them upon arriving at the front line, joining Shiqi instead. Throughout the storytelling, Yifeng merely recounted the disputes among the mortals of the Shang dynasty. Once the time was up, he announced the conclusion and sent the audience away. The Sanxiao and Jade Emperor found the day somewhat tedious. For these were merely mortal conflicts, largely irrelevant to celestial beings like themselves. Conversely, Taiqing, who had also come to listen, felt a foreboding sense of unease, pondering the strange turn of events. How could Huang Feihu, a loyal warrior for generations, suddenly betray them? Upon returning to the royal palace to convene a council, Taiqing received an urgent report from the borders. In the Longda Hall, the messenger rushed in, exclaiming urgently before even reaching the main hall. Urgent news from the borders. The martial king Huang Feihu has personally led his army to suppress Shiqi, but has been persuaded by Jiang to rebel. Joining Shiqi, as he spoke, the messenger presented a detailed battle report, revealing that the morale of the Shiqi rebels had surged. Jiang had once again issued a proclamation, claiming that the martial king had finally seen through Taiqing's true nature, abandoning the darkness for the light, and vowing to overthrow the tyrannical rule of King Zhou. What? The civil and military officials were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they debated the shocking turn of events. How could this be possible? Huang Feihu was the son of General Huang Gun, a family of loyal warriors for generations. It was inconceivable that he would suddenly rebel. Yet, now was not the time to ponder such matters. The key issue was that with Huang Feihu joining Shiqi, their morale would rise, and their battle prowess would grow fiercer, making it increasingly difficult for the borders to hold. This is intolerable. Our own army's morale has also taken a hit. How shall we proceed? The officials murmured, and Taiqing, seated high upon the throne, could not help but sigh. The words of the elder were indeed true. Huang Feihu had ultimately betrayed them. However, Taiqing understood that there was no time to dwell on his emotions. He must devise another plan to confront Shiqi and not allow them to invade the Shang dynasty. Just then, an announcement came from outside the hall. Grand Preceptor Wenzhong has returned. Taiqing, upon hearing this, called out, "Invite the Grand Preceptor to meet." Taiqing thought to himself that he was at a loss for what to do, and now the key figure had finally arrived. Wenzhong hurriedly entered the hall, bowing to Taiqing. This old minister, Wenzhong, greets the king. Wenzhong had originally been on Jian Island to avoid the storm, but upon learning of Jiang resurrection and Huang Feihu's betrayal, he could no longer remain idle and hastily returned to the Shang dynasty. No need for formalities. The situation in the Shang is tumultuous. Your return is most fortuitous, Taiqing said, his heart filled with joy upon seeing Wenzhong. The next moment, as Wenzhong raised his head to look at Taiqing, he was utterly taken aback. Standing between the civil and military officials and Taiqing, no one behind him noticed the change in his expression. When did the king's cultivation become so formidable? A golden immortal? At the very least, he has reached the late stage of the golden immortal. How could Wenzhong not be astonished? He had only been away from Chaoge City for a brief period, less than a month. Yet, within that time, Taiqing had transformed from the realm of refining void and merging with the Tao into a formidable golden immortal that, in comparison, Wenzhong, who had diligently cultivated for so many years only to attain the mid-stage of the golden immortal, felt as if he had fallen behind. Moreover, for reasons unknown, he faintly sensed a powerful and mysterious force emanating from Taiqing. Wenzhong realized that he was likely no match for his king in terms of combat prowess at this moment. Taiqing, noticing the change in Wenzhong's expression, displayed a slight smile. In the Chaoge court, those capable of discerning Taiqing's cultivation level were limited to others within the golden immortal realm. While the remaining officials were oblivious to Taiqing's transformation, Taiqing had intended to surprise Wenzhong, yet it seemed the surprise had exceeded expectations. Your Majesty, may I inquire how this came pass? How could your cultivation improve so dramatically in such a short time? Wenzhong asked in astonishment, discreetly transmitting his inquiry to Taiqing. Taiqing similarly conveyed through thought the entirety of his experiences at the Xinyue Pavilion to Wenzhong. What? Such a thing exists. Wenzhong felt increasingly astonished after hearing the account. Attain a breakthrough of such magnitude simply by recounting an extraordinary tale, while also mastering the unheard-of power of the colorless realm, was utterly unfathomable. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely have believed such phenomena could exist. Even saints could not achieve such feats, Otherwise, during a single sermon, Zhun Ti, all disciples of the Jie Jiao, have followed suit in breaking through? Moreover, even the Tao ancestor, above the saints, had never been rumored to possess such powers. The depth of your cultivation is truly unfathomable, and the extent of your divine abilities surpasses our imagination, Wenzhong remarked. Having grasped the general course of events, simultaneously, he rejoiced at Xian's good fortune in being the human emperor to attain such an opportunity. The loss of a single human emperor's seal could potentially secure the future of the Shang and the human race. Wenzhong then seemed to recall something and cautioned Xian through thought, "Your Majesty, please refrain from publicly disclosing your cultivation for now. It may serve as a trump card in the future." "That is certain," Xian agreed in thought. Though he was mindful that the night he acquired the power of the colorless realm, he had slain a monster. This incident might raise the vigilance of the conspirators lurking in the shadows. Upon seeing Wenzhong's return, the civil and military officials were all visibly elated. "Wonderful! Grand Preceptor Wen has returned. He is the foremost powerhouse of our Shang. Now that he is back, perhaps we may devise a strategy against Shiqi. Please, Grand Preceptor, eliminate the traitor Huang Feihu." Wenzhong, renowned for his unparalleled victories in the Great Shang dynasty, hailed from the Jie Jiao sect as a direct disciple of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. He was also a trusted advisor to the human Emperor Xian, further solidifying his reputation. Coupled with his astonishing feat of publicly slaying a fox demon in the Grand Hall, it is indisputable that he was an exceptionally reliable minister. The civil and military officials extolled Wenzhong's remarkable abilities while simultaneously casting vehement scorn upon Huang Feihu, whom they utterly despised. Had it not been for Huang Feihu's sudden defection, the situation in Shang would not have turned so dire. Yet upon hearing the words of the officials, Wenzhong sighed and lamented, "Noble lords, you are unaware that Huang Feihu's betrayal does not stem from his true intentions." This statement elicited expressions of astonishment from all present. A flicker of intrigue passed through Emperor Xian's eyes. He too had sensed the oddity of the situation and, now hearing Wenzhong's words, realized that matters were far more intricate than they appeared. He inquired curiously, "Grand Preceptor, might there be hidden truths behind this affair?" Wenzhong replied, "Your Majesty, before returning to Chaoge City, I made a visit to the border. There, I observed Huang Feihu from a distance within the enemy camp and discovered that he had been forcibly transformed by Jiang Zia through magical means, altering his memories and distorting his perceptions. It is this manipulation that led to Huang Feihu's treachery against the Shang. Were General Huang of sound mind, he would never engage in such heinous acts." He continued, "Such distortion of perception and memory modification is not unprecedented. Previously, the Western sect disciple Huaining, under the alias Yang Tianyou, employed similar tactics against the Jade Emperor's sister, Yaoji. However, Yaoji, being immensely powerful and possessing formidable divine abilities, was only temporarily affected. With a mere hint from an outsider, she could regain her clarity. In contrast, Huang Feihu, though valiant and skilled in martial arts, remains immortal and has not ascended to celestial status. How could he withstand Jiang Zia's deceptive sorcery?" Upon hearing Wenzhong's elucidation, the officials were filled with righteous indignation. It turns out we have wronged General Huang. Cursed be Jiang Zia, a disciple of the primordial celestial master, for audaciously compelling a mortal to submit to his will. Such a petty villain, a disciple of the Chan sect. Surely this sect is a den of filth. They expressed their disdain, lamenting how this faction had tarnished the name of their sovereign, compelling King Wuqing to associate with them against his will. The officials hurled vitriol at Jiang Zia, the Western Qi, and the Chan sect with fervent outrage. Emperor Xian sighed deeply, chastising himself. "It was indeed a lapse in my judgment. I should not have hastily dispatched King Wuqing to quell the rebellion, resulting in the needless loss of a great general." As he spoke, his teeth clenched in anger at the underhanded tactics employed by Western Qi. "They are a malignant tumor. If we do not eradicate this threat, who can foresee their next reckless move? My king, I am willing to lead the troops to combat and quell the insurrection at Western Qi." Wenzhong volunteered earnestly. "Granted, I order Grand Preceptor Wenzhong to lead 100,000 elite soldiers to the west to restore order." Emperor Xian readily assented. The other officials applauded in agreement, confident that with Hongjun's intervention, peace could be swiftly restored. Indeed, our Shang's foremost champion is not merely a name. Even if Western Qi has celestial allies, we have our own. However, Hongjun did not share this optimism. While he was confident in his abilities, he was acutely aware of the Chan sect's penchant for cunning strategies, having witnessed their schemes on numerous occasions. Thus, he resolved to remain vigilant during the forthcoming expedition to the west. Grand Preceptor. The mobilization of our forces will require some time. Please take this opportunity to prepare, Emperor Xian remarked, implying his desire for Hongjun to gather intelligence before the campaign. That I shall comply. Hongjun acknowledged, understanding that his thoughts aligned with the Emperor's. Prior to the expedition against Western Qi, his best course of action would be to seek knowledge through storytelling, hoping to glean vital information about the future. The following day, at the Shunyu Pavilion, Yi Feng resumed the tale he had begun the previous day. With Huang Feihu's defection to Western Qi, the situation for the Shang dynasty quickly deteriorated, prompting Grand Preceptor Hongjun to take command of the troops in a personal campaign to the west. To ensure victory, Hongjun sought the assistance of the 10 heavenly lords from Jian Island. Hongjun, being a direct disciple of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, held significant weight despite being merely a third-generation disciple of the Jie Jiao sect. He approached the 10 heavenly lords and stated, "The Chan sect wreaks havoc upon humanity, and now the rebellious forces of Western Qi ravage our lands. I beseech you, esteemed uncles, to lend your aid." Most disciples of the Jie Jiao sect place great importance on camaraderie, fostering harmonious relationships among themselves. The 10 heavenly lords, though outer disciples, heeded Hongjun's plea without hesitation and promptly agreed to assist the Shang. The leader of the 10 heavenly lords, Qin Wan, confidently proclaimed, "With our formation of the 10 heavenly lords, no matter how many troops Western Qi possesses, they shall not breach our ranks." The 10 heavenly lords, comprising Qin Wan, Zhao Jiang, Dong Quan, Yuan Jiao, the Holy Mother of Golden Light, Sun Liang, Bai Li Wang Bian, Zhang Xiao, and other practitioners of profound arts, specialized in the intricate and labor-intensive discipline of formations, widely acknowledged as the most complex and talent-demanding path in the primordial realm. Mastering formations is relatively easy to enter, yet difficult to master, for their mysteries are vast and require deep contemplation to comprehend. The 10 heavenly lords, having attained mastery in formations, swiftly deployed the 10 absolute formation on the battlefield, obstructing Western Qi's army on their path to the Shang. Though most of the 10 heavenly lords were merely at the level of Tai golden immortals, the formations they conjured were nothing short of extraordinary. The 10 absolute formation consists of 10 subformations, each possessing formidable powers. Qin Wan's deployment of the heavenly absolute formation was ingeniously calculated and boundlessly profound, harnessing the innate energies and chaos to unleash the might of endless thunder, capable of easily obliterating any intruder into mere shards. Zhao Zhang's Earth Fiend formation adhered to the principles of the earth, embodying both solidity and fluidity, with its inner workings concealed beneath a red banner that summoned thunder from above and fire from below. Mortals and immortals alike, upon entering this formation, would find it impossible to escape their doom. With the simultaneous activation of the Wind Howl formation, Ice Cold formation, Golden Light formation, Blood Transformation formation, Soul Drop, Red Sand formation, and Dust of the World formation, these subformations could coalesce to form the Mother formation. The synergy of these subformations would amplify their powers exponentially, rendering them a formidable force. At this juncture, the audience erupted in admiration, marveling at the prowess within the Jie Jiao sect. Despite their own ordinary cultivation, they had forged a distinct path through the mastery of formations, enabling them to halt Western Qi with the strength of 10 immortals. Indeed, the celestial formations are unfathomably profound. No mere mortals could hope to breach them. They exclaimed, "If only we could summon the 10 heavenly lords to our side in battle." Notably, the Shang's foremost champion, Grand Preceptor Hongjun, was set to lead an expedition, and they believed he would surely decimate Western Qi. As news of the rebellion in Western Qi spread throughout the Shang, the citizens of Chaoge City frequently engaged in discussions about the uprising while managing their daily lives. Consequently, When they heard Yi Feng narrate the Shang's favorable position in the tale, their spirits soared with excitement. Zhong, too, brimmed with confidence that he contemplated, though my uncle Qin Wan and the others are outer disciples. The brilliance of the 10 absolute formation lies in its interconnectedness and boundless power. Targeting a single subformation would render it nearly impossible to dismantle. To breach the 10 absolute formation, one would need to divide their forces into 10. A daunting challenge indeed. Even if Zhang Zia attempted this 100 times, he would find no success. At that moment, Yi Feng continued, as the Shang established the 10 absolute formation. Western Qi naturally sought to counter it. To break the formation, they dispatched several third-generation disciples of the Chan sect, including the esteemed disciples of the Celestial Master, Han Julong, Shui Ehu, Wei Hu, and Yun Zhongzi's disciple, Lei Zhenzi, along with the triplet brothers, Jin Jia, Mu Jia, and Neza. These third-generation disciples were indeed exceptional talents, for only the most gifted individuals would earn the Chan sect's recognition and admission. Thus, the disciples of the Celestial sect entered the 10 absolute formation with their troops. Attempting to unravel its mysteries, Yi Feng recounted the myriad strange and formidable attacks encountered by the rebel forces of Shiqi as they breached the formation. The audience was transported into a vivid tableau, truly experiencing the tale as if they were there, eliciting exclamations of delight. Alas, their strength was somewhat lacking, and they were left battered and bruised by the might of the 10 absolute formation. The common soldiers sent into the fray met their demise, and even the celestial disciples Han Julong and Shui Ehu met a tragic end beneath the formation's divine power. Only a handful, including Neza, narrowly escaped with their lives. Upon hearing this, the listeners could not help but marvel at the formidable nature of the 10 absolute formation. Zhong also breathed a sigh of relief. For thus far, he had not heard any narratives foreshadowing ill fate for the Jie sect and the Great Shang. However, it was certain that the Chan sect would not rest easy. What if they were to employ some underhanded schemes? This thought left Zhong feeling somewhat uneasy, and he resolved to continue listening. Clap. At that moment, Yi Feng struck the wooden block, signaling the conclusion of the storytelling session. The 10 absolute formation of the Jie sect had unveiled its might. How would the Chan sect devise a strategy to breach it? To discover what transpires next, please await the next installment. Yi Feng bowed to the audience, gesturing for their understanding. After attending the storytelling session, Zhong departed the Xinyu Pavilion in a significantly improved mood. It was rare to hear favorable news for the Great Shang during such sessions, with the elder's assurance of the 10 absolute formation's power. It was evident that overcoming Shiqi would be a mere formality. Yet he pondered whether Shiqi would devise any countermeasures against the 10 absolute formation. This question would have to wait until the next day's storytelling for further clarity. When Zhong shared his thoughts, while the Sanxiao sisters smiled knowingly, Aisha remarked, who among the Jie sect is unaware of the formidable array crafted by Qin Wan, since the elder has proclaimed this. It is certain that there will be opportunities for the 10 absolute formation to display its prowess in the future. The other two sisters nodded in agreement. The strength of the 10 absolute formation was already indisputable, and now it had received the endorsement of Elder Yi Feng. What room was there for doubt? Today, Zhong and the Sanxiao sisters had come to hear the tale, while Zhong, burdened by the recent insurrection of the 4 great lords, had much to attend to and had not found time to enjoy the storytelling until now at this moment. The eldest sister Yun Xiao recalled something and spoke to her junior, Zhong, saying, "The Chan sect is cunning and treacherous. We are still unaware of what tactics Shiqi may employ on the battlefield, so it is best to exercise caution." Zhong nodded in agreement. "What you say is wise, Master Aunt Yun Xiao. I too intend to return to the Xinyu Pavilion tomorrow to gather more intelligence and prepare accordingly." They had previously averted numerous crises thanks to Yi Feng's foresight during the storytelling sessions. So this time, Zhong shared the same sentiment. The matter of Fengshun and quelling the unrest was no trivial affair. It pertained to the survival of both the Great Shang and the Jie sect, and thus warranted utmost vigilance. However, unfortunately, Zhong's plans were thwarted by unforeseen developments. Before he could return home, a messenger galloped into the street on horseback, swiftly making his way to Zhong. Upon reaching him, the messenger dismounted nimbly, presenting a military token and a decree, bowing as he did so. General Han Rong from the Sishui Pass has sent an urgent plea for assistance. The rebel forces of Shiqi are currently assaulting Sishui Pass. The front line is in dire straits. Immediate reinforcements are required. The king has decreed that you, Grand Master Wenzhong, must lead the troops to quell the Shiqi rebels at once. It turned out that the morale of the Shiqi rebels had surged with the addition of Huang Feihu, leading to a rapid succession of victories as they breached several border cities of the Great Shang and now aim to strike at the heart of the kingdom. Should the Shiqi rebels breach Sishui Pass, the interior of the Great Shang would be left utterly defenseless. How infuriating that their movements were so swift. Wenzhong understood the urgency of the imperial edict. Sishui Pass, as one of the 5 strongholds of the Great Shang, could not fall into the hands of the Shiqi rebels. Yin Xiao frowned slightly and said to Wenzhong, "You should first focus on eliminating the rebels. The matter of the Shun Yu Pavilion storytelling can be left to us 3 sisters. Should any critical intelligence arise, we shall take immediate action." Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao echoed her sentiments. Aside from the Great Shang and the human race, we of the Jie sect stand firmly by your side. Wenzhong solemnly bowed to the 3 sisters. "I entrust this matter to you, esteemed aunts," after receiving the military token and the imperial decree. He promptly set off with his troops towards Sishui Pass, Sishui Pass. The battlefield was filled with the cacophony of battle cries as the morale-boosted Shiqi army surged toward the pass. Akin to a swarm of ants, intent on breaching the stronghold to allow their forces to advance. Siege weapons such as battering rams, ladders, and flaming arrows were unleashed by the Shiqi rebels, while the defenders retaliated with a deluge of arrows. Boiling oil and projectiles, the 2 sides were locked in a life-and-death struggle. "Hold the line. Defend with all your might until reinforcements arrive," General Han Rong bellowed as he commanded his troops to fight valiantly against the enemy. Amidst the chaos, a heavily armored guard wielding a black banner emblazoned with a sinister visage spun it around, sweeping away hundreds of Shiqi soldiers attempting to encircle him. Their souls instantly shattered as their bodies exploded into a gruesome display. This guard was none other than Yu Hua, the commander of Sishui Pass and a 3rd-generation disciple of the Jie sect. The black banner he wielded was his innate spiritual treasure, the soul-breaking banner. Thanks to the experienced General Han Rong, the formidable prowess of Commander Yu Hua, and the unwavering courage of the Shang soldiers, they had managed to hold their ground thus far. However, at that moment, several powerful figures surged forth from the Shiqi ranks, targeting Han Rong and Yu Hua without hesitation. Leading the charge was Lei Jinzi, the son of Ji Chang, bearing wings and wielding the wind and thunder golden staff. Following closely behind were the 3 brothers Neza, Jin Jia, and Mu Jia, the most valiant warriors of the Shiqi army, all 3rd-generation disciples of the Chan sect, renowned for their unparalleled martial prowess. Their involvement had already led to the conquest of several cities within the Great Shang. Boom! Lei Jinzi unleashed a bolt of lightning, sending Yu Hua and his soul-breaking banner staggering backward. But why Yu Hua's expression darkened as he beheld the bizarre figure of Lei Jinzi, his heart gripped by the realization of the adversary's formidable strength. Turning his gaze, Yu Hua saw that Han Rong and the other commanders were also embroiled in a fierce battle. The Li brothers were indeed a force to be reckoned with. In that moment, Yu Hua's face fell, for he understood that if this continued, the Great Shang would be in peril. The forces at Sishui Pass and his own magical abilities were limited if reinforcements did not arrive soon. The fall of Sishui Pass was merely a matter of time. The Shiqi army was equally aware of this, which was why they were willing to expend lives to breach the stronghold. Without the obstacle of the pass, the heartland of the Great Shang, including the capital, Chaoge, would be utterly defenseless, allowing the Shiqi forces to easily march to its gates, spelling disaster for the Great Shang. Just as the situation at Sishui Pass grew increasingly dire, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly echoed from the rear. It was Wenzhong and the reinforcement from the Great Shang arriving just in time. As the Great Shang reinforcements entered the fray, they shattered the cohesion of the Shiqi army. Many Shiqi soldiers, taken aback by the rapid arrival of the Great Shang reinforcements, were left aghast, unable to respond in time. The troops led by Wenzhong were the elite warriors who had previously accompanied him in the campaign against the Eastern Yi. Their record was one of unwavering victory, and they charged into the battlefield like a dragon unleashed upon the ocean. Their ferocity utterly incomprehensible, cutting down Shiqi soldiers left and right. When Zhong's gaze quickly found the Shiqi national master, Jiang Zia, who was commanding the troops from within the enemy ranks, faced with this instigator of the Shiqi rebellion and the one responsible for igniting discord among the human race, when Zhong's resolve to slay him reignited, brandishing his twin maces, he soared through the air, charging directly at Jiang Zia. Die. I refuse to believe you can survive a third time. When Zhong gritted his teeth, his golden immortal power surging forth, causing his maces to emit a brilliant golden light. The surrounding Shiqi soldiers attempted to intervene, but those who drew near were immediately obliterated by the force of his golden immortal might. Ah! The cries of anguish echoed, drawing ever closer to Jiang Zia. Jiang Zia also took note of Wen Zhong, the one who had previously claimed his life. The principle of capturing the leader before subduing the army held true. As the chief orchestrator of the Shiqi rebellion, Jiang Zia's demise would surely throw the Shiqi forces into disarray. Moreover, as a manifestation of the Flying Bear, his death would benefit the entire Jie sect. Jiang Zia remained unfazed, despite recognizing Wen Zhong, the disciple who had once slain him. Do you think I would grant you a second chance at decapitation? Jiang Zia's cold words and disdainful demeanor caused Wen Zhong to frown. Could it be that the adversary possessed some means to counter his assault? In the next moment, Jiang Zia's right hand formed a gesture, and with his fingers pointed together, he uttered a single word, "Go." In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in yellow sand, and a banner of apricot yellow flew forth from Jiang Zia's robe that it spun gracefully in midair, emanating primordial energy, giving rise to countless golden lotuses that enveloped Jiang Zia completely. With a thunderous clang, Wen Zhong's dual hammers struck down upon the golden lotuses, producing only a muffled sound. The force of the impact sent him flying backward. What? Wen Zhong gazed at the spiritual treasure summoned by Jiang Zia, his pupils involuntarily contracting. That was a primordial spiritual treasure. The exquisite apricot yellow banner at its center, surrounded by thousands of golden lotuses, was impenetrable, repelling all evils and immune to myriad laws. While it lacked offensive capabilities, it excelled in defense. Even though Jiang Zia's cultivation was merely at the celestial immortal level, the innate power of the treasure alone was sufficient to allow him to move freely on the battlefield. At least under the current circumstances, when Zhong found himself utterly incapable of breaching the defenses of the central apricot yellow banner. Retreat. The entire army withdraw. When Zhong wasted no time. Seeing the decapitation operation fail, he decisively ordered the retreat. The great Shang army ebbed like a receding tide back to the Sui water pass to fortify their defenses. Jiang Zia, on the side of Shiqi, also commanded, "All troops retreat. After a period of rest, we shall engage once more on the morrow." After the battle thus far, the soldiers were already weary. Even the valiant Lei Junzi and his companions had suffered considerable depletion, compounded by the arrival of reinforcements for the Shang, which marked a peak in their morale. Jiang Zia chose to regroup and launch a fierce counterattack the following day. Wen Zhong, your death is not far off. As he ordered the retreat, Jiang Zia's gaze was fixated on Wen Zhong, and he instinctively touched his own neck. The image of being struck down by the opponent's blow still lingered vividly in his mind. Had it not been for the salvation of the Tao ancestor, would his true spirit not have ascended to the divine list? Such a profound grievance could not go unavenged. Not only must he slay Wen Zhong, but he also sought to annihilate the Shang that he protected. A fierce resolve surged within Jiang Zia as he contemplated this. While both sides temporarily ceased hostilities, the Shang was far from at ease. In the command hall of the Sui Water Pass, Han Rong, Wen Zhong, and Yu Hua gathered to discuss strategies. Han Rong and Yu Hua, both severely wounded, were overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing Wen Zhong. Yet they voiced their concerns. Why Yu Hua stated, "Wen Zhong, your arrival is most timely. Had it been a moment later, we would have surely perished alongside the Sui Water Pass." Han Rong added, "Wen Taisher, it is our fault that we..." The soldiers were so inept, being routed by the likes of Lei Junzi and Neza, mere children. Observing their disheartened expressions, Wen Zhong comforted the two loyal generals. There is no need for such self-deprecation. The king is well aware of your valiant defense of the Sui water pass. How can you claim to be inept? As for Lei Jinzi and Neza, they are but pawns in the hidden schemes of the Chan sect, sent to confront the Shang. Naturally, you cannot hope to match them at this point. When Zhong's heart sank, Neza, Jin Jia, Mu Jia, and Lei Jinzi were indeed formidable warriors. As third-generation disciples of the Chan sect, their talents were exceptional, and they rapidly progressed in strength through battle. While when Zhong himself was unafraid, he knew that once hostilities resumed, Jiang Zia would surely use the central apricot yellow banner to constrain him. The ordinary soldiers would find it nearly impossible to withstand the might of these fierce champions from Shiqi. Judging by Jiang Zia's withdrawal, it was evident that he was not retreating in fear, but rather taking a moment to regroup. Once the Shiqi forces launched another assault, the situation for them would be dire. If only there were a way to constrain the advancing million-strong army of Shiqi. Just as when Zhong was deep in thought, a spark of inspiration struck him, recalling the matter of the 10 absolute formation he had heard about at the Divine Reading Pavilion. The 10 absolute formation? Yes. When Zhong's eyes lit up, the power of the 10 absolute formation had even been acknowledged by the esteemed Yifeng. If he could enlist the assistance of the 10 heavenly monarchs, the crisis at the Sui water pass could be temporarily averted. After cautioning Han Rong and the others to be vigilant against a potential nighttime ambush from the enemy, he hurriedly returned to Golden Turtle Island to seek out the 10 heavenly monarchs. Esteemed uncles, when Zhong has an urgent matter to request, I implore you to lend me your strength upon meeting Qin Wan and the others. Wen Zhong immediately relayed the crisis facing the Shang and the hidden schemes of the Chan sect, upon realizing that it was the disciple of the Golden Spirit Saint Mother seeking aid. Qin Wan and the others were incensed by the shameless actions of the Chan sect and Shiqi. Qin Wan stated, since it is a request from the disciple of Sister Jinling, how could we stand idly by? Zhao Jian concurred. Indeed, we are of one mind and spirit. Now that the Chan sect seeks to bully our disciples, we cannot allow it. Dong Quan and the others chimed in. We have diligently cultivated for many years. Now is the time to unleash the might of the 10 absolute formation. I shall slay the treacherous villains. The 10 heavenly monarchs promptly and straightforwardly agreed to Wen Zhong's request. Excellent. On behalf of the Shang, the human race expresses its deepest gratitude for your assistance. This kindness shall not be forgotten. Wen Zhong exclaimed, filled with joy and immense gratitude that we are all of the same sect. Let us dispense with pleasantries and hasten to the Sui water pass to set the formation. We can hardly wait to let the Chan sect's lackeys experience the terror of the 10 absolute formation. Qin Wan clapped Wen Zhong on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Indeed, Wen Zhong replied, invigorated, at the Sui water pass, the 10 heavenly monarchs, under Wen Zhong's leadership, returned under the cover of night and began to set up the formation before the dawn light could fully break. In a whirlwind of wind and thunder, golden light filled the skies, and amidst the howling cold winds, the wails of lost souls could be heard. When the next day arrived and the Shiqi army came to attack, they discovered a colossal formation had mysteriously manifested in front of the Sui water pass, enveloping the entire stronghold. From the outside, it appeared as an enormous, inverted, colorful ceramic bowl. Peering inside revealed a myriad of bizarre and dangerous phenomena. Seeing this, Jiang Zia snorted disdainfully and arrogantly declared, it is but a paltry formation. Wen Zhong's trifling tricks can only prolong the inevitable demise of the Shang. Neza, Lei Jinzi, GFA, you shall break this formation. Standing behind the formation, Wen Zhong called out to Jiang Zia, dare you send soldiers into the formation? Jiang Zia retorted, what is there to fear? Neza and the other Shiqi commanders dismissed the formation as insignificant, scoffing at the notion that a formation erected overnight could rival the might of their weapons. Since the rebellion began, they had achieved consecutive victories and no longer regarded the Shang as a threat. In their eyes, the destruction of Shang was merely a matter of time, and the Shiqi army was filled with boisterous bravado that a mere formation. Watch me shatter it. The Shang were merely clinging to a futile resistance, and their endurance would not last long, especially Neza, whose expression was fierce and filled with hatred. That has slain my master, Tai Zhenren, and now they conspire with the Shang. Today, I shall break this formation and avenge my master. In the past, the Sanxiaos and Shiji had spared his life at Chantang Pass due to his young age, merely crippling his foundational cultivation to prevent future troubles. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Neza was later taken in by the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, and had his body reformed using lotus flowers, lotus roots, and lotus leaves as the foundation, embarking once again on the path of cultivation. Moreover, after his rebirth, Neza's cultivation speed exceeded his previous pace, progressing at an astonishing rate. Currently, Yang Jian and his siblings were hiding in some remote corner of the primordial world to evade the storm. And since Yu Dingzhenren had not found Yang Jian at the Guan River, he took the opportunity to mentor Neza after the death of Taizhenren. According to Yu Dingzhenren, Neza was destined to face this tribulation, but if he could survive it, he would soar to great heights. This gave Neza renewed confidence, believing himself to be a prodigy destined to be invincible in this age. Neza and the others boldly entered the 10 Absolute Formation. The outside observer. The 10 Absolute Formation appeared as a single entity, yet within it was divided into 10 distinct formations, each controlled by one of the 10 heavenly monarchs. Interlocking and inseparable, with the formation's powers capable of amplifying one another, creating a fearsome force. Unaware of the intricacies of the 10 Absolute Formation, Neza and the others recklessly stepped into one of its sections. The Tianyou Formation. As they entered the formation, a chaotic void surrounded them, devoid of light and shadow. Before they could react, a blinding white light erupted overhead, followed by a deafening roar. Looking up, they beheld multiple bolts of lightning, thick as a human arm, crashing down upon them. Boom! The lightning raged, imbued with primordial chaotic power, striking Neza, GFA, and the others, inflicting grievous injuries and leaving them battered and bruised. Younglings, how dare you attempt to breach the formation? Is there no one of worth in Shiqi? Within the formation, the expression of Qin Wantian, the foremost among the 10 heavenly lords, was filled with scorn as he observed the situation from all directions. Wenzhong deliberately concealed the origins of the formation to lull Jiangxia into a false sense of security, allowing him to underestimate the threat. As expected, he dispatched Neza and the others to breach the formation, unwittingly providing Qin Wantian with an opportunity to eliminate them all at once. Flee, quickly! Neza's face was a picture of panic, stripped of the confidence and arrogance he had just moments before. GFA. Laojun and the others dared not remain any longer. The power of this formation far exceeded their expectations, rendering them incapable of withstanding it. Although they were talented disciples of the Chan sect's 3rd generation, their abilities reached only the celestial immortal realm. They could contend with mortal generals, but against Qin Wantian, a 2nd generation disciple with the prowess of a Tai golden immortal, bolstered by the formation, they stood no chance. Hoping to escape, there was no opportunity left. Qin Wantian manipulated the formation, watching every movement of Neza, GFA, and the others. With a wave of his hand, countless bolts of lightning descended from the formation, transforming into a prison that ensnared Neza, GFA, and their companions, leaving them unable to break free. Thus, several fierce generals from the Western Qi were trapped within the 10 Absolute Formation. Thank you, Master Uncle. For capturing these enemy leaders, Wenzhong laughed heartily, his joy evident. Han Rong, Yu Hua, and the soldiers guarding the Sishui Pass also felt their spirits lifted, erupting into cheers. The Western Qi army had advanced rapidly, taking down numerous major fortresses, and the emergence of the 10 Absolute Formation had stabilized the morale of their troops, reversing their previous decline. In stark contrast, with their commander captured, the morale of the Western Qi army plummeted. The soldiers gazing at the 10 Absolute Formation with trepidation, too fearful to approach even a step closer. Jiangxia, witnessing this scene, felt a tumult of emotions, his expression shifting dramatically as he struggled with deep frustration. He had not anticipated that when Wenzhong would summon reinforcements overnight, the potency of this formation exceeded his predictions. Now, Jiangxia realized he had fallen into Wenzhong's trap. The opponent had long since sought the aid of powerful figures from and the formation before him was indeed the 10 Absolute Formation laid down by the 10 Heavenly Lords. a construct that could only be breached by those of profound cultivation. Jiang Zia had been naive. Having joined the not long before turning to the Chan sect, and with little understanding of formidable capabilities, he was unaware of the existence of such a lethal formation. Thus, he had misjudged it upon first encountering the 10 absolute formation. National Master, what shall we do now? The Western Ho, Ji Chang, inquired anxiously. His son, GFA, was also trapped within the formation, and given its overwhelming power, if they could not break it, the Western Qi army would be unable to penetrate the heart of the Shang dynasty, let alone overthrow the regime in Chaoge. After a moment of gloom, Jiang Zia regained his composure. He had never been overly concerned about Neza and the others trapped within the formation, and he confidently replied, "Rest assured, my lord. Although the power of the formation is unexpectedly formidable, I anticipated that the Shang dynasty would not comply easily. Therefore, I have long been prepared if we wait for a while longer. The formation will surely be broken, and at that time, the imperial ambitions of Western Qi will be firmly within our grasp." Upon hearing this, Ji Chang remained worried for his son's safety, but was compelled to endure. Driven by the ambition of imperial conquest, there was no room for hesitation. The Western Qi army, having achieved consecutive victories, saw Jiang Zia's reputation soar, even eclipsing that of Ji Chang. Neza and the other fierce generals were also disciples of the Chan sect, further diminishing the standing of the original Western Qi commanders. Consequently, Ji Chang increasingly relied on Jiang Zia's strength, while simultaneously growing wary of him at times. He even questioned whether Jiang Zia's aspirations for imperial dominance were meant for himself or for Ji Chang. For several days, the Western Qi army merely surrounded the 10 absolute formation without launching an attack. They refrained from any rescue attempts for Neza and the others trapped within, giving Wen Zhong and his associates the impression that they were waiting for something. The morale of the Sishui Pass soldiers remained high, brimming with excitement. Yet when Zhong and the other higher-ups sensed a vague foreboding in the Shenyu Pavilion of Chaoge City after the last storytelling session. The pavilion had remained closed for over half a month. During this period, Yifeng focused on solidifying his recent breakthrough to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Practitioners place great emphasis on their foundation and are averse to hasty gains and superficial progress. Therefore, after achieving the unparalleled 12 Petals of Bloom, Yifeng took the time to refine his skills, ensuring his foundation and state of mind were perfected. Once everything was prepared, Yifeng finally opened the pavilion for storytelling. As was customary, alongside the mortal listeners, the 3 Heaven Sisters also mingled among the audience. With a resounding clap of his staff, Yifeng declared, "In our last tale, we spoke of when Taishu inviting the 10 heavenly lords to lay down the 10 absolute formation, successfully trapping the main general of Western Qi, which led the Western Qi army to refrain from attacking the Sishui Pass for several days. Let us continue from where we left off. Western Qi cannot afford to ignore the 10 absolute formation. In truth, while the formation is powerful, it is not without its limitations that breach it. The direct disciples of the primordial heavenly venerable have been appearing among the Western Qi forces one after another. Among them, the one Shu Guangfa heavenly venerable, one of the 12 golden immortals, and other figures entered the 10 absolute formation. Each of the 12 golden immortals possesses remarkable abilities, and many expendable troops were sacrificed to probe the formation, discovering its weaknesses to dismantle it piece by piece. Once the formation was breached, the 10 heavenly lords who presided over it suffered the same fate, all being slain by the celestial beings of the Chan sect. Yifeng spoke at length, detailing who had broken the 10 absolute formation and how it had been accomplished, vividly illustrating the brutal scenes from the battlefield. After concluding the tale of how the last formation was breached, Yifeng announced that he would continue the next day and dismissed the audience. The 3 Heaven Sisters were seething with rage. The Chan sect was truly brazen. Although the 3 sects had fallen out, the 10 heavenly lords still appeared to cherish their ties with the Chan sect, merely capturing Neza and the other disciples rather than slaying them. Yet figures like Wen Shu and others, who were evidently more powerful than the 10 heavenly lords, took advantage of their status as direct disciples to bully the outer disciples, only to kill them after breaching the formation. This flagrant disregard for them was utterly intolerable. After leaving the Shenyu Pavilion, The three Heaven Sisters began to discuss countermeasures that if we allow things to continue as they are, Zhong and the 10 Heavenly Lord will be in grave danger, and if the formation is breached, the Western Qi army will be able to enter the pass, jeopardizing Chaoge and the Shang dynasty, exclaimed by Xiao. Xiao added, however, based on what we just heard, the Chan sect has deployed their direct disciples, and relying solely on our strength is insufficient. Yun Xiao snorted dismissively, saying, since they have mobilized their direct disciples, we should return to Jian Island to summon reinforcements and see who truly holds the upper hand. Upon hearing this, Xiao and Bai Zhao's eyes lit up in agreement. What you say is brilliant, elder sister. This time, we shall ensure that those shameless Chan sect golden immortals return empty-handed, with their anger ignited. The three Heaven Sisters returned to Jian Island and sought out their elder brother, Zhao Gongming, to explain the situation. Zhao Gongming, known for his altruistic nature and being their brother, readily agreed to assist them without hesitation. However, the sisters still felt their numbers were insufficient, so they sought out the 4 direct disciples of the Daobao Daoist, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the Wudong Holy Mother, and the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother. On Jian Island, the 4 direct disciples were gathered in a pavilion, discussing matters at that moment, for streaks of light descended from the sky, landing before them. None other than the hastily arriving 3 Heaven Sisters and Zhao Gongming. Senior brothers and sisters, we have urgent news to share, Yun Xiao exclaimed upon seeing all 4 direct disciples present. Xiao and Bai Xiao followed suit, saying, a grave situation has arisen. We implore you to assist us. Upon seeing their urgency, the disciples displayed expressions of surprise, unsure of the reason for the sisters' hasty arrival. Not panic. Junior sister, please clarify your words so we can understand what has transpired, the Daobao Daoist, being the eldest disciple and the most composed, said calmly. The other 3 senior sisters also gently soothed the sisters' anxieties. Yun Xiao understood that clarity was essential to convey the gravity of the situation. So she began to explain, currently, the Chan sect has actively instigated strife among humanity. Western Qi is engaged in battle with the Shang dynasty, and we have received word that the Chan sect has dispatched 12 golden immortals from within the sect. Xiao added, previously, Zhong summoned the 10 heavenly lords. Now, these direct disciples of the Chan sect are here to eliminate them. Once the formation is breached, not only will the 10 heavenly lords be in peril, but the entire Shang dynasty and humanity itself will face annihilation. Bai Xiao continued, thus, we have come to seek your aid. I implore my senior brothers and sisters to take action and ensure that these shameless celestial beings from the Chan sect do not return. Daobao Daoist furrowed his brow, and though he remained composed and calm, a hint of anger surfaced on his face as he coldly remarked, the Chan sect always boasts of being the true orthodox of the Xianmen. Yet their disciples, despite their remarkable talents, act in such a despicable manner, scheming against humanity and bullying the weak. Truly, they possess great skill, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, unwilling to let her disciple, Zhong, suffer under the treachery of lesser beings. Declared, if that is the case, what are we waiting for? If we do not act now, the Chan sect will indeed think our Jie sect is easy to bully. Both the Holy Mother of No Limits and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit nodded in agreement, their anger palpable as they pledged their support. The Holy Mother of No Limits stated, the Chan sect will surely not anticipate our sudden strike, though we must give them a grand surprise. Zhao Gongming, the foremost disciple of the outer sect, grinned widely, already itching for a fight, his spirit aflame as he coldly remarked, to dare bully the disciples of our Jie sect, it seems they are intent on courting death. Everyone quickly reached a consensus. Preparing to confront these shameless celestial beings from the Chan sect, to the Sui Water Pass, the Western Qi army surrounded the pass tightly, unwilling to approach the 10 absolute formation. For several days, the armies of the Shang and Western Qi had been locked in a standoff, neither side yielding. The defending general, Yu Hua, shouted down to the Western Qi forces from the city walls, Jichong, if you wish to preserve the lives of GFA and the others, you must order your troops to surrender immediately. The king is merciful and may spare your lives. As he spoke, Yu Hua gestured to 2 prisoners bound tightly beside him, who were none other than the magically sealed Lei Zhenzi and GFA.1, was Ji Chang's adopted son, and the other was Ji Chang's second son, both holding considerable esteem within Western Qi. However, the once gallant and dashing figures of these Western Qi heroes now appeared disheveled and wretched, resembling little more than prisoners, their eyes vacant and devoid of spirit. Clearly having suffered greatly as rebels, Yu Hua understood that Western Qi would never easily retreat. His shouting was merely an attempt to undermine the morale of their soldiers, with the sons of their lord and general in his grasp. What could they use to contend against the Shang? Indeed, upon seeing the captured young lords, the Western Qi army erupted into an uproar, murmuring among themselves. Satisfied by the ensuing chaos, Yu Hua watched as Lei Zhenzi and GFA seethed with anger. In their eyes, had they not been ensnared by the power of the formation, they would never have fallen into Yu Hua's hands and endured such humiliation. Why Yu Hua? My father will surely come to rescue me. The day the Western Qi army breaches the Sui water pass will be your day of demise, GFA declared. My master, Yun Zhongzi, is one of the three immortals of the Chan sect. If you have any sense, you should release us now. Otherwise, once we are free, I will surely dismember you to vent my wrath. While GFA and Lei Zhenzi continued to issue threats towards Yu Hua, he paid them no mind that in the current unyielding state of war between the two nations, who would heed the words of captives, as long as he could use the two prisoners to shake the resolve of the Western Qi soldiers. It would be a victory. Just then, as the Western Qi soldiers were in disarray, discussing the capture of their young lords, Jiang Zia stepped forward. With a calm smile, he addressed Yu Hua, stating, "The men of Western Qi have come to fulfill the decree of heaven and restore order. Each of us possesses the resolve to sacrifice ourselves for righteousness. The two young lords have long since prepared for this moment, ready to sacrifice their own lives for the greater good. You are currently demoralized. Do you honor the sacrifice of the two young lords?" Jiang Zia's words, augmented by magical power, resonated throughout the battlefield, awakening the spirits of the Western Qi soldiers, who felt a surge of strength. GFA and Lei Zhenzi were taken aback. When had they ever spoken of sacrificing themselves for the greater good? Sacrifice, sacrifice. However, at that moment, the Western Qi army, moved by Jiang Zia's rhetoric, became emotionally charged. Tears in their eyes as they shouted their slogans, their morale soaring. Seeing this, Yu Hua was naturally unwilling to concede. He shouted back, "Jiang Zia, do not spout nonsense. With your meager skills, how could you possibly breach my Shang's 10 absolute formation? Sooner or later, your Western Qi rebels will face our reckoning." Jiang Zia retorted, "That mere 10 absolute formation can easily be dismantled by our Western Qi immortals. As for your surrender, I would be inclined to show mercy." Considering the heavens' benevolence, Jiang Zia held his ground with unabashed confidence, showing no signs of being on the defensive, his demeanor exceedingly bold as he asserted that they could indeed dismantle the 10 absolute formation. The reason for Jiang Zia's audacity was clear. When he descended from the mountain, the primordial heavenly venerable had instructed him, "When you go to Western Qi, feel free to act boldly. Should you encounter obstacles, do not fret. Help will come. It was this assurance that allowed Jiang Zia to maintain his composure even upon witnessing the formidable might of the 10 absolute formation, showing no concern for the safety of Lei Zhenzi and GFA. Yu Hua had not anticipated Jiang Zia's confidence at that moment, when Zhong, Han Rong, and other Shang generals appeared atop the city walls, seeing that the appearance of the captives had not shaken the resolve of the Western Qi army, but rather had the opposite effect. Their expressions darkened. When Zhong waved his hand, instructing the soldiers to drag Lei Zhenzi and GFA away to the dungeons, allowing the two captives to continue appearing would only serve to bolster Western Qi's morale. Observing Jiang Zia's unyielding demeanor, when Zhong and the others felt an unease settle in their hearts, as the Western Qi and Shang armies remained locked in a stalemate, a sudden sight appeared in the sky. Several golden clouds descended. The clouds shimmered, scattering brilliant hues as they passed, exuding an ethereal beauty accompanied by the sounds of celestial music, a spectacle that drew the attention of all. As the clouds dispersed, several immortals, exuding an otherworldly grace and bearing proud expressions, descended into the camp of Western Qi. The soldiers of Western Qi had never witnessed such a scene. They fell to their knees in reverence, unable to rise, demonstrating their respect for these celestial beings. Senior Brother Randeng, Senior Brother Yun Zhongzi, Jiang has awaited your arrival for some time. Please, do come in. Jiang, once so audacious towards the Shang, now approached with a beaming smile, his twisted grin causing the wrinkles on his face to contort. All esteemed immortals, Ji Chong offers his respects. Ji Chong, mimicking Jiang demeanor, approached with a beaming smile, completely devoid of the imposing presence and authority of the Duke of the West. What could instill such deference in both Jiang and Ji Chong, if not the vice-headmaster of the Chan sect, Randeng, and the 12 Golden Immortals? Randeng responded with a nonchalant expression, offering a faint acknowledgement. The 12 Golden Immortals behind him merely returned a perfunctory greeting, saying little more. Yet, Jiang and Ji Chang's attitude grew increasingly warm and respectful as they ushered the Immortals into the Western Qi camp. Meanwhile, murmurs spread through the ranks of the Western Qi army, claiming that these Immortals were the master of their national guru, possessing extraordinary abilities, and had come to aid Western Qi in breaching the formation and vanquishing the Shang. Witnessing the grandeur of the Chan sect's Golden Immortals and hearing such words, the morale of the Western Qi soldiers surged, eagerly anticipating the Immortals' swift dismantling of the formation so they could charge into the Shang territory. Though the soldiers of the Shang maintained their composure, they could not ignore the immense threat posed by the arrival of these Immortals. Upon witnessing the descent of Randeng and the 12 Golden Immortals, Wen Zhong and the others wore serious expressions. It dawned on them that Jiang's audacity, his arrogance, and his disregard for the 10 absolute formation were rooted in the fact that he had prepared an escape route all along. Randeng and the 12 Golden Immortals were indeed among the elite of the Xianmen. With their intervention, even the 10 absolute formation might not be able to withstand their might. Night fell after a day of confrontation between Western Qi and the Shang. Jiang was deep in discussion with Randeng and the others regarding their strategies. The 10 absolute formation was laid down by the 10 heavenly lords of Golden Ao Island, consisting of 10 subformations that form a mother formation, intricately linked, their powers compounded, rendering them extraordinarily formidable. Alas, I am but an unworthy disciple, and can only beseech you, esteemed brothers, to dismantle it. With a casual wave of his hand, the burning lamp Taoist maintained an air of utter indifference as he remarked, what formidable formations can this motley crew of the possibly devise? By tomorrow, we shall take the initiative to dismantle that 10 absolute formation. The other 12 Golden Immortals echoed his sentiments, exuding an overwhelming confidence, declaring, such trivial formations can be shattered with a mere gesture. The disciples of are hardly worth mentioning. The great Shang shall inevitably be vanquished. Hearing the words of the burning lamp Taoist and the 12 Golden Immortals, Jiang and Ji Chong could scarcely contain their mirth, both thinking in unison, with the burning lamp Taoist and the 12 Golden Immortals present. What can the great Shang possibly do to contend with us? Victory is assured. Amidst the contrasting emotions, within the General S mansion of the great Shang at the Sui Water Pass, General Han Rong appeared anxious and inquired, Master Wen, what is the prowess of the celestial masters welcomed by West Qi today? Wen Zhong sighed deeply. The burning lamp Taoist and the 12 Golden Immortals, each one possesses the strength to crush any individual on our side. We cannot withstand their might. The 10 heavenly lords also looked troubled. Qin Wan remarked, though the power of formations is substantial, they ultimately have their limits. Their emergence surely indicates they possess considerable assurance. Yet we are at a loss as to how to respond. The reputation and strength of the 12 Golden Immortals and the burning lamp Taoist were formidable, naturally instilling trepidation among all. Moreover, the Sui Water Pass was a strategic stronghold. Should it fall, the great Shang would have scant means to impede West Qi's advance. When Zhong gritted his teeth at this juncture, we have no choice but to seek aid from Jinao Island. If Master were to intervene, there would surely be a way to manage the current predicament, but I fear time may not be on our side. That it was evident that the West Qi army would undoubtedly launch an offensive at dawn. The prospect of traversing the distance between Sui Water Pass and Jinao Island in a single night posed a considerable challenge for Wenzhong, possessing only the cultivation of a golden immortal. Yet, failing to summon reinforcements was not an option, for without them, Sui Water Pass would harbor no hope. With this in mind, Wenzhong stepped out, preparing to soar back to Jian Island in search of assistance. Just then, several figures descended from the sky. Their auras rained in to the utmost degree, landing lightly before Wenzhong and the others. Upon seeing these unexpected guests, Wenzhong was instantly filled with delight. "Master, uncle, what brings you here?" As he scanned the group, he recognized not only his master, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, but also the formidable figures of the Duo Bao, Wu Deng, Gui Ling, the Three Heavens, and Zhao Gongming. How could this not elate Wenzhong? Though the 12 Golden Immortals and the Burning Lamp Taoist were powerful, with the arrival of 4 esteemed disciples from the, including Zhao Gongming and the Three Heavens, there was little to fear from the adversary. Han Rong, Yu Hua, and the others hurriedly saluted. "We greet you, esteemed celestial masters, uncles." Duo Bao Taoist waved his hand and smiled. "There is no need for excessive formality. We have come discreetly to avoid alarming the enemy." Han Rong and Yu Hua nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Wenzhong invited the members into the mansion, his heart soaring with joy, yet curiosity gnawed at him. "May I inquire, uncle, what brings you here so promptly?" This too puzzled Han Rong and the others. They had not yet sent a plea for aid, so how had reinforcements arrived so swiftly? It was only a couple of hours since they had dispatched aid to West Qi. Unless prior knowledge had been obtained, it was inconceivable that they could traverse the considerable distance from Jian Island in such a timely manner. Yun Xiao began to explain. "We received news from Chaoge City, learning that they had sent the disciple Deng Hua, under the Burning Lamp Taoist, to serve as a test subject for the formation, while they observed for vulnerabilities from outside." Yun Xiao then relayed the information gleaned from the Divine Reading Pavilion to Wenzhong and the others, detailing the reinforcements from thee and their deadly strategy of employing lives to breach the formation. Upon hearing this, Wenzhong was seething with anger, gritting his teeth in fury. "I never anticipated that these golden immortals of the could be so ruthlessly cruel, sacrificing lives merely to breach a formation." The so-called strategy of using lives to breach formations involved sending capable pawns into the arrays, knowing full well they would meet their demise, yet revealing any flaws in the formation to this golden immortals. Such a method was chillingly heartless. Despite viewing these as sworn enemies, Wenzhong could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for the sacrificed. While formations were potent, once a weakness was identified, they could be dismantled with relative ease. This was one reason this golden immortals had been so confident earlier that day. Amidst their indignation, Zhao Gongming, as the foremost disciple of the outer sect, was already rubbing his fists in excitement, exclaiming, "Now that we know their intentions, why wait? Let us strike now and head straight for West Qi to teach those shameless disciples a lesson." The Three Heavens echoed Zhao Gongming's enthusiasm. Yin Xiao added, "If we act now under the cover of night, we will undoubtedly catch them off guard." Qiong Xiao chimed in, "Indeed, that has always been arrogant. They would never suspect that we have also come to provide support." Bai Xiao remarked, "Perhaps by dawn, we can quell the West Qi rebels and save the great Shang." Hearing these words, Wenzhong felt a flicker of temptation, yet an ominous sense of simplicity loomed. Just then, Duo Bao Taoist, the eldest senior brother and the most esteemed among them, spoke up. After careful consideration, he shook his head and said solemnly, "We must not. Although our overall strength surpasses that of this golden immortals, and we could gain the upper hand with a surprise attack, once battle is joined, it will surely alert Yuanshi Tianzun. Given his protective nature, he would undoubtedly descend in person. I believe the Three Heaven Sisters experienced this firsthand when they faced Tai Yizhanren." Upon hearing this, the Three Heavens nodded in agreement. The speed with which Yuanshi Tianzun had arrived back then was astonishing, and he had immediately sought to strike down the Three Sisters and Shiji. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Tongtian Zun, they would have been in grave danger. Duo Bao Taoist continued, though Tongtian Zun has repeatedly suppressed Yuanshi. He is currently in a crucial period of seclusion and breakthrough. Should we provoke Yuanshi, Tongtian Zun would have no choice but to force his way out of seclusion, which would be detrimental to him. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. They understood that they must be wary of Yuanshi Tianzun, who was equally shameless. Yuan Shao sincerely remarked, "It seems we have not considered all angles." "What do you propose, senior brother?" Zhao Gongming added. "As long as we do not draw Yuanshi Tianzun's attention, few within the can match my prowess." Everyone turned their expectant gazes toward Duo Bao Daoist, eager to hear his strategy. With a smile, Duo Bao Daoist confidently stated, "Since we knew in advance that the would send Deng Hua to test the formation, once they have discerned its strengths and weaknesses, their main force will inevitably enter the formation to commence breaching it. We can turn their own strategy against them. Let Jian Ling's sister take the lead and enter the 10 absolute formation first. When this golden immortals, brimming with confidence, enter to breach the formation, we shall capture them in a net." Upon hearing Duo Bao Dao's plan, the group was instantly illuminated with excitement and clapped in approval. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother did not hesitate and readily accepted this task. As the foremost female immortal and one of his 4 primary disciples, her cultivation was second only to Duo Bao Daoist, making her more than capable of handling this golden immortals. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the break of dawn. As the sun rose in the east, the West Qi army prepared for battle. Jiang Zia respectfully led the burning lamp Daoist and the 12 golden immortals to the 10 absolute formation. A.S. Jiang Zia gazed toward the 10 absolute formation and the great Shan troops. His expression shifted to one of arrogance as he bellowed, "Wen Zhong, surrender at once, and perhaps your lives may be spared." Behind Jiang Zia, the burning lamp Daoist and the 12 golden immortals floated in the air, surrounded by ethereal energy and resplendent golden light, presenting a striking figure that compelled the surrounding West Qi soldiers to kneel in reverence. This was influenced not only by Ji Chang's directives, but also by their genuine awe of the immortals. The golden immortals of the reveled in the reverence of these mortals. Yun Zhongzi turned to Wenshu Guangfa Tianzun and remarked, "This presents a prime opportunity. Once we breach the 10 absolute formation and enter Sui Water Pass, the defeat of the Great Shang will be inevitable." Wenshu appears to be a benign young man, adorned in a Taoist robe, with a slender cord hanging from his left waist, while a short staff, encircled by 3 golden rings, rests on his right. Accompanying him is a youth named Deng Hua, wielding a Fangtian Huaji, a disciple of the primordial supreme being, and of the same generation as the 12 golden immortals. However, due to his mediocre talent and average strength, he feels somewhat apprehensive among such formidable figures. Upon hearing a remark, Wenshu chuckles, saying, "Fear not, my elder brother. This is an opportune moment for us to demonstrate the might of our Chan teaching immortals to these mortals, ensuring that they will obediently yield their fortunes to us in the future." The other golden immortals of the Chan teaching echo his sentiments, brimming with confidence that in their eyes, victory in this battle is assured. Once they have obliterated the Great Shang and installed Shiqi as their puppet, they will commence a grand harvest of human fortunes. This moment, a voice emanates from within the Tianyou array, belonging to Qin Wan. "Jiang Zia, you worthless fool, betraying the Jie teaching to join the Chan teaching, only to put on airs here. Dare you enter my Tianyou array, so I may witness whether you truly are as resilient as the rumors claim?" In the throes of battle, it is inevitable for both sides to exchange taunts and jibes. Following the usual protocol, Jiang Zia, unfazed, gestures respectfully to Wenshu and the others behind him. Wenshu turns to Deng Hua and instructs, "Deng Hua, my junior brother, hasten to break the formation and extinguish the arrogance of the Jie teaching. Rest assured, elder brother, leave it to me." Deng Hua replies confidently, having been previously indoctrinated by Wenshu and others with tales of the array's vulnerabilities, genuinely believing that the Tianyou array poses little threat. Armed with the Fangtian Huaji, he boldly strides into the formation. Meanwhile, Wenshu and the others watch with bated breath, their eyes wide, as Deng Hua enters the array. However, before Deng Hua can make a move, a deafening thunderclap resonates overhead, as innate pure Qi merges with chaotic energy, transforming into primordial clear thunder, which strikes directly towards Deng Hua's face, as the powerful aura of the array's attack envelopes him. Deng Hua's scalp prickles, his entire body trembles, and his mind fills with terror. How could such a formidable assault possibly be withstood by someone of his meager cultivation? Little does Deng Hua know that his once unremarkable talent had caught the eye of the primordial supreme being, who foresaw a time when he would be of use, such as now, as a sacrificial pawn. A thunder strikes him, and he can only emit a mournful scream, unable to utilize any magical artifact or divine power before meeting his demise on the spot. Gurgle. Deng Hua's head is severed by Qin Wan and kicked out of the array. As he jeers, Jiang Zia, what purpose do you serve by sending such worthless beings? Hearing Qin Wan's audacious taunts, the Chan teaching remains unfazed. The lamp igniting Taoist and the 12 golden immortals exchange knowing glances, all displaying understanding. As Deng Hua perishes, they have already discerned the strengths of the Tianyou array and contemplated countermeasures. The lamp igniting Taoist remarks, this thunder conceals innate pure qi and chaotic power, a prime example of primordial clear thunder. Although its might is overwhelming, it lacks sustained strength. Wen Shu, your escape dragon column, can shatter it. Implicitly, he urges Wen Shu to take the lead. Wen Shu, brimming with confidence, readily agrees. Very well, I shall dismantle this Tianyou array. As he speaks, he steps forth, his feet barely touching the ground, instead being supported by 2 golden lotuses that elevate him grandly into the Tianyou array, prompting the soldiers of Shiqi to marvel at the splendor of an immortal. Upon entering the array, Wen Shu taps his waist, causing the short staff with 3 golden rings to soar into the air, transforming into a towering copper pillar, radiating a dazzling brilliance and exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression. This is the escape dragon column, Wen Shu's life-bound treasure, capable of capturing immortals. He calculates that he need only guard against the primordial clear thunder's attacks while activating the escape dragon column to capture Qin Wan, after which he can effortlessly dismantle the array. As Wen Shu enters the formation, he spots a shadowy figure ahead, indistinct and unclear. Mistaking it for Qin Wan, he arrogantly declares, Qin Wan, today marks the end of your life. Before you perish, allow me to demonstrate the power of my escape dragon column. No sooner has he spoken than he slams his palm down upon the column. The Tuzhong tall escape dragon column appears weightless, spinning swiftly as it hurtles towards the indistinct figure. Yet, as the column strikes, the surrounding chaotic energy envelopes it, effortlessly thwarting its assault. Unwilling to concede defeat, Wen Shu directs the column to strike the Tianyou array once more. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike of the escape dragon column could grievously injure an ordinary golden immortal practitioner, its formidable power evident. However, no matter how Wen Shu attacks, the Tianyou array remains intact and scathed. Witnessing this, Wen Shu is momentarily dumbfounded, furrowing his brow in confusion, still unaware of the cause. Wen Shu, is this truly all your prowess amounts to? At that moment, the shadowy figure within the array reveals itself, icy eyes gleaming with a frigid light, and a pair of red lips coldly uttering, who else could it be but the Golden Spirit Holy Mother? The Golden Spirit Holy Mother? Upon seeing her, Wen Shu experiences a jolt akin to Deng Hua's earlier shock from the primordial clear thunder. His head spinning with dread as he exclaims, no! How could the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, one of the 4 direct disciples of the Jie teaching, a quasi-saint, appear within the Tianyou array? Flee! The moment Wen Shu lays eyes on the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, that singular thought fills his mind that he had believed he could easily overpower Qin Wan and confidently dismantle the array. Yet he comprehends how utterly vulnerable he is before a quasi-saint, especially one as esteemed as the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the foremost female disciple of the Jie teaching. Swish, Wen Shu, stepping upon the golden lotus, transforms into a streak of rainbow light, attempting to escape the array and seek aid from the lamp igniting Taoist. In this dire moment, his only hope rests with the lamp igniting Taoist, the only one capable of confronting the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Seeking to flee, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother scoffs, her figure blurring, instantaneously shifting to block Wen Shu's path. What? Wen Shu perceives a blinding flash of gold before the Golden Spirit Holy Mother materializes before him, his face contorted with disbelief and horror. However, she grants him no opportunity to react. raising her jade hand to deliver a resounding slap across his face. Smack! Ouch! Wenshu can only emit a cry of anguish as he is sent sprawling, crashing to the ground, half of his face bruised and disfigured. Having endured such a slap, Wenshu's terror escalates when he finds that he cannot channel any magical power to attempt another escape from the array. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother's strike has rendered his internal energy shackled. In that moment, Wenshu finds himself bereft of even the slightest trace of power, rendered no different from an ordinary mortal. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother, now leisurely approaching him, walks slowly, yet exudes an overwhelming aura of dominance. As she strides forward, she raises her jade hand once more, quasi-saint-level power condensing in her palm, her piercing phoenix eyes fixed coldly upon Wenshu as she states indifferently, "How do you wish to die? How can this be happening? Everything had been meticulously planned. Why has the Golden Spirit Holy Mother appeared unexpectedly within the Tianyou array? Did the Jie teaching anticipate his attempt to break the formation?" Wenshu, filled with dread, watches as the Golden Spirit Holy Mother closes in, his mind racing but unable to process the critical details. In a desperate bid to save his life, he cries out, "Golden Spirit Holy Mother, you cannot kill me. Otherwise, my master will never let you go." In this moment, his power shackled and with no recourse, Wenshu can only invoke the name of his master, the primordial supreme being, in an attempt to intimidate her. Yet, Wenshu fails to realize that, in his current state, half paralyzed on the ground, one side of his face bruised and trembling, his threats only serve to underscore his own pitiful condition. Should the primordial supreme being witness his disgraceful appearance, he would likely be cast out from the sect, lest he bring shame to the Chan teaching. Nevertheless, upon hearing his words, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother does indeed halt her advance, showing no intention of delivering a fatal blow just yet. She withdraws her power, speaking in a calm tone, "You are correct. If I were to kill you, the primordial supreme being would undoubtedly descend from Kunlun Mountain, so I shall refrain from ending your life, for now." Upon hearing these words, Wenshu let out a breath of relief. Below the sage, all are but ants. Even the Golden Spirit Holy Mother must tread carefully around my master. It seems my life is indeed secured. Although I have ascended to the divine list, my master will undoubtedly seek vengeance on my behalf. Yet the one who suffers is still me. To salvage my life is a fortuitous outcome. Wenshu felt a surge of gratitude, believing that the Golden Spirit Holy Mother would not dare to act against him, and thus he addressed her. "If that is the case, will you not allow this humble Taoist to depart? Otherwise, my master will surely hold you accountable in the future." Wenshu intended to employ the name of the primordial supreme being once more to exert pressure, but at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted above his head. Boom! Almost immediately, Wenshu was struck directly by the innate pure thunder, his body charred and emitting a nauseating burnt odor. Fortunately, although Wenshu's powers were restrained, his physical form remained at the Luo level. Qin Wan, who presided over the formation, understood that he could not truly kill Wenshu. Thus, the innate pure thunder was not fatal to him. However, the pain inflicted was akin to a fate worse than death. Wenshu cried out in agony, his body blackened and wreathed in tendrils of smoke, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. That moment, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother covered her red lips and chuckled lightly. "Oh dear, I did say I would not kill you, but I never promised to let you go. Until your fellow disciples arrive, you shall remain obediently within this heavenly absolute formation." "What?" Wenshu's pupils constricted, staring in horror at the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. "You?" Wenshu fixed his gaze on her, his voice trembling, struggling to articulate a complete thought. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother's expression turned icy, her tone frigid as she declared, "Do you truly believe I would not dare to kill you? A mere Luo dares to threaten a quasi-saint. How utterly laughable. I merely wish to avoid alarming the primordial supreme being. Now, with you as bait, I shall ensnare all the golden immortals of your Chan sect." The Golden Spirit Holy Mother did not hesitate to kill Wenshu, for the Chan sect had instigated discord among humanity, plotting against both humanity and the Jie sect, a crime deserving of death. However, for the sake of the greater good, she refrained from ending Wenshu's life. Once she finished speaking, the golden spirit Holy Mother vanished without a trace out of course, while she claimed not to kill Wen Shu. She had no intention of granting him respite. Boom! 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 The innate pure thunder within the heavenly absolute formation continued to strike down in relentless succession, bombarding Wen Shu's corporeal form. Thus, Wen Shu's cries of torment echoed intermittently within the heavenly absolute formation. Imprisoned and subjected to boundless suffering. Outside the heavenly absolute formation, as outsiders could not discern the scene within, individuals such as Randang could only gauge the situation based on the fluctuations of energy emanating from the formation. Strangely, despite Wen Shu's prolonged absence, there had been no signs of battle from within. Why had Wen Shu, the immortal master, not yet broken the heavenly absolute formation? Ji Chang and others waiting outside could not help but feel perplexed. Not only Ji Chang, but also Wen Shu's fellow disciples, the other 12 golden immortals, and Randang, were equally bewildered. Just moments ago, Wen Shu had confidently asserted his ability to breach the formation. How had it come to this? With no sign of progress, clang. Just as everyone in Shiqi was puzzled, an object was suddenly thrown out from the heavenly absolute formation and landed before them. Upon inspection, they discovered that it was none other than the crown previously worn by Wen Shu. At that moment, Qin appeared, standing at the entrance of the formation, exuding an air of arrogance as he mocked the people of Shiqi. We're the 12 golden immortals. Wen Shu is nothing but a waste. Easily subdued by me, a mere outer disciple of the Jie sect. Yuchan sect are simply incapable. How hard has the primordial supreme being worked to cultivate such useless beings to this point? Upon hearing Qin Wan's taunts, the people of Shiqi were left in a state of utter shock. What was happening? One of the 12 golden immortals, Wen Shu, had failed to break the heavenly absolute formation. Had he even been captured? The Chan sect is merely a group of incompetents. They will never breach my heavenly absolute formation. Qin Wan continued to mock for a few moments before turning back into the heavenly absolute formation. With the golden spirit Holy Mother still overseeing the formation, as long as Qin Wan did not reveal any flaws, the Chan sect would never fathom the true reason behind Wen Shu's predicament. Within the Shiqi military tent, the expressions of the gathered individuals turned grim as they gazed at Wen Shu's crown and soul lamp laid out on the table. Initially, they were filled with confidence, believing that Wen Shu would effortlessly dismantle the heavenly absolute formation. They never anticipated such a turn of events. Not only had Wen Shu failed to breach the formation, but his defeat was utterly catastrophic. Boosting the morale of the Dashang. Ji Chang, anxious, exclaimed, "Esteemed immortals, is it truly impossible to break this heavenly absolute formation? My son remains in enemy hands, and until the formation is dismantled, our army cannot penetrate the heart of Dashang. If this drags on, Shiqi supplies will inevitably run dry." Jiang Zia and the other 12 golden immortals were at a loss for words. Wen Shu's inexplicable failure left them uncertain. At this moment, the Taoist Randang, the vice leader of the Chan sect, spoke up. "Do not panic. Wen Shu's soul lamp remains intact, and his life is assured. But let's continue to deliberate and devise a suitable strategy to breach this heavenly absolute formation." Brother Randang speaks wisely. Indeed, we must proceed with caution. As soon as Randang voiced his thoughts, the other golden immortals of the Chan sect echoed their agreement. They recalled that previously, Tai Yi Zhenren had been isolated and slain by the Jie sect's 3 celestial beings. With the lessons of Tai Yi and Wen Shu in mind, they were hesitant to step into the heavenly absolute formation, fearing unforeseen calamities. As for Ji Chang's concerns regarding the soldiers of Shiqi and GFA, the golden immortals of the Chan sect paid them no heed, but Ji Chang felt dissatisfaction but dared not voice it. After all, a significant portion of Shiqi's ability to engage in battle against Dashang was due to the assistance of the Chan sect's golden immortals. The golden immortals were immensely powerful, and Ji Chang was even more reluctant to offend them. He could only watch as the Chan sect's golden immortals continued their discussions, while he ordered his forces to maintain a tight defense, refraining from launching any further assaults on Dashang for the time being. As the golden immortals of the Chan sect deliberated, Randang analyzed the situation, stating, given Wen Shu's Deluo golden immortal cultivation. He should easily surpass Qin Wan of the Tai golden immortal realm. Even with the heavenly absolute formation, the disparity between their realms cannot be bridged. This implies that Wen Shu's defeat and capture contains some underlying mystery. After pondering for a moment, Ran Ding keenly sensed a possible anomaly within the heavenly absolute formation. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 12 golden immortals varied. Guang Chengzi remarked, "Brother Ran Ding, what shall we do to breach the formation? Although I'm the leader among the 12 golden immortals, my cultivation is only slightly superior to Wen Shu's. If he has been captured, I fear I would meet the same fate." The other 12 golden immortals nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. Wen Shu had already failed. How could they expect to succeed? It was well known that Wen Shu's strength was above average among the 12 golden immortals, surpassing most of them. Moreover, even Guang Qingzi, the foremost among them, expressed doubt about breaching the formation. Ran Ding's demeanor remained calm as he declared, "In light of our initial defeat, the Chan sect has lost face. To restore our dignity and uncover the truth behind the anomaly in the heavenly absolute formation, I shall personally take action." At that moment, Ran Ding flipped his right hand, revealing a jade ruler resembling a long sword, and proudly proclaimed, "With my quasi-saint cultivation and this innate spiritual treasure, the celestial measuring ruler, even if the Jie sect has laid traps within the heavenly absolute formation, they cannot hope to hinder me." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Chan sect's golden immortals instantly lit up. Ran Ding was an undeniably powerful quasi-saint, the foremost figure of the Chan sect aside from the primordial supreme being. Excellent. With Brother Ran Ding in action, we shall surely breach the heavenly absolute formation this time. Indeed, who does not know the power of Brother Ran Ding's celestial measuring ruler? Brother Ran Ding is formidable. He will surely elevate the prestige of our Chan sect. As the golden immortals of the Chan sect spoke flattering words, Ran Ding could not help but feel a swell of pride within himself. In the Dashang military camp, after capturing Wen Shu within the heavenly absolute formation, the morale of the Dashang army soared to new heights. Meanwhile, within the general's office, the Daoist Duo Bao and others remained in hiding. Reluctant to reveal their whereabouts, Han Rong could not help but applaud. Thanks to the assistance of the esteemed immortals, otherwise today, Wen Shu would have truly succeeded. With his fists clenched, Yu Hua exclaimed with excitement. Regardless of the circumstances, after enduring such a long period of frustration, I can finally release a pent-up breath of indignation. The fate of Wen Shu within the heavenly absolution array is increasingly gratifying to behold. Qin Wan also expressed his relief, saying, "Had it not been for the timely arrival of Master Duo Bao and the others, we would have likely seen the 10 absolute arrays dismantled one by one, placing us in grave danger." Despite his prior arrogance before the crowd of West Qi, Qin Wan was acutely aware that he was merely riding on the coattails of the powerful. Without the intervention of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, he would surely have met his demise at the hands of Wen Shu today. Duo Bao and the others wore smiles, as their covert actions had finally yielded commendable results. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit remarked, "I believe that in the ensuing days, the army of West Qi will hesitate to act recklessly. As time drags on, these treasonous rebels, cloaked in the guise of righteousness, will inevitably see their morale dissipate and fall without a fight." Duo Bao concurred. "I am certain that the Duke of Shibua must be more anxious than anyone else. With each day he fails to capture the Sishui Pass, the risk he faces in rising against us escalates." Observing the optimistic demeanor of the crowd regarding the situation, the Sanxiao sisters exchanged glances with Wenzhong, yet a sense of worry lingered. After all, their opponent was the Chan sect, and judging by their current inaction, it was evident they were formulating a strategy to this moment. Yin Xiao spoke up. "Now that we have captured Wen Shu, I fear that those with ill intentions may perceive flaws in our victory. I am convinced that when West Qi takes action again, they will certainly have a plan in place." Wenzhong echoed her sentiments. Indeed, the Chan sect will not simply let this matter rest. They will undoubtedly organize another assault. If only we could discern their next move. Upon hearing their remarks, the others in attendance began to sense that the situation was not as straightforward as they had hoped. Underestimating the Chan sect could lead to a significant downfall at any moment. Just then, Xiao stepped forward and proposed, "In that case, allow me to return to Chaoge City and seek insights from our esteemed elder regarding future events, if any critical changes arise. I can swiftly traverse the void and return to Sishui Pass." Zhao Gongming, being a sibling to the Sanxiao, possessed remarkable talents. Zhao Gongming excelled in thunderous arts, while Yunxiao was adept in both law and physical cultivation. Bai Xiao, with her 7 orifices and exquisite heart, was skilled in controlling magical artifacts, and Xiao had the divine ability to traverse the void, disregarding distance to it suffice for only one person to listen to the teachings. And entrusting this task to Xiao was truly ideal. Earlier, the Sanxiao and Wenzhong had informed the members of the Jie sect about their ability to foresee events, and they were well aware that a remarkable seer resided within Chaoge City, a being whose power might surpass even that of the Dao ancestor. This individual was someone for whom their own master would treat with utmost respect, unwilling to show any signs of neglect. Initially, they were shocked and incredulous, especially upon learning that the Jie sect was to face calamity, which incited their fury. However, they later felt immense relief that this esteemed elder seemed to be aligned with the human race and the Jie sect. Otherwise, they would not have repeatedly allowed the Sanxiao to obtain crucial information to alter the fate of the Jie sect. Hearing Xiao volunteer to return to Chaoge, Daoist Duobao naturally did not oppose. "Xiao, I entrust this matter to you," Daoist Duobao said solemnly, gazing at her. With a serious expression, Xiao bid farewell to the crowd, and the space before her tore open, revealing a narrow rift. She leapt forth, transforming into a beam of golden light and vanishing within in Chaoge City. During the ongoing conflict between Deshang and West Qi, Yifeng continued his storytelling routine, oblivious to the tumult outside. Each day, patrons flocked to hear his tales, allowing Yifeng to amass a considerable amount of astonishment points. 1 midnight, while Yifeng was seated in meditation on his bed, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Rising to open it, he was taken aback to see 3 figures kneeling at his doorstep. "What brings you here?" he inquired. There at the entrance were the 3 siblings, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan, arrayed in a line, respectfully kneeling on the ground. Upon seeing Yifeng, they immediately bowed in reverence, prostrating themselves. The 3 siblings appeared disheveled, their garments tattered and their appearances weary, clearly having endured hardships during their time adrift in the wilderness. The eldest brother, Yang Jiao, whose clothes were in tatters, revealed multiple wounds on his exposed arms and abdomen. Possessing innate strength, he had shielded his younger siblings from the elements during their trials. With utmost sincerity, he addressed Yifeng. "Esteemed elder, we 3 siblings feel compelled to seek your guidance, having once been enlightened by your vast wisdom to thwart the schemes of the West. Now, with no path left to tread, we humbly request to be your disciples." Though Yang Jian was handsome in appearance, he bore wounds similar to those of his brother, his eyes reddened with memories of the past, as he continued. "We are destitute and orphaned, longing to learn under your tutelage to rescue our mother and restore justice for our family." The youngest sibling, Yang Chan, favored by her brothers, exhibited less disarray, yet her voice quivered with tears as she pleaded. "If only you would accept us as your disciples, we would dedicate our lives to serving you faithfully." Thus, the Yang siblings had ventured to the Divine Say Pavilion in the dead of night to beseech Yifeng as their master. Previously, after Yang Jian and the others had listened to the teachings of Erlang, they had relayed the truth to their mother, Yao Ji. Yet, in the end, Yao Ji succumbed to the machinations of the Western disciple, Hui Neng, who had assumed the guise of Yang Tianyou and was ultimately subdued by her elder brother. The Jade Emperor at the Yao Pond, but a child with a mother is like a treasure. A child without a mother is like a blade of grass. The Yang siblings, bereft of parents and home, have been living a life of wandering in the wilderness since then. As children of the convicted Yao Ji, their identities were sensitive, compelling them to remain hidden and vigilant against those with nefarious intentions. Meanwhile, they yearned for a reunion with their mother. Throughout their days of wandering, they had come to understand the paramount importance of strength in the wilderness. Only through power could they hope to rescue their mother. At this moment, the thought of Yi Feng came to their minds simultaneously. To them, Yi Feng's ability to see through the schemes of the saints marked him as a formidable figure if they wished to learn and reunite with their mother. Their only path lay in becoming Yi Feng's disciples. Yi Feng had not anticipated that the future Erlang Shun, along with his brother and sister, would come to seek him as their master. Seeing their sincerity and recognizing them as fellow humans, he felt a compelling urge to assist them. Contemplating within, Yi Feng realized that aside from his somewhat unfounded titles of esteemed elder and powerful being, he was indeed a genuine Deluo golden immortal, with the qualifications to accept disciples. Moreover, the Yang siblings possessed extraordinary talents. Yang Jian, in particular, was a prominent figure in the original tale of the Investiture of the Gods. Accepting them as disciples would be mutually beneficial. Having made his decision, Yi Feng addressed the Yang siblings. Your filial piety is evident, and thus I shall accept you as my disciples, assigning you the duty of maintaining order within the Divine Say Pavilion. Upon hearing Yi Feng's agreement, the Yang siblings erupted with joy, promptly bowing multiple times as they chorused, Disciple Yang Jiao pays respects to the Master. Disciple Yang Jian pays respects to the Master. Disciple Yang Chan pays respects to the Master. Yi Feng nodded, gesturing with his hand, and the Yang siblings felt a gentle breeze lift them to their feet. He welcomed them into the Divine Say Pavilion, closing the door behind them as he cautioned, As my disciples, your responsibilities are straightforward. Diligently perform your duties, practice tirelessly, and refrain from any misdeeds. Should any of you violate these rules, do not blame me for being heartless and expelling you from my teachings. Additionally, due to your unique identities, you must not reveal your backgrounds to the outside world until I deem you capable of standing on your OWD. Oh, you understand? The Yang siblings replied in unison. We understand, Master. Pleased with their response, Yi Feng acknowledged their good nature, yet the formalities were necessary at that moment. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian turned to Yang Chan, with Yang Jiao saying, Sister, present that item to our master. Yang Chan nodded, retrieving a phoenix tail hairpin from her sleeve and, with both hands, offering it to Yi Feng as she respectfully stated, This is a treasured heirloom from our mother, and now we present it to you as a token of our apprenticeship. We hope you will graciously accept it. Yang Jian added, Disciple understands that this item may not meet the master's standards, but we ask that you accept this offering in light of our sincerity. Yang Jiao followed suit, echoing his brother's sentiments. Yi Feng accepted the phoenix tail hairpin with a smile, saying, Since this is a token of your heartfelt intentions, how could I possibly refuse? There is no need for excessive formality among you. I have mentioned that there are few rules in the Shunyu Pavilion. All that is required is for you to diligently follow my commands. The phoenix tail hairpin is a moderately refined postnatal spiritual treasure, which in terms of quality is considered excellent among such treasures. However, for Yi Feng, who possesses a system, the imperial seal of the human emperor, and the Qingping sword, it is hardly remarkable. Accepting the hairpin is more a gesture of goodwill from my disciple. Holding this hairpin, Yi Feng was struck by a thought and smiled gently at the three siblings. Today, as you take your vows to join my sect and present your tokens of apprenticeship, I shall regale you with a tale. The Yang family siblings were momentarily taken aback, for it seemed their master intended to narrate a story for them. After a brief pause, they erupted with joy. They were well aware of their master's formidable prowess. During storytelling, he could effortlessly unveil the schemes of sages. Now, to hear a tale from him, could it be a transmission of profound teachings at that moment? Yi Feng activated the system's exclusive storytelling function. The system interface flickered, ultimately landing on a book titled Perfect World. Upon acquiring the information from this book, Yi Feng began to narrate. A speck of dust can fill the sea. A blade of grass can sever the sun, moon, and stars. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth may be turned upside down. Heroes rise, myriad races stand tall, and the saints vie for supremacy. Shaking the heavens and the earth that I in this vast expanse, who shall govern the tides of fate? A youth emerges from the great wilderness, and all begins here. The youth, named Shi Hao, resides deep within the Kangmang Mountains in a humble village. Yi Feng recounted the story of Shi Hao's gradual rise from obscurity. The three siblings beheld a transformation before their eyes, as mountains, forests, and a quaint stone village materialized. Through Yifeng's narration, they witnessed Shao's astonishing exploits, infiltrating the eagle's nest, battling the Zhun Ti, and confronting the beast village, filled with joy and warmth that captivated them in the simple folkways of the stone village. Later, with the aid of the spirit-worshipping willow deity, the young Shao recalled a painful past, a time of immense suffering. Once possessing a supreme bone, it had been taken from him by his kin, leaving him frail and on the brink of death. His parents, weak and powerless, could not seek justice for their son, nor could they save him, ultimately leaving Shao to fend for himself in the stone village. The siblings were entranced, filled with indignation at Shao's plight, lamenting the injustices that allowed the wicked to thrive, while the good suffered in silence. Why should such unfairness prevail? Why do evildoers live carefree lives, while the righteous must endure? I refuse to accept this. The experience of Shao losing his supreme bone resonated with the siblings, particularly stirring the eldest, Yang Jiao, whose heart surged with righteous anger. To ensure that evil is met with retribution, one must possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, one can only watch as wrongdoers revel in their freedom. Yang Jian clenched his fists, reminded of the enemies his family faced, the Western Church. Without power, he could not avenge his family nor rescue his mother. As the tale unfolded, Shao grew stronger, mirroring Yang Jian's own yearning for greater power. Luckily, Shao encountered benefactors, and the entire stone village, along with the spirit-worshipping willow deity, supported him wholeheartedly, just as they had found their master. Yang Chan couldn't help but exclaim, just as the three siblings were engrossed in the story. The otherworldly scenery around them began to fade rapidly. Yifeng concluded, "Well, that will be all for today as storytelling." The tale had stretched from night until dawn, lasting a full 3 hours, from Shao's childhood medicinal baths and trials to his reunion with his parents, only to face life-threatening peril, with various poignant moments evoking deep reflections. Yifeng mused that what they would gain depended on their karmic connections. According to the original trajectory of fate, Yang Jiao would have perished early, while he would have joined the Chan sect as a disciple of Jie Jiao, and Yang Chan would have been taken back by Niuhua. Now, all three siblings were still alive, though they possessed innate talents. Their prior wandering had left their cultivation rather average. With Yifeng taking them as disciples, he could not allow them to remain weaklings. He was determined to arrange for them the blessings they deserved. Thus, he conceived the idea of exclusive storytelling to facilitate their complete transformation. This exclusive storytelling allowed both the listener and the storyteller to gain the same opportunities as those within the narrative, be it enhanced techniques or treasures. Though the nature of these offerings remained entirely random, even Yifeng could not determine what benefits the siblings would receive. With the precedence of Tongtian and Destined, Yifeng understood that the rewards provided by the system would undoubtedly be substantial. Hence, he harbored a subtle anticipation for the gains of his three disciples. And no sooner had Yifeng's words fallen than Yang Jiao let out a sudden roar, his body illuminating with white patterns that transformed into characters, which, when arranged, vaguely formed an unparalleled scripture that pointed directly to the fundamental path. Yang Jiao suddenly comprehended the meaning of these scriptures, feeling a mix of shock and delight as he exclaimed, "Is this the complete version of the original true solution?" He had not anticipated that the pinnacle scripture from the tale of perfect world would manifest inexplicably in his mind. Unlike the protagonist Shao, who initially received only fragments, Yang Jiao's version of the original true solution was a fusion of the original, transcendence, the myriad spirits diagram, and the quasi-mortal emperor's four texts, far surpassing the original scripture. Instinctively, Yang Jiao began to follow the scripture's teachings, drawing in breath with each exhalation, solidifying his foundation as if a whale inhaling water, rapidly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In an instant, he completed the transitions from refining essence to qi, from qi to spirit, from spirit to void, and from void to unity with the Tao, his flesh and soul radiating brilliant light, directly stepping into the realm of the celestial immortal. At that moment, Yang Jian's chest emanated a resplendent seven-colored glow, dazzling and radiant. "What is this?" Yang Jian quickly pulled aside his clothing, only to be astounded to find that the flesh over his chest appeared almost transparent. revealing the structure of his bones within. Yang Jian could clearly see that a piece of bone, radiating an aura of supreme authority, had spontaneously grown at the position of his sternum. This was the supreme bone. Yang Jian's pupils constricted sharply. The phenomena described in the book had actually manifested within him. Before he could contemplate further, the light of the supreme bone intensified, and in a daze, Yang Jian's consciousness seemed to transcend into another realm. Reincarnation, rebirth, becoming another version of himself. He embarked on a journey that was uniquely his, yet not entirely so. Lives upon lives, Yang Jian continually reincarnated. Sometimes a diligent farmer, sometimes a learned teacher guiding the youth, or even an entertainer on the streets, battling on the battlefield, or seeking enlightenment in secluded valleys. After witnessing the passage of time through countless lifetimes, his heart had been tempered to clarity and brightness. With insight into all things and an understanding of everything, he ultimately remained sincere and genuine in his dealings with all matters. In the next moment, Yang Jian's awareness returned to the present. His eyes wide open, still embodying the purity of heart forged through the cycles of existence. Flashes of his profound realizations from countless reincarnations surged in his mind, as the supreme bone on his chest shone brilliantly. Through its radiance, he seemed to glimpse one reincarnation after another, different worlds, different lives, yet all were manifestations of Yang Jian himself. Enlightened, he murmured, "This is my supreme treasure technique, the reincarnation Tao." In the next instant, Yang Jian's aura surged, mirroring his elder brother Yang Jiao as he too broke through into the realm of the celestial immortal. Meanwhile, the youngest sister, Yang Chan, found a golden mirror appearing in her hand, its surface shimmering with arcs of golden lightning. Within the mirror, a swani beast could be seen roaring at the sky, surrounded by a tempest of dark clouds and raging thunder, with a single thought. The swani mirror levitated, casting a divine light that enveloped Yang Chan within this divine radiance. Any attacks directed at her would be rebounded, while she could also wield the power of thunder for offense, defense, or flight, an extraordinary force with comprehensive capabilities. Yang Chan sensed the remarkable sentience emanating from the swani mirror. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "This is the aura of a supreme innate spiritual treasure." Innate spiritual treasures are among the rarest artifacts in the primordial world, each capable of inciting frenzied competition among cultivators. The supreme innate spiritual treasure is an even rarer rarity, with hardly any found throughout the entire primordial realm. Yang Chan could hardly believe that merely listening to her master's tale had granted her such a treasure. As for Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, their fortunes were even more remarkable. One had obtained the complete version of the original true solution, while the other grasped the supreme bone and the laws of reincarnation. Their gazes towards Yi Feng were filled with utter astonishment. Although they had previously considered their master to be an extraordinary figure, they had never imagined he would be so immensely powerful. With just a casual narrative, he had bestowed upon them such significant advancements. Such a feat surely surpassed even the saints and Tao ancestors, for otherwise, why would Hongjun have labored tirelessly for 3,000 years at the Zixiao Palace to expound the Tao? At the same time, the three siblings were deeply moved, realizing that their master had arranged this storytelling session specifically for their benefit, with the aim of facilitating their rapid growth. The original true solution, the supreme bone, and the swani treasure mirror. Each of these treasures, if they were to fall into the outside world, would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar. Yet these were bestowed upon the siblings, highlighting the importance their master placed upon them. "Thank you, master." The three siblings of the Yang family expressed their profound gratitude and admiration for Yi Feng in unison. At that moment, they had resolutely decided to follow their master faithfully from then on, vowing to train diligently and never bring shame upon him. Yi Feng, observing their accomplishments, nodded in satisfaction and then said, "Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, you have each received your methods. Go forth and contemplate them, whether it be the original true solution or the supreme bone. Both are rare fortunes. As for Yang Chan, I shall personally guide you in the practice and use of the swani treasure mirror. As you command." The three siblings responded in unison once more. This guidance lasted for a full 7 days. And when the doors of the Divine Say Pavilion opened again, the patrons who had come to listen to the stories were quite taken aback. "Esteemed guests, please take your seats." The one who opened the door was a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an extraordinary aura, though his face was unfamiliar. Inside the Divine Say Pavilion, another young man and woman were busy arranging the tea and chairs. Although the young man was still in his youth, he was robust and sturdy, radiating an endless supply of strength. The young woman, though appearing delicate, possessed a clear and resolute gaze, and her nimble and meticulous movements were a sight to behold. As for the storyteller of the Divine Say Pavilion, he had long been prepared on the stage to begin the narration. As the patrons settled into their seats, curiosity got the better of them, and they inquired about the backgrounds of the three newcomers. "Brother Yi, how come there are new faces in the Divine Say Pavilion?" "Indeed, just a few days ago when we came to listen to the stories, we didn't see them." Why, Yifeng replied with a smile. "These three are my apprentices, learning skills here, so that when they grow up, they will have a craft to make a living." Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood and cast kind smiles towards Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan. They were surprised to discover that Yifeng had reached the stage of taking on disciples. "You three youngsters must study diligently and not slack off. Brother Yi is recognized as the best storyteller in Chaoge City, and his tales are truly captivating." The patrons either teased or encouraged the three siblings, who responded with warm smiles in return. Amidst the crowd, the Jade Emperor, who had blended in with the listeners, felt a surge of joy upon seeing the young siblings of the Divine Say Pavilion and apprentice to Yifeng. He had not expected such a fortunate turn of events. Initially, he had worried about the dangers and uncertainties they might face in the wilderness. Yet here they were, seizing such an opportunity. The Jade Emperor was now immensely pleased. As long as the siblings remained in the Divine Say Pavilion, it meant they were under the protection of Yifeng, an existence surpassing even the Tao ancestors, ensuring that no harm could befall them. With this realization, the Jade Emperor could finally rest easy. He thought to himself, "I must return to the heavenly court and share this good news with Yao Ji. It would surely lift her spirits." Not to mention, they had also become disciples of Senior Yifeng, and once they acquired their skills, their futures would undoubtedly be extraordinary. The Jade Emperor, amidst his joy, felt a tinge of envy and jealousy. Despite having visited the Divine Say Pavilion numerous times, he had failed to forge a connection with the senior. Yet here were three youngsters who had successfully become apprentices. With a clap, Yifeng signaled the audience to settle down and began his storytelling. Last time, it was said that a break through the Zishui Pass, the Chan sect dispatched the Lantern Master to battle, while the Jie sect, unwilling to be outdone, also sent forth their outer disciple, Zhao Gongming. This Zhao Gongming, with his dark complexion and thick beard, wielded an iron whip, capable of channeling the power of thunder to vanquish evil, embodying righteousness that endures. Although the Lantern Master was a deputy head of the Chan sect and possessed formidable strength, he was no match for Zhao Gongming, who forced him into a desperate retreat, ultimately fleeing in disgrace to seek assistance. Yifeng recounted the fierce clash between Zhao Gongming and the Lantern Master. The audience was utterly captivated, feeling as though they were witnessing the events unfold before their eyes, the scene resonating with heart-stirring intensity. Upon hearing of the Lantern Master's disgraceful escape, the listeners could not help but express their astonishment. It was often said that the outer disciples of the Jie sect were inferior to those of the inner sect, yet Zhao Gongming, despite being an outer disciple, displayed such terrifying prowess, leaving the Lantern Master in such a pitiful state. Truly remarkable. The Chan sect appeared utterly inept, lacking any strength. One had to wonder where their confidence came from to stir up trouble. With Zhao Gongming in action, should the Chan sect find themselves at a loss, the Western Qi would surely face defeat. The patrons debated fervently, marveling at Zhao Gongming's might while deriding the weakness of the Lantern Master, all the while eagerly anticipating Zhao Gongming's next moves to wreak havoc upon the cunning and treacherous Chan sect. However, just then, Yifeng shifted his narrative, stating, in order to deal with Zhao Gongming, the Western sect has now descended upon the Western Qi, summoning the demon clan's Lord Luya. Lord Luya was the 10th son of the ancient demon emperor. With extraordinary strength, and two formidable trump cards to protect him. One of these trump cards was the Seven-Arrow Book, an exceptional artifact of causality. The Seven-Arrow Book, in its essence, is a piece of yellow talisman paper, inscribed with the methods for refining related artifacts. Lord Luya had mastered it to great success. Besides the yellow talisman paper itself, there was a straw man, a wooden bow, and a single wooden arrow. Lord Luya inscribed Zhao Gongming's name upon the Seven-Arrow Book, affixed it to the straw man, and after 49 hours of worship, drew his bow and shot an arrow straight at the straw man's heart. At that moment, Zhao Gongming, thousands of miles away, suffered a critical injury to his heart, not even catching a glimpse of his enemy before meeting a tragic demise. Oh, the audience was taken aback, a mixture of surprise and incredulity washing over them. Indeed, it would not be an easy task for the Jie sect to claim victory, as numerous obstacles lay in their path. The Western sect was utterly shameless, meddling in the disputes between the Chan sect, the human sect, and the Jie sect. The Chan sect was the most disgraceful of all, unable to handle the Jie sect on their own, yet seeking outside help. How ridiculous! The spectators expressed their contempt for both the Chan sect and the Western sect. Yet, as the discussion continued, speculation about the unfolding story began to circulate. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhao Gongming was dead, and surely the Jie sect would not take this lying down. Not to mention, Zhao Gongming's sister, Sanxiao, would undoubtedly seek vengeance for her brother. It seemed that a fierce conflict between the Jie sect and the Chan sect was imminent. It was evident that everyone believed that following Zhao Gongming's death, a fierce battle between the Chan sect and the Jie sect was inevitable. The Chan sect, having eliminated Zhao Gongming, would continue to manipulate the Western Qi to destroy the Shang dynasty. Meanwhile, the Jie sect, driven by the need for self-preservation and revenge, would do everything in their power to thwart the Chan sect. With a clap, Yifeng concluded, "To know what happens next, please stay tuned for the next installment." At this moment, Yifeng snapped his fingers and smiled as he bade farewell to the guests. Xiao felt a sudden chill in her heart upon hearing this. She had initially thought that the situation for the Jie sect was looking quite favorable. However, it now appeared fraught with peril. Before today, Xiao had never anticipated that the Chan sect and the Western sect could summon Lord Luya to take action. He was indeed a figure of dominion. Enlisting his assistance would undoubtedly come at a great cost. Yet, now was not the time for such considerations. She needed to return to the Zishui Pass and inform everyone of this matter. Xiao murmured to herself, determined not to stand idly by while her brother, Zhao Gongming, fell victim to treachery. After leaving the Divine Sei Pavilion, she immediately called upon her divine powers. Traversing vast rivers in an instant, returning to the Zishui Pass from Chaoge City, Xiao headed straight for the general's office, where Zhao Gongming, Duo Bao, and others had noticed her return and quickly gathered around. Duo Bao inquired, "Junior sister, do you have some crucial information?" Zhao Gongming, equally curious, urged, "Second sister, please tell us." Upon seeing Zhao Gongming safe and sound, Xiao let out a sigh of relief, secretly grateful that she had not arrived too late. However, she then recalled that the one who had taken action against the Lantern Master was Sister Jinling, not her brother Zhao Gongming. In other words, if Sister Jinling had defeated the Lantern Master, then the Chan sect and Luya would now be targeting her. Xiao hastily asked, "Senior brother Duo Bao, brother, where is Sister Jinling now?" Zhao Gongming replied, "At this moment, we ought to be guarding the heavenly abyss formation." As soon as Zhao Gongming's words fell, a sudden clamor erupted from outside the Sui Water Pass. The onlookers turned to see that the forces of Shiqi had once again surged to the forefront of the heavenly abyss formation. This time, the one appointed to breach the formation was none other than the vice master of the Chan sect, the Taoist Randing, who possessed the cultivation of a quasi-saint. Before the heavenly abyss formation, the assembly of Shiqi gathered in unison. Guang Chengzi addressed Taoist Randing, saying, "May you, Brother Randing, achieve a glorious victory." The other second and third generation disciples of the Chan sect echoed, wishing Brother Randing, or Uncle Master, a triumphant success. Taoist Randing, sweating profusely, managed to muster a faint smile upon hearing their encouragement. With the true nature of the heavenly abyss formation shrouded in uncertainty, it fell solely upon him to unravel its secrets. Given the prior misfortune of Wenshu, how could he not feel apprehensive? Yet, there was no alternative. Without breaching the 10 absolute formation, the Shiqi army could not penetrate the Great Shang and obliterate Chaoge, thus failing to fulfill their master's entrusted mission. Daoist Randing, unwilling to show any sign of weakness before the crowd, donned a confident smile and declared, "Watch closely. This humble formation shall be easily dismantled." As he spoke, Daoist Randing conjured a dazzling golden light, drawing the astonished and reverent gazes of countless Shiqi soldiers, and he plunged directly into the heavenly abyss formation. Upon entering, a multitude of runes illuminated his form, the radiance of his spiritual treasures. These were defensive measures prepared by Daoist Randing, aimed at safeguarding against unforeseen attacks within the formation. However, to his astonishment, the formation itself exhibited no signs of disturbance. Frowning slightly, Daoist Randing intended to employ his methods to probe the formation's nature. Just then, an apparition appeared 300 feet behind him. Upon discerning the figure's visage, Daoist Randing was struck with shock. The newcomer was a female celestial being, her demeanor indifferent, exuding a formidable aura, and her cold, phoenix-like eyes fixed upon Daoist Randing. It was none other than the long-awaited Jian Saintess. Daoist Randing exclaimed in bewilderment. "Jian Saintess, what brings you here?" He never anticipated encountering the foremost female celestial of the Jie sect within the heavenly abyss formation. That moment, a chilling realization dawned upon him, elucidating the true reason behind Wen Shu's capture. "I understand now. It was you who concealed yourself within the formation to scheme against Wen Shu, creating the illusion of his failure and subsequent capture," Daoist Randing accused, his teeth clenched in frustration. Had he known that the Jian Saintess was stationed at the heavenly abyss formation, he would never have rashly ventured within. Yet now, it was too late. He had crossed paths with her. The Jian Saintess did not deny his words, but, in a tone devoid of warmth, replied, "After waiting all these days, I have finally caught a big fish. If you had not sent someone, I would have thought all of you from the Chan sect were nothing but cowardly fiends." Boom! In the midst of her speech, Daoist Randing had already summoned his innate spiritual treasure, the celestial measuring ruler, and charged at her. He wielded the ruler, resembling a slender sword, and drew a circle in the air toward the Jian Saintess. Instantly, a golden ring materialized around her, rapidly constricting and enclosing the Jian Saintess within its confines. This was one of the ruler's capabilities, creating a barrier that restricts the opponent's movements, with the extent of the restriction proportionate to their strength. A smile graced Daoist Randing's face. If he could successfully ensnare the Jian Saintess, the ensuing battle would tilt in his favor. "Humph! We're the foremost female celestial of the Jie sect. I, too, am a quasi-saint. I am not to be compared to Wen Shu. Surely, I need not fear you, Jian Saintess," he thought to himself, convinced that he had the upper hand and seizing the opportunity for victory. However, in the next instant, his expression turned rigid. The Jian Saintess released a piercing cry, and an overwhelming surge of sword energy erupted around her, instantly shattering the golden ring that confined her, with a flying golden sword in hand. She charged at Daoist Randing without uttering a word. The sword danced through the air, unleashing waves of gleaming sword energy. Daoist Randing raised the celestial measuring ruler before him, crafting a shield to deflect the onslaught of sword strikes. However, as the energy clashed, he found himself driven back repeatedly, realizing that the sharpness of her sword energy was beyond his capacity to withstand. The Jian Saintess wasted no breath, with her right hand gripping the sword. Her left summoned another treasure, a delicate tower that floated into the air, spinning and radiating 4 colors of light: red, white, blue, and black. Within the tower, the 4 symbols, green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, dimly flickered. As the 4 symbols tower descended, it crashed toward Daoist Randing. Faced with such a thunderous assault from the Jian Saintess, he could not evade in time and was struck directly by the tower. "Ah!" Daoist Randing screamed in agony, his body sent flying, blood streaming from his wounds, his aura waning and his condition utterly disheveled. In merely 2 exchanges, Daoist Randing, also a quasi-saint, had been grievously injured by the Jian Saintess. "Die!" The Jian Saintess' expression remained frigid, her flying golden sword lunging at Daoist, landing once more. One strike followed another, her relentless assault leaving him no chance to breathe. The blinding sword light, infused with the power of the four symbols, surged forth with even greater might, proving unstoppable. Pwah! Daoist Randing coughed up blood, his body riddled with injuries, drenched in crimson, his visage transformed into one of sheer terror as he looked at the Jianling Saintess. He could not fathom why, despite both being quasi-saints, her strength overshadowed his to such a degree. Yet now was not the time for contemplation, as the Jianling Saintess charged at him once again. Simultaneously, Daoist Randing's aura had dwindled to the brink, his body marred, resembling a pitiful wretch. There was no doubt that if the battle continued, he would stand no chance of victory. Escape? He must flee. Otherwise, he would perish at the hands of the Jianling Saintess today. This singular thought consumed Daoist Randing's mind as he hastily activated the celestial measuring ruler. The ruler hovered above his head, radiating divine light, barely managing to deflect the Jianling Saintess's lethal strike. Without a moment to spare, Daoist Randing, enveloped in the ruler's protective aura, transformed into a beam of light and dashed toward the exit of the heavenly abyss formation. "Do not think of escaping," the Jianling Saintess coldly scoffed, summoning a fragrant chariot to pursue him. While chasing, she continued her relentless assault, striking with unyielding ferocity. Meanwhile, Qian manipulated the heavenly abyss formation to unleash primordial thunder, bombarding the white light enveloping Daoist Randing. "Ouch! Ah!" From within the light, Daoist Randing's cries of suffering echoed intermittently. Yet no matter the circumstances, the light did not falter. The celestial measuring ruler, as Daoist Randing's trump card, possessed unique attributes. While it may have faltered in other aspects, it was unmatched in the art of escape. Even as the Jianling Saintess pursued him, she was acutely aware of the protective might of this artifact. In the end, just as the Jianling Saintess was on the verge of catching up, Daoist Randing narrowly escaped the formation. Outside the heavenly abyss formation, the people of Shiqi awaited Daoist Randing's triumph over the formation. To their astonishment, a white orb suddenly burst forth from the heavenly abyss formation. As the orb dissipated, it revealed a bloodied and severely injured Daoist Randing, his aura diminished. "Brother Randing, or immortal master?" The Shiqi assembly gasped in shock. Just moments ago, the formidable Daoist Randing had transformed into this pitiful figure, gravely wounded and on the brink of collapse. "Quickly escort me to retreat. We must flee," Daoist Randing gasped, struggling to maintain his composure as he rallied the Shiqi forces to that moment. The Jianling Saintess emerged from the heavenly abyss formation aboard her fragrant chariot, raising her hand to unleash a torrent of sword energy. Determined to annihilate the Chan sect's golden immortals present, having failed to eliminate Daoist Randing within the formation meant her presence was now exposed. Thus, the Jianling Saintess resolved to abandon any pretense of concealment and commenced her lethal assault. "This is dire." Jiangzia's complexion paled, hastily summoning his innate spiritual treasure, the central apricot yellow banner, while urgently calling out to the other golden immortals of the Chan sect, "Brothers, assist me in activating the treasure." Guangchengzi, Chijingzi, and Yuding, upon realizing the dire situation, hastily positioned themselves behind Jiangzia. They placed a hand upon his back, channeling their formidable magical powers into his being. It was common knowledge that even the esteemed Zhunqing Randaling Daoist had been vanquished. Thus, their chances against the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit appeared exceedingly bleak. Their sole opportunity now lay in aiding Jiangzia to activate the central apricot yellow banner, utilizing its protective capabilities to retreat to the stronghold of Shiqi. With the robust support of his senior's immense magical energy, the central apricot yellow banner, under Jiangzia's command, radiated a resplendent glow, unleashing a 1,000-mile expanse of apricot yellow auspicious clouds that enveloped the entire Shiqi army. The descending sword energy was entirely intercepted by the auspicious clouds. Before the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit could launch her next assault, the apricot yellow clouds roiled violently, swiftly enveloping the people of Shiqi and disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit's expression turned frigid, and through gritted teeth, she remarked, These treacherous scoundrels possess no other skills, yet their ability to preserve their lives is unparalleled. In the Shiqi military camp. An apricot-yellow, auspicious cloud descended from the heavens, dissipating upon contact with the ground, revealing a shaken Jiang Zia and his companions. Each of them was drenched in cold sweat, and only when they observed that no one pursued them did they finally exhale in relief. Ji Chang, trembling with fear, could hardly fathom that the Shang side had such formidable reinforcements, having already suffered 2 significant defeats. Within the Shiqi camp, the celestial beings of the Chan sect wore expressions of deep concern. While Randaling Taoist appeared particularly listless, his robe stained with blood, Guang Chengzi, frowning in distress, clenched his teeth and said, "I never anticipated that the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit would conceal herself within the heavenly absolute formation. If we do not eliminate her, the Shiqi forces will find it impossible to advance." Randaling Taoist, his face darkened, sighed in response, "I've already encountered the Holy Mother's formidable abilities. Her cultivation is immensely powerful. Even if you, Guang Chengzi, wield the Tongtian seal, the outcome would be the same. Relying solely on ourselves may not suffice to deal with her." Randaling Taoist felt a sense of frustration and indignation within. As he, a quasi-saint, had faced the Holy Mother and been defeated in mere rounds, suffering a humiliating loss before his peers in Shiqi and the Chan sect. Upon hearing the conversation between Guang Chengzi and Randaling Taoist, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Could it be that they truly could not contend with the Jie sect? As esteemed golden immortals of the Chan sect, they should not be incapable of dealing with a single Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Just as the Chan sect immortals were engulfed in despair, a fiery cloud suddenly illuminated the horizon, swiftly soaring above the Shiqi military camp. As the cloud swirled, a middle-aged Taoist in a resplendent red robe materialized, adorned with a completely crimson gore at his waist. Randaling Taoist, Guang Chengzi, and the other Chan sect immortals, upon sensing the commotion and witnessing the newcomer, were taken aback. Randaling Taoist exclaimed, "Lord Luya from the 10,000 Mountains. What brings you here?" This Taoist, known as Luya, had an illustrious background. Long ago, before the Heavenly Court fell under the jurisdiction of the Jade Emperor, the ruler of the Heavenly Court was the Demon Clan's sovereign, Dijuan, leading to the court being referred to as the Demon Court. Liao was the 10th son of Dijuan and one of the few survivors of the calamity between the Wu and the Demon clans. After years of cultivation, he had surpassed the quasi-saint realm, commanding a multitude of demons to dominate the 10,000 mountains. Even the self-important Chan sect immortals could not maintain their arrogance in the presence of Lord Luya. Lord Luya, with an air of confidence, declared, "The Taoist of Zhun Ti has summoned me to assist you. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit is but a triviality. I could easily take her life." The saints were currently fixated on the conflict between Shiqi and the Shang. Upon learning of Randaling Taoist's defeat, they naturally contemplated various strategies. Among them, Zhun Ti devised the idea of enlisting external aid, specifically the assistance of Lord Luya, promising him that after the calamity, the Demon Clan would emerge from the 10,000 mountains to seize their opportunity for resurgence, contingent upon his aid in Shiqi's battle. What? The Chan sect members, upon hearing this, were instantly elated. This was a formidable being summoned by a saint, with abilities that were certainly formidable. Coupled with Lord Luya's renowned reputation, the previously despondent crowd brimmed with hope. Jiang Zia, with a beaming expression, implored, "We beseech you, Taoist, to enlighten us on how we might slay the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit." Lord Luya, with a flick of his right hand, summoned forth a black mist, manifesting several items out of thin air: a straw man, a bow and arrows, and a talisman. These items exuded an ominous aura, causing the countenances of the assembled Chan sect members to pale with fear and trepidation as they instinctively recoiled. Wishing to distance themselves from these objects, as if proximity would invite misfortune, employing some unknown technique, Lord Luya inscribed the name Holy Mother of Golden Spirit upon the talisman and affixed it to the straw man. He then handed these items to Jiang Zia, stating, "This is the 7-arrow talisman. As long as you offer daily prayers to it, within 7 days, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit shall undoubtedly perish." Jiang, cradling the straw man and the bow and arrows, could feel the peculiar power within them, sensing a subtle disturbance in his own fate, and instinctively swallowed hard, firmly believing in Lord Liai's words. "Thank you, Taoist, for your guidance. I shall take it upon myself." Jiang expressed his gratitude, noting the other Chan sect immortals keeping their distance, while Ji Chang and the other mortals could hardly bear the ominous aura of the seven-arrow talisman. Thus he volunteered to take charge. That he selected an unoccupied military tent and meticulously set up an altar inside, offering the straw man and bow and arrows, lighting incense and candles, and arranging offerings. Ensuring every detail was meticulously attended to. After making the preparations, Jiang stood before the altar and bowed respectfully to the straw man. "Oh." The straw man emitted a chilling, mournful wail as dark mist swirled around, seeping into its form and staining it with ominous patterns. Observing this scene, Jiang felt a mix of eeriness and delight. If this continued, the demise of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit would indeed be imminent in 7 days. Meanwhile, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, having returned to the general's office after defeating Randaling Taoist, learned from Xiao of the unfolding events. The means of taking a life from thousands of miles away astonished her as much as it did the others. Just then, the Holy Mother's expression shifted, and she glanced around the void, suddenly unable to suppress a cough, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This shocking spectacle stunned everyone, with the likes of Duo Bao, Wu Dang, and Zhao Gongming rushing to her side. "Sister, are you all right?" Duo Bao Taoist inquired with concern. After a moment of recuperation, the Holy Mother assured them with a calm demeanor, "I am unharmed. I merely sensed an unseen force assailing my fate, a power that cannot be easily severed. If this persists, I would indeed be in grave danger." While the others breathed a sigh of relief, anxiety soon returned. Bai Xiao, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "It must be the Chan sect utilizing that seven-arrow talisman. What shall we do now?" Zhao Gongming, fists clenched and seething with rage, declared, "The Chan sect dares employ such underhanded tactics. We must attack Shiqi at once and destroy that seven-arrow talisman. Then we shall be free from worry." The other disciples of the Jie sect echoed his sentiment, eager to assault Shiqi. "Wait a moment." That moment, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit raised her hand, halting them with a composed expression. "The Chan sect has resorted to trickery. Yet is this not an opportunity for us? Let us turn the tables and allow the Chan sect to suffer their own consequences." As she spoke, a knowing smile graced her lips. That night, within the Shiqi military camp, Jiang once again offered his prayers to the straw man before departing from the tent. This secluded tent, even within the military camp, was quite remote, seldom patrolled by soldiers, particularly after the arrangement of such a bizarre and ominous artifact as the seven-arrow talisman. Any ordinary Shiqi soldier approaching the tent would be cursed to death by the aura emanating from it. The Chan sect immortals, lacking the favorable fate of Jiang also dared not draw near lightly. Thus, aside from Jiang no one else dared to approach the military tent. However, just as Jiang finished his rites and was about to depart, a shadow stealthily infiltrated the tent. The visitor was none other than the Golden Spirit Mother, who, relying on the mysterious guidance of the nail-headed seven-arrow scripture, had traced her own aura back to this location. The Golden Spirit Mother cast a glance around, her gaze settling upon the altar. On the altar stood a scarecrow, accompanied by a bow and arrows, and prominently affixed to the scarecrow was a talisman inscribed with her name. A glimmer of insight sparked within the Golden Spirit Mother. With a flourish of her sleeve, she effortlessly erased the name from the talisman. Then, using her finger as a brush, she wrote the name of the lantern-lighting Taoist in the air. To avoid detection by Jiang who performed daily rites, the Golden Spirit Mother also conjured an illusion, rendering her deception imperceptible to Jiang cultivation level, as for other capable celestial immortals of the Chan religion. They were utterly disinclined to enter the military tent. Once everything was arranged, a smile crept upon the Golden Spirit Mother's lips as she thought, "In 7 days, prepare to witness a spectacle." With that, she silently exited the military tent. Days slipped by, and Jiang diligently approached the scarecrow for his morning and evening rituals. During this time, the armies of Shiqi remained on high alert, wary of a potential counterattack from the Shang forces. However, to Ji Chang's astonishment, 6 days had passed since the lantern-lighting Taoist defeat, yet the Shang army showed no signs of movement. Surprise aside, Ji Chang and the Chan Celestial Immortals were pleased with the situation, as they merely awaited the 7th day, when a nail-headed 7-arrow scripture would eliminate the Golden Spirit Mother, facilitating their assault on the Shang. Within the central military tent, Guang Chengzi chuckled. "Haha, the Shang and the Jie sect would never anticipate the measures we have prepared. When the 7th day arrives, the Golden Spirit Mother is doomed, and who among the Shang will be able to stop us then?" The lantern-lighting Taoist coughed twice. His body had grown increasingly frail during this time. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Had I not entered the heavenly absolute formation and fallen prey to the Golden Spirit Mother's ambush, I would not have sustained such grievous injuries. Now, I shall see what the Golden Spirit Mother has to contend with against me." Naturally, the lantern-lighting Taoist attributed his weakness to the Golden Spirit Mother's attack. Eagerly anticipating her tragic demise on the 7th day, Jiang Zia, brimming with confidence, thought that by slaying the Golden Spirit Mother, he could share in the glory, feeling far superior to his idol brothers. He outwardly maintained a respectful demeanor, saying, "Brothers, fear not. The nail-headed 7-arrow scripture has reached a critical stage, and this time it shall not fail." Time flew by, and soon the 7th day arrived. Jiang Zia approached the altar, offering one final bow to the scarecrow. Since it was the final day, a gathering of Chan Celestial Immortals had assembled outside the military tent, eager to witness this climactic moment. As Jiang Zia bowed, the bow and arrows on the altar instinctively drew back, releasing an arrow that struck the scarecrow's heart. The scarecrow let out a mournful wail as the arrow pierced its chest, sending Jiang Zia into a dizzying daze. Simultaneously, a dark shadow erupted from the scarecrow and lunged towards the awaiting lantern-lighting Taoist outside the military tent. Coughing, the lantern-lighting Taoist proclaimed, "Golden Spirit Mother, this time you are undoubtedly doomed." Outside the tent, his face pallid, he coughed again, anticipating the effectiveness of the nail-headed 7-arrow scripture to eliminate the Golden Spirit Mother and relieve his pent-up resentment. Yet at that moment, the lantern-lighting Taoist's expression suddenly shifted as he sensed an invisible killing intent enveloping him. In the next instant, a surge of dark energy erupted from the void and surged into his body. The lantern-lighting Taoist felt his life flicker like a candle in the wind, extinguished in an instant. Reaching the end of his existence, N.O. The lantern-lighting Taoist's face contorted in terror, and he could only let out a final, anguished cry before succumbing to the lethal curse of the nail-headed 7-arrow scripture. Thud! The ghastly corpse of the lantern-lighting Taoist fell to the ground, and the Shiqi forces, waiting for the Golden Spirit Mother to perish, were left utterly dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the reality before them. In the instant of the quasi-saint's demise, the heavens and earth changed color, and a cataclysmic tremor swept through the wilderness, giving rise to terrifying omens. The sun, moon, and stars dimmed, the sky turned pitch black, and an oppressive atmosphere descended, startling all beings in the wilderness. A manifestation of the lantern-lighting Taoist's true spirit rose from his corpse, traversing the vast expanse of the wilderness, ultimately landing upon the God Conferment list enshrined in the Jade Void Palace. As the pages of the God Conferment list turned, a new name, lantern lighting, was inscribed following that of the true Lord Taiqing. In the military tent of Shiqi, chaos erupted as the gathered members surrounded the corpse of the lantern-lighting Taoist. Bewildered and at a loss, the lantern-lighting brother, Qi Jingzi rushed to the fallen body, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Has lantern-lighting brother really fallen?" Si Hong murmured, her gaze vacant. "Something is amiss. Lantern-lighting brother's corpse exudes an ominous aura. He was cursed to death." At that moment, Yu Ding Jinren examined the lantern-lighting Taoist's body, astonished as he spoke. The next instant, the Chan Celestial Immortals seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly turned to the entrance of the military tent. Hearing the commotion outside, Jiang Zia stepped out to investigate, initially filled with joy at the prospect of slaying the Golden Spirit Mother and breaking into the Shang. However, upon hearing the discussions of his brothers, he stood frozen in shock, his face blank as he gazed at the corpse of the lantern-lighting Taoist, stumbling back in disbelief. Impossible. I curse the Golden Spirit Mother. It cannot be lantern-lighting brother. How could I possibly curse the deputy leader of the Chan sect? Jiangzi's heart raced with shock and dread, retreating further. Just then, the furious Qi Jingzi seized Jiangzi, dragging him back into the tent. His pupils constricted as he beheld the talisman affixed to the scarecrow, which clearly bore the name lantern lighting. Seeing this scene, Qi Jingzi glared at Jiangzi, ire radiating from him. Jiangzi, why did you curse lantern lighting, brother? What? The others, upon hearing this, gathered around, their expressions shifting dramatically as they gazed at the scarecrow and the talisman. One by one, they fixed their fierce gazes upon Jiangzi, clearly believing him to be implicated in the deaths of both the lantern-lighting Taoist and the Golden Spirit Mother. At this moment, Guang Chengzi retained a semblance of calm, casting a glance at the corpse of lantern lighting. Jiangzi could never betray his fellow disciples. There must be some other issue at play that we must not allow chaos to ensue. Otherwise, the situation will only worsen. Jiangzi hastily exclaimed, Brother Guang Chengzi, please see reason. I would never commit such an unthinkable act against the deputy leader. At this point, Jiangzi lamented his misfortune, having finally accomplished a task. He inadvertently caused the death of lantern lighting, that if their master would take out his wrath upon him, even with his bear-like aspect, he would surely face dire consequences. The other Chan celestial immortals exchanged glances, shrugging their shoulders, utterly at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, the beings of the wilderness were similarly shaken. My goodness. The lantern-lighting Taoist is the deputy leader of the Chan sect, possessing quasi-saint cultivation. How could he suddenly perish? The God-confirmant war was truly terrifying. Having previously thought the fall of the Tai was a significant event, they now realized the lives of quasi-saints held little value. The wilderness had grown restless. Their lives were not as resilient as that of lantern lighting, and it was wise to remain low-key during this period. The beings of the wilderness could not help but engage in fervent discussion, some shocked, some lamenting, and others anxious for their own safety. After all, no one had anticipated that the God-confirmant war had barely begun, yet the deputy leader of the Chan sect, the lantern-lighting Taoist, would meet such an untimely end. On the Shang side, as the crowd beheld the lantern-lighting Taoist truly perish in place of the Golden Spirit Mother, they burst into laughter, exchanging opinions that, the Chan sect has certainly shot itself in the foot. Those Chan sect fools must be in disarray by now. Although they had previously feared Yuan Shi, it seemed he had been sufficiently intimidated by their master's slaying immortals sword formation. With the death of the lantern-lighting Taoist, he would undoubtedly refrain from making an appearance. Now the Chan sect would become a laughingstock in the wilderness. The deputy leader, after all, had been slain by his own comrades through a ritual. I never imagined there could be a more disgraceful demise than this. With the death of the deputy leader, what chance did the remaining disciples have against us? Even if they sought death, we would ensure they returned empty-handed. When Zhong was filled with delight, bearing a deep-seated hatred for the Chan celestial immortals who sought to incite discord among humanity, the fall of lantern lighting truly brought great satisfaction. The Golden Spirit Mother smiled at Xiao and said, It is thanks to you, dear sister, for relaying the message in time. Otherwise, I would have been the one ambushed. Xiao waved her hand humbly and remarked, I am merely a messenger. If one were to speak of prowess, it is the esteemed sister Jinling who truly deserves the accolades, having orchestrated a scheme that left the Chan sect in utter disarray. The disciples of the Jie sect buzzed with excitement, reveling in their triumph and mocking the foolishness of the Chan sect. They sang praises for the unwavering composure and cunning of the saintess Jinling, who turned the tables with her shrewdness in the Yusu palace. The primordial supreme being narrowed his eyes slightly, murmuring to himself, If I calculate the time correctly, Li has already intervened to aid the Western Qi. The four great saints had long since formed an alliance, joining forces to confront the Jie sect. Previously, when the Western Qi's assault on the Great Shang was thwarted, Zhun Ti had proactively suggested enlisting the help of the Demon Clan. And after promising various benefits to Luya, he agreed to assist the Western Q at Luya, the ancient demon emperor, was the offspring of Emperor Zhun, inheriting the bloodline and fortune of the demon sovereign. Whether it be the immortal slaying flying knife or the 7 arrows of the nail-headed book, his lethal methods were unparalleled, with few rivals among the quasi-saints. With him in action, the disciples of the Jie sect would find it challenging to achieve any significant outcome. As the primordial supreme being envisioned the fall of the Jie sect's disciples, a self-satisfied grin spread across his face as he eagerly awaited the divine roster enshrined in the Grand Hall. He now anticipated seeing the Jie sect's disciples one by one being inscribed upon the divine list, thus filling the vacancies of the divine positions. Boom! At that very moment, a beam of light surged into the sky. Drawn by some mysterious force, traversing vast rivers and mountains, directly merging into the divine roster. Here it comes, the true spirits of the Jie sect's disciples. Ha ha ha. Let me see who it is. Upon witnessing this scene, the primordial supreme being was instantly filled with joy, leaning in to take a closer look. Silence, utter stillness. The laughter and joy of the primordial supreme being vanished upon seeing the true name inscribed on the divine roster, his expression contorting into one of shock and gloom. For the name that appeared there was Ran Dang. The Taoist Ran Dang had perished and was now listed. How could this be? Why had the Taoist Ran Dang fallen? Hadn't Luya already stepped in to assist the Western Qi? This should not be. The primordial supreme being's countenance twisted in disbelief, struggling to comprehend why the Taoist Ran Dang would meet such a fate. Ultimately, he was left with nothing but an overwhelming fury. How could a distinguished vice-master of the Chan sect perish so inexplicably? Surely, all beings in the Hong Huang would mock him, ridicule the Chan sect, and he would lose all face. How infuriating! Who could be responsible? Unable to remain seated, the primordial supreme being was consumed by wrath, his mind racing to uncover the truth and exact vengeance upon the instigator of this calamity. He soared through the skies, descending upon the Western Spirit Mountain to seek out Zhun Ti for an explanation. Ti, the Western Spirit Mountain. The once barren grounds of the Western sect were suddenly flooded with spiritual energy. The sky darkening with ominous clouds, amidst which violent thunderbolts could be seen flashing. The primordial supreme being radiated an oppressive aura as he materialized at the peak of the Spirit Mountain. All beings present were seized with trepidation, bowing their heads in fear, unwilling to face the might of the saint. Zhun Ti, why have you caused the demise of the Taoist Ran Dang? The furious primordial supreme being fixed his icy gaze upon the pallid faces of Zhun Ti and Jian, demanding an explanation. The 3 pure ones, the 2 saints of the West, and Yuan were all saints, yet there existed a disparity among them that in the presence of the 3 pure ones and Yuan. The strength of the 2 Western saints paled in comparison. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from the enraged primordial supreme being, even Zhun Ti and Jian found themselves wary. Zhun Ti, now feeling overwhelmed, thought to himself, I was only trying to help. How did things turn so dire? Ahem, my dear Tao friend, please calm your anger. I had no foreknowledge that matters would unfold in such a way. Zhun Ti lamented, trying to assuage the primordial supreme being's fury. He feared that the wrath of the primordial supreme being would be directed at him, knowing that the Western sect was no match for the 3 pure ones. With gritted teeth, the primordial supreme being suppressed his anger and said, You summoned Luya. Do you expect to claim no responsibility? Zhun Ti, unwilling to provoke the wrath of the primordial supreme being, hastily called for Taoist Luya. Taoist Luya, taken aback by the news of the Taoist Ran Dang's demise, rushed over at Zhun Ti's summons. He bowed respectfully to the 2 saints, his demeanor tense as he addressed them. The primordial supreme being stared coldly at Taoist Luya, interrogating him. Luya, your nail-headed 7 arrows book was not meant to curse the saintess Jian Ling for 7 days. Why then has it instead led to the death of the Taoist Ran Dang? Hastily, Taoist Luya gestured, retrieving the straw man that Jiang Zia had previously worshipped and presenting it to the primordial supreme being, a pained expression on his face that I must confess. I only just discovered that for some unknown reason, the name on the nail-headed 7 arrows book shifted from the saintess Jian Ling to the Taoist Ran Dang. Jiang Zia worshipped for 7 days and nights, leading to the Taoist Ran Dang's demise. and I bear no responsibility in this matter. Other golden immortals of the Chan sect witnessed the name I inscribed on the talisman was that of the saintess Jian Ling, Taoist Lu Ya. Fearing the ire of the saints, fervently explained, attempting to dissociate himself from the incident. The primordial supreme being, realizing that Taoist Lu Ya could not have intentionally harmed the Taoist Ran Deng, scrutinized the strong man repeatedly. Upon focusing on the talisman inscribed with the Taoist Ran Deng's name, he ground his teeth and said, "This talisman bears traces of illusionary magic. Someone deliberately altered the name to have the Taoist Ran Deng perish in place of that saintess Jinling. This must be the work of the Jie sect's disciples." The primordial supreme being, in contemplation, concluded that it was indeed the machinations of the Jie sect's disciples at play. Who else would possess the audacity to forge a deadly enmity with the Chan sect? Yet, while the primordial supreme being was seething with rage, he was acutely aware that confronting the Jie sect would be futile. That he knew that should he descend upon the battlefield and take action against the Jie sect's disciples, Tongtian would likewise intervene. In such a case, the activation of the immortal slaying sword array would only lead to his further defeat. Tongtian, it is always Tongtian. Time and again, am I truly inferior to him? How vexing! The mere thought of Tongtian intensified the primordial supreme being's agitation. His mind flooded with memories of his past defeats before the immortal slaying sword array, culminating in anger, resentment, and ultimately, frustration and helplessness. Seeing this, Jian spoke up, attempting to dissuade him. "Primordial Tao friend, do not act impulsively. Currently, our elder brother Taiqing has yet to fully cultivate the method for breaking the array. For the sake of the greater picture, I implore you to exercise restraint." Upon hearing Jian's words, the previously tempestuous primordial supreme being's expression suddenly calmed. He coldly regarded the two Western saints, articulating each word with precision. Indeed, once the immortal slaying sword array is dismantled and the Jie sect's fortune dissipates, all grievances shall be settled. Then, I shall make Tongtian pay in full. I want him to regret opposing me for all eternity. The two Western saints, upon witnessing this, breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, it seemed that the primordial supreme being would not direct his anger at the Western sect. The more he aimed to target the Jie sect, the more they could not afford to lose the Western sect as an ally. If the primordial supreme being were to discover that Tongtian had already found a way to mend the flaws in the immortal slaying sword array, he would likely be unable to remain composed. For now, the primordial supreme being could only swallow this bitter pill, silently harboring resentment. He calmly transmitted a message to Guangqingzi. "Guangqingzi, utilize the Fan Tian seal to break the array. But be sure to proceed with caution. The Fan Tian seal was a premier innate spiritual treasure, and Guangqingzi was the foremost among the 12 golden immortals, with the Taoist Ran Deng's demise. The burden of leadership now rested solely upon Guangqingzi, the Western Qi military camp. Amidst the chaos among the Chan sect's golden immortals, the voice of the primordial supreme being echoed from the heavens. Guangqingzi's expression turned solemn as he bowed respectfully towards the sky, declaring, "My master has issued a decree. I shall do my utmost to unravel the array." The golden immortals of the Chan sect exchanged glances, then immediately bowed in respect towards Guangqingzi. United in their voice, "We implore Senior Brother Guangqingzi to lead us in assaulting the Great Shang and obliterating the Jie sect." They were not foolish and understood that their master's intention was for Guangqingzi to take charge in the wake of the Taoist Ran Deng's death. Naturally, they treated him with utmost respect, showering him with flattery. Guangqingzi, his demeanor stern, glanced at the lifeless body of the Taoist Ran Deng on the ground and stated, "The Taoist Ran Deng set forth but fell before achieving success. Let us bestow upon him a grand burial. Tomorrow, I shall take action to dismantle the heavenly array and avenge our brother Ran Deng." Guangqingzi's words were filled with fervor, and as he spoke, his quasi-saint mid-tier cultivation fluctuated without concealment, astonishing the golden immortals of the Chan sect. Their previously low spirits were reignited with excitement. They finally realized that Guangqingzi had reached the quasi-saint mid-tier. surpassing the Taoist Ran Deng's strength. With him taking action, how could they fear the array's collapse? We shall adhere to senior brother's decree. The crowd responded in unison, and soon began to make arrangements for dealing with the corpse of the burning lamp Taoist. Guang Qingzi observed this scene with a calm demeanor, though inwardly he felt no sorrow for the death of the burning lamp Taoist. In fact, one could even say that Guang Qingzi harbored a sense of gratitude towards as they had taken the initiative to eliminate this stumbling block for him. But in truth, Guang Qingzi had always felt a sense of discontent towards the burning lamp Taoist, who had only reached the early stage of quasi-sainthood since joining the Chan teaching, whereas he himself had already attained the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Yet, due to his later entry into the Chan teaching, he remained perpetually overshadowed by the burning lamp Taoist in terms of status and identity. Having to address someone of a lower realm as senior brother while concealing his own brilliance to avoid envy had long bred dissatisfaction in Guang Qingzi, who secretly wished for the man's demise. He thought to himself, now that the burning lamp is dead, my master has entrusted me with the responsibility of overseeing the situation. I must seize this opportunity. The following day, the forces of Shiqi besieged the Tianyou array for the third time, beating drums and shouting in a thunderous clamor. Although the people of the Great Shang were astonished that the Chan teaching dared to attack so soon after the death of a single burning lamp Taoist, they did not let their guard down, preparing earnestly for battle. As per tradition, Qin Wan stood at the entrance of the formation, mocking the people of Shiqi. You Chan teaching fools, are you here to seek death again? Don't be so hasty. Wouldn't it be better to live a few more days? Qin Wan's arrogance was palpable as he stood at the entrance, taunting that at that moment, a massive, dark seal descended from the heavens. Bearing down upon Qin Wan, boom! The dark seal operated under supreme laws, emanating dark ripples that enveloped the surroundings. Qin Wan felt the space around him become stagnant, his body rendered immobile, forced to watch helplessly as the dark seal descended. Panic gripping him. Just as the dark seal was about to crush Qin Wan into a pulp, a delicate jade hand shot forth from the Tianyou array, wielding a 3-foot jade scepter aimed at the dark seal. The scepter's top bore the head of a dragon, while its end featured that of a tiger. As it was summoned, a tempest of wind and clouds coalesced, and the sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls filled the air. As the azure dragon and white tiger erupted from the jade scepter to confront the dark seal head-on, boom! The moment the two powerful treasures collided, it was as if the world itself was shattering. An overwhelming force spilling forth. Qin Wan was sent flying by the aftershocks, and the Tianyou array itself trembled violently, showing signs of instability. That moment, the dark seal recoiled, and the dragon tiger jade scepter returned to the jade hand. The golden spirit Holy Mother let out a cold huff, appearing from the Tianyou array with the dragon tiger jade scepter in hand, staring coldly at Guang Qingzi. What a fine Chan teaching golden immortal. How shameless it is for a mere quasi-saint to ambush a Tai golden immortal. You not fear the ridicule of all beings in the wilderness. Meanwhile, Qin Wan, who had just narrowly escaped death, was drenched in cold sweat. After expressing his gratitude to the golden spirit Holy Mother, he obediently retreated. In that fleeting moment, he truly believed he was done for. The dark seal had the power to even confine space. Had he been struck, Qin Wan felt that even a great Luo golden immortal would not survive, let alone himself. At the same time, Qin Wan realized that the one who had launched the ambush possessed formidable strength, far beyond his own ability to intervene. Rather than stay behind as a burden, it would be wiser to retreat and conserve his strength for unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, Guang Qingzi, clad in an 8 trigrams purple robe and exuding an ethereal aura, appeared as if from thin air. With a flick of his right hand, the dark seal spun around and returned to his palm. Hearing the golden spirit Holy Mother's words, Guang Qingzi sneered. You lay out formations in plain sight, yet secretly arrange ambushes within. You schemed against my fellow disciples, when Shu and the burning lamp, with your underhanded tricks. I am merely returning the favor. The golden spirit Holy Mother scoffed. Underhanded tricks? It seems you've forgotten who attempted to steal without success and ended up harming their own vice master. Upon hearing this, The faces of the Shi-Chi warriors turned ashen. The burning lamb Taoist being cursed to death by his own kind was indeed the greatest disgrace for the Chan teaching. A source of deep humiliation, especially now that it was being brought up by the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, that it felt akin to rubbing salt into an open wound, an unbearable agony. Humph! Suddenly, Guang Chengzi let out a cold snort. Reverberating like thunder, his quasi-saint mid-stage magic power, shaking the very heavens. His eyes fixed on the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, he spoke with righteous indignation. Ah, so it was you who conspired against my senior brother, the burning lamp. Very well, today we shall settle both new and old grievances, avenging our fellow disciple and restoring the dignity of the Chan teaching. Though he lacked concrete evidence of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother's involvement. A moment's reflection made the truth evident. The names inscribed on the nail-headed, seven-arrowed book had originally belonged to the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, yet the one who perished was the burning lamp. It was clear that she had meddled behind the scenes. As his words fell, cheers erupted from the Shi-Chi side, their spirits ignited, chanting fervently, Guang Chengzi, kill, kill, kill! Eliminate this vile woman, avenge our senior brother, and uphold the might of the Chan teaching. Our master's might is unparalleled. Guang Chengzi's grandiose speech successfully rallied morale, leaving those unaware of his true intentions to believe he genuinely cared for his fellow disciples. Delighted by the cheers, Guang Chengzi realized that merely by speaking, he had amassed considerable prestige. Should he defeat the Golden Spirit Holy Mother next, his position within the Chan teaching would be unassailable. With this thought, Guang Chengzi wasted no time and activated the Fan Tian seal, unleashing its full power, transforming it into a towering mountain that soared toward the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Fan Tian seal. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother's pupils constricted as she recognized this renowned, innate supreme treasure. Forged from the largest shard of the overturned mountain, which collapsed during the war between the Wu and the Yao. It was a treasure created by the primordial lord. Although it was a postnatal creation, the overturned mountain was the transformed spine of the Pangu ancestor, making it an innate supreme treasure from the moment of its creation. This artifact had but one purpose: to crush. It could obliterate anything, embodying the essence of the most straightforward law of the universe. Since acquiring the Fan Tian seal, Guang Chengzi had reportedly never lost a duel. A testament to its formidable power. Yet the Golden Spirit Holy Mother was no ordinary foe. Facing Guang Chengzi's relentless assault with the Fan Tian seal, she too summoned her own treasure, wielding the flying golden sword. Surrounded by the four symbols Tower and the Dragon Tiger Jade Scepter, engaging in a fierce battle with Guang Chengzi and the Fan Tian seal. Boom! 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 In an instant the heavens darkened, mountains and rivers upheaved, and the sun and moon vanished behind ominous clouds. The battlefield radiated with the brilliance of Guang Chengzi and the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, their forms glowing resplendently even from thousands of miles away. Amidst this dazzling display lay the potential for cataclysmic devastation. Each side unleashed their various divine powers and treasures, revealing the great principles of the universe, causing the ground to tremble, stars to fall. And even the aftershocks of their battle were capable of severely injuring ordinary cultivators. As the conflict escalated, the Tianyou array itself was utterly destroyed by the waves of their clash. Witnessing this spectacle, the beings of the wilderness were left in shock, their faces filled with incredulity. The battle between the foremost female immortal of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the current foremost disciple of the Chan teaching, Guang Chengzi, was indeed a fierce contest of dragons and tigers. This was the might of quasi-saints, a terrifying force indeed. Initially, one might have thought that the great Luo Golden Immortals possessed vast powers. Yet the quasi-saints demonstrated an even more catastrophic capability. It remained uncertain who would emerge victorious. Surely Guang Chengzi, with the overwhelming might of the supreme innate treasure, should it strike true, it would inflict grievous harm. However, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother was evidently prepared. As the foremost female immortal of she must possess formidable skills. Many beings lamented the strength of both parties, speculating on the outcome, unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. The battle for the investiture of the gods had only just begun, and already such fierce confrontations erupted. It seemed that the strife between the Chan and would soon escalate into a full-blown conflict. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother and Guang Chengzi battled for 3 days and nights, leaving the battlefield in ruins to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The Shiqi army was even forced to retreat 300 miles. Ultimately, both the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and Guang Chengzi had exhausted their full capabilities, yet neither managed to subdue the other. In mid-air, they clashed palms, both retreating several dozen miles, gazing at each other from afar. Guang Chengzi coughed blood, his breath ragged, with numerous wounds streaming blood. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother was not in much better condition. The Dragon Tiger Jade scepter bore a crack, its spiritual essence significantly diminished, and her left hand hung limply at her side, momentarily incapacitated. Seeing that if this continued, even a draw would not secure victory, Guang Chengzi felt a twinge of retreating in his heart, sneering at the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Golden Spirit Holy Mother, your abilities are hardly impressive, the esteemed foremost disciple of the Chan teaching, and yet your power is only at this level. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Without the Fan Tian seal, I could defeat you in 3 moves. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit retaliated with equal fervor. Just as the atmosphere between the two parties was charged with murderous intent, both retreated to their respective camps. Each side recognized the futility of continuing the conflict. Persisting would only lead to mutual destruction, with scant chance of victory. Thus, it was deemed wiser to withdraw, conserve their energies, and prepare for future encounters. In this manner, a cataclysmic battle of quasi-saintly proportions concluded abruptly in a stalemate. The Great Shang once again thwarted the advance of the Western Qi, holding the forces at the Sisui Pass, while Guang Chengzi dismantled the Heavenly Absolute Formation, fulfilling the edict of the primordial Supreme Being. Beyond the 33 heavens, within an ancient and majestic palace, Hongjun Daozu was vigilantly monitoring the tumultuous shifts in the primordial realm, employing the power of the heavenly Tao to forecast future developments. The death of the lantern-bearer sent shockwaves through him, mirroring the astonishment felt by the primordial Supreme Being. That Hongjun's eyes widened in disbelief, pondering how this could be the case yet again. Was this not the umpteenth occurrence? According to his calculations, it should have resulted in the destruction of the forces, with Zhao Gongming meeting his end beneath the 7 arrows of the nail-headed book, yet against all odds had once more defied fate and completely reversed the situation. If this trend continued unchecked, his meticulously laid plans for eternity might very well crumble to dust. With a heavy heart, Hongjun gazed with trepidation, contemplating the implications of a guiding force hidden within Chaoge City. Such an unforeseen variable posed a considerable threat. He resolved that a personal visit was imperative. Although he had yet to unearth any traces of this enigmatic figure, suspected to be Yang Mei, he did discover that prior to the lantern-bearer's demise, a disciple of Xiao had utilized spatial techniques to traverse between Chaoge City and the Sisui Pass. That it was evident that the adversary had received sage counsel within Chaoge City, which prompted them to relay vital information to their brethren. Thus, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit had preemptively devised a strategy to unravel the lethal scheme of the nail-headed book. It seemed that a visit to Chaoge City to ascertain the truth was now unavoidable. Relying solely on the few formidable allies of the primordial Supreme Being would not suffice. Having suffered several covert setbacks, Hongjun Daozu resolved to take the initiative rather than remain a passive observer. He needed to discern the true identity of his opponent and understand their motives for opposing him. In a swift motion, Hongjun's form shimmered, splitting into an identical clone, which silently traversed the 33 heavens. Arriving discreetly at the Great Shang's Chaoge City, in the early morning light, the citizens of Chaoge City buzzed with excitement, buoyed by a series of victorious reports from the front lines, thanks to the efforts of Wenzhong and other stalwart defenders. The heartland of the Great Shang remained tranquil and harmonious, undisturbed by the turmoil instigated by the Western Qi rebellion. The populace continued to lead their lives in a rhythm dictated by the rising and setting sun. Hongjun's clone, disguised as an unremarkable elderly man, meandered through Chaoge City under the pretense of aimless wandering, all the while probing for any signs of suspicion. However, despite Hongjun Daozu's thorough inquiries, he found no anomalies within the city. The sole peculiarity was the unexpectedly flourishing fortunes of the Great Shang, which had inexplicably been renewed for a century. This was evidently linked to the mighty presence concealed within Chaoge City. Yet Hongjun could not pinpoint the individual responsible. Just as he found himself in an impasse, an unexpected commotion drew his attention. Upon closer inspection, he observed a throng of Great Shang citizens clamoring into a newly opened tea house. While the crowd in itself would not arouse much concern, Hongjun had passed by the establishment known as Shunyue Pavilion 3 or 4 times without detecting anything unusual. Among the crowd, a striking young man, donned in simple homespun attire, caught Hongjun's eye. This young man radiated an aura of imperial destiny, having reached the late stage of the golden immortal realm, and within him lay a reservoir of mysterious power. His demeanor exceptional and unparalleled. Hongjun immediately discerned the young man's identity, the Emperor Xian of the human race. What compelled him to disguise himself and venture into such a place to listen to tales? Intrigued by the peculiarity, Hongjun decided to follow the throng into Shunyue Pavilion. Inside, the ambience mirrored that of any ordinary tea house, devoid of anything out of the ordinary. Suddenly, Hongjun's gaze fell upon the Yang family's 3 siblings. Serving tea to the patrons, some guests were engaging in light-hearted banter with the siblings. Yang Jiao has become remarkably adept at his tasks lately. Surely, he has received your master's direct teachings. When will you regale us with a tale? Yang Jian, my daughter is blooming into womanhood this year. Might you consider her? Sister Yang Chan is truly enchanting. Alas, my son has just learned to walk. Or I would certainly send a matchmaker to discuss matters. The Yang siblings, well-versed in handling the playful teasing of the patrons, continued to serve tea while engaging in friendly conversation, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Hearing their discussions, Hongjun's heart stirred. Following the exposure of the Western Church's schemes, each of these siblings had deviated from their destined paths, yet he had not anticipated their concealment within Shunyue Pavilion. Moreover, upon a cursory glance, he noted that all 3 had surpassed the heavenly immortal realm, each possessing remarkable abilities, either having cultivated arcane arts he had never encountered or wielding enigmatic artifact. As Hongjun pondered these revelations, Yi Feng ascended the stage to greet the audience with a bow, then rapped the wooden block to commence today's storytelling. Yi Feng, the proprietor of Shunyue Pavilion, appeared unremarkable, devoid of any distinguishing features. And when Hongjun had previously surveyed the place, he found nothing amiss. Stealing a glance at Yi Feng, Hongjun could not suppress a frown. There was nothing overtly unusual about him, as he appeared to be an ordinary individual. However, Hongjun was acutely aware that someone capable of drawing the human Emperor Xian to listen and mentoring the Yang siblings could not possibly be commonplace. The only plausible explanation was that this individual possessed profound cultivation. Even his own clone, with its saintly prowess, could not penetrate the veil of his true nature. Contemplating this, Hongjun's gaze turned piercing as he resolved to uncover the truth behind this storyteller and the nature of his prophetic abilities, who he truly was, and whether he was one of his long-lost friends. With a sharp clap, Yi Feng resumed the narrative, stating, "Last time, we discussed Liu Ye's scheme to strike down Gongming. Today, we continue with the tale of King Wu's entrapment in the Hongjun formation. Yi Feng recounted the events of Zhao Gongming's demise at the hands of the nail-headed book, detailing how the Chan sect seized the moment, dispatching figures like Zhu Lusun, Liu Ye, and Guang Chengzi to dismantle the 10 absolute formation. He elaborated on the process of the Chan sect's golden immortals unraveling the formation. The steps remained largely consistent. First, they sent Western Qi generals or lesser Chan disciples to serve as fodder to test the formation's might. Individuals like Han Dolong, Feng Bai, and Shui who met the same fate as Deng Hua. Subsequently, the Chan sect's golden immortals would identify weaknesses in the formation based on its power and devise a counter-strategy. While this segment of the tale was engaging, the audience listened intently, though few were truly astonished. The narrative had shifted decidedly in favor of the Chan sect, with no significant turning points yet revealed. However, as Hongjun Daozu heard of the successive breaches of the 10 absolute formation and King Wuji Fa's imminent peril within the Hongjun formation, he could not help but feel a chill, as if a tempest were raging within him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Yi Feng, inwardly exclaiming, How can this be? The details of this tale align almost perfectly with my own predictions of future events, even surpassing them in clarity. This revelation left Hongjun utterly astonished. He understood that to forecast the fluctuations of the future, one must harmonize with the heavenly Tao and conduct countless iterations of calculations to arrive at the most accurate outcome. Yet here was Yi Feng, effortlessly divulging heavenly secrets to all present, while neither his true self nor the heavenly Tao had registered any inkling of this.